The protagonist, Lin Fan, after tumbling down the stairs and meeting his demise, finds himself reincarnated as Vegito, embarking on an exhilarating and fervent journey through realms such as Dragon Ball, the concluding series of the Seraphim, and the tales of the Fox Demon Matchmaker. What stories will unfold in these worlds? Chapter 1. The Energy of Another World. The Future Spacetime. Vegito, transformed into a deflating blue, engages in a fierce battle with Zamas, declaring as he sends Zamas flying, "This is your farewell. May your soul disperse, Zamas." In the face of Vegito's most formidable strike, Zamas raises a hand, utilizing the creative abilities of the Kaioshin to conjure hundreds of the hardest metallic cubes forged from steel. Each metal block is the size of a house, and he also emits an energy sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. The convergence of extremes, the turtle school, the essence, the mastery. Originally, Vegito was meant to stack up here, paving the way for Wukong's personal showcase. But unexpectedly, the immense energy emitted from Vegito's ultimate Kamehameha opened a rift in the dimensional wall, a tremendous force drawing both Vegito and Zamas into it. What? As they watched Vegito and Zamas being pulled away by the spatial tear, Trunks and the others were left dumbfounded, questioning the disappearance of Uncle Wukong, his father, and Zamas. At that moment, Vegito and Zamas floated within a powerful time-space rift. After exchanging glances, they activated their shields, sensing the peculiar nature of the rift's attacks. Unfortunately, it was too late. Vegito had already transformed to conserve energy, prompting Zamas to attempt the same, only for his shield to dissipate after mere seconds, as his energy had been nearly depleted by Vegito. Fortunately, Zamas possessed an immortal body, so he remained unharmed. After a while, as they pondered how much longer they would be trapped in this spatial storm, it suddenly vanished. Just then, a surge of energy hurtled towards them. As Zamas was in front of Vegito upon entry, the orb of light struck Zamas first, causing him to vanish instantly, meeting his end. After obliterating Zamas, the light continued unabated, charging towards Vegito. Having expended significant energy during the storm and in his battle with Zamas, Vegito, upon seeing the approaching orb, cautiously activated his shield, only to find the orb penetrating through it and invading his body. Subsequently, Vegito was engulfed by intense pain, his head spinning. He gritted his teeth, enduring for as long as possible, only to succumb to unconsciousness due to exhaustion. On Blue Star, a young man named Yafan had just revisited Dragon Ball Super, cursing at Toei Animation. Those fools only know how to pamper Gogeta. Clearly, Vegito is supposed to be stronger. If I were Vegito, I would definitely slam Gogeta into the ground. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang, the sound of a delivery person emanating from it. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Fan? If so, please come down to sign for your package." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan laughed heartily. "Ahaha, my Vegito and Gogeta figurine, and this Gogeta was custom-made for me at great expense." With a smile, Lin Fan opened the door and descended the stairs, but unbeknownst to him, a puddle lay at the entrance, and he slipped, falling to his death. In the year 778 of the AG calendar, in a certain space-time, Vegito emerged from a vortex, now also known as Lin Fan, as the orb that had vanquished Zamas was infused with Lin Fan's consciousness. At this moment, Lin Fan clenched his fists, feeling the surge of his newfound power, laughing heartily. "Ah, although I died from a fall, becoming Vegito is indeed a splendid affair. By the way, where's my essential cheat code? If there's no cheat code, that would still be acceptable." Just then, a mechanical voice resonated beside Lin Fan's ear. "Congratulations, host. You have traversed into the Dragon Ball world as Vegito. Please embark on your invincible life in this universe, with the option to traverse to other universes later." Lin Fan, intrigued by the system's voice, inquired, "By the way, does the system offer any benefits like a beginner's gift pack?" The system replied in its mechanical tone, "Ding. Congratulations, you guessed correctly." Immediately unlocking the beginner's gift pack, the complete fusion of Wukong and Vegito's essences within your body, with the option to fuse or merge once more. Reward 2. Elevating the host bloodline to a divine, ancient Saiyan lineage, which enhances all Saiyan transformations and allows breathing in the cosmos. Reward 3. Congratulations, host. You now understand the languages of all universes. Reward 4. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first stage of the Perfect Freedom and Ease technique, which features a built-in laser divided into 4 stages. The first stage allows one to cast aside personal intentions and let the body take over its functions. The second stage enables the development of the Dharma appearance of heaven and earth based on this foundation. The third stage grants mastery over certain emotions, preventing oneself from becoming dazed. The fourth stage allows for the layering of emotions upon the perfect freedom and ease technique. Lin Fan glanced at the beginner's gift pack and directly asked the system, "Hey system, may I inquire what time it is now?" Ding, response speed. "It is currently the year 778 of the AG," the system replied to Lin Fan. Lin Fan scratched his chin in contemplation. It seems that the battle between Beerus and Wukong is imminent, and the Super Saiyan God is about to make an appearance. By the way, I want to see who is stronger, Vegeta or Beerus. Lin Fan immediately utilized instant transmission to arrive on Earth, but feeling the hunger in his stomach, he sought out some criminals, defeated them, and sent them to the police station. The police rewarded him with some money, and Lin Fan then teleported to the entrance of a high-end restaurant to indulge in a feast. Meanwhile, on Bulma's yacht, an enraged Vegeta charged at Beerus, shouting, "You dare to bully my Bulma! Not even a god can do that!" Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches towards Beerus, who calmly withstood all of Vegeta's attacks. After sending Beerus flying, Vegeta charged up his final flash. Beerus, however, calmly struck Vegeta in the stomach, causing him to spit blood, yet Vegeta persevered and unleashed his final flash. Beerus was engulfed by Vegeta's final flash, but as the smoke cleared, he stood unscathed. With a taunting tone, Beerus remarked to Vegeta, "It seems you are not a Super Saiyan God after all. It appears Earth is destined for destruction." At that moment, Beerus began to charge his god of destruction energy, but just then, Wukong teleported in front of Vegeta. Seeing his good friend Vegeta on the ground bleeding, he quickly addressed Beerus, saying, "Respected Lord Beerus, I have found a way to reveal the location of the Super Saiyan God." After speaking, Wukong gestured for the Emperor to look at Bulma, who understood and took out the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. But at that moment, our protagonist Lin Fan made his entrance. Chapter 3. Vegeta and Beerus. Vegeta regarded the figure before him with a wary gaze. But upon noticing the golden earrings adorning the individual's ears and the familiar attire resembling Goku's, he was struck with astonishment. Could it be that this was the form I assumed during my fusion with Goku to combat Majin Buu? Vegeta stammered, "How is this possible? This fusion was meant to be exclusive to Kakarot and myself." Goku, equally perplexed, mused, "Wait, isn't this supposed to be our fusion? Yet we haven't fused at all. So, brother, who might you be?" At that moment, Vegeta uttered a phrase that left everyone present in utter shock. "Lord Beerus, I'm the Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Beerus disregarded the curious glances of others and directly inquired of Vegeta, "Oh, how do you intend to prove that you are indeed the Super Saiyan God?" In response to Beerus's skepticism, Vegeta maintained his regal demeanor, channeling the divine power within him. In an instant, a brilliant red light enveloped him, and after a brief moment, the radiance subsided to reveal Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God. His previously chestnut hair had turned a vibrant red, exuding an aura of divine energy, while his physique appeared more slender. Vegeta was astonished that their fusion could directly manifest as a Super Saiyan God. Would our fusion yield the same result? "Silence, Kakarot. I have sworn never to fuse with you again," Vegeta retorted angrily. Beerus, brimming with excitement, addressed Vegeta, "What do you say? Shall we commence our battle?" However, Vegeta interjected, "Lord Beerus, let's first take our fight to Earth. Otherwise, our clash may devastate the planet. Moreover, should I emerge victorious, you must refrain from destruction." "Very well. But do you truly believe you can surpass me?" "After all, I am a god of destruction," Beerus replied, before launching himself into the cosmos, with Vegeta closely following. Within the vastness of space, Vegeta hurled a punch towards Beerus, who swiftly crossed his arms to block the attack. Beerus transformed his hands into claws, seizing Vegeta's wrist before delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Vegeta quickly unleashed a burst of energy, breaking free from Beerus's grasp, and the two began to exchange blows. The sounds of their fierce combat echoed through the cosmos, with both warriors skillfully countering each other's strikes. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, and the expressions on their faces reflected pure exhilaration. As they fought, they soared towards an unnamed planet, engaging in a spectacular display of power. After an intense exchange, both fighters rushed towards one another, colliding with their most formidable elbows, and they each landed atop a mountain peak. Beerus gazed at Vegeta, who had matched him blow for blow, and remarked, "What an exhilarating experience. It has been ages since I've felt this thrilled, especially considering you are merely immortal." Vegeta chuckled lightly and replied, "Humph, Lord Beerus, your warm-up is over. Now you must be cautious." Beerus chuckled, assuming a combat stance, signaling his readiness to continue the battle. Upon witnessing Beerus's demeanor, Vegito mirrored the stance, and thus, the two adversaries engaged in a strategic contest atop the mountain. The conflict between gods began to reach its zenith. Within a certain mental realm, the original Vegito observed Lin Fan, who had taken over his body, battling alongside Lord Beerus. Frustration surged within him as he declared, "It should be me fighting, not some outsider. Yet, I must express my gratitude for enlightening me about the myriad transformations and narratives I now comprehend." After voicing his thoughts, the original Vegito commenced his own training. While Vegito was immersed in his regimen, a portal of light materialized in an abyss-like space beside him, from which emerged a young girl, the system. The system inquired of Vegito, "How do you fare? Would you like me to assist with your training?" Vegito halted his training, casting a cold gaze at the system, responding, "Why should I trust you, an outsider? Even if I did, how would you train me?" The system merely smiled and snapped its fingers, and in an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the area, heralding the arrival of Gogeta. Vegito, intrigued by the presence of Gogeta, asked the system, "Pray tell, for which era does this Gogeta hail?" The system, still smiling, replied, "He is merely a manifestation of our master, possessing power far surpassing yours." Vegito's interest piqued. He pressed further, "Oh, is he that formidable? How does he compare to our fused form?" The system nodded, adding, "Your fusion also resides within the master. By the way, let me reveal his name. He is called Ling Mo Chapter 4, Relaxation After Battle." In the mental realm, Vegito regarded Gogeta with growing seriousness. Having heard the system mention that this entity had spent considerable time within their master, boasting a strength several magnitudes beyond his own. Consequently, Vegito refrained from hesitation, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and launching himself forward, while Gogeta, with a slight smile, mirrored his advance. Thus, the two commenced their fierce exchange. From a distance, the two appeared evenly matched. However, up close, Vegito found himself consistently pressured by Gogeta, as even in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he fell significantly short of Gogeta's prowess. With a resounding clash, their fists met, and harnessing this momentum, Vegito propelled himself backward, preparing his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. Instantly, a surge of blue light erupted. Meanwhile, outside the mental realm, Vegito, also known as Lin Fan, had transformed into full-power Super Saiyan Blue, addressing Beerus, "Lord Beerus, unleash your final strike." Surrounding the two were the remnants of destruction, with debris scattered, either that of Jupiter, Mercury, or the remnants of other celestial bodies. Beerus smiled faintly and began to unleash his formidable attack. A colossal wave coalesced at his fingertip, initially spanning 10 meters before transforming into an immense orb of light, reaching a staggering height of several billion. Meanwhile, Vegeta prepared his ultimate technique, the final Kamehameha. In an instant, the two powerful energies collided, causing the seventh universe to tremble. On Earth, Whis, indulging in culinary delights, sensed the disturbance. He swiftly retrieved his staff and gently tapped it on the ground, which immediately quelled the cosmic tremors. In the vastness of space, as Vegeta reverted from his transformed state and began to descend, Beerus, after wiping the blood from his forehead, also succumbed to the ground. An hour later, Beerus was the first to rise, surveying his injuries, before glancing at Vegeta, who remained sprawled on the floor. At that moment, Whis teleported over, observing the two and inquiring of Beerus, "Lord Beerus, how did you allow yourself to be defeated by him? Shall we consider him as a candidate for the role of God of Destruction?" Beerus retorted irritably, "I am not dead yet. Please do not rush to find a replacement." He added, "Did you not sense that familiar energy when he transformed into that blue form?" Whis, now serious, responded, "Indeed, it resembles Ultra Instinct. Moreover, Lord Beerus, do you feel a sense of nostalgia?" Beerus shook his head, indicating that it was still too early for that. Nearby, an inaudible voice resonated, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Beerus once, granting the God of Destruction form, 10 sins of beans, an indestructible outfit, and infinite currency valid across all realms." Several hours later, Vegeta gradually regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings and realizing Beerus was absent. He sighed, "It appears I'm still unable to surpass Beerus at this time." After contemplating his condition, Vegeta noticed he was adorned in a deep blue garment over a black outfit. Suddenly feeling ravenous, he inquired of his system, "System, are you there? What do you have to eat? I am famished." Ding. The host may open their backpack to find food. Additionally, would the host like to sign in? The system replied. Vegeta opened the system space and discovered 10 senza beans. He promptly consumed one and then stated, "All right, Let's sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in today and receiving the Super Saiyan 4 form. Instantly, Vegeta felt a peculiar sensation at his posterior and turned to see a tail sprouting from his back. Chapter 5. Frieza is effortlessly obliterated. Days later, Vegeta observed Goku and Vegeta training together while Beerus leisurely enjoyed pizza nearby. As Vegeta reveled in the tranquility following the battle of deities, a voice from the system echoed in his ear, inquiring, "Ding, would you like to check in today?" After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta silently affirmed, "Check in." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dark Dragon Ball, which can later be upgraded to the Dark Super Dragon Ball, and you may also transform into Super Saiyan 5 in due course." He decided against fusion for the time being, pondering that Frieza's arrival was imminent, and he might as well summon Gohan. With that thought in mind, he greeted Goku and Vegeta briefly before instantaneously teleporting to Earth. During his time on the Destroyer S planet, Vegeta had gained several abilities. His consciousness could not be seized or annihilated. He could utilize the Kaioken technique at 20 times its strength without adverse effects. And he could traverse any universe without risk of destruction, enhancing his combat prowess by 20-fold. On Earth, Gohan had transformed into a mysterious form, facing Frieza, who regarded him with intrigue. "Ah, you must be that child from Namek, right? I never expected Goku's son to hold his own against me in this form, without even transforming into a Super Saiyan," Frieza remarked. Gohan, puzzled, responded, "Isn't this your final form? Could there be another transformation?" He stood resolutely before Frieza, bolstered by the strength he had gained after enduring the formidable presence of Beerus. Realizing that to protect his family, he could no longer remain passive. Frieza smiled at Gohan, taunting, "Indeed, I do possess a new form, and with your current abilities, prepare to meet your end." With a swift motion, Frieza stepped forward, arms outstretched, and bellowed, "Ha!" Instantly, a golden light radiated from within him, astonishing everyone present, as a terrifying aura enveloped Frieza. Suddenly, with a dramatic entrance, Vegeta appeared. Upon seeing him, Gohan exclaimed, "Ah, it's Uncle Vegeta." Noting that no one had acknowledged his new transformation, Frieza directed his query at Vegeta. "Who exactly are you?" Vegeta merely smiled and delivered a surprising remark. "I am but a passing warrior, and Frieza, you ought to remain in hell. Your stench is polluting the earth. You are indeed repugnant, much like those other Saiyans." Goku and that loathsome Vegeta, Frieza spat, his anger palpable. "Hurry up and speak." Vegeta yawned, interrupting Frieza. I know, I need to get back to training, so let us make this quick." At this, Frieza's fury escalated, his fists clenched tightly, as he roared, "You insolent fool. I will obliterate you and peel your skin from your bones." Vegeta, observing Frieza's rage, retorted mockingly, "Apologies, Lord Frieza, but it seems that monkeys have a higher evolutionary standing than lizards. After all, monkeys can evolve into humans, while lizards remain mere lizards." In a fit of rage, Frieza lunged at Vegeta, delivering a swift strike aimed at his neck. However, the attack proved futile, as during this time, Vegeta had undergone rigorous training with Beerus, coupled with a significant boost in power from the system. Originally possessing the strength of both Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, Vegeta had become even more formidable. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he unleashed a tremendous explosion that obliterated Frieza. Gohan, witnessing Vegeta's effortless defeat of Frieza with a mere transformation, stood in stunned silence. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly delivered a punch to Gohan's abdomen, admonishing him, "Gohan, you must strive harder. Look at Frieza. He can defeat you now. Reflect on the time when you transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 against Cell, becoming the hope for the entire team. And during the battle with Buu, you attained your mysterious form to assist us. Yet it was still I who ultimately resolved the conflict." Gohan, absorbing Vegeta's words, fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, back then, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, embodying the hope of everyone. And after being honed by the Elder Supreme Kai, he successfully achieved his mysterious form, overpowering Buu. With this realization, Gohan resolved to train alongside Vegeta. However, upon looking up, he noticed that Vegeta had already departed for Beerus's planet. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Vegeta's ears, "Ding! Congratulations, host. By defeating Frieza, you have earned access to the time chamber with a 10-fold multiplier, and Gohan will develop his mysterious form." Vegeta smiled slightly, indicating that he had anticipated this outcome. Chapter 6. Training of the Warriors on Beerus's planet. A chubby cat resembling Beerus and an angelic figure akin to Whis appeared at Beerus's doorstep. The chubby cat, panting heavily, said he, "Allow me to present you with a little welcoming gift." As the cat unleashed a destructive energy blast towards the grand entrance, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan God and effortlessly deflected the attack. The chubby cat was astonished. Does Beerus's household have security? This is on par with a wealthy landowner. Gohan, wary, scrutinized the figure before him, muttering, dressed like a god of destruction, possessing considerable strength, and accompanied by a figure resembling Mr. Whis. Could it be that even con artists have become so sophisticated nowadays? The figure resembling Whis's cat retorted angrily, "Hey, listen up. I am Kampa, brother of Beerus." Gohan expressed his surprise. Brother of Lord Beerus? At that moment, Vegeta, perched atop a tree, interjected, "Indeed, he is Beerus's brother, and the one beside him is Vegito's, Whis's sister. Moreover, I sense a rapid movement of energy. It must be Kampa and his entourage. The reason for their arrival is likely in search of something, correct?" After glancing at Vegito's, Vegeta thought to himself, "Truly, she is the illustrious sister of Dragon Ball as First Lady, comparable to Bulma in stature. How does she know I am searching for something? I am uncertain. He most likely intended to deceive. So why did you concede, Lord Kampa?" Bardoss expressed her confusion. After a brief attempt to intimidate Kampa, Vegeta turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, everything is fine now. Stick close to Vegeta and Goku for training. For what I observed, it seems you have yet to master that transformation." Gohan, having arrived, began training alongside Goku and Vegeta, ultimately transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Presently, both Goku and Vegeta can assume the Super Saiyan Blue form, while Gohan, due to years of neglecting his training, remains unable to achieve such a transformation. In an open area, Goku and Vegeta clashed their arms together. During their conversation, Goku and Vegeta unleashed thousands of punches. The Turtle School's energy techniques clashed with immense force. Suddenly, a brilliant blue-white and pale yellow light erupted from their chests, colliding with tremendous impact. A resounding explosion echoed as their energy attacks met with equal intensity. At that moment, Vegeta and Gohan appeared beside them. Goku, seeing Vegeta return, asked, "What happened, Vegeta?" "Nothing significant. Just the arrival of Beerus's brother," came the reply. "Oh, Beerus is a brother?" A few minutes later, Whis clarified the relationship between Kampa and them. Symbolically, Goku inquired, "Bardoss, may I ask who is stronger, you or Lord Beerus?" Bardoss silently raised a finger to her lips and cautioned, "Do not pose such questions. By the way, Whis and I are siblings, and in terms of strength, I am indeed the stronger." Upon hearing this, Goku excitedly exclaimed to Vegeta, "Hey, Vegeta, did you hear that? The newcomers are stronger than us." Vegeta, slightly bemused, replied, "Why are you so pleased? Shouldn't this be disheartening?" At that moment, two figures emerged from the house, Beerus and Whis. Whis, upon seeing his sister Bardoss, initially appeared delighted. But after hearing her diminish his prowess, he remarked, "Sister, that statement is somewhat contentious, considering our last encounter was over 1,000 years ago." Observing the conversation, Vegeta addressed Whis, saying, "Whis, may I borrow a training suit? I will return it shortly. I need to train." Whis nodded and, with a tap of his staff on the ground, conjured an array of training equipment before Vegeta. Gratefully, Vegeta picked up the equipment and thanked Whis before teleporting to Earth. "System, I recall you previously provided me with a 10-fold hyperbolic time chamber, correct?" Vegeta reflected on the moment he defeated Frieza when the system had traded him that 10-fold chamber. "Ding, affirmative. Would you like to activate the hyperbolic time chamber? Additionally, you possess 7 unmerged Dark Dragon Balls. Would you like to merge them?" Bennett pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us merge after opening it. I would like to inquire whether a day inside your system is equivalent to a day's attendance in your realm." "Ding, indeed, host. 1 day within counts as 1 day outside." After the system conveyed this message, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Vegeta found himself in the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, he felt 7 entities pulsating with energy within his heart. Clenching his fists, Vegeta declared, "Phew, it seems training must commence. If I do not trust the process now, my journey through time would have been in vain. I shall start with 1 billion sit-ups, 100 billion kilometers of running, and 100 million squats. Well, perhaps that will suffice for now. I can continue training later." With that, Vegeta embarked on his rigorous training regimen. Chapter 7. The Battle of the 6th and 7th Universes while Vegeta trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. Far away on the God of Destruction's planet, Goku and his companions were present. On this celestial body, Whis and Beerus were enjoying a soak in the hot springs. As they relaxed, Vados turned to Whis and asked, Which of these four Saiyans do you believe might ascend to the role of God of Destruction, or perhaps become one of our angels? As Whis savored the warmth of the springs, he pondered Vados' inquiry. Sister, why do you ask such a question? Oh, it was merely a curiosity of mine, she replied. I believe that if anyone is destined to be an angel, it would be Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta, with Vegeta being the most likely candidate. When I observed the battle between Lord Beerus and Vegeta, I noticed Vegeta exuding a profound mastery of the Ultra Instinct. If anyone is to become the God of Destruction, it would have to be Vegeta, as he acts decisively, whereas Goku's innate kindness shapes his character. Whis contemplated this before responding. At that moment, Beerus called from outside the springs. Whis, it's time to eat. Hurry up and get dressed. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, promptly dressing, with Vados following suit. On the table, a plate of bird eggs and 2 packages of instant noodles lay in wait. Kampa glanced at the noodles and laughed heartily. Ah, what is this? Merely something that has been watered down in a princess cup. And what do you have? This is a boiled egg made from the new Don Don bird's eggs. Give it a try. I assure you, it will leave you speechless, Kampa responded. Standing nearby, Goku, looking bewildered, asked Whis, does the so-called duel refer to a culinary contest? As everyone emerged from the hot springs, Kampa shared the delightful food he had brought, while Beerus retorted defiantly. There could be nothing more delicious than what exists in our universe. Thus, the culinary rivalry between Beerus and Kampa reignited. Indeed, Mr. Goku. Every time Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa engage, they first partake in a contest of cuisine, Whis explained, before scooping a boiled egg from the table. Kampa chuckled as he watched Beerus take a bite of the steamed egg. How does it taste? The 6th universe is undoubtedly the most delectable in all the cosmos. After finishing his boiled egg, Beerus remarked, Ha! First, close your mouth and savor the delicacies before you, Xiangpa. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Xiangpa swallowed hard, picked up the fork resting on his instant noodles, and began to eat. Beside him, Beerus's attendant, Whis, imitated Xiangpa and started to enjoy the meal as well. With a slurp, both Xiangpa and Whis devoured the entirety of the noodles in one go. Beerus watched as Xiangpa drank every last drop of the broth and teased, How does it taste? To which Xiangpa stuttered, it's, just mediocre, I suppose. Oh, if it's not tasty, why did you consume it all? Even the broth? Xiangpa, at a loss for words, glanced at Beerus's smug face and replied, So, Beerus, where did you acquire this? From a place called Earth, he answered. Earth? Indeed. There are countless exquisite dishes on that planet. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa turned to Whis and inquired, Hey Whis, doesn't our 6th universe also have a planet called Earth? Yes. Lord Xiangpa, I will look it up right away, Whis eagerly responded as he picked up his staff to search. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions recalled some words spoken by Vegeta earlier. We have a total of 12 universes, with 6 pairs of twin universes. Our counterpart is the 6th universe, whose god of destruction is Xiangpa, and the angel there is Whis. During that time, Gohan was preoccupied with his studies and was unaware of matters concerning the universe. As Goku pondered Vegeta's words, Whis finally located Earth and said to Xiangpa, Yes, Lord Xiangpa, we do have an Earth, but regrettably, humanity there has engaged in exceedingly foolish battles, leading to their extinction. Initially, Xiangpa was pleased, but as he absorbed this information, his astonishment grew. What did you say? Beerus burst into laughter. Haha, what a shame, Xiangpa. It's truly unfortunate that there are no cooks left on your side to prepare such superlative cuisine. Goku, hearing this, calmly remarked, Indeed, if it weren't for us warriors, Earth would have been obliterated countless times by now. Fortunately, I wished upon the Dragon Balls to reinforce it. Xiangpa glared at Beerus's smug demeanor, gritting his teeth. If there's no other way, then let us duel, Beerus. This startled Beerus, who looked at Xiangpa and asked, What? You wish to compete? With what will you contend? And how? It will undoubtedly be a martial arts tournament. If I win, you shall transfer your Earth to my 6th universe. If you win, I shall grant you the Super Dragon Balls. Oh, the Super Dragon Balls? Do not forget, we gods of destruction are forbidden from engaging in battle. Who said I wanted to fight you? Since our respective universes, let's each select 5 individuals to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, all present were astonished, save for the angels. Kampa then elaborated. We shall host a combat between Universe 6 and Universe 7, a one-on-one, turn-based confrontation. The victor continues to fight, while the defeated is replaced by the next contender. Goku eagerly raised his hands and exclaimed, Hooray! Finally, a chance to battle again. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus inquired, When shall we schedule the match? How about a month from now? That should provide ample time. Very well, I accept. Thus, the contest between Beerus and Kampa commenced. 15 days later, within the room of spirit and time, Vegeta scrutinized his attribute panel. Host, Vegeta. Racial talent, God-level legendary Saiyan. Bloodline traits, ability to absorb the power and physique of opponents. Acquired abilities, immortal body from the Dark 7 Dragon Balls, infinite energy, ability to breathe in space, ultimate Kamehameha. Tenfold ultimate Kamehameha. Items, 100 million sins of beans, indestructible attire, time-space ring. Power level, invincible below angels, 1-for-1 above angels. Existing forms, all transformation from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God 4th stage, Super Saiyan Blue 3rd stage, Deep Blue 3rd stage, Self 2nd stage, Free 2nd stage, Deep Red 2nd stage, Rose 1st stage, 100-fold Kaioken with no side effects. Satisfied with his strength, Vegeta smiled and teleported to Bulma's balcony. At that moment, Beerus was anxiously searching for Vegeta, as the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6 was imminent. Upon seeing Beerus appear before him, he angrily exclaimed, "Hey Vegeta, where have you been? I've searched for you for half a month." Vegeta, noticing Beerus's fury, quickly reassured him, "Calm down, Lord Beerus. I've merely been training." Beerus sensed Vegeta's aura. He was startled to discover that Vegeta's energy was nearing his own level. "Vegeta, do not tell me you have surpassed me," Beerus remarked. Vegeta merely smiled and nodded. At that moment, a voice echoed in Vegeta's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in for 150 years. Would you like to sign in today?" Vegeta silently thought. "Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in and receiving the Azura armor." Vegeta noted that this armor was capable of competing with Kai. Beerus then asked Vegeta, "By the way, are you going to participate in the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6? Vegeta nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness. Upon seeing Vegeta's affirmation, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, he had doubted Vegeta's willingness to join the fray, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Half a month later, amidst the boundless cosmos, a planet encircled by the Super Dragon Balls appeared, featuring a grand arena where Vegeta stood poised. He was clad in a black martial arts uniform, beneath which lay white bandages, adorned at the chest with an elegantly curved emblem. Meanwhile, in the audience, Goku and Gohan were being scolded by Chi-Chi. "Gohan, how have you started resembling your father? Do you have any idea how Biddy's been faring while you've been away?" Gohan, in a flustered manner, replied, Yes, mother, won't happen again." Observing Gohan's fluster, Chi-Chi shook her head and, with an expression of fury, turned to Goku, saying, "Goku, you should know better." On the arena, a figure resembling Jocko, accompanied by an awkward tune, announced, "I hereby declare the match officially commenced. The first contenders are Vegeta from Universe 7 and Batamo from Universe 6. Prepare yourselves. 1, 2, 3, begin." As the referee declared the start, Vegeta launched himself at Batamo with a swift punch, catching Batamo off guard and sending him flying. With a resounding thud, Batamo crashed to the ground, leaving the audience in stunned silence, particularly Kampa, who erupted in outrage. "Referee, he cheated. He struck before the signal." Upon reviewing the replay, the referee addressed Kampa, "Lord Kampa, Mr. Vegeta did not cheat. His speed simply surpassed that of his opponent." Hearing this, Kampa clutched his ears and lamented, "Ah, why is this happening? Now I understand why Beerus seemed so jubilant." Gripped by a sudden realization, Kampa recalled Beerus's delighted grin and began to regret the turn of events. Thus, due to Batamo's swift defeat, it was announced that the second contestant from Universe 6 would now take the stage. While the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6 unfolded, a small rift materialized in the very space where Vegeta had arrived. "Phew, I've finally completed this. It has exceeded 3,000 words, and it truly was exhausting to write. As for my current situation, it appears that I may only be able to update twice on Sundays. During the week, I might manage just one update. Additionally, the other story is not faring well, so I will focus on completing this one before moving on. In the future, I plan to explore other anime, including Dragon Ball, but I will write 5 or 6 chapters before transitioning to different narratives, adhering to their storylines." Chapter 8. All are vanquished. Greetings to the King of All. Following Batamo's swift defeat, I now invite Frost from Universe 6 to take the stage. Having observed Vegeta's formidable prowess in the previous match, Frost decided to hold nothing back and transformed into his ultimate form. Smiling at Vegeta, he declared, "It is an honor to compete with you, Mr. Vegeta. Your previous performance was outstanding, and I am fully aware that against you, unless I utilize my utmost strength, I stand no chance. I hope you will allow me a chance to strike. Vegito shook his head and said, Frost, you are well aware that you cannot defeat me. So why not surrender? Who engages in a war of words on the battlefield? Furthermore, I am fully cognizant of your tactics. They are nothing but self-directed theatrics. Frost, drenched in cold sweat and about to respond, was abruptly struck in the abdomen by Vegito's punch, which sent him reeling. With a resounding thud, Frost crashed heavily against the stone of the spectator area. Thus, the contestant Frost from Universe 6 was defeated, and it was time for contestant Gabe from Universe 6 to take the stage. Vegeta, seated in the audience, remarked with a smile, "Let us hope he can transform into a Super Saiyan." Goku, sitting beside him, questioned, "Vegeta, I recall that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires immense anger, and one must reach a certain threshold. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the power level must exceed 300,000, right?" Vegeta replied, "His situation falls under the latter category. Kakarot, and besides, I have traversed this path myself." On the arena, Gabe approached Vegito and said, "Greetings, Mr. Vegito. My master has informed me that you are the fusion of another Saiyan from your universe." Vegito nodded and responded, "Indeed. I am the result of the fusion between Vegeta and Goku. I am curious to see if he can transform into a Super Saiyan." Gabe nodded and began to unleash his energy with a mighty roar. Ha! A golden aura radiated around him. In a dazzling flash, Gabe transformed. His hair now a striking golden hue, enveloped in a fiery golden energy. Vegito acknowledged this transformation with a nod and stated, "Gabe, this is merely the first stage of our Saiyan transformations. We possess many more forms, such as this one." Upon finishing his words, Vegito commenced his own transformation into Super Saiyan. Yet unlike the ordinary version, his aura was intermingled with a green essence, a hallmark of the Super Saiyan form. Not wishing for his hair to appear green, Vegito had the system modify the appearance of this transformation. This unexpected display astonished all present. Witnessing Vegito's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Gabe promptly declared, "Referee, I concede." The referee, pausing to absorb Gabe's words, announced, "As contestant Gabe from Universe 6 has surrendered, the victory is awarded to contestant Vegito from Universe 7. Kampa, sitting in the audience, exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this a joke? Why would he concede? The Saiyans below should never surrender." Across from him, Beerus chuckled at Kampa, saying, "Oh, Kampa, are you still boasting? Who claimed I would regret this decision from the outset?" Kampa's insides twisted with regret, yet he noticed Vegito adorned with patera earrings, and discreetly approached Beerus to whisper, "If I recall correctly, the patera earrings are typically reserved for the Kaioshins. Using them as a mere mortal is a grave offense. Do not forget." Beerus remarked, "It's nothing. Nothing will happen." Kampa, having heard Beerus's voice, remained silent and continued watching the match below. The 6th universe's Hit was set to face the 7th universe's Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta was warming up on the arena, observing Hit's aura and commenting, "Your murderous intent is palpable. You must be an assassin or perhaps a professional killer. If that is the case, do not hold back. Unleash all your killing techniques." Hit, however, paid no heed of Vegeta's words and calmly assumed his stance. Vegeta, upon seeing Hit, charged forward, but as he neared Hit, he suddenly felt a void. Hit had employed his time skip ability. With a swift punch aimed at Vegeta's midsection, Vegeta protested, "No way, or I won't find happiness again." He quickly evaded, leaping high into the air. On the side of the arena, Goku and Vegeta watched intently. Vegeta, astonished as Hit vanished from his position, exclaimed, "How did he just appear behind Vegeta?" Goku discerned the situation, saying, "He must have used some ability to freeze time for a few seconds." Meanwhile, high above, Vegeta declared Big Bang. A colossal energy sphere materialized in his left hand and shot downward toward Hit's position. The explosion echoed as it struck the ground where Hit had stood. Disappointed, Vegeta shook his head, realizing that he had become significantly stronger than before. With this thought, he instantaneously teleported below and kicked Hit off the stage. The referee, momentarily taken aback by the swift conclusion of the match, announced, due to Hit being knocked off the stage by Vegeta, the victor of this battle is Vegeta, and the 7th universe triumphs in this tournament. Kampa, standing beside Beerus, looked at him with frustration, sighing as he acknowledged that Vegeta now possessed strength comparable to that of his brother, Beerus. The more he reflected, the more infuriated he became, shouting in anger, "It's still so infuriating. After collecting the Super Dragon Balls for so long, I now have to hand them over willingly. It's maddening." "Hey, Kampa, don't even think about backing out." Beerus interjected, "Do you see me as someone who would renege? I would never do that. Can't I even voice my complaints?" Kampa's anger intensified upon hearing Beerus's retort. Look over there, you fool. Beerus pointed into the distance. Kampa, puzzled, glanced in the direction Beerus indicated, and a cold sweat broke out as he hurriedly flew to that spot, kneeling on both knees. The god of destruction followed suit, kneeling as well, while the attendant merely knelt on one knee. Unbeknownst to many in the area, they wondered who the regal figure resembling a lion was. Vegeta provided clarification, stating, "That is Zeno. He stands at the pinnacle of the 12 universes." The crowd was taken aback by his words. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face, and Piccolo's complexion turned an even deeper shade of green. At this moment, Kampa and Beerus respectfully inquired about the reason for the Grand Zeno's visit. "Welcome, Your Majesty. We are honored by your presence. May I ask what brings you here today?" The Grand Zeno, with a charmingly innocent expression, replied, "Actually, I came to observe the unauthorized tournament you are holding and thought I would remind you to be cautious. My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty. However, after watching this match, I found it rather entertaining, and I would even like to host a tournament that includes all the universes," came an enthusiastic response. Suddenly, a different voice emerged from the crowd. "Really? That sounds immensely exciting. Please make it happen," Goku exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Beerus, hearing Goku's words, quickly interjected, "Goku, do you even understand your status? Do you think you're in a position to speak to His Majesty? Step back." Yet, Goku paid no heed to Beerus, nor did the Grand Zeno seem to mind. Vegeta chimed in, "I too believe this game is fascinating. Let us consider launching it soon, Your Majesty." After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Zeno responded, "Very well, let it be as you say." Hearing this, Vegeta extended his hand, declaring, "Then it is settled." This bold action sent a chill down the spine of all present, particularly Beerus and the guards nearby. "Vegeta, cease this at once," Beerus urgently pleaded. The guard standing by clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding a fierce aura that threatened to subdue Vegeta should he dare overstep. The Grand Zeno, after pausing to observe Vegeta's gesture, finally raised his hand and clasped Vegeta's. "All right, it is agreed." The destroyers behind them exhaled in relief. "I shall take my leave now." The Grand Zeno waved to Goku and Vegeta. "Until next time, Your Majesty." Goku and Vegeta reciprocated the gesture. In a flash, the Grand Zeno and his guards teleported back to the Grand Zeno's palace. As soon as the Grand Zeno departed, Beerus turned to Goku and Vegeta. "You two are going to get us killed. Do you not realize that if you provoke the Grand Zeno, we are all doomed?" Vegeta, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Lord Beerus, I understand. There is no need to fear. Besides, if I were unprepared, why would I even approach? That would be courting death." After saying this, Vegeta walked towards Kaba and remarked, "Kaba, take me to your Saiyan planet in Universe 6. I wish to see how you have progressed and explore the potential for new realms of development." After a brief exchange regarding the location of the Saiyan planet in Universe 6, Vegeta teleported there with Kaba. Before departing, Vegeta presented a pair of Patera earrings to the god of destruction from Universe 6. On the planet of Universe 6, Vegeta observed Caulifla's fist directed at him and shook his head with resignation, stating, "Caulifla, your punches are far too slow. If you wish to engage in battle, you must approach it with resolve." Following this, Vegeta swiftly delivered a punch to Caulifla's abdomen, causing her to wince and retch slightly, exclaiming, "Vegeta, could you please go a little easier on me? If I don't transform, I simply cannot compete with you." Upon finishing her words, Caulifla began to unleash her energy. From a distance, Kampa watched his daughter spar with the mightiest Saiyan in the universe, a smile of contentment gracing his face as he mused, "Ah, how I wish the warrior from Universe 7 will become my son-in-law." Days later, Vegeta, feeling satisfied, instantaneously returned to Earth in Universe 7, where he found Goku lying gravely injured on Bulma's lawn. Observing Goku, Vegeta contemplated the onset of the future saga and wondered whether he would encounter Black Vegeta in the upcoming chapters. Regardless, he reassured himself that he had ascended to a level above that of a god of destruction, even though he still had to contend with Beerus on equal footing. At that moment, Goku slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Vegeta standing behind Bulma, was seized by an overwhelming rage. He charged at Goku, delivering a punch while shouting, "You bastard!" Goku, unfazed, effortlessly countered Goku's barrage of attacks and inquired, "What on earth has transpired, Trunks?" Hearing that familiar voice, Goku finally began to regain his composure. "Yes, I apologize, Uncle Goku. I acted impulsively just now." He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled his earlier recklessness. Meanwhile, Bulma, concerned, asked, "What on earth happened, Trunks?" What has made you so furious? And who provoked you to react this way towards Goku? In my timeline, although we managed to defeat Cell, a new foe named Babidi emerged. After he killed the Kaioshin, I fought desperately to vanquish him. However, a few years later, two individuals who claimed to be righteous appeared. They incessantly spoke of justice, yet proceeded to slaughter the inhabitants of our planet, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction. Had we not fought back valiantly for a year, we would have faced total annihilation, but now, my mother. Outside, Beerus observed the time machine with keen interest, glancing at Trunks without saying a word, before returning to his meal of sausages. Upon hearing the mention of two individuals, Vegeta felt a sense of bewilderment, reflecting, "It seems my greatest fears have indeed come to pass. If it is not Zamasu and Black Goku, then it must be Black Goku and his counterpart. But why does Trunks know about Vegeta? He should not have any knowledge of this. How vexing." Vegeta also noticed the figures in the Great T's words and promptly inquired, "Trunks, who exactly are they?" "Those individuals bear a striking resemblance to Uncle Goku and your father. He has always donned black attire, earning the monikers Black Goku and Black Vegeta from your mother. Why on earth would a version of me from the future have such a poor name? Isn't this a bit ludicrous? It seems that now is not the time for such banter." Meanwhile, Vegeta chuckled softly, sensing that another battle was imminent. At least it wasn't against the fusions, which would be far less entertaining. Trunks glanced around and spotted Vegeta. His curiosity piqued. "Hey, who is this? Why does he look so much like my father and Uncle Goku?" At that moment, Bulma appeared to discern Trunks' confusion and began to explain. "He is a fusion of your father and Uncle Goku, known as Vegeta." "Wait, he is a fusion of Uncle Goku and Dad?" Bulma's revelation left Trunks in a quandary. He was unsure whether to address Vegeta as Uncle Goku or father. Vegeta interjected, "Do not worry. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta, so you may simply call me Vegeta." At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in Vegeta's ear. "Ding! A task has been issued. Will the host defeat the Black Goku and Black Vegeta from the future timeline? Defeating them will allow for absorption." After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta silently affirmed, "Yes, I shall accept this task. By the way, system, why does your voice no longer possess its previous charm?" "Ding! The previous system has departed, following another host. And I am now your replacement," the voice replied. Vegeta chose not to pursue the matter further, and turned his thoughts to Black Goku's rose-hued transformation, addressing Trunks. "Trunks, may I ask if they can transform? For instance, like we do in a Super Saiyans?" "Uncle Vegeta, they do possess some incredibly fearsome forms. Additionally, Black Goku has two transformations that surpass even that of the Black Star, one of which resembles our Super Saiyan form, but with longer hair. The other transformation has no red hair, just as you described. Black Vegeta is similar to Black Goku, but lacks the first transformation." After some consideration, Vegeta declared, "I shall go alone. I fear they may also fuse." At that moment, both Goku and Vegeta expressed their confusion and questioned, "Why must you go alone? Why can't we accompany you?" Vegeta explained, "Goku, Vegeta, do you truly believe I can contend with both of you in your current strongest forms without transforming? If so, let me go alone. And do you not recall that they may also fuse? Do not forget that during the battle with Majin Buu, the two of you fused as well. Goku, you should know from whom you acquired the Potara earrings." Wukong pondered for a moment, recalling that during the battle against Majin Buu, he had obtained it from the Kaioshin. He remarked, "It seems it was acquired from the Kaioshin. If that is indeed the case, we must both accompany you. Otherwise, you cannot face him alone." "Very well, you two may challenge me, and I shall not transform. If you cannot defeat me, I will face him alone. If you manage to prevail, then we shall go together." The reason Vegeta was hesitant to allow Wukong and Vegeta to participate was primarily to absorb the dark energy without interruption. On the grassy expanse, Vegeta instantaneously transported Wukong and Vegeta to a distant planet's meadow. He then shook his head at Wukong and Vegeta before leaping back several paces. After exchanging glances, Wukong and Vegeta assumed their stances, and Vegeta mirrored their readiness. In that moment, a serene atmosphere enveloped them. Suddenly, Wukong charged forward, launching a punch aimed at Vegeta's face, which Vegeta effortlessly blocked with his palm. Observing his punch land without effect, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue at full power. However, he was abruptly struck in the abdomen by a powerful energy blast from Vegeta, causing him to spit blood as he was sent flying and landed on the ground. Begrudgingly gazing up at Vegeta, witnessing Wukong's plight, was swiftly knocked aside, roaring in frustration. This is for avenging Bulma. Yet before Vegeta could fully transform, He too was sent crashing to the ground by another blow from Vegeta. Vegeta looked at Wukong and Vegeta with a sigh, saying, "Had I known it would come to this, why proceed in this manner? Do not forget that I am inherently far stronger than both of you. Moreover, during our battle with Bu, I was capable of overwhelming him in my base form. Consider how much stronger I am now." After speaking, Vegeta retrieved a time-space ring from his dimensional space and placed it on his right index finger, subsequently opening a portal. As he prepared to enter the portal, he turned back to Wukong and Vegeta, saying, "You both must strive diligently. Who knows, perhaps in time you will surpass my base form." Without another word, Vegeta stepped into the portal. Chapter 10. Vegeta versus Dark Vegeta. In a future timeline, Dark Wukong and Dark Vegeta soared through the skies in search of their adversary. Dark Wukong, unable to sense any energy, erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, why can't we find that coward? Wait, why has an extraordinarily powerful energy suddenly manifested?" Just as Dark Vegeta and Dark Wukong were bewildered, a portal appeared before them, and out stepped Vegeta. Vegeta surveyed the two dark counterparts and declared, "You two should fuse. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me. Why should we heed your words?" Before Dark Wukong and Dark Vegeta could finish their retort, Vegeta struck Dark Wukong squarely in the chest with a powerful punch. Black Goku sensed the formidable power of Vegeta. After exchanging a knowing glance with Black Vegeta, the latter smirked and removed the green Patera earring from his left ear, tossing it towards Black Goku. Upon catching the green Patera earring, Black Goku adorned it on his right ear. In an instant, a colossal white energy flame surged skyward, dispersing the surrounding dust and debris, shattering the trees and grass, while the ground fractured beneath the overwhelming force. A fierce aura enveloped the scene, and Vegeta smiled slightly. At that moment, Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 1. While opposite him, Black Vegeta had taken on a pink hue, donned Black Goku's attire, and bore Vegeta's visage, albeit with the green earring still in place. Black Vegeta observed Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 1, and with a hand covering his face to conceal his grin, remarked, "It seems my power has truly left you in awe, prompting you to transform into Super Saiyan 1 yourself." Just as Black Vegeta finished speaking, the newly transformed Vegeta instantly teleported before him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. As Black Vegeta's head was about to make contact with the ground, Vegeta delivered another kick to his face, sending him flying. Black Vegeta skidded along the ground for several miles before finally coming to a halt. Vegeta looked on and taunted the now pink-hued Black Vegeta, saying, "That still won't suffice, brother. Even in your fused state, you remain woefully inadequate." Gradually rising to his feet, Black Vegeta bellowed with fury, "You shall soon be obliterated by the consequences of your folly." With a fierce swing of his fist directed at Vegeta, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, instantly shattering the numerous cracks that lay before it. Yet Vegeta maintained his confident smile, shifting his body slightly as the energy wave brushed past the edge of his clothing, racing into the distance. The distant mountains erupted in explosions under the force of the attack. When Black Vegeta realized his assault had borne no fruit and charged at Vegeta, he aimed a punch at Vegeta's head. Vegeta effortlessly blocked with one hand and countered with a kick aimed at Black Vegeta's midsection. Observing this, Black Vegeta quickly defended and retreated. Seeing his kick miss, Vegeta pressed forward in pursuit. Black Vegeta retaliated, and the two ascended into the sky, their forms flickering as they exchanged blows that erupted in waves of explosions. Black Vegeta rapidly condensed an energy sword in his hand and swung it at Vegeta. Rather than retreating, Vegeta advanced, positioning himself before Black Vegeta to intercept the attack, rendering the energy sword harmless. In response, Black Vegeta attempted to strike with his knee, only to be thwarted by Vegeta's other arm. At that moment, Black Vegeta again swung his arm, imbued with energy, forcefully aimed at Vegeta's head. Vegeta swiftly dodged to the left, evading the energy sword and countering with a kick directed at Black Vegeta's head. In a fierce clash, Black Vegeta was struck by Vegeto's punch, causing his face to become distorted. At that moment, Black Bennett found himself transformed by Vegito, trembling as he fell to the ground. The system's voice echoed in Vegito's ear, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Black Vegito. Would you like to absorb or merge now?" Upon hearing the term merge, Vegito furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, "System, may I ask if this merge refers to Jiangcheng or a mere combination?" The system responded, "Ding. Answer for the host. It can only be a combination. but you may achieve certain hidden accomplishments. After a moment of reflection, Vegito removed the Patera earring from his ear and placed his own earring on the left ear of Black Vegito. If one wonders why they did not stack, one should inquire with the system. As Vegito and Black Vegito collided, a dazzling white light enveloped them, and Vegito felt an increase in his power, albeit slight, with a new effect emanating within him. Ding! Congratulations, host! By merging with Black Vegito, you have attained Super Saiyan Magenta and unlocked a hidden achievement, gaining the ability to amplify evil power. Vegito sensed the sudden magnification of evil within himself and hurriedly questioned the system. System, may I ask if this hidden reward can be accumulated with Super Saiyan? The system replied, ding. Affirmative, host. It can be applied to all forms, multiplying by 0.1 in addition to the original factor. Would the host like to sign in? Vegito pondered for a moment and then asked system, what does the form look like after the amplification of evil power? Is it akin to Vegeta from Dragon Ball Heroes? Yes, I would like to sign in. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received the Infinite Food House. Indeed. While Vegito reveled in his reward, Goku, Vegeta, and Daz were transported to the future through the time machine. Upon disembarking, they found only Vegito present, with Black Goku and Black Vegito nowhere in sight. Goku flew over to Vegito and asked Vegito, where are Black Goku and Black Vegito? Vegito frowned slightly and replied, Goku, did I not tell you not to come? No worries. I've already dealt with them. Just as Goku was about to ask another question, Vegito instantaneously transported to Universe 6. Goku scratched his head, exclaiming, why leave without finishing your sentence? In Universe 6, Caulifla was enjoying a hot spring when she suddenly heard a whoosh. Turning around, she was startled to see Vegito, who was now completely unclothed. Caulifla, embarrassed by Vegito's unexpected appearance in her room while she was preparing to bathe, blushed deeply and was about to scream, but Vegito quickly covered her mouth, saying, Caulifla, don't shout. Moreover, do not forget that the day before yesterday, when you were drunk, I entered your room and you pulled me in. The next day, when you were hugging me, I trust you remember that. At that moment, Kaifula recalled the wildness of a few nights prior, her body flushing with warmth. Hastily, she pushed Vegeta's hand away and squatted within hot spring. Vegeta, observing Kaifula crouching in the water, glanced down and was startled by what she saw. Kaifula's bosom appeared significantly larger than it had been prior to their fusion. Could it be that the earrings had such an effect? Dismissing the thought, Vegeta also settled into the hot spring, positioning herself behind Kaifula, playfully resting Kaifula on her third leg. Suddenly, Kaifula felt a rush of warmth beneath her, her face flushing crimson as she turned to Vegeta, only to find her transformed into a Super Saiyan. Softly, Kaifula implored, be gentle, and please refrain from transforming. It can be rather painful. The following morning, Kaifula awoke from the previous night's exertions, opening her eyes to behold Vegeta in slumber. Pouting, she muttered, I wish you had been gentler. I was in pain for quite some time last night. It was unbearable. I must insist that Vegeta take me to the hyperbolic time chamber in their universe for some training, or I shall cease communication with him. At that moment, Vegeta stirred awake, noticing Kaifula's pout, seemingly speaking ill of him. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, what is my dear wife pondering? Feeling the breath against her ear, Kaifula shivered and replied, hey, Vegeta, who is your wife? If you insist on calling me that, I might just accept it, but you must take me to the time chamber. Otherwise, I will inform my father. Upon hearing that Kaifula threatened to tell her father, Vegeta recalled a prior conversation with his father-in-law, who had remarked, Vegeta, I can see you have an interest in my daughter. I hope you two can be together. But while you may disappoint her, do not ever cause her significant distress, or you will face my wrath. At that time, Vegeta had assured him that he would do his utmost to please Kaifula. Shaking his head in resignation, he replied, very well, my dear wife, I shall take you. As Vegeta spoke, he embraced Kaifula, preparing to change clothes. Chapter 11. The Divine Vegeta. Once Kaifula was dressed, Vegeta remarked, my dear, now that you are ready, let's depart. Hey, Vegeta, you'd best not call me wife in public, or I shall ignore you, Kaifula warned. Yes, yes, my dear wife. Is it acceptable if I refrain from using that term in public? Vegeta responded, lifting Kaifula and using instant transmission to arrive on Earth. Universe 7. Beerus anxiously searched for Vegeta, as the Grand Zeno wished to play with him. Just as Beerus was growing frustrated in his search, he suddenly sensed Vegeta's energy signature on Earth and hurriedly made his way there. Several hours later, Beerus observed Vegeta meditating at the pinnacle of the sacred temple. As Vegeta opened his eyes, he was met with Beerus's ire. "Hey Vegeta, where have you been these past few days? I cannot fathom why Lord Zeno insists on having you entertain him." Upon finishing his remark, Beerus turned to Whis and commanded, "Whis, teleport us both to Lord Zeno." "Yes, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, promptly using his staff to transport Vegeta and Beerus to Zeno's Grand Hall. As for Goku and Vegeta, they were presently training in a standard room of spirit and time, while Caulifla was honing her skills in Vegeta's tenfold version of a chamber. In the Grand Hall, Lord Zeno was surveying the 12 universes when he grew increasingly restless. "Ah, how dull. Why haven't Vegeta and Goku arrived yet?" Hearing Zeno's lament, the Grand Minister offered words of comfort. "My lord, your guests have just arrived." As Vegeta materialized before Zeno, he felt a twinge of annoyance, contemplating that it was time to initiate the destruction of 8 universes. He thought to himself that he should inquire about the upcoming Tournament of Power. Thus he spoke, "Hey, Zeno, how have you been lately? Also, weren't we supposed to organize a martial arts tournament for all the universes together? What has become of that? I can hardly wait to spar with the masters from each universe." Instead of addressing the tournament, Zeno inquired, "Vegeta, may I ask what you've been up to lately? Why haven't you invited me to play?" Vegeta explained, "I was training, so I was unaware that Beerus sought me. Besides, you know how we fighters adore training whenever we have a chance." "Indeed, that is true," Zeno replied. "Let us proceed. But I wish to observe how the gods of destruction from the 12 universes engage in battle." Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister raised his hand to summon the gods of destruction and angels from the 11 universes, indicating that an important announcement was forthcoming. With a swift motion, the gods of destruction and angels from their respective universes were instantly transported to Lord Zeno's palace. The Grand Minister addressed the assembled gods of destruction. "I am here to convey a message from Lord Zeno. We are preparing to host a martial arts tournament called the Power Tournament." "The Power Tournament? Is this truly Lord Zeno's intention? This will be the first of its kind in millennia." The gods of destruction murmured amongst themselves, intrigued by the announcement. At this moment, the god of destruction from Universe 8, Likir, voiced his concern. "Is this tournament merely a friendly competition, or is there a deeper purpose behind it?" The Grand Minister clarified. "Previously, Lord Zeno observed that your performances have not been satisfactory, and thus he wishes to eliminate the 8 universes that fall below standard." The audience gasped at the Grand Minister's words, and the god of destruction from Universe 4, Moscow, expressed his astonishment. "So, you mean to say that universes failing to meet the standard will be eradicated?" "Indeed, aside from the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes. The others do not meet the standards. However, for the upcoming Power Tournament, these 8 universes will not be eliminated for the time being. Meanwhile, let us warm up by allowing the gods of destruction to engage in a preliminary match, giving Lord Zeno an opportunity to discern which among our 12 universes stand supreme." Upon concluding his statement, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers, teleporting the gods of destruction to the arena he had created. The god of destruction from the 12th universe, Jin, inquired, "Are we competing one-on-one?" "No," replied the Grand Priest. "I invite you all to battle simultaneously. I shall determine the rules of the Power Tournament based on your performance. Should any god of destruction attempt to undermine the integrity of the competition, they will be swiftly eradicated." The Grand Priest's declaration astonished the gods of destruction on the stage. Beerus trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Damn it, why did Vegeta have to propose this tournament?" And to hear such terrifying words from the Grand Priest's gentle visage is eerily reminiscent of Lord Zeno. At that moment, Vegeta, observing the eager gods of destruction below, called out to Lord Zeno, "Hey, Zeno, I wish to participate in this contest as well." This audacious declaration left the gods of destruction in stunned silence. After all, how could a mere human dare to address Lord Zeno so casually? The Grand Priest, with a hint of concern, remarked, "This is a battle of gods of destruction. Are you certain you can handle it, Vegeta?" Vegeta merely smiled, indicating that it was all trivial for him. Beerus, watching Vegeta prepare to descend into battle, sighed in relief. Recalling how Lord Zeno had previously ordered the gods of destruction to play hide-and-seek, only to doze off during the game, prompting thoughts of obliterating all universes. Had it not been for the other gods of destruction safeguarding Lord Zeno, chaos would have ensued. Now, the gods of destruction looked at Beerus, harboring a desire to eliminate him. It appeared that Vegeta was indeed from the 7th universe, which made sense. Hearing the mocking jests from the other gods of destruction, Beerus grew increasingly irate and turned to the now-present Vegeta, demanding, "Hey, Vegeta, you must win this match for me. If you fail, I shall destroy Earth." Vegeta replied, "What is the matter, Lord Beerus? Do you not have faith in my abilities?" As they exchanged hushed words, the Grand Priest announced the commencement of the match. On the arena, the gods of destruction surrounded Vegeta and Beerus, each adopting their battle stances. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's signal to begin, they surged forward. Vegeta crossed his arms and bellowed, "Ha-ya!" As he unleashed his power, an aura of golden and dark crimson energy erupted around him, soaring into the sky. At that moment, Vegeta transformed into his evil Super Saiyan form. His hair remained akin to that of a typical Super Saiyan, yet his aura shifted from golden to a dark yellow hue. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Why does Vegeta's aura carry the essence of the evil god? After this match, I must inquire with him." On the sidelines, the 9th and 10th universes gazed in astonishment at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Incredible! A human has attained the aura of a deity." In Universe 10, Ramsey swung a powerful punch towards Vegeta, who deftly evaded the attack. After realizing his blow had missed, Ramsey launched another punch at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta turned his head and unleashed a right hook that struck Ramsey squarely in the face. Ramsey felt the force of Vegeta's punch propel him backward, and he continued to fly several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. With an air of arrogance, Vegeta beckoned to the gods of destruction, saying, "Hey, you 9, hurry up and join the fray. Let us not waste any more time." If they weren't going to participate in the battle, Vegeta thought it might be better to devote his time to meditation, seeking to fully integrate his essence and self within him, rather than allowing them to become separated again. Although the system had altered his ability to maintain composure amidst emotional fluctuations, he was still curious to see if he could infuse that essence into his very blood and bones. Meanwhile, Mouse and Beerus exchanged blows, with Mouse remarking, "That guy's strength is quite impressive. Ha, this match is getting more interesting." Beerus bellowed back, "Interest in my foot, you filthy rat," and charged forward once again, with Mouse unwilling to back down, leading to another fierce skirmish between them. "Hey, Hellas, let us set aside that fool Beerus for now and focus on defeating this human," Gold suggested. After exchanging glances, they both unleashed their energy and charged at Vegeta, launching a flurry of punches. With his arms crossed, Vegeta braced himself against the onslaught from the 12th universe and the 6th universe. Just then, the robot Mosca from the 3rd universe rushed in from behind. Sensing Mosca's approach, Vegeta swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. With a resounding thud, Mosca was sent flying by a punch from Gold and Hellas. Vegeta seized the opportunity, delivering a counterattack towards Gold and Hellas, causing both to be propelled in Mosca's direction. While in flight, Gold also attempted to fire energy blasts at Vegeta, but to no avail. Vegeta chuckled, "Your power is impressive, but your speed is lacking," as he effortlessly deflected all the energy blasts. From a distance, the Joker conjured 5 razor-sharp cards made of energy, capable of inflicting wounds upon gods of destruction. With a cold smile, he began to fling numerous cards in Vegeta's direction. Ligil extended 9 tails, each brimming with potent energy. With a fierce roar, Ligil unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta. Hellas, Ramsey, Iwansi, and Raylak followed suit, launching their own energy attacks in a synchronized assault. A tremendous explosion erupted at Vegeta's position, and Hellas gazed at the sight of the blast, pondering, "That should have taken care of him, right?" However, contrary to the wishes of the gods, amidst the billowing smoke, a formidable aura suddenly erupted. The dragon smoke was dispersed by this overwhelming presence, as Vegeta transformed into the super evil god Super Saiyan 2. His aura took on a hint of green, and Vegeta felt a surge of anger, for he was covered in dirt and grime, knowing that upon his return, he would surely face reprimand from Fura. With this thought, Vegeta ceased his assault on the sea and instead directed his energy towards the ocean itself. Vegeta surged forth, and, sensing immense pain in their abdomens, both Beerus and Whis glanced down to find Vegeta striking his fists against himself, resulting in the 2 gods of destruction being sent reeling backward, blood spurting from their mouths as they flew. The Omni King, observing the smoke below, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "There is too much smoke on the arena. It is impossible to see clearly." The Grand Priest echoed his sentiment, saying, "Indeed, Your Majesty, the match has concluded." Upon hearing this, the Omni King replied, "Then let it be concluded. By the way, Grand Priest, ensure that next time a match is held, I am provided with a clear view of the proceedings." Following the Omni King's directive, the Grand Priest announced, "Very well, this shall suffice. I ask all gods of destruction to return to their respective positions." With a snap of his fingers, the Grand Priest teleported all the gods of destruction back to their places. However, this left Vegeta quite irate, as he had just gathered his ultimate Kamehameha energy and launched it, only to hear that the match was over. The Grand Priest then informed all the gods of destruction about the start time of the tournament and briefly outlined the rules before sending everyone back to their universes. Yet, before departing, the Grand Priest called out to Vegeta. He looked at Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, why do you possess the aura of an evil god?" Vegeta, taken aback, realized that he could not divulge the existence of his system to the Grand Priest. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Esteemed Grand Priest, I acquired this ability while battling the future version of Zamasu." "Oh, and how did you acquire this ability?" the Grand Priest pressed. Vegeta explained, "After defeating Zamasu, I was struck by Master Zong and sent crashing onto a planet, which contained a dark black hole. I was drawn into it, and during that process, I felt my own malevolence magnified infinitely. However, I ultimately overcame it, and through adversity, I gained this power." Vegeta provided the Grand Priest with a reasonable explanation. The Grand Priest did not dwell on it further. After a brief conversation with the Omni King, Vegeta instantaneously teleported back to the realm of the gods of destruction. As he appeared, Beerus was about to speak when Vegeta interrupted him. "Lord Beerus, when does the tournament of power commence?" With a huff, "Let's commence our tale 6 months hence, focusing solely on our Earth. By the way, why do you exude the aura of an evil deity?" It is known that Beerus's predecessor, the god of destruction, was a friend of the Grand Minister, who possessed knowledge of certain sinister entities. Upon witnessing Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 2, not in the customary golden hue, but rather tinged with a hint of darkness, he inquired about the peculiar transformation. Vegeta, adhering to the explanation provided by the Grand Minister, deftly evaded the question. At that moment, the voice of the system chimed in with details regarding this latest reward. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for vanquishing all the gods of destruction. You have attained your 5th transformation and acquired the 9 tails from Naruto, achieving the hidden accomplishment of defeating all the gods of destruction single-handedly, thus earning a 100-fold increase in the hyperbolic time chamber." Astounded by the unexpected gifts, Vegeta silently pondered. "System, may I inquire about the purpose of this 9 tails? Moreover, what am I to do with it?" The system promptly responded, "Ding, to serve as a pet." After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta mused that he could indeed keep it for his wife. With this thought in mind, he communicated his intentions and, bidding farewell, teleported into the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 12. Prelude to the Tournament of Power. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta observed Caulifla fervently training. With a wry smile, he approached and lifted her up, prompting her to express her annoyance. "Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing?" "I'm still training. We are about to hold a martial arts tournament. Prepare yourself to step outside," he instructed. "Oh, what kind of tournament?" she asked. "It involves selecting 10 formidable warriors from 12 universes to engage in team battles." "That sounds great. If I participate from our universe, we will be unbeatable. Just think about it. Who could possibly defeat the 2 of us in our current state?" Sighing, Vegeta replied, "Perhaps you should return to your own universe to compete. Besides, you cannot currently match me, regardless of the circumstances." Caulifla, hearing Vegeta's assertion that she could never surpass him, became infuriated. "Vegeta, you haven't even transformed. I will fight you as a Super Saiyan 4. With that declaration, she erupted with energy, causing the very ground to tremble as her power surged forth. As Vegeta observed Caulifla's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he noted her stature increasing and body becoming furrier, though her attire concealed her chest. He mused to himself, "Why do we males lose our clothing upon transformation, yet females retain theirs? Nevertheless, it is rather pleasant, for she is indeed my wife." Caulifla, now in her Super Saiyan 4 form, approached Vegeta with enthusiasm and landed a punch squarely on his face. Vegeta, slightly irked by her relentless assault, retorted, "Caulifla, what is the meaning of this? Are you solely targeting my face?" In response, he delivered a punch to her abdomen, causing her to gag and revert from her Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Vegito shared some crucial competition notes with Caulifla before using instant transmission to send her back to Universe 6. After Caulifla's departure, Vegito summoned the 9 tails from within himself. Gazing at the ethereal creature emerging from his body, he began to stroke its soft, white fur. The 9 tails, feeling the gentle caress, nuzzled against Vegito's chest. After indulging in this moment of tenderness, Vegito set the 9 tails aside and commenced his training. On Earth, upon hearing Beerus mention the Tournament of Power, Goku and Vegeta were taken aback by the sudden preparations. Goku, ever optimistic, reassured them that they would not falter, for they had Vegito on their side. In Universe 11, on the Destroyer S planet, the clown surveyed his swollen nose, a result of Vegito's earlier blow. Turning to Zamasu, he inquired, "Zamasu, does Jiren still refuse to fuse?" "Indeed, my Lord Destroyer," Zamasu replied. Kneeling on one leg, Jiren still solely trusts in his own strength. It seemed a gamble was inevitable, despite the angel's warning that such a course was ill-advised. The clown, undeterred, proceeded with his plan. 5 months later, Vegito had spent an entire decade in the hyperbolic time chamber, resulting in a staggering accumulation of power. He activated his interface, revealing his status: Host, Vegito. Race, Godly Legendary Saiyan. Bloodline trait: ability to absorb or devour the capabilities of others, gaining their exceptional powers. Evil God Demon Power, 5 elements bloodline, 100. Strength, Vegito 100 times. Items held: Shura Armor, 5 elements armor, Emperor Armor Summoner, Gravity Suit with infinite enhancement. Abilities: Time and Space Laws, Infinite Life, Knowledge of all universes, Mastery of all languages. Forms: Super Saiyan 1 to 5, Super Saiyan God Stage 5, Super Saiyan Blue Stage 5, Magenta Stage 4, Deep Blue Stage 5, Crimson Stage 5, Freeform Stage 5, Cell Stage 5. Skills: Ultimate Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, Energy Blade, Key Scythe, Final Flash, Dimensional Slash. Vegito smiled at his newfound strength, contemplating a confrontation with the Grand Minister. If Zeno can erase everything, he mused, then surely I can prevail. After a moment of reflection, he summoned the door to step out. Back on Earth, Goku pondered who to select for the tournament. Suddenly, Vegito appeared before him, illuminating his thoughts. While he struggled to devise a team, he inquired, "Vegito, who do you think should represent our Universe 7? Vegito replied, "It should be you, Goku, and Vegeta, along with me. We should also bring Goten and Trunks, though they must fuse to stand a chance. As for the remaining spots, I suggest Piccolo. Perhaps the dragon can help unlock his potential, and we can round out the team with androids 17 and 18. Vegito pondered for a moment before speaking again. "By the way, Goku, how is your training with Vegeta progressing?" It's going fairly well. I can now almost fully master half of the Ultra Instinct technique, and Vegeta has successfully learned the form of the God of Destruction this month. He even named itself Ultra Instinct." Vegito contemplated this for a brief moment, then turned and flew towards the north. Goku, noticing Vegito's sudden departure, quickly called out, "Hey, Vegito, where are you going?" "Of course, I'm going to rest. I've been training for 5 months now. I'll solidify my strength a bit longer. Just call for me in a month." A month later, Beerus looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, "Vegito, this time it all depends on you. If we lose, I will not let you off easily." Yes, Lord Beerus. Why do you doubt my strength? Don't forget, you can hardly fight right now. It should be a fair match." Beerus glared at Vegito, annoyed by his cocky demeanor, yet feeling powerless, for indeed, Vegito was now significantly stronger than himself. After a flash of light, everyone found themselves on the arena in the Null Realm. Vegito addressed Goten and Trunks. "Listen, Goten and Trunks, remember that your fusion lasts only half an hour. Thus, you should fuse only in the latter part of the match, unless you are about to fall." As Vegito cautioned Goten and Trunks, he suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful aura. Turning around, he spotted someone from Universe 11, adorned with a pair of earrings identical to those of Black Vegito. As Vegito scrutinized the individual, the God of Destruction from Universe 11, known as the Clown, approached with a grin. The Clown, arms crossed, confidently declared to Vegito, "He has come to confront you, formed from the ultimate fusion of our universe's finest. He is the strongest, and his name is Super Jiren." Unfazed, Vegito retorted mockingly, "He may be strong, but can you tell me who he fused with? If I remember correctly, a fusion inherits the appearances of both parties. Yet why does this individual look identical?" After speaking, Vegito unleashed his own formidable pressure, causing everyone present to struggle for breath, except for those from Universe 76. He looked at the Clown, now subdued by his aura, and taunted, "It makes sense. After all, the Clown is meant to bring humor. But truthfully, your pathetic combat ability is far more amusing than your jokes. Perhaps you should consider retirement as a clown." Crack! The Clown clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Observing the Clown's impotent rage, Vegito couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is just too amusing. And let me remind you, when it comes to fusion, no one can surpass me. Do you really think he stands a chance against me? Do not forget, I'm the strongest in the universe. Chapter 13, The Strength Tournament, Part 2. As Vegito and the Joker exchanged taunts, Kaifula suddenly leapt forward, wrapping her arms around Vegito's neck and inquiring playfully, "Have you missed me, Vegito?" Vegito, taken aback by the astonished gazes around them, replied, "Ahem, Kaifula. Perhaps you should glance over at Joe. Don't forget." Upon finishing her words, Vegito cast a significant glance at Kaifula. Realizing the shock reflected in the eyes of those nearby, Kaifula quickly released her grip and awkwardly stood by, wishing she could dig a castle to hide in. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest boomed, "I now request all unrelated personnel to the stands. I trust everyone is well acquainted with the rules by now, but to prevent any further infractions, I shall reiterate, the use of restorative potions or similar items is prohibited, flying is forbidden, and killing is not allowed." After the Grand Priest's announcement, the Joker cast a fierce glare at Vegito before begrudgingly returning to the stands. Following a brief exchange with Kaifula, she cheerfully rejoined her team. With all unrelated members back in their places and each team standing ready, the Grand Priest declared, "Then let the competition commence." No sooner had he spoken than the cosmos stirred to life. Trunks and Goten transformed into their Super Saiyan forms and dashed out. Just as Gohan was about to halt Trunks and Goten, a flurry of movement erupted as Goku, Vegeta, Vegito, Android 17, and Android 18 all leapt away to seek their respective opponents. Goku and Vegeta transformed into their most potent forms, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that sent the competitors flying. As the Grand Priest raised a finger, the eliminated contestants' images dimmed, and after several universes faced obliteration, only the formidable Jiren and Zapar from Universe 11, Kaifula and Hit from Universe 6, and Vegito, Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, Gohan, and Piccolo from Universe 7 remained. At that moment, Vegito had ascended to Super Saiyan 2, locking eyes with Jiren, who returned the gaze. Observing the tension between them, Goku and Vegeta could no longer contain themselves. "That head should be mine," Vegito Goku declared. "Hey Kakarot, you took down the last opponent, so this one belongs to me." Vegeta countered. Jiren interjected, "Why not have both of you come at me together?" In agreement, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing looks and charged forward, initiating a fierce melee. However, Jiren's piercing glare sent Vegeta hurtling back several meters, while Goku, thanks to his perfect self-adjustment, skillfully evaded the attack. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Gohan confronted Zapar, who had transformed into his god of destruction form. "Zapar, I can see your stamina is waning," Gohan stated. "Heh, you are hardly in a better state," Zapar retorted, panting heavily as he mocked Gohan. At this moment, Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. After glancing at his dwindling stamina, he observed Zapper placing both hands on his chest, channeling a dark purple energy. A sense of foreboding washed over Gohan as he swiftly gathered his energy, preparing the Kamehameha wave. Meanwhile, Zapper had amassed his most potent destructive energy and unleashed it. The clash of their formidable attacks resonated throughout the void, creating a thunderous uproar. From a distance, their energy waves appeared nearly equal, yet Gohan gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the strain. Just as Gohan was on the brink of collapse, a sudden flash of light emerged from behind Zapper. It was Piccolo, utilizing the remnants of his strength to unleash the most powerful special beam cannon he had ever conjured, aimed directly at Zapper's back. Though Zapper withstood Piccolo's assault, Gohan's full force strike sent him careening away. However, in his final moments, Zapper managed to take both Gohan and Piccolo down with him. Gohan found himself transported to the stands, where he turned to see the battered forms of Goku and Vegeta, before shifting his gaze back to the arena. On the stage, only Jiren and Vegeta remained, alongside the distant figure of Caulifla. Vegeta, observing the panting Jiren, taunted him, "Oh, the ace fighter, you seem to be quite drained. I won't take advantage of your weakness. Instead, I shall transform into Super Saiyan 4 and face you head-on." With that, Vegeta commenced his transformation, unleashing a surge of energy. Moments later, a brilliant red light enveloped him, signifying his full-powered Super Saiyan 4 form. Arrogant fool. I must win this match," Jiren declared as he too began to exert all his remaining strength, channeling it into a concentrated force within his right fist. He charged at Vegeta, but the latter deftly evaded the attack. After sidestepping, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Jiren's abdomen, sending him flying. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a technique he had never before employed, the Dragon Fist. A colossal dragon shadow materialized above Jiren's midsection, propelling him into the void of nothingness. With a mere tap from Zeno, Jiren's universe was obliterated. Caulifla, now the sole survivor alongside Vegeta, leaped from the ruins, while Beerus, seated in the spectators area, called out anxiously, "Hey Vegeta, don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Think of our universe. We can always use the Super Dragon Balls to revive everyone." Beside him, Kappa chuckled at Beerus's distress, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, our Universe 6 is bound to win this time, especially since your ace is one of ours." Caulifla smirked at Vegeta, saying, "It's just the two of us left now." Vegeta, hands on his hips, faced Caulifla and inquired, "Shall you strike first, or shall I?" "You go ahead," she replied. "Oh, are you certain?" Vegeta responded, taken aback by Caulifla's willingness to allow him the first move. Kyphera nodded slightly, and in the next moment, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch directed at Kyphera. Startled, Kyphera raised both hands in defense, only to hear a resounding thud as the impact resonated. Wincing in pain, Kyphera looked at Vegeta and exclaimed, "Hey, Vegeta, could you strike a bit more gently? Furthermore, why are you only using your ordinary state against me?" Vegeta shook his head and replied, "Well, is it possible that you're simply too weak for me to utilize my strongest form?" He continued, "If you dare to transform, otherwise, the previous rewards will be forfeited." All right, I will transform," Kyphera responded promptly upon hearing that his rewards were at stake. Vegeta, upon realizing the urgency, activated the initial stage of his strongest form. Instantly, an aura of malevolence yet purity radiated around Vegeta, causing angels and destroyers alike to rise in astonishment. For he had transformed into the evil god of duality. The destroyers, now visibly unsettled, echoed in unison, "No, this cannot be. How can a mere human attain the form of our dreams? Moreover, to fuse two forms together is utterly impossible." The Grand Priest, observing from above, squinted and remarked, "To merge two incompatible forms is indeed impressive. I hope you will continue to surprise me in the future." Such overwhelming pressure, Kyphera thought, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Realizing that otherwise, he would have been blown away. After a deep sigh, Vegeta lightly punched Kyphera in the abdomen, causing an immense force to strike him, propelling him rapidly backward. The Grand Priest, looking at the present Vegeta, announced, "Congratulations to Vegeta of Universe 7 for securing first place in this tournament." After completing the Divine Feather technique, the Grand Priest inquired, "Mr. Vegeta, what wish do you wish to make?" "I wish to restore all the universes that have been completely destroyed," Vegeta stated firmly. "Are you certain?" the Grand Priest asked incredulously, as he expected Vegeta to opt for a wish that would enhance his power. Vegeta nodded, affirming his desire, and soon after, the Grand Priest communicated with the Eternal Dragon. The Eternal Dragon responded, "Your wish has been granted." Upon the completion of the wish, the Eternal Dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, scattering into the cosmos. After making this wish, Goku conversed with the Omni King before returning to Earth alongside everyone else, while Vegeta directly transported to Universe 6. In Universe 6, Kyphera gazed at Vegeta with dissatisfaction and remarked, "Humph, you wretched fellow, with such a strong demeanor, how could you not confide in me? And don't forget the promise you made to me earlier." Vegeta pondered for a moment, recalling a previous promise made to Kyphera. "My dear, I promise you anything you desire." With a resigned shake of his head, he looked at Kyphera, who was now playfully seated upon his lap. Chapter 14. The protagonist's first defeat approaches. Months later, within the cosmos, Beerus unleashed a wave of energy directed at Goku, who narrowly evaded it by tilting his head. At that moment, both warriors were in tatters. Goku had transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, while Beerus had assumed his God of Destruction guise. The planet behind them was obliterated in an instant, and amidst the ensuing chaos, Beerus seized the opportunity to strike at Goku with a claw. Goku sidestepped and retaliated with a punch aimed at Beerus, who barely dodged it, countering with a strike aimed at Goku's neck. The force of Beerus's blow sent Goku reeling, causing him to cough up blood. Observing his own condition, Goku quickly retaliated by kicking Beerus away and took to the skies. As he ascended, he launched several energy blasts towards Beerus, who effortlessly redirected them back at Goku. The blast struck Goku, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Just as Beerus was about to smirk at the sight, Goku surged forward, unleashing a Kamehameha wave aimed at Beerus's back. The impact shattered several celestial bodies, and Beerus was wounded by Goku's attack. Just as Goku prepared to catch his breath, Beerus lunged forward, swiping at Goku's face. Once he grasped Goku's visage, Beerus began to channel a devastating blow. On Earth, tornadoes and volcanic eruptions erupted across the nation. Piccolo witnessed a bus being lifted into the air and rushed to intercept it, urgently instructing the passengers to evacuate one by one. Afterward, he turned his serious gaze towards the sky, pondering Goku's relentless pursuit of power. Why does he chase strength so fervently? Isn't there already Vegito? On the God of Destruction's planet, Vegito and Caulifla were engaged in a rigorous training session. However, after a short while, Caulifla grimaced in pain, prompting her to ask Vegito for a break. Hey Vegito, let us pause. My back is acting up again. Vegito responded, are you alright? Huh, you still have a nerve to ask if I'm fine? If it weren't for your promise to help me in training, would I be in this state? You still treat me like before. Alright, let us not dwell on that. Sit down and rest. Vegito reflected on the intensity of their training over the past few days. Had it not been for his ample supply of senza beans, Caulifla would likely be exhausted by now, having consumed several beans in just 2 days. In the cosmos, Goku observed Beerus preparing to unleash destruction upon him. In a moment of urgency, he utilized instant transmission to teleport to a nearby inhabited planet. On that planet, a sheep grazed peacefully, unaware of the sudden appearance of Goku and Beerus. Beerus, realizing his attack had missed Goku, swiftly grabbed Goku by the ankle and executed a powerful throw towards the ground. Goku concentrated his energy into his left foot, breaking free from Beerus's grip, only to be struck by a subsequent energy blade that sent him flying a considerable distance. The force from Beerus's attack propelled Goku, causing him to crash through multiple planets in his path. On a distant planet, a group of extraterrestrials was bustling about in a marketplace when suddenly, Goku descended from a great height, crashing to the ground. At that moment, he was already spitting blood and was somewhat delirious. Above the planet, Beerus had been deliberately gathering a colossal destructive energy sphere. As Goku gazed at the immense orb of destruction hovering above, he summoned his willpower to stand upright. A nearby child, witnessing Goku's resurgence, was about to inquire about his condition, but Goku shouted, "Move away quickly." Beerus, perched high above, mockingly observed Goku and said, "Goku, come up here. If you don't, I shall obliterate this planet. While I may not be able to defeat Vegeta, that does not imply I cannot vanquish you." Hearing Beerus's words, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form at full power and ascended once more. However, as he took flight, he suddenly felt something gripping his foot. Looking down, he saw the same child who had clutched Goku's garment in an attempt to ask what was happening. As Goku soared upward, the child was inadvertently lifted along with him. Upon seeing Goku rise again, Beerus swiftly hurled the long-prepared destructive energy sphere toward him. Goku, realizing the impending danger, quickly turned to shield himself while clutching the child tightly. On the planet of the God of Destruction, Vegeta observed Goku bracing himself against the immense energy sphere and shook his head, saying, "That's enough. It's time to intervene." After speaking, he glanced at the unconscious Caulifla in his arms, smiled wryly, and gently placed her upon the soft grass before teleporting to a location outside the fray between Goku and Beerus. Whis, having heard the Oracle Fish's foreboding words regarding their universe, felt a rising sense of urgency. The Oracle Fish, having delivered its ominous message, fell into a deep slumber. Whis, now increasingly anxious due to the unsettling sensation emanating from the battle between Beerus and Goku, queried the Oracle Fish, "Is our conflict related to this?" Returning to the battlefield, Goku had withstood the full force of Beerus's charged destructive energy sphere, leaving his back in a grievous state. Surveying the now starry expanse of a universe around him, Goku stammered, "Lord Beerus, that last attack could have annihilated nearly every celestial body within the vicinity of this planet. Is this the outcome you desire?" "Ah, Goku, have you forgotten that I am the God of Destruction? Destruction is my duty," Beerus replied. Goku, absorbing Beerus's words in silence, began to emanate a serene aura. Observing that Goku had activated his Ultra Instinct, Beerus's demeanor turned serious, for he understood that this was the true beginning of their conflict. In the distance, Vegeta watched the confrontation between Goku and Beerus, feeling no joy but rather a sense of discomfort. He sensed a troubling emotion welling up within his chest, leaving him perplexed, as he was unsure of how to address it. This disquietude transformed his previously buoyant mood into one of agitation. Upon the activation of his perfected and unrestricted mastery, Wukong soared towards a distant planet. With both hands raised high, he gently closed his eyes, and in that moment, a formidable aura began to emanate from the planet he grasped. This powerful energy swiftly attracted all nearby celestial bodies. Within mere minutes, Wukong had gathered several planets, and from afar, it appeared as though he had assembled them into a colossal dragon. poised to unleash its gaping maw towards Beerus. However, just then, Wukong, fatigued, collapsed to the ground, with a child standing nearby. Beerus, arms crossed, observed the fallen Wukong and remarked, "Now Wukong joins the ranks of those who have pushed me to prepare for my perfected destruction form." Vegeta was the first. In the distance, Vegeta, witnessing Wukong's plight, ascended towards them and addressed Beerus, saying, "Lord Beerus, next time, let us refrain from such exaggeration in our battles. It will be far better to engage, as we did last time, with only a few planets at stake. Never mind, I shall seek the Dragon Balls to restore them." At that moment, Wukong miraculously rose to his feet again, returning the child to safety. Upon his return, he had transformed into the perfected state of his unrestricted mastery once more and began to replicate his previous actions. Beerus, witnessing Wukong's sudden resurgence, swiftly transitioned into his perfected destruction form and seized Wukong by the shoulder. Yet, Wukong, prior to being grasped, unleashed his most powerful strike. The overwhelming force struck Beerus, causing him to spit blood, though he was fortunately caught by Whis. Vegeta, astonished by the immense energy Wukong had just unleashed, furrowed his brow. This was a power he had not witnessed during the previous Dragon Ball revolution. It seemed my presence had further strengthened Wukong. Unbeknownst to Vegeta and Whis, the area from which Vegeta had arrived had now torn open, emanating a tremendous energy. Hours later, Whis addressed Wukong, stating, "Mr. Wukong, your current strength is comparable to that of Vegeta when he fought against Whis. You have become remarkably powerful." Wukong, gazing at his hands, replied this time, "I must take responsibility. Had I not sought to defeat Beerus, many universes would not have faced destruction. Moreover, once I surpass Beerus, I shall set my sights on Vegeta. Ah, Wukong, do not forget that I am the fusion of you and Vegeta, embodying the limitless potential of your combined might. Unlike you, who encounter a plateau and must await a moment to transcend, I can break through endlessly. Therefore, as long as I do not train, there remains a possibility for you to prevail." At that moment, Vegeta, akin to a splash of cold water, struck Wukong forcefully. Wukong, observing Whis preparing to heal his wounds, implored, "Whis, please refrain from nurturing my back injuries. I wish to see my back at all times as a reminder to defeat Beerus swiftly." He then continued, "Is it not enough to engage in battles with even more formidable opponents? In addition, I now wish to visit Chi-Chi, for she must be quite worried, having only just resumed training here a few days after the Grand Tournament." Moments later, amidst the cosmos, Goku, Vegeta, and Caulifla were already en route to Earth, following Whis. Whis turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Mr. Vegeta, are you certain you wish to bring someone from Universe 6 to Universe 7? Fear not, for I am here to ensure everything goes smoothly." At that moment, Vegeta suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy. He nodded at Whis and then addressed Caulifla. "Caulifla, you should accompany Goku to Earth. I shall return shortly." "Hey, Vegeta, are you going to do something? Why can't I come?" Caulifla began to protest, but she was taken aback as she saw Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Blue. It was evident to her that Vegeta had previously mentioned that this transformation signified a crisis so formidable that he had to assume this form to confront it. Goku, observing Vegeta's transformation, asked, "What has happened, Vegeta? What kind of foe could compel you to become Super Saiyan Blue?" At this juncture, Whis interjected, "Vegeta, Goku, if you both wish to proceed, only one may enter." Before Goku could respond, Vegeta decisively declared, "I shall go. None of you can withstand this threat. Whis, I sense your profound aversion to divine beings, so it is only logical that one of us should venture forth, correct? Goku, return and keep Chi-Chi company. I feel this may be a one-way trip." "No, Vegeta, you cannot go," Caulifla protested urgently. "Caulifla, enough of this. This is a perilous undertaking. I must go. Is either of your combat capabilities superior to mine?" Upon hearing his words, both of them sighed in resignation. A few minutes later, Vegeta addressed them. "If it comes to that, summon Gohan and the others to this place. Once I have resolved the matter, they can return home and do not forget to eat." With that, Vegeta turned and strode toward the rift. Within the rift, Vegeta beheld a palace materializing before him and cautiously approached. The closer he drew, the more unnerving the atmosphere became, for he encountered the wife of the Grand Minister, none other than the goddess. Hours later, having transformed into the dual-stage 5th form, Vegeta grasped his chest and muttered, "It appears this will be quite challenging." The goddess coldly addressed him, "I shall ask you once more, are you willing to join us?" Vegeta shook his head. Upon witnessing his refusal once again, the goddess ceased her pleasantries and struck him squarely in the abdomen. Vegeta, feeling the excruciating pain, cried out and doubled over, spitting blood as he half-knelt on the ground. Hours later, Vegeta found himself kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood. The Divine Mother, towering above him, coldly remarked, "Since you refuse to submit at my feet, you shall face death." With that, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Vegeta harnessed the force of her strike and was propelled away. The Divine Mother, witnessing Vegeta's defiance, pursued him. Outside the rift, a multitude of deities and warriors from the 7th universe, along with Caulifla from the 6th universe, stood gathered. Suddenly, from within the rift, Vegeta shot forth at the speed of light, as new cosmic fissures sporadically opened around him since the rift's emergence. Chapter 15. Gogeta's arrival. Onlookers gasped as battered and bloodied. Vegeta emerged from the rift, closely followed by a woman. He soared directly into a fractured space-time tear, while Caulifla transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and ascended after him. In another universe, Goku and Vegeta had fused into Gogeta, who taunted the heavily wounded Janemba. "Ha, this is your end, Janemba." Just then, with a loud crash, Vegeta plummeted from the sky, landing with a resounding thud amidst a cloud of smoke. The Divine Mother observed coldly from above as Gogeta noticed her presence, and, disregarding Janemba, charged upwards. Janemba, taken aback by Gogeta's sudden assault on the woman above, was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he was confronted by Gogeta's clone. Following closely, Caulifla burst through the rift. Upon seeing her, Vegeta managed a faint smile before losing consciousness. Caulifla rushed to Vegeta's side and gently laid him in a quieter area. Within the realm of the mind, Lin Fan opened his eyes to find Vegeta gazing at him. "Greetings, traveler from another universe," Vegeta said as Lin Fan stammered, hello. The great Vegeta." The calmness with which Vegeta spoke sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. "Do not fret. To you, I am merely a figment of your imagination. Yet, I am grateful for your crossing, for it has unveiled pleasures I had yet to discover, revealing the limits and forms of the Saiyans unknown to me. Initially, I was furious when you took control of my being, but after glimpsing your memories and with the assistance of your system and my training, I have come to terms with it," Vegeta concluded, giving Lin Fan a reassuring pat. "But what should I do now?" Lin Fan asked. "I have lost and brought our universe's enemies into another realm. I have failed to protect Earth, and now the entire multiverse may face annihilation. As for that matter, I have long contemplated how to address you," Vegeta replied. "However, having long struggled to find an opportunity, I shall speak now while you are unconscious. What words shall I utter? Have you not noticed recently why the system persistently presents you with trivialities?" Vegeta remarked to Lin Fan. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Lin Fan pondered, realizing that indeed, for the past few months, he had been inundated with nothing but sins of beans and inconsequential items. Vegeta then continued, "This is because I had a discussion with your system regarding the next reward, which could elevate your power to a level rivaling that of the Supreme Kai." Lin Fan gazed at Vegeta, inquiring, "Is that true? What is this reward you speak of?" Vegeta looked at Lin Fan, taking a deep breath before stating, "Before I reveal this reward, promise me you shall refrain from uttering such sentimental words. After all, this is still my body. By the way, make sure to protect Bulma well. They will be counting on you." Just as Lin Fan was about to question Vegeta's meaning, Vegeta transformed into a radiant orb of light, merging into Lin Fan's body. In that instant, the system's voice echoed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled the desire of the original Vegeta and attained Super Saiyan levels 1 to 5. Yet, instead of feeling elated, Lin Fan gazed tearfully at the spot where Vegeta had vanished, murmuring, "Rest assured, Vegeta, I shall honor your request." Outside the mental realm, Gogeta was being overwhelmed by the Mother of Gods and the Dark Demon. Were it not for Gogeta now having ascended to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, he would have long since faltered. At that moment, Vegeta unexpectedly delivered a powerful punch to the Dark Demon's face, causing it to plummet from the sky to the ground. Gogeta, witnessing Vegeta's transformation into the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, exclaimed, "How did you achieve this transformation as well?" Vegeta replied, "Is this really the time for such inquiries?" The Dark Demon, stunned by the sight of 2 formidable opponents now transformed, realized that battling one was already a challenge, and now he faced 2. "This is unacceptable. I must activate my 2nd stage." The Dark Demon, contemplating this, turned to see the Mother of Gods, breathless and half-kneeling, gasping for air. As the Dark Demon rose, it stealthily approached the Mother of Gods from behind, and before the astonished onlookers, the dark demon plunged its hand into her chest, extracting her heart, and astonishingly consumed her whole. Vegeta, witnessing this atrocity, narrowed his eyes, pondering, why would the dark demon swallow the mother of gods? Could it be to absorb her power? With this thought, Vegeta charged forward, intent on thwarting the dark demon's ascension. But alas, it was too late. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the dark demon, sending Gogeta and Vegeta shielding their foreheads against the ensuing tempest. Vegeta, in a daze, observed as the dark demon began to chew on 7 orbs resembling Super Dragon Balls. A surge of immense malevolent energy flashed by, indicating that the entirety of the demon had evolved to a point where even Vegito and Gogeta, despite unleashing their full powers, could not overcome it. Under the astonished gazes of Vegito and Gogeta, the demon struck swiftly and decisively, landing blows upon them that they could scarcely perceive. After enduring relentless assaults for nearly several hours, both Vegito and Gogeta found themselves crashing to the ground. Vegito, gritting his teeth, glanced at the demon standing at a distance, then turned to Gogeta, a realization dawning upon him. Did he not possess a pair of Patera earrings? Could he possibly give one to Gogeta? Moreover, he recalled inquiring with the system, which confirmed that he had indeed become an individual entity, thus allowing him to fuse with Gogeta. With this thought, Vegito cast the earring from his left ear towards Gogeta. Taken aback by Vegito's sudden offer, questioned, why are you not worried about the fusion being undone? No time for that. Hurry and put on the earring. We must fuse, or we shall perish. Upon hearing Vegito's urging, Gogeta swiftly adorned his left ear with the earring. In an instant, the two collided at supersonic speed. A blinding flash of white light erupted, heralding Gogeta's successful emergence. Inheriting Vegito's attire while his hair bore a resemblance to Gogeta's, the demon, witnessing the newly fused duo radiate a formidable pressure, trembled involuntarily, finding its legs immobilized as it charged forward. With a cold smirk, Gogeta greeted the advancing demon with a powerful punch to its abdomen. The demon, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, coughed up blood and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, a rift appeared above, and the Omni King, having just arrived, beheld the fallen demon at the hands of one resembling Vegito. He promptly teleported before Gogeta. Just as Gogeta was about to speak, a sudden crack echoed as the earring on his ear shattered, and 2 figures erupted from within him. From Gogeta's body emerged the empty shells of the universe's former inhabitants. At this juncture, a voice from the system resonated beside Gogeta's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving one of your final objectives, successfully transforming into Gogeta. As a reward, your power now surpasses that of the Omni King's base strength, with the ability to compress your power at will. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted from the vicinity of Vegito's body. The Omni King, observing the sudden manifestation of power identical to his own emanating from Vegito, inquired, "What should I call you now? Shall I still refer to you as Vegito? Or perhaps as all?" An hour later, as Vegito prepared to return to his universe, he noticed the deities gazing at him with a blend of helplessness. Turning to Whis, he remarked, "Whis, why do you all look at me like that?" "Mr. Vegito, you cannot return to our universe at this time," Whis replied. Upon hearing that Vegito could not return to his universe, Kaifula was about to speak when Vegito addressed Whis. "Is it due to the matter of the Mother Goddess that I cannot return to your universe?" "Indeed, Mr. Vegito. You must return to the rift from whence you came, and we will subsequently repair the rift." Just as Vegito was about to respond, he received a message from the system. Ding. Please comply with Whis' request and embark on a journey through the myriad realms to earn abundant rewards. Vegito fell into contemplation. If he were to leave, what would become of Kaifula? Furthermore, if he ventured into the myriad realms, how could he ensure he would not succumb to the temptation of seeking a harem? Half an hour later, after bidding farewell to everyone and gathering all his belongings, Vegito was on the verge of stepping into the rift when he heard Kaifula's voice. "Hey, Vegito, if I'm not around, you may seek someone else, but no more than 4. "All right, just 4. Kaifula, this is your promise," Vegito replied before stepping directly into the rift. Chapter 16. Arrival in a New Universe. Within the space-time tunnel, Mofin had been traversing for quite some time. One might wonder why he no longer called out for Vegito. The reason was that Lin Fan felt he had already merged, and thus adopting a different name was no issue. Henceforth, the protagonist would be known as Mofin or Woojite. As Mofin walked, he pondered a prior message from the system. Ding. All magic has been placed in the divine might space. He contemplated the transformations that might occur should he absorb all magic. With that thought, Mofin utilized Divine Might to teleport into the Divine Might space. Within the Divine Might space, All Magic lay weak and gasping on a stone slab. Before All Magic could react, a vortex appeared, and Mofin emerged from it. Startled, All Magic exclaimed, "How could you come here?" Mofin, approaching, replied with a chuckle, "Of course, I absorbed you." With that, he enveloped All Magic's entire being, assimilating it as if he were a parasite. At that moment, the system announced, "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed All Magic and acquired the demon Lucifer. In demon form, you possess all the abilities of All Magic." Mofin furrowed his brow and inquired, "System, is this Lucifer conscious or unconscious?" Ding. To answer the host, Lucifer is conscious but will only heed the host commands. He then pondered which universe to explore next. Having walked for several hours without a clear destination, Mofin sighed. Suddenly, he recalled an anime titled Seraph of the End. After finishing the second season, he had wondered whether Krull had truly perished. With this thought, Mofin teleported to the universe of Seraph of the End. Inside an ancient castle, a group of children wandered through a resplendent hall when suddenly a voice exclaimed, "Aha!" A strikingly alluring man emerged from behind a pillar. A gust of wind swept by, and the man had already sunk his teeth into the neck of one little girl among the group. Before long, the girl was drained of life. At that moment, the man declared, "The map is genuine, and the path is correct. As long as one keeps walking, they can return to the world outside." As he walked, he licked the blood from his hands. The children gazed at him in sheer terror. After a brief pause, they fled in the direction from which they had come. With a swift motion, the man beheaded 5 of them. 2 youths remained standing. The boy with yellow hair turned to the boy with black hair and said, "Do not forget, Xiaoyu, we will always be family." Shortly thereafter, the yellow-haired boy snatched Xiaoyu's pistol and charged at the man. However, as soon as he made contact, he was pierced through the chest. Just as the yellow-haired boy raised his hand to fire, the man severed his arm with a swift strike. Seeing her friends fall, Xiaoyu rushed forward, picked up the fallen pistol, and pulled the trigger, aiming a shot directly at the man's forehead. The sound of the gunshot echoed, and both the yellow-haired boy and the man collapsed to the ground. As Xiaoyu witnessed her friend fall, she dragged him, determined to escape, saying, "Mika, all my friends are gone. I will never abandon my only remaining family." Yet, from a distance, numerous vampires approached slowly. Mika urged Xiaoyu, "Do not let our deaths be in vain. Run." After shedding tears of despair, Xiaoyu turned and sprinted towards the exit, while Mika, feeling a sense of relief as she left, closed his eyes. However, as Mika lost consciousness, a petite girl with pink hair appeared, gazing down at the man lying in a pool of blood. "Why did you let his seraph escape, Fed?" she inquired. "Oh, and there's another who has concealed themselves." With a chuckle, she remarked, "It seems the third ancestor, Krull, has not been deceived after all." Mo Fan brushed the blood from his clothes and stood up. Krull looked at Mo Fan and asked, "So who exactly are you? What brings you here?" "For individuals sought to see. The first and second are those 2 children. The third is Fed, and the fourth is you, Krullu. And can you guess why I wish to meet you? By the way, remember to wear different clothes during a fight. Skirts are not suitable for a girl like you." Mo Fan gazed at Krullu, feeling a twinge of suspicion, thinking, if one does not look closely, one might mistake Krullu for sugar. They resemble each other too much. Krullu, with a dismissive smile, replied, "Huh, I wonder why you wish to meet me? And my choice of attire is a matter of personal preference." At that moment, Fed interjected, "Let us not discuss this individual for now. Instead, I intend to report you, Krullu, for your involvement with the Seraph." However, as soon as Fed finished speaking, Krullu executed a swift 180-degree turn and kicked towards Fed, only to have his foot caught by Mo Fan, who remarked, Krullu, could you be mindful of your privacy? No matter how you put it, you are indeed wearing a skirt." Krullu, bewildered, found herself retracting her legs upon hearing Mo Fan's words. After observing Krullu's submissive gesture, Mo Fan turned to Fed and inquired, "Shall we speak now?" Upon finishing his sentence, short horns began to sprout from his head, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson. Fed, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure from the transformed Mo Fan, waved his hand dismissively and departed. Once Fed had left, Mo Fan turned back to Krullu, teasingly saying, "Ah, my lady queen, you truly listened to me and retracted your legs." Following this, he pointed to Mijia lying beneath him and proposed, "Revive him first, otherwise he may truly perish. How about this? You save him, and I shall grant you a day of blood to indulge in." Krullu pondered for a moment, then gazed at the unconscious Mijia. She bit her own tongue, lowered her head, and kissed Mijia, beginning to infuse her blood into his body. However, Mo Fan stood nearby, feeling a pang of discomfort. After all, Kurulu was, in a way, his own woman, and witnessing her kiss another left him uneasy. Once she finished, Kurulu looked up at Mo Fan and stated, "Now, shall we fulfill your promise?" Mo Fan replied, "Very well, where shall we indulge? Either in the room or not at all." With a chuckle, Kurulu led Mo Fan to her chamber. As Mo Fan entered Kurulu's room, he was met with the scent of blood, not foul, but rather fragrant, exuding a sense of beauty. The room was predominantly adorned in shades of pink. Outside the castle, Xiaoyu just dashed out into a wintry landscape. As she stood there, bewildered, a voice emerged from behind her. "Ah, found you, young one. Allow me to make good use of you to eradicate the vampires." With the memory of her friends being vanquished by vampires fresh in her mind, Xiaoyu disregarded the man's words and rushed forward to embrace him, declaring, "I must eliminate the vampires and avenge Mijia and the others." Inside Kurulu's room, she sat atop Mo Fan, gazing at him and asking, "What is your name, man? Are you interested in accessing my exclusive blood reservoir?" Mo Fan inhaled the fragrance of her hair and replied, "My lady queen, I am Mo Fan, or you may call me Woodgite." Kurulu eagerly anticipated this response and promptly sank her teeth into Mo Fan's neck. Instantly, she savored the exquisite taste of his blood, finding it utterly delightful. After half an hour, Kurulu finally released him, satisfied, and remarked, "Mo Fan is a lovely name. From now on, you shall be my sole blood reservoir. My lady queen, I fear I must visit the human world. I wish to witness the advancements in their technology," Mo Fan stated. "Oh, uncle, why venture into the realm of humans?" Kurulu inwided. "Ah, it is nothing, just a few years. I assure you, each time I return, the supply of blood will be multiplied several times over." How does that sound? Certainly, here is the refined version of your text. As the moments unfolded, Mo Fan found himself contemplating a rather intriguing situation. It seemed that Kuru had his own reasons to be involved, for a monthly encounter could yield significant results. However, before parting, Mo Fan resolved to take decisive action. In a sudden move, he pinned Kuru down. Just as Kuru was about to inquire about Mo Fan's intentions, he was silenced by a fervent kiss. The softness of Kuru's lips ignited Mo Fan's desire to deepen their connection, yet Kuru resisted with all his might. His face flushed with warmth as he gazed at Mo Fan. Unexpectedly, Mo Fan sensed a slight relaxation in Kuru's lips and seized the opportunity to intensify his advance. Kuru, feeling his body grow weak, managed to utter incoherently, "Let me go, Mo Fan. If you continue, it will be detrimental." Hours later, Mo Fan surveyed the wounds adorning his body and sighed. "Alas, I should not have rushed into this." Kuru retorted indignantly, "How can you say that? Your kiss was remarkable. And now, having crossed that threshold, you must take responsibility." Mo Fan, observing Kuru's unexpectedly endearing demeanor, replied, "Indeed, indeed. Yet, why must you be so rigid? At times, it is rather uncomfortable." "You mustn't speak so," Kuru stammered, clearly agitated. Chapter 17. Awakening the demon form 4 years later at a certain university, Xiaoyu, having dashed out of the ancient castle, found himself attending classes. He sighed and mused, "What am I doing here as a soldier in a mundane academic institution?" The teacher, overhearing Xiaoyu's murmur, turned and admonished, "Hey, Bai Yu Ilang, what are you grumbling about? This is class time." Ignoring the teacher, Xiaoyu gazed out the window. The teacher, noticing his distraction, warned, "If you continue to disrespect me, I will have no choice but to suspend you." Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, stood up excitedly. "Wait, you can actually suspend me? Is that true? Don't jest with me." The teacher, exasperated by his antics, unleashed a barrage of curses. At that moment, a girl seated behind Xiaoyu tapped him on the back. Turning to face her, he saw her writing her name in a notebook. "I am Shioya Shina, sent by the military to oversee you. Should you engage in any disruptive behavior, I will report it to the authorities and extend your confinement." Stunned, Xiaoyu stood up and exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" The teacher, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Bai Yi, if you continue to disrupt my class." But before he could finish, Xiaoyu interjected, "You scoundrel." The teacher's anger escalated at being insulted. Meanwhile, Shioya pointed to the notes on coordination. Reluctantly, Xiaoyu sat back down. Observing his newfound compliance, the teacher resumed the lesson, while Mo Fan, sitting beside Xiaoyu, whispered mischievously, "Well, was that not Xiaoyu? Whatever has caused you to lose your nerve? How dare you say that, Mo Fan? You don't even know how to help me," she retorted. "How can I assist you? Although I am the top student in our class, it doesn't mean I can aid you, especially since you were talking during class." Half an hour later, The bell rang, and Mo Fan turned to Xiao Yu, saying, "Xiao Yu, it's time to go." I know, Xiao Yu replied, as she quickly gathered her things. Despite Red Lotus's foolish remarks, she had been graceful for 4 years, leaving Xiao Yu puzzled. After Xiao Yu finished packing, she followed Mo Fan out. At that moment, Shania suddenly appeared, blocking Xiao Yu's path and presenting her with a letter from her backpack. Xiao Yu held the letter, reading aloud. "The military does not require virgins who have not made friends or lovers. If you are unwilling, find a friend to introduce to me." Mo Fan, listening beside her, burst into laughter. "Huh, Xiao Yu, that's quite unfortunate. You have to deal with that? Is this really funny?" Xiao Yu retorted, shaking Mo Fan's sleeve. As Mo Fan watched Xiao Yu prepare to leave, he called out, "Hey Xiao Yu, where are you going?" "To get something," she replied, not looking back as she exited the school gates. After exchanging glances with Shania, Mo Fan followed suit, with Shania trailing behind him. At the school entrance, Xiao Yu turned to Shania, exasperatedly looking at Mo Fan. "Mo Fan, did you bring her?" Montauk Fan nodded. With a sigh, Xiao Yu turned to leave when suddenly a loud thud echoed behind Mo Fan as someone fell to the ground. Another man emerged from within, kicking the fallen man and taunting, "Did you not wish to become our companion? Then work like a beast." "Hey, did you hear me?" Both Xiao Yu and Mo Fan turned around in unison to observe the scene. The fallen man, sensing their gaze, looked up in confusion, but upon recognizing Mo Fan, he immediately knelt before him, stammering, "Big brother, I didn't TC you. Is that okay? Do you think that is possible?" Montauk Fan replied coldly, locking eyes with the man kneeling before him. Just as the man was about to speak, Mo Fan struck him down with a punch, sending him crashing to the floor, which echoed with a loud bang as he hit the ground. Seeing their leader subdued, the man's underlings hastily fled the scene. Mo Fan looked at the man on the ground and pulled him up, asking, "Are you all right? What is your name?" I'm Zao Inu, he replied, "and thank you for earlier." "Ah, what a lovely name," Mo Fan remarked. "Get up, and next time, don't be so cowardly. You're a man after all." As they idled in conversation, a sudden explosion from a distance startled all 4 of them. The loudspeaker crackled with an urgent announcement. "Emergency notice. All teachers and students. Please be advised that vampires have escaped from the adjacent Biological Research Institute." Subsequently, Xiao Yu addressed Mo Fan and the 2 others, urging them to flee while she confronted the vampire alone, declaring her intent to slay it and earn the acknowledgement of that scoundrel, Hong Lian. Before the trio could respond, she dashed towards her belongings. Mo Fan, observing Xiao Yu vanish from sight, smiled faintly before turning towards the exit. Within a certain classroom, a female vampire had ensnared a girl, poised to bite her, when Xiao Yu burst in, wielding a steel knife. Gazing at the vampire, she remarked, "It has been 4 years, vampire, we meet again." With that, she discarded the scabbard and swung towards the creature. The vampire nimbly leaped behind Xiao Yu, landing on a desk, and lunged towards her neck. Xiao Yu swiftly dodged, preparing to retaliate, but was abruptly kicked towards the blackboard by the vampire. The vampire followed suit, delivering a powerful blow to Xiao Yu's head, causing her to instinctively evade to the right. Noticing Xiao Yu's agile movements, the vampire seized a nearby desk and hurled it at her. Xiao Yu dodged just in time, but the vampire, undeterred, aimed to seize her by the neck. Anticipating the vampire's actions, Xiao Yu swung towards it, but the vampire leaped behind her. Just as the vampire thought it had the upper hand, Xiao Yu swiftly severed its left arm with a precise strike of her knife. At that moment, Mo Fan appeared behind the vampire, as Xiao Yu stood in stunned silence. Mo Fan executed a punch towards the creature, which it could not evade. The vampire absorbed the blow, but as it assessed its body, it realized it was gradually disintegrating, casting a resentful glance at Mo Fan in its final moments. Xiao Yu, astonished that someone could vanquish a vampire so completely, called out to Mo Fan, "How did you achieve that? Please, tell me. I wish to learn." Mo Fan replied, "This isn't merely a skill. It is a power I acquired after narrowly escaping 4 years ago. It can disperse the molecular structure of living beings. Thus, when Shui Wei's strong molecules were scattered, they cannot be restored, correct, Xiao Yu?" Upon absorbing Mo Fan's words, Xiao Yu clenched her teeth in frustration and asked, "Then why was I unable to acquire such a power?" At that moment, Hong Lian, observing Xiao Yu and Mo Fan, remarked, "Hey Mo Fan, you haven't changed a bit since 4 years ago. Haha, you're still the same. Enough of that. First tell me why there's a vampire here," Mo Fan inquired. Hong Lian shook her head, indicating ignorance. Just then, another figure, seeing that Xiao Yu and Mo Fan were unharmed, charged at them, colliding with Xiao Yu. Days later, in a certain basement, Xiao Yu and the others stood at the site of the demon suppression. As Xingya elaborated on the dangers within, Xiao Yu boldly declared towards the door adorned with protective talismans. In simple terms, it is about not succumbing to the demons. I merely require the strength for my vengeance. Upon concluding her words, Xiao Yu pushed the door open and strode directly into its depths. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with the two behind him before following suit. Inside, a young lad stood foolishly in the center, wielding a massive axe. Upon seeing this, Mo Fan teleported to him, swiftly incapacitating him with a single strike before teleporting back to Xiao Yu and New York. After sharing a meaningful glance, he instantaneously arrived in Hong Lian's office. Surprised by Mo Fan's sudden entrance with an additional person, Hong Lian momentarily froze, preparing to speak when Mo Fan interjected, "This person is yours now. Farewell." Having uttered these words, he teleported back to Xiao Yu's side. Hong Lian, observing Mo Fan's abrupt disappearance, chuckled softly as she took the individual away. Xiao Yu, left in bewilderment, clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Why? Why is everyone around me stronger?" Resolute, she declared, "I must grow stronger." Ignoring New York's words, she dashed toward the knife. The moment Xiao Yu grasped the handle, she was enveloped in an illusion. Within the illusion, Xiao Yu found herself transported back to a time when she shared curry with Mika. As she gazed at the warm family scene, she unconsciously moved to her seat, prepared to partake in the meal. Yet, Mika's words shattered the illusion. "Did you not vow to grow stronger and slay the vampires, liberating humanity's kingdom?" Before she knew it, Mika had embraced her neck, whispering, "I shall lend you my power, provided your heart accepts me." Rising silently, Xiao Yu seized Mika's clothing and shouted, "Mika is not like that." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Yu awakened, scratching her head and surveying her surroundings, where only Mo Fan and New York remained. At that moment, Mo Fan's eyes were tightly shut, and the air around him gradually emanated a demonic aura. Slowly, a black-red mist enveloped him, creating a terrifying pressure within the small room, compelling Xiao Yu and the others to shield their heads against the fierce wind. After a brief moment, as Xiao Yu opened her eyes, she was astonished to behold Mo Fan, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. His upper body was now cloaked in dark fur, a thick tail sprouting from his back, and 2 pairs of obsidian horns protruding from his head. His hair cascaded down to his waist. Suddenly, a voice from the system resonated in Mo Fan's ears. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained the true demon form. Rewards: 100-fold Spirit Time House, Dragon Ball upgraded to Super Dark Dragon Ball, and World Tree Energy X10. Mo Fan, smiling at the unexpected bounty of rewards, reverted to his original form and turned to the 3 panting individuals, teasingly inquired, "Were you 3 so startled? Am I truly that terrifying? Of course. Do you have any idea how imposing your presence was just now? And what exactly was that transformation?" Xiao Yu responded, taken aback by Mo Fan's sudden return to his previous appearance. "Ah, you may perceive me as your demon, capable of merging my essence directly and unabashedly within myself. That is the essence of it. By the way, I am quite famished now. Let us proceed, as I shall first attend to my meal." "Goodness, are you a swine? Just a few hours have passed since your last repast, and you are already seeking to dine again." Feeling a bit sheepish, Mo Fan scratched his head and exited the room first, followed shortly by Xiao Yu with a sigh. Within the castle, Kurilu lay restlessly on the bed, reflecting upon Mo Fan's word from 2 years ago. "Ha, Lulu, who knows when I shall return next, so farewell for now." Each time Kurilu pondered this, he scratched his head in frustration and declared, "Ha, Mo Fan, next time I shall bind you to my side, ensuring you cannot escape. Though you may rely on your wondrous magic to teleport away, I refuse to believe that you have not made new acquaintances in these 2 years." As he spoke, a glimmer of affection sparkled in his eyes, and he placed a hand upon his lips, lost in thoughts of Mo Fan. Chapter 15. Acquiring New Weapons. At the parting of Xiao Yu and Mika, Fed leisurely strolled while exclaiming, "Mika, Mika, Mimika, ah, so you indeed heard the report here?" As he approached the spot where Mika had once collapsed, Mika, without lifting her gaze, pointed her blade menacingly at Fed's throat. In another city, the 4 Knights of John pursued fleeing humans. At that moment, a girl stumbled and fell, just as the knights prepared to crush her beneath their feet. Mika stealthily emerged from behind the little girl. With a cold gaze, she struck at the approaching knights, reducing them to mere fragments with a single slash. At this, the gathered crowd erupted in cheers, We are saved. We shall be protected, just like in Osaka. From a small hillside, Lakis descended, remarking, "They speak of protection. How amusing. Who would bother to safeguard livestock? Let's not confuse protection with mere husbandry, shall we? Yet you truly possess remarkable strength." Suddenly, a mech appeared beside Lakis. Fan, clad in Shura armor, cast an observing glance at him, prompting Lakis to promptly seal his lips. Mika turned to Fan and inquired, "How is Xiao Yu faring?" "Quite well. She has been thinking of you incessantly," Fan teased in a playful tone. Upon hearing this, Mika turned to depart, but as she did so, a fleeting smile graced her lips before it quickly vanished. "By the way, how has Korla been faring in recent years?" "Well, why not return and see for yourself? It has been quite some time since I last went back." After Fan shook his head in response to Mika's suggestion, he turned and summoned a portal. Stepping through it, in the castle, Fan had reverted from his transformation, staring in astonishment at Kurulu, who was luxuriating in a bath. Upon noticing Fan's sudden appearance, Kurulu smiled gently and pulled him into the water with a splash. Fan fell directly into the pool, and as he opened his eyes with his hands on the ground, he beheld the radiant beauty of Kulu. Before he could utter a word, Kulu swiftly wrapped her arms around Fan's neck and pulled him down, kissing him passionately. The following day, Xiao Yu scratched his head and yawned, but as he walked, he collided shoulder first with a red-haired youth. "Hey, why did you bump into my shoulder?" "Huh, are you provoking me?" the red-haired youth retorted, throwing a punch at Xiao Yu, who, having been caught off guard, stumbled against the railing, but retaliated fiercely. At that moment, Fan, still half asleep, approached Xiao Yu and said, "That's enough, Xiao Yu. Let us go." However, he suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, today is the day to collect the items." After speaking, he brushed past Xiao Yu. In the advanced classroom, Huaixia entered with Fan and Xiao Yu, greeting politely before glancing at Hong Lian, who was slumped over the desk, asleep against the blackboard. Fan let out a slight huff, causing Hong Lian to nearly tumble off her desk, glaring at him in annoyance. Hong Lian then stood up and addressed the students seated at the podium. "All right, listen up. The reason I am here today, quite unusually, is that we have a transfer student." Fan settled into his seat, nonchalantly pulling out a white-furred fox from his chest and beginning to stroke it. Hong Lian glanced at Fan, but said nothing, continuing, "In summary, they're by Yiyu Lang and Sa Tomyu. And to put it succinctly, they are fools and cowards." Upon hearing Hong Lian's words, Xiao Yu protested, "Who are you calling a fool? That's the truth. Now, introduce yourselves." Before Xiao Yu could respond, Fan's temper flared, and he admonished, "Pay attention in class and don't cause trouble. Understood, Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu was taken aback by Fan's words and silently sought a seat, only to have his path obstructed by someone's foot. The person who had raised their foot pulled down a book, surprised by Xiao Yu's presence, who in turn was equally astonished, exclaiming, "You're the telephone pole from this morning. What are you doing here? What a joke. That is what I should be asking. And what do you mean by telephone pole?" Hong Lian observed the two suddenly quarreling and interjected, "What is going on with those two?" Meanwhile, Fan continued to tease the fox while commenting, "Those two almost got into a fight this morning. Had I not intervened, it could have escalated. Can you believe it? Even Junyue has been relegated to the ordinary class to make friends under your watch, right?" Huaixia replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, that is correct." "And what has been the outcome?" As you can see, days later at the training ground, Xiao Yu and Junyu, reluctantly bound together by the handcuffs, exchanged glances. At that moment, Xiao Yu raised her head and looked at Fan, who was smiling back at her. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she inquired, "Why are you up there?" Fan waved at Xiao Yu and replied, "Could it be that you simply cannot withstand one of my punches?" Instantly, Xiao Yu recalled the image of Fan striking down a vampire with a single blow and fell silent. At that juncture, the grand door before the assembly slowly creaked open, revealing several towering humanoid machines. These mechanical giants raised their arms and brought them crashing down to the ground, causing some individuals to hastily pull their companions aside in a bid to evade the impending destruction. Suddenly, the training machines ceased their movements, and a voice resonated through the intercom. "Junyu, proceed to the infirmary immediately. Your sister, Wei Lai, is in critical condition." In the conference hall, a white-haired vampire grasped the microphone and proclaimed with fervor, "Today, I have summoned all nobles who bear the bloodline of the ancients, not for any trivial matter, but to address the threat posed by the organization known as the Imperial Army of Japan, active north of Tokyo. They are ruthlessly harming our kin and brazenly meddling with forbidden sorcery." At that moment, Mika entered through one of the grand doors. surveying the room until she noticed Fei Do waving at her. Ignoring him, she turned and walked in the opposite direction. According to the intelligence we have gathered, they have even resumed their experiments. Should we allow them to continue unchecked, it will inevitably lead to a catastrophe akin to the one we faced 8 years ago. At this point, Krulu descended from his throne and declared, "Thus, we have resolved to eradicate the Japanese demon army. Let us wage war to preserve the tranquility of our world. We shall eliminate all greedy humans." As these words echoed through the hall, the vampires erupted in fervor. In that instant, Mo Fan's ethereal form emerged from the shadows, now clad in martial attire, directing his gaze towards Krulu. With a chuckle, he remarked, "I sincerely hope we shall not witness a recurrence of that incident." After uttering these words, his apparition gradually dissipated. Krulu, suddenly sensing an unsettling gaze upon him, looked around but saw no one. Perhaps he was merely yearning for Mo Fan's presence. Chapter 16. Acquiring new weapons. While Xiao Yu and Junyu engaged in conversation at the park, Mo Fan contemplated his system's task. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "System, are you serious? Am I truly to confront the Salt King?" Ding, the system responds, "Yes, and your current strength exceeds that of the Salt King." With a sigh, Mo Fan opened a portal and stepped through. In a void, the Salt King reclined upon his salt throne, savoring the tranquility when suddenly he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Turning to see Mo Fan gazing at him, the Salt King eyed Mo Fan warily and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, my friend?" To which Mo Fan replied, "It is, of course, to defeat you. You might interpret this as an invitation to battle." After Mo Fan spoke, he immediately transformed into a super first-class being and swung a powerful punch towards the Salt King, who promptly summoned a wall of salt to block the attack. However, Mo Fan shattered the wall with a single blow and followed up with a kick aimed at the Salt King's abdomen. Hong Lian had just emerged from a meeting when she witnessed Xiao Yu leap into the air for a kick, but Hong Lian swiftly grasped Xiao Yu's ankle, preventing the strike. After a brief struggle, as Xiao Yu prepared to concede, Hong Lian suddenly released her grip, causing Xiao Yu to fall backward unexpectedly. "If you don't hand over the cursed weapon to me, I'll go missing for 10 days. What are you planning? Is this truly your only desire for revenge?" Hong Lian inquired while scratching her head. "Of course, I have lived solely for vengeance until now." After a moment's contemplation, Hong Lian silently reflected, "Enough of this. Leaving this person here for too long would attract the attention of the Hiragi family." With that thought, she addressed Xiao Yu. "Then you shall make a pact with the demon, and I will assign you to the front lines." "Really?" "Indeed. Even if you can't keep up with the training, any consequences of death will fall solely upon you." "No problem," Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly, standing tall. In the dining hall, Xiao Yu entered while scratching her head, only to be teased by Hiragi Shea, who remarked, "What happened to your head? Did you skip class again to fight?" "Of course not," Xiao Yu replied dismissively, leaning against the wall as she watched Hiragi Shea. After finishing her drink, Hiragi Shea picked up a tray and, as she passed by Xiao Yu, playfully nudged her with her elbow before walking out. Although Major Hong Lian was known for her sharp tongue and penchant for violence, she was, in fact, a person of strict discipline. That evening, Miko was intently observing the blood demon below, preparing to pilot an aircraft into the sky. Leaning against the railing beside him, Fader spoke up, "We've finally reached this moment. Aren't you excited? It's not every day you get to see your precious angel." Without a word, Mika turned and began walking back in the direction he came from. Fader chuckled as he watched Mika's retreating figure, saying, "I eagerly anticipate your performance, Mika." The following morning, Ishayuri stood before her classmates, holding a stack of exam papers. "All right, everyone, once I distribute the written exam papers from a few days ago, you'll be free to leave. The results will influence the grade of the cursed weapons you receive in the future. So please analyze and reflect on your performances to achieve improvement next time." At that moment, Xiaoyu glanced around and asked Ishayuri, "But where is Mo Fan?" Ishayuri turned to her and replied, "He can come and go as he pleases." Hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly checked her score and then surveyed her surroundings. Just then, Hiragi Shea, with a mischievous grin, looked at Xiao Yu and declared, "There's no way I'm letting you get away with this." Without hesitation, Hiragi Shea snatched Xiao Yu's exam paper and bolted away, prompting Xiao Yu to chase after her, shouting, "You jerk! Give me back my paper!" Just as Xiao Yu was about to grasp the garment of Hiragi Shea, she swiftly evaded the unwelcome advance. However, Xiao Yu was unable to halt her momentum and collided directly with a pillar behind her. Only an exceptional individual could achieve such a feat. He was indeed that caliber. Moments later, Hong Lian entered, addressing everyone with a chilling remark. "Those who perish as a consequence can only blame their inadequate prowess." With that, Hong Lian unsheathed the sword hanging at her waist and invoked an incantation, driving it into the ground. Instantly, the classroom was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by the shrieks and lamentations of women. After a brief interval, Hong Lian extracted the sword from the earth and sheathed it once more at her side. The classroom settled into stillness, with only Xiaoyu, Ijunue, Mo Fan, and Hiragi Shea remaining standing. Hong Lian regarded Mo Fan, who had unexpectedly donned a new outfit, and remarked, "I did not foresee that you would wear 5 talismans, making you rather pleasing to the eye." Mo Fan retorted, "What do you mean, Hong Lian? I have always worn such attire. Had it not been for the school's uniform policy, I would have donned my own clothes long ago." Hong Lian continued, "Do not tell me you intend to wield a weapon as well." After a nod from Mo Fan, he exited the classroom, prompting Hong Lian to sigh and lead the remaining individuals outside. In the elevator, Xiaoyu inquired of Mo Fan, "When did you arrive? Why did I not see you earlier?" Mo Fan turned to her and replied, "I was delayed earlier due to certain matters." Reflecting on his past, he recalled the time when he had transformed into Super Saiyan during a playful encounter with Salt, ultimately unleashing the Kamehameha to subdue the Salt King, thereby earning the system's reward. "Congratulations, host. You have defeated the Salt King and acquired the Enma's sword, infusing the essence of demonic power within you." Returning to the present, as Mo Fan contemplated the system's reward, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing 5 masks before them, each representing a weapon: sword, dual blades, and bow. Subsequently, Xiaoyu approached the sword, preparing to draw it, when Mo Fan abruptly interjected, "Xiaoyu, wait. There is something I must address first." Before Xiaoyu could respond, Mo Fan swiftly unsheathed the sword embedded in the sand. A dazzling blue light erupted, causing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding brilliance. As the radiance faded, Mo Fan grasped the sword, which had transformed. The handle was now elegantly wrapped in bandages, glistening silver to signify its newfound sharpness. Witnessing Mo Fan awaken such formidable power only solidified Xiaoyu's resolve to attain even greater strength. She then approached another newly emerged weapon. Suddenly, a vibrant green light enveloped her, transporting Xiaoyu to a luminous and even terrain. As she surveyed her surroundings, shrouded in mist, a voice resonated from behind her, "Xiaoyu." As Xiaoyu turned her head, the scene shifted back to a previous moment. At that instant, Mijek gently patted the small bear beside her and turned to Xiaoyu, saying, "You who abandoned us and fled." However, just then, a sharp crack echoed as Mo Fan shattered this illusion and leapt inside. Mijia, no longer pretending, revealed her true self. After a blinding flash of light, when Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, she beheld a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to a young girl standing before her. The boy gazed at Mo Fan and remarked, "Why do I feel an inexplicable familiarity emanating from you?" Mo Fan smiled and replied, "It's nothing. You'll understand soon enough. I came to see what you looked like, so I can strategize accordingly." He then turned to Xiaoyu and said, "Alas, from now on, you must face this alone. I fear I shall soon depart." Just as Xiaoyu was about to inquire why Mo Fan was leaving, he flew out through the opening. Chapter 17, a title yet to be named. After Mo Fan's departure, the boy looked at Xiaoyu and said, setting aside that individual, "I find myself quite fond of you. As long as your heart remains steadfast, I shall serve you, but should you waver even for a moment, I will claim your body." "No problem," Xiaoyu replied, rising to meet the boy's gaze. The boy then spoke, "I am Aswalyuan. If you desire power, summon me. Additionally, I must inform you of something. Your body has been infused with something strange. Approximately 10% of it is no longer human. Perhaps it has been subjected to nefarious modifications by humans. Moreover, do not trust humanity. Their wickedness is far more terrifying than that of vampires and ghosts. Yet, it is peculiar to say this to you, a human." Upon hearing Aswalyuan's words, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. However, just as she prepared to seek further clarification, she abruptly opened her eyes, standing up from the floor. She turned to see Mo Fan, his eyes tightly shut, furrowing his brow as he looked at Hong Lian and asked, "What has happened to Mo Fan? He was fine just moments ago, but now he stands there unresponsive, no matter how we call to him." Meanwhile, outside, the onlookers discussed the situation, while within Mo Fan's spiritual realm, he emerged from Xiaoyu's space only to find himself in his own. In Mo Fan's spiritual sanctuary, a black dragon raised its head upon his arrival, glanced at him, and then returned to slumber. Mo Fan sighed and said, "Speak, why have you summoned me here?" The dragon chuckled, "Of course. I wish for you to inherit all my power. What else could I possibly want? You disturb my peace." After the dragon finished speaking, its body slowly dissipated into the air, Mo Fan gazed at the drifting powder and, taking a handful, placed it against his chest. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power roiling within him. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the full power of the dragon, Anina. You have been rewarded with the bloodline of the true demon dragon and the skills Dragon Roar and Dragon Pressure, allowing you to transform your palms into dragon appendages." Upon hearing that the system could manifest the true dragon bloodline within his hands, Mo Fan envisioned how magnificent it would be to wield dragon claws in the village of Woodgite. With that thought igniting his eagerness, he summoned his dragon claws without hesitation. Upon inspection, he noticed that the dragon scales did not resemble the exterior of a dragon, but rather transformed into an imposing mechanical arm, with sharp claws radiating a dim crimson glow through the gaps in the scales. After surveying his newfound abilities and skills, Mo Fan exited his mental space. As he emerged, he felt an immense power ready to erupt. He glanced at Xiao Yu and the others before swiftly slicing open a portal with the demon-slaying blade, stepping inside, followed closely by Xiao Yu and the others, leaving only Xiao Bai behind to watch. On the plain, Mo Fan found the surroundings tranquil, seemingly devoid of any presence. He unleashed the power within his chest, and a formidable aura of malevolence erupted from him, sending Xiao Yu and the others hurtling backward several meters. Once Xiao Yu regained her footing, she beheld Mo Fan, whose hair had grown to his waist, with elongated horns atop his head, his body covered in black fur. After his tail swayed gracefully in the air, Mo Fan deftly secured it to his belt. Although his face remained unchanged, he exhibited signs reminiscent of his earlier encounter with the ghostly child. After sensing the strength coursing through him, he reined in his aura. Unbeknownst to everyone, he gradually rose from the floor, seizing the bow and arrows from the table to aim at the distant Hong Lian. However, Mo Fan's piercing gaze compelled her to lower her weapon. In an instant, he teleported behind and delivered a powerful strike, causing two souls to emerge. One was ES, and the other a ghostly little girl. The ghost glanced at Mo Fan and sighed, stating, "Your luck may not hold out for long." After uttering this, the ghost silently returned to ES' body. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the anxious faces of her companions and quickly exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. It was my book that caused this incident." In the morning, Xiao Yu awoke, washed her face, dressed, and stepped outside. As she glanced at the weapon Hong Lian had gifted her before departing, she resolutely walked out. The sound of her footsteps echoed, pat, pat, on the tranquil staircase. Xiao Yu glanced up to see Mo Fan and SHSHia. After sharing a smile, she noticed Mo Fan clad in martial attire and inquired, "Mo Fan, do you not need to wear military uniform?" Mo Fan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Ah, no one on the battlefield cares about what you wear. It's best to don what feels comfortable." The previous attire was quite unbearable. Outside the grand gates, Hong Yin was chastised by a blonde girl. Mo Fan, accompanied by Xiao Yu and SHSHia, emerged using a portal opened by Yan Mo. Jun Yu glanced at the blade in Mo Fan's hand and asked, "Is this knife one you acquired, or is it a result of your own skills?" Mo Fan silently raised a finger in response, choosing not to elaborate. Upon sensing some revelation, Jun Yu refrained from further inquiries, and the group turned their attention towards Hong Lian. Let us assume, for a moment, that I were the squad leader responsible for training newcomers. I could understand that. However, it's rather perplexing that ever-smiling SHSHia is the squad leader, is it not? "Ah, you all have arrived." Hong Lian greeted Mo Fan and the others. They nodded in acknowledgement, signaling a good morning. Meanwhile, the blonde girl glared fiercely at SHSHia before charging towards her, confronting her directly. "Please, refrain from arguing. SHSHia, Miku will soon be joining your squad," someone cautioned. "Of course, no problem, Lieutenant Colonel. I am quite mature and won't be ruffled by a gluttonous wastrel's raucousness," SHSHia retorted. Hearing this, Miku drew her weapon, preparing to strike towards SHSHia, who responded with a hearty laugh, summoning her own weapon. From a distance, Hong Lian covered her head, unable to watch any longer, when suddenly she heard the call of a masked figure. Mo Fan swiftly intervened, grasping the weapons of Miku and SHSHia with both hands, and remarked, "All right, have we had enough ruckus?" Sighing in resignation, SHSHia and Miku sheathed their weapons. Mo Fan then addressed the group, stating, "Once we exit the walls, I shall adopt a different form for combat. Moreover, unless a collective life-threatening situation arises, I will refrain from engaging." After delivering this message, Mo Fan instantly transported himself to the top of the city wall, waving goodbye to the onlookers below before leaping down. Moments later, Miku turned to the others and remarked, "Ah, it's quite bothersome to see the feeble Knights of John swaggering around the perimeter of the barrier. They were once dubbed the Knights of John monsters. However, merely stepping a kilometer away from the barrier significantly enhances their strength. They are fundamentally different from those you have previously defeated. Here, a moment's negligence could lead to demise. Enough with the chatter. Maintain your formation. If you wish to survive, keep your wits about you, Navi ones. Without Mo Fan's presence, I am certain you would not last more than a few days." After Sangong finished speaking, she turned away in embarrassment and anger. Hoshino Shea observed Sangong's retreating figure and chuckled, "Aha, how delightful." She believes that the responsibility for the rookie's life rests upon her. After several hours of arduous travel, the group arrived at the designated mission location, only to witness a little girl suddenly dashing around a corner, closely pursued by John Knight. Just as Xiaoyu prepared to rush forward to rescue her, Sangong restrained her, sternly admonishing, "Do not act recklessly, you fool. Do not disrupt the formation." The three others, taken aback by Sangong's inexplicable actions, momentarily hesitated, unsure how to proceed with the rescue. At that moment, Mo Fan's voice resonated in their ears. "Are you all foolish? Don't you have an archer? Shoot." Suddenly reminded of her identity as an archer, Xiaoyu drew her bow and shot an arrow towards the John Knight. At that instant, 3 vampires emerged, one of them lunging with a blade aimed at Xiaoyu. She swiftly blocked the attack with her own knife and declared, "Grant me strength, Azurumaru." A powerful aura erupted around her as she gained newfound strength, sending the vampire that had ensnared her flying, before she directed her blade towards the 3 vampires. After a moment of intense eye contact, the vampires retreated. After regaining her composure, Xiaoyu remarked, "This time, I acknowledge my fault, yet I shall not reflect upon it. I must rescue that girl. However, if you feel the need to beat me to vent your frustration, feel free to do as you please." Sangong stamped her foot in frustration and retorted, "I detest individuals like you. Your recklessness could lead to our demise. Though Mo Fan may have our backs, how can you trust that he will save us in time?" Following her statement, Sangong headed towards the bathing area. Hoshino Shea glanced at both Xiaoyu and Sangong before trailing after her, casting a thoughtful look back at Xiaoyu before departing. Inside the women's bathhouse, as Sangong scrubbed her body, she fumed. What is up with that by Yi Yuichiro? He disobeys orders and acts unilaterally. Such a person cannot possibly be acknowledged under the Moon Demon's banner. After her outburst, Hoshino Shea's voice emerged from the adjacent bath. Just like this, 2 individuals in conflict gradually become attracted to one another and fall in love. She even formed a heart shape with her hands, prompting Sangong to angrily splash water in her direction. Sangong glared at Hoshino Shea, who had intruded upon her bath, and admonished, "Do not enter someone else's bath without permission." Hoshino Shea merely blinked and smiled, replying, "Don't be so shy." With that, she playfully tackled Sangong. Meanwhile, outside, Xiaoyu, drying her hair, heard a flustered voice exclaim, "Don't pinch me." Mo Fan, grinning, looked at Xiaoyu and remarked, "Xiaoyu, if you ever find a girlfriend, you might just find yourself in a similar situation. Who are you calling a big-headed monster?" Xiaoyu angrily scolded towards Mo Fan. At that moment, Junyu turned to Mo Fan and inquired, "Mo Fan, did you utter that statement this afternoon?" Mo Fan nodded and proceeded towards the bedroom. Junyu, watching Mo Fan disappear, shook her head and then turned to the little girl, asking, "I have some questions for you, may I? Where are the hiding spots of your vampires?" At this point, Xiaoyu glanced at the little girl, who appeared hesitant to speak, and comforted her, saying, "If you do not wish to answer, it's perfectly fine." Just then, the soothing voice of Shushania echoed from the girl's bathhouse. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu instinctively turned her head and saw Sangong and Shushania emerging, their heads glistening with water. For reasons unknown, Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush and quickly turn away. At that moment, the little girl made a decision and said, "I am willing to answer. Please allow me to repay your kindness." At the Omotesando station. After speaking, the little girl shook her head, indicating she had no further knowledge. Xiaoyu and Junyu exchanged knowing glances before turning and walking towards the bedroom. Chapter 18. The Annihilation begins. The following morning, the group gathered their belongings and headed towards the location indicated by the little girl. As they walked, Shushania looked at the note in her hand and remarked, "According to the information provided by the girl, the vampires are breeding humans in the remnants of the tracks at Omotesando." At that moment, Junyu raised her concerns, asking, what should be done with the captured civilians? Sangong quickly interjected, let us not worry about that for now. We haven't even secured our own safety yet. What kind of expression is that? If you're dissatisfied, go back to Shibuya. Xiaoyu retorted, who says I'm dissatisfied? It's just a small matter of exterminating vampires. Also, if the vampires are armed, we must retreat immediately. As they conversed, they reached the top of the station. Mo Fan gave them a glance before using the Yinma blade to open a portal. Before departing, he stated, don't worry, Yuan-Ti died down there. You might just get a little injured, I checked. After Mo Fan vanished, the group stomped their feet in frustration. Shishinaya turned to them and said, let us not concern ourselves with Mo Fan for now. To be honest, with the use of the Black Demon series, you all might have a chance. But if we are to proceed, I hope we can annihilate the enemy without casualties. However, being headstrong is not advisable. At this juncture, Xiaoyu interjected, I will not act recklessly. It's entirely possible to eliminate them without harm. After sharing a smile with each other, Shishinaya led the group down. As they descended, Shishinaya reiterated some precautions, instructing, once again, please prioritize your safety. Suddenly, Sangong spotted a vampire and shouted, everyone, prepare to attack. In the next moment, Xiaoyu charged directly at the vampire, thrusting her blade into its chest with determination. Sangong, witnessing yet another defiance of his orders by Xiaoyu, scolded her. You foolish girl, how many times have I emphasized the importance of not acting on your own before battle? As he prepared to slap Xiaoyu, she swiftly grasped his hand. Just as she was about to explain, a vampire suddenly emerged from behind Sangong, prompting her to pull him aside. Without hesitation, she blocked the vampire's blade with her own knife and kicked the creature away. However, at that moment, a cacophony of sound skills erupted, and several vampires rolled out from the shadows, casting resentful glances at the Black Knight standing at a distance. The group regarded the Black Knight with caution as he gradually stepped into the light. Upon recognizing him, Xiaoyu exclaimed, Mo Fan, could you refrain from startling us so abruptly next time? And what prompted this sudden battle? Also, what is that armor you're wearing? Mo Fan wiped his card sword and replied, oh, this is dark armor. I was simply bored and want to slay a few vampires. Suddenly, a fox leaped out from behind Mo Fan, nuzzled against his helmet, and curled up comfortably on his arm to sleep. Mo Fan shook his head in resignation and transformed back to his original form, turning to Xiaoyu and the others. Upon seeing Mo Fan and the fox in his hand, Sangong exclaimed, wow, Mo Fan, where did you get that fox? Is it one of your pets? Mo Fan replied, taking a deep whiff of the fox's scent as it playfully rubbed against his chest before settling down for a nap. Mo Fan then aimed 3 light orbs towards Junyu. She quickly dodged them and was about to inquire why he targeted her when the glass behind her shattered, revealing 3 bewildered vampires. After exchanging glances with the group, Mo Fan stated, place your hands on my shoulders and I will teleport us to the military camp. With a whoosh, 6 figures materialized in the open grounds of the camp. Sangong, awestruck by this skill, exclaimed, wow, Mo Fan, could you teach us how to learn that? Mo Fan shook his head and moved toward the nearby bench, patting a guard on the shoulder to indicate everything was fine before sitting down and stroking the fox. Suddenly recalling something, he said, by the way, this fox is named by Gue. The next morning, in the city, Xiaoyu gazed in admiration at Junyu, who was repairing a car. Wow, can you really make it run? She asked. Yes, Yunyu replied. Is that for real? You are incredible. I have only ridden a car when I was young. But in the vampire city, there are hardly any vehicles. As Xiaoyu spoke, Junyu completed the repairs, but a series of explosive sounds startled them, prompting both girls to look back and witness a scene that shattered their perceptions. At this moment, Mo Fan was striking against the wall, and within a few minutes, the surface began to crumble. In a resounding collapse, a towering building fell, only to be restored by Mo Fan. After enduring this for several hours, he finally withdrew his hand with a sense of relief. Turning around, he was met with the bewildered expressions of those around him. With a faint smile, he changed his attire before their eyes. Now, Mo Fan donned a black and white martial arts uniform, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel as he remarked, why are you all staring at me like that? Xiaoyu and Junyu exchanged awkward smiles before turning away, whispering, it seems we shouldn't provoke Mo Fan. If we do, we're all done for. Following the commotion instigated by the manager, the group boarded the car repaired by Junyu. Yet Mo Fan appeared out of place as he floated in midair. Just as they were nearing Shinjuku, a red-haired vampire slowly emerged before them. Junyu, spotting the figure ahead, hastily prepared to hit the brakes, but was sternly warned by Xiaoyu, don't stop Junyu. He is a noble. We can't just charge at him. Taking Xiao Yu's advice to heart, Jun Yu pressed the accelerator, hurtling toward the vampire. As the collision seemed imminent, everyone leaped from the vehicle. Mo Fan hovered in the air, gazing at the vampire and sighed. Ah, if Crawley is here, it means the grand showdown is upon us. Below, Crawley calmly extended his right hand to intercept the oncoming car, which exploded with a resounding bang. As debris flew, he deftly struck an arrow aimed at him away with his sword, then swung it toward Mo Fan. However, Mo Fan's relic power redirected the blow to a nearby building. Crawley, standing still, regarded Mo Fan with a smirk. Well, it seems humanity has finally sent forth a few formidable challengers. At that moment, two more vampires leaped in behind Crawley, one with blonde hair and the other a purple-haired lowly. Spotting them, Mo Fan exclaimed, "Ah, isn't that Kisbel and Von Scroud? You three should leave. You stand no chance against me." Just as Von Scroud was about to speak, Crawley silenced him with a mere glance, prompting them to leap away in another direction. Xiao Yu turned to Mo Fan, asking, "How do you know their names?" "Well, Xiao Yu, you mustn't have forgotten that I, too, escaped from that vampire breeding ground," Mo Fan replied. Realization dawned on Xiao Yu as she recalled Mo Fan's previous words, and she nodded in understanding. Mo Fan addressed the group, "Now you all go ahead. I have a matter to attend to." With that, he retrieved the device secured at his waist and pulled out a card imprinted with a visage, inserting it into the device. As the voice of Cayman Drive echoed, Mo Fan summoned the dimensional wall and was whisked away. Xiao Yu, witnessing the sudden disappearance of Mo Fan, exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing, Mo Fan? In this dire situation, why would you venture outside?" On the city walls, 6 helicopters approached the human stronghold. A human commander, noticing the helicopters flying towards him, commanded his subordinates, "Loosen the arrows." Subsequently, hundreds of arrows were unleashed towards the helicopters. However, at that moment, a Boeing 747 appeared, hurtling towards their direction. At this juncture, Lakis and Renaism piloted the Boeing 747 towards the human base. Renai glanced back at the explosives within the aircraft. With a thunderous roar, the walls of the human stronghold were breached by the Boeing 747, unleashing a multitude of vampires, with Lakis and Renai standing prominently at the center. Lakis surveyed his handiwork and remarked, "Not too shabby, right? Right on target." To which Renai, positioned behind Lakis, retorted, "There's nothing to boast about." It veered 3 meters to the right. Lakis, hearing Renai's words, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "You're still so meticulous about the details." Within the military camp, Captain Nagai of the 3rd Squad addressed Saiyan. "The western defense wall has been breached by the vampires. Our counterattack forces are attempting to hold them back, but their endurance is waning." Saiyan, upon hearing the captain's words, expressed concern. "It seems the situation is more dire than anticipated." "Indeed, like a nightmare," he continued. "I hope you can swiftly proceed to the west to assist in the extermination of the vampires." At this moment, Xiao Yu interjected, "You needn't worry. We will help regardless, as it is our duty." "Huh, how dependable." Following this, Captain Nagai explained the situation to the soldiers guarding the vehicles and then led Xiao Yu and the others towards the western defense point. Chapter 19. Mika bids farewell to Xiao Yu. At the western defense, Hong Lian stood elevated, peering through binoculars at the vampires below, teasing, "It has begun. The vampires are truly upon us. But where is the leader?" As Hong Lian scanned the surroundings, he paused upon spotting 2 vampires perched atop a utility pole. Fed, feeling a gaze upon him, lifted his head towards Hong Lian's direction. While observing, one vampire prepared to ambush Hong Lian from behind. But a red-haired woman swiftly struck the vampire with a powerful punch, causing it to dissipate. Hong Lian turned to the red-haired woman and remarked, "Hey, too late, Mei Shi." Brushing her hair aside, Mei Shi retorted, "Too late for what? You suddenly summoned me here. What is going on?" At that moment, a black-haired girl and a blonde man arrived. Suddenly, a dimensional wall appeared beside Hong Lian, from which Mo Fan emerged, transformed. Spotting familiar faces, he courteously greeted, "Long time no see, everyone," addressing Mei Shi, Xue Jian, and Wu Shi. Mei Shi and Xue Jian exchanged a courteous nod, and then Mo Fan turned to Hong Lian and inquired, "Do you think this time I should take action?" Downstairs, Fada, upon seeing the suddenly appearing Mo Fan, offered a faint smile and remarked, "Aha, someone is watching us. By the way, how do you feel returning to Tokyo after so long? Though it may no longer hold pleasant memories, isn't it rather poignant? Furthermore, encountering that girl with the same surname as you, Xiao Yu, must evoke a myriad of emotions." He continued, "And isn't it all right for you not to drink blood, Mika? If you don't feed during battle, You won't be able to indulge once we return to our city. Upon hearing this, Mika laughed and replied, Are you disregarding development to simply drink my blood? Felida Bosnia-Herzegovina dunli. Aha! Refrain from making such misleading statements, Mika. It was you who invited me to drink. And you even pilfered a gun and a map from my residence. Am I not correct? Mika leapt off the railing and, walking away, said, Do not provoke my anger. Back then, I was powerless to protect my family. Heh, you remain so self-deprecating. At the very least, should you not protect your only family member? The girl with the same surname, by Yia Xiaoyu? Odeplia factionata inda. As Mika walked, he reminisced about the time he was rescued and forced to drink paper. 3 years prior, Kurulu sat upon the throne, keenly observing Mika, who was half kneeling on the floor, and said, Come, Mika, drink blood. Once you do, your cells will cease to move, granting you a body that transcends humanity in a mortal form, and you will become a complete vampire. Mika gazed at the child lying on the floor, turned to Kurulu, and declared, I will not drink blood. I do not wish to become a vampire. You say that, yet your body cannot resist. You will feel pain throughout, an unbearable thirst. Do not endure. Surrender to your desires, Kurulu said, gently lifting Mika's chin with his hand. Mika forcefully broke free from Kurulu's grasp and retorted, I will not drink blood. Kurulu stood, gazing at Mika with intrigue. Will you choose to die instead? It is better to become a vampire than to perish. Indeed, living for 1,000 or 2,000 years without growth, merely enduring boredom, is not a favorable choice. However, you can no longer die naturally, for I have altered you. If you do not drink blood, you shall become a grotesque creature devoid of self. Just as Mika prepared to retort, Kurulu swiftly drew a cup and sliced his own arm. Mika watched as blood gushed from Kurulu's arm, his eyes narrowing, breath quickening, as he beheld the cup slowly filling. In a sudden burst of impulse, he swatted away the cup Kurulu offered. Kurulu, unfazed by the act, reached out toward Mika, then turned to walk back to the throne. Yet, as he walked, he carelessly spilled blood across the floor, prompting Mika to lose control. Grasping Kurulu's arm and sinking his teeth into it, Kurulu turned to Mika, who was indulging in blood, and exclaimed with excitement, Savor it. This way, you can never depart from me, forever bound to be my faithful hound, Mikhail. At that moment, Mo Fan's voice interjected, Ahem, Kurulu, mind your words, or else. However, Mo Fan's sentence was cut short by a fierce glare from a nearby figure. Returning to the present, Mika recalled his first experience with blood. He retrieved the first of 6 tubes from his waist pouch, filled with Kurulu's blood, and drank it down in one go, contemplating that it would sustain him for 10 days. Wiping the blood from his lips, he gazed skyward and silently vowed to locate Xiao Yu within that time frame. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's vehicle was abruptly sent flying by a helicopter. She quickly stashed the stimulant that Saiyan had just given her and dashed toward the nearest cover. Subsequently, Jun Yu shouted to Yu Yi, urging Yu Yi, shoot the arrows. As Yu Yi's arrows struck the aircraft, it released 3 missiles during its descent, causing everyone to plummet to the ground. A loud explosion echoed behind Mika, prompting him to turn and witness Hong Lian sending a vampire's arm crashing beside his feet. Hong Lian then remarked, What a mess. I failed to eliminate the leader. Ah, impressive. You managed to take down several at once. It seems the humans have deployed their main forces, Fei Zhe observed, noting the prominent figure in black armor among the humans. In Shinjuku Central Park, Xiao Yu and Saiyan rushed in breathlessly, encountering 3 weary individuals. Just as a vampire prepared to ambush Jun Yu from behind, Xiao Yu swiftly blocked the attack with her blade. Saiyan, wielding her scythe, dispatched 2 vampires, reducing them to ash. Xiao Yu then inquired of Jun Yu, Where are the enemy forces? They're no more. The one we just eliminated was the last, Jun Yu replied. Surveying the area, Xiao Yu noticed a plethora of discarded clothing and remarked, Wow, you all are quite formidable. Our skills surpass yours by far. So what brings you here? You're asking me? I heard you faced a dire crisis, so I came to assist, Xiao Yu retorted. I didn't summon you. Our mission is to regroup at the defensive point. As you suggested, she added. Xiao Yu lowered her head, dejected. Of course, I'm aware of that, but what? Do you truly believe we would perish here? Have a little faith in us. Apologies, I am sorry. As Xiao Yu concluded her statement, the rain ceased and the sun broke through the clouds. Saiyan bent down and addressed everyone. Well then, the rain has stopped. It's time for us to move. On the battlefield, after an intense exchange with Mika, Hong Lian and Mika both leaped to safety. Hong Lian inquired, Who are you? You're quite strong. Mika cast a frosty glance at Hong Lian and remarked, Is that so? Yet, I fail to perceive your strength. In an unexpected turn, Honglian swiftly retrieved a talisman from her pocket, surged forward, and affixed it to Mika's forehead. She then propelled herself backward, evading the blast radius. An explosive detonation erupted at Mika's previous location, but he had leaped away just moments before the explosion. At that juncture, Fide, perched on the railing, observed Mika and proclaimed, "Aha, overwhelming power and physique, yet this arrogance will hinder your progress. Allow me to assist you." Mika, casting a perplexed gaze at Fide, inquired, "What do you mean by that? Do I appear to be losing?" Fide, shaking his head in resignation, responded, "I already mentioned it. At your feet." Upon hearing this, Mika glanced downward, only to discover a grid formation ensnaring him. Observing Mika's realization of the trap, Honglian commanded her allies to raise it. Mika made a hurried escape, yet as he reached a safe distance, Honglian instantaneously teleported behind him, poised to strike. However, Fide intervened, blocking the attack with his own blade, and then delivered a powerful punch to Honglian's face. The force sent her flying, colliding with several pillars along the way. In that moment, Honglian produced a pocket watch, glanced at the time, and then retrieved a box of stimulants, only to have Mika thrust his blade towards his own chest, causing the stimulants to slip from her grasp. In the distance, the approaching Xiao Yu and her companions witnessed the wounded Honglian, prompting Xiao Yu to unsheath her sword and charge forward. As Mika turned to discern the identity of his assailant, he was unexpectedly pierced in the chest by Xiao Yu. Stunned to see the one he had longed for, he was momentarily taken aback. Both Xiao Yu and Mika, panting heavily, exchanged flushed expressions, while the wounded Honglian, noticing Xiao Yu's hesitance to employ her curse abilities, scolded, "What are you doing? Quickly use your sorcery to eliminate him, Yu. Act swiftly." Frustrated that she could not rouse Xiao Yu, Honglian, in exasperation, grasped a sword that had fallen nearby, preparing to strike. However, Mika swiftly drew his own blade and leaped away. Once Honglian staggered her feet, she swung a fist at Xiao Yu, exclaiming in anger, "What nonsense! Why haven't you killed him?" Upon finishing her sentence, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, prompting Xiao Yu to rush forward to staunch her bleeding. At that moment, Fan, exasperated, remarked, "Hey Xiao Yu, this is hardly the time for romance. And why do you gaze at Mika as if he were a woman?" This statement left the assembled individuals in a state of bewilderment, with both Xiao Yu and Mika blushing profusely. Upon hearing this, Fide turned to Mika and said, "Oh dear, so, is such a relationship? The nostalgic Yukaru Hayakuya has this connection with our Mika. Yet, I never anticipated that this fateful reunion would unfold in this manner. It brings tears to my eyes. What are your intentions? It seems your Xiao Yu has been influenced by humanity." After Mika gradually recovered from his earlier flushed state, he spoke, "Of course, I will rescue him from the wretched humans. By the way, I have a more convenient method, unlike what Kurura did to you. How about I turn Xiao Yu into a vampire?" Mika, in a fit of rage, seized Fed's neck with one hand and declared, "If you dare to lay a hand on Xiao Yu, I will kill you." Fed, observing Mika's impassioned reaction, remarked, "I was merely jesting. It seems you rarely get so worked up. Allow me to assist you. I will thwart the humans, and you can retrieve the important princess." At that moment, Hashinea, with a dark expression, questioned Xiao Yu. "What you said earlier, it can't be true, can it?" Xiao Yu, seeing Hashinea's sudden anger, responded, "How could it possibly be that kind of relationship? Besides, we are both men." Subsequently, Xiao Yu turned to Fan and implored, "Fan, can you lend a hand?" Fan shook his head and replied, "You can run now. Why rely on me? Moreover, you could have come to rescue me next time. With so many vampires around, are you seeking death?" The group began to retreat towards a defensive point, but at that moment, Fed jumped in front and declared, "I won't let you escape." Upon seeing Fed approach, Xiao Yu recalled his earlier futile attempt to flee the ancient castle and recklessly charged at Fed with his weapon. Red Lotus sighed as he witnessed Xiao Yu's reckless advance and was about to intervene when he was struck by a spinning kick, sending him crashing against the stone wall. From a distance, Mei Shi, seeing Red Lotus downed, prepared to assist but was intercepted by Chorus. Chorus unleashed a blast of energy, forcing Mei Shi to retreat helplessly. Yui, observing Chorus from afar, began to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Junyu noticed a vampire preparing to strike the dazed Yui and push him aside, exclaiming, "Fool, what are you doing? Get up at once." As Fed grasped Red Lotus by the neck, Xiao Yu charged from behind. When Fed noticed Xiao Yu swinging his blade towards him, he swiftly evaded, causing Xiao Yu's knife to halt just short of Red Lotus's neck. Red Lotus, prepare to bite, Xiao Yu shouted, "Behind you." Just as Xiao Yu prepared to dodge, he was caught by Federal. When Fed was about to sink his fangs into Xiao Yu's neck, Micah swiftly severed his arm with a blade. Xiao Yu, taken aback by Micah's sudden intervention, fell to the ground as Micah scooped him up in a princess carry. Furious at being carried away, Xiao Yu yelled, "Enough! Put me down!" After expressing his frustration, he kicked free from Micah's embrace and confronted him. "Why must you insist on taking me away? Are you no longer human? Is it my fault that my escape led to your transformation? Enough! It is not Xiao Yu's fault, so refrain from speaking any further. Come with me. It is perilous here. This time, consider it my responsibility." Just as Xiao Yu was about to respond, she heard S.H. Shinya's voice calling from behind. Turning around, she saw the group being held by the throat by a noble. As M.O. Fan prepared to rush to their aid, Xiao Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Suddenly, two inky black arms sprouted from Xiao Yu's own. The Crimson Lotus, being choked by Fed, observed Xiao Yu's transformation and laughed, while S.H. Shinya, also grasped by the throat, looked on in horror at the sudden change in Xiao Yu. With a mere flick of her hand, Mijia was sent flying by a blade of air. M.O. Fan, taken aback by Xiao Yu's abrupt transformation, previously he had only witnessed one arm like that, decided to revert his transformation and slowly approach Xiao Yu. As the onlooker stared at M.O. Fan in bewilderment, he began his own transformation, an otherworldly roar erupting from his lips. With a tremendous force surging from within him, a powerful aura emanated, causing all present to shield their eyes. When they finally opened their eyes, they beheld M.O. Fan's hair transformed into a golden hue, tinged with black, radiating a dark aura interspersed with black-blue lightning. His arms morphed into claws as dark as ink, sensing the power coursing through him. He inhaled deeply and struck Xiao Yu in the abdomen with a punch, rendering her unconscious and reverting her to her original form. After casting a knowing glance at Mijia, M.O. Fan hoisted Xiao Yu and, addressing the vampires with a fierce tone, commanded them to flee or face death. With a chilling demeanor, Fed instructed everyone to retreat. Upon hearing Fed's words, the vampires hurriedly fled in the opposite direction, leaving Mijia helplessly following Federal. As M.O. Fan vanished from sight, he retrieved 10 magical beans from his space and tossed them to those important individuals who had fainted. After consuming the magical beans, S.H. Shinya looked at M.O. Fan's current form and inquired, "M.O. Fan, what is this transformation? And what did you just give me?" Montauk Fan replied, "You may regard this form as an awakening of my bloodline, augmented by the power of the cursed spirits." After speaking, he exchanged a look with the Crimson Lotus before instantaneously returning home. In the medical chamber, Mijia slowly regained consciousness, tears in hand, murmuring, "How can I still weep after becoming a vampire?" Soon, a voice echoed over the intercom. "Lord Mijia, the third progenitor, Krilu Sepisi, summons you. Please proceed to the royal assembly immediately." Dressing promptly, Mijia made his way to the gathering. In the hospital, Xiao Yu gradually rose from the bed, only to find Yi sleeping beside her. Sensing her movements, Yi slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Xiao Yu awake, exclaimed, "You're awake. I must inform everyone." As you finished speaking, she dashed towards the door. Xiao Yu watched her retreating figure with a smile. Yet soon after, thoughts of Mijia crossed her mind, bringing forth a smile that swiftly transformed into tears. This sight caught the attention of Shirori, who had just entered, leaning against the doorframe, and remarked, "Is this the room of the weeping child?" "It appears so. Fear not. Everything will be all right," Shirori said, taking a seat on a stool while observing Xiao Yu. Noticing the bandage around Shiori's neck, Xiao Yu inquired, "Shirori, what happened to your neck?" Just as Xiao Yu leaned in closer for a better look, she was startled by the sudden appearance of Mikami at the doorway, causing her to lose her balance and fall toward Shirori. Mikami, witnessing such a dramatic scene, found herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Xiao Yu tumbled against Shirori's chest, their lips meeting briefly. After exchanging a flustered glance, Xiao Yu quickly stood up, her gaze fixed on Shiori's flushed face. Just then, Junyue playfully nudged Mikami's head aside and spoke to Xiao Yu. "Why do you seem so lively right after getting up? By the way, where's Mofin?" "Oh, him? It seems he has gone off to another place." Chapter 23. After the battle. Months later, Xiao Yu and Junyue exchanged exasperated glances as they observed Mofin, who was currently engaged in combat with his own doppelganger. With a series of resounding thuds, Mofin and his clone created numerous, seemingly bottomless holes, only for them to mend and shatter again moments later. At that moment, Honglian approached, prompting Xiao Yu to ask, "Has Mofin always trained like this?" "Almost, though it seems even more frenzied than before. He is better now." Mofin seized a punch thrown by his clone, executing an over-the-shoulder throw that sent the doppelganger crashing to the ground. despite the sharp pain coursing through his body. He turned to evade, only to be met with a powerful blow from Mo Fan, scattering him once again. In the library, Xiaoyu was rummaging through books, her annoyance growing as she tossed a book onto the table and leaned back in her chair, squinting in frustration. At that moment, Shiori's voice echoed in her ears. "Are you here again, you?" Startled, Xiaoyu tumbled from her chair, looking up at Shiori with exasperation. "You scared me, Shiori. Could you please knock next time?" "It's quite frightening." Laughing, Shiori replied, "By the way, you should be resting properly now, even though it has been nearly 3 months." "It's fine. I've rested long enough, and I'm feeling better," Xiaoyu reassured her. Suddenly noticing Shiori's tightly clenched hands, she asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" After a moment, Shiori regained her composure, picking up a book that had fallen to the floor, and remarked, "Are you reading those Riska books again? Boys can be so predictable." Hearing this, Xiaoyu attempted to retrieve the book, but Shiori deftly evaded her grasp. As Shiori flipped through the pages, she was taken aback by the title, "How to Transform a Vampire into a Human." Subsequently, in a state of bewilderment, Xiaoyu watched as Shiori returned the book to herself and made her way to the door. Just before turning away, Shiori asked, Do you wish to turn Mijia back into a human? If you're willing to hear the intelligence I possess, I shall share it with you." Upon witnessing Xiaoyu's astonished expression, Hiwatari Shina smiled contentedly and continued, "Honestly, it is only in moments like these that you appear so adorably sincere. How tedious. Enough with the chatter, let us proceed. Firstly, the transformation of humans into vampires is exceedingly rare. Vampires are generally unwelcoming to the proliferation of their kind. Most crucially, only the nobility are bestowed with the authority to convert humans into vampires." At this moment, Xiaoyu, as if struck by a revelation, inquired, "So, does this mean that Mika has been chosen by the nobility?" "Indeed," Hiwatari responded. "And are you intent on eradicating all vampires?" In the Grand Hall, Xiaoyu had just slain a vampire and was pondering the situation when she noticed Hiwatari Kuruto gazing at her. Observing Xiaoyu's previous reaction, Hiwatari Kuruto spoke with a sense of satisfaction. "This is a test to ascertain your loyalty. Let us commence the meeting." Xiaoyu, looking across at Hiwatari Kuruto, expressed her confusion. "And who might you be?" "I am Hiwatari Kuruto, a major general of the Imperial Army of Japan. But first, allow me to assess your swordsmanship. The rules prohibit the use of demon arts." "Very well. Should a prominent figure from the Hiwatari family find themselves embarrassed in defeat, I shall not concern myself with it." After stating this, Hiwatari Kuruto unleashed his demon arts, directing an attack towards Xiaoyu. She hastily raised her blade to deflect the strike. Yet the force of the blow sent her flying several meters away. As Xiaoyu prepared to retaliate, Hiwatari Kuruto instantly teleported beside her neck, poised to strike. With a hint of disappointment, he remarked, "So focused on what lies ahead. Is this truly your level? Would you shout despicable on the battlefield and then meet your end?" This left Xiaoyu momentarily speechless, her intended retort fading into silence. Nevertheless, Hiwatari Kuruto expressed his thoughts. "However, your attitude is commendable. You obediently adhere to your master's command against utilizing demon arts, unlike that flamboyant subordinate of Hong Lian." As always, Sammy deflected an attack with a single stroke. Xiaoyu felt no despair. Instead, she joyfully remarked, "Had you not had the protection of your companions, you would have perished just now. Or do you intend to claim that my ambush from behind was dishonorable?" Hiwatari Kuruto scoffed, then continued walking while saying, "Let me retract my earlier statement. You are indeed a subordinate of Hong Lian. By the way," Hiwatari Shinya interjected, "unlike my brother, I have no penchant for bullying the weak. However, as an adopted child, you are forbidden to speak back." With a sigh, Hiwatari Shinya commenced a brutal assault on Xiaoyu. Moments later, upon seeing her bound companions, Xiaoyu turned to Hiwatari Kuruto and angrily demanded, "You scoundrel, what have you done to them? You engaged in espionage. Consider this a lesson." "What nonsense is this?" Just then, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the building. Cough, cough. Was it truly necessary to strike so fiercely? Montauk Fan mused, feeling as though his armor might soon shatter, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that even this titanium alloy armor was insufficient. Subsequently, Mo Fan witnessed a hurried figure emerging from the room. After a brief exchange of laughter among the onlookers, they dismantled their armor and sheepishly scratched their heads, apologizing for their excessive actions. Following this, Mo Fan teleported away in front of everyone, taking the time to repair the damaged area before his departure. In the conference hall, Kurilu observed the transformation of Xiaoyu, just as Mika entered the scene. The startling sight of Xiaoyu's transformation left the other ancestors in the assembly astonished. At this moment, Fed raised his voice and declared, "Indeed, humanity is gradually succeeding in converting the seraphim of termination into weaponry. This is exceedingly perilous." An ancestor inquired, "But that research should have ceased after Lord Kurulu annihilated the White Knight cult." Kurulu interjected, "Indeed, I had terminated the experiment 8 years ago. Not a single child possessing the factor of the seraphim of termination remains. I personally eliminated them all." "Oh, so you mean to say that you eradicated all the subjects of the experiment?" A youthful ancestor spoke up. "Then why has the research progressed so significantly? Aside from the White Knight cult, no other organization should have achieved such monumental success. If this is due to your mismanagement, Kurulu, it presents a grave issue of accountability." "Silence, Lystika. Are you provoking me?" Kurulu retorted. "Perhaps, but if you are unfit for the task, I shall take your place upon the throne of Japan." "How infuriating. You little brat. Huh. We are only about 200 years apart, and I possess the greater strength." At this juncture, Fed attempted to mediate, saying, "Calm down, everyone." However, "Lord Kurulu, it is indeed true that humanity is gradually succeeding in weaponizing it. What countermeasures do you intend to employ?" "The basic strategy remains unchanged. Deploy a large force to annihilate the Imperial Army of Japan. I eagerly anticipate your results." Just then, a voice interrupted. "What a lively scene." M.O. Fan, clad in Ashura armor, approached Kurulu. Before the other ancestors could speak, he preemptively declared, "You may perceive me as a traveler of the world, arriving in your realm to observe. By the way, you need not interfere with matters in Japan." The moment M.O. Fan concluded his statement, a voice from the vicinity of the ancestors, belonging to a vampire, exclaimed, "It's bad. Master, a massive meteorite, imbued with formidable power, has appeared directly above us." Upon hearing this, the ancestors contemplated briefly before responding, "Very well, we shall refrain from interfering in Japan for now. However, can we eliminate this threat?" M.O. Fan shook his head, replying, "It's no trouble. It will indeed come down, but should any of us violate this agreement, we shall face immediate annihilation." After a while, the ancestors exited the live broadcast. Kurulu, in a rather good mood, noticed Fed's insufferable expression and, disregarding M.O. Fan's presence, unleashed a blade of air towards the round table in a fit of rage. M.O. Fan glanced at Fed and cautioned, "By the way, Fed, it would be wise for you to avoid causing too much trouble, or you might find yourself in grave danger." After M.O. Fan finished speaking, the entire room turned frigid, creating an atmosphere that weighed heavily on Fed. He quickly forced a cheerful smile, insisting that everything was fine, yet unbeknownst to anyone, beads of cold sweat streamed down his back. At that moment, the round table, overwhelmed by the oppressive ambience emanating from Kurulu, could no longer withstand the pressure and began to collapse downward. Mijia and Fei silently observed as Kurulu started to descend. M.O. Fan, witnessing the spectacle, was reminded of a time before his transmigration when such a moment would have elicited laughter, and he could not help but chuckle aloud. This laughter darkened Kurulu's expression to a shade as deep as ink. After exchanging a glance with Mijia, Fei exited the room, and Mijia, understanding the situation, followed suit. Thus, only M.O. Fan and Kurulu remained, standing in place. Kurulu, gazing coldly at M.O. Fan's incessant laughter, remarked, "Is it amusing?" Haha, not amusing at all. So, shall I revert from my transformation?" Fine, I shall revert." Once M.O. Fan had transformed back, Kurulu seized his hand and dragged him back into the room. Chapter 23. The Calm Before the Final Battle. Upon entering the room, Kurulu unceremoniously threw M.O. Fan onto the bed and then sat upon his abdomen. M.O. Fan, taken aback by Kurulu's sudden assertiveness, smiled and remarked, "What has prompted your newfound boldness today?" Before he could finish, Kurulu leaned down and kissed him. Meanwhile, outside the wall, Xiao Yu and Jun Yu were astonished to witness Yu E unleashing a new power. Xiao Yu, upon seeing Yu E wielding the power of ghosts, turned to Shiyu Shania and asked, "Hey, Shania, what is happening? Have you been secretly training him?" Yu Yi's control over ghostly curses was already remarkably high, so it seemed as if he had fully grasped and materialized the essence of that power. After hearing Shania's response, Xiao Yu drew her sword and wounded her palm. As Shania prepared to address the group, she witnessed Xiao Yu collapsing abruptly. Within Xiao Yu's spiritual realm, she awoke from the illusion of Azwoluan and turned to face him. At that moment, M.O. Fan, bloodied and frantic, burst in, glancing back at the portal behind him. Both Azwoluan and Xiao Yu stared at M.O. Fan in bewilderment, and M.O. Fan, noticing his own state, sheepishly entered Xiao Yu's spiritual space once more, scratching his head in apology. Just as Mo Fan prepared to leave, Azwoluan called out, "Why do I sense a strangely familiar aura from you?" Hearing this, Mo Fan paused, turned back to Azwoluan, and replied, "You will soon understand. Let me offer you a hint. It is the essence of your sister." Upon finishing his words, Mo Fan disregarded the two who stood in a daze and stepped out of Xiao Yu's spiritual realm. Azure Maru gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Mo Fan had vanished, remarking, "It seems I must inquire about several matters with Mo Fan in the future." Outside the spiritual realm, everyone was taken aback to witness Mo Fan suddenly emerge from within Xiao Yu. "Mo Fan, why have you come out from Xiao Yu? And why are you covered in so much blood?" "Ah, let us not dwell on the minutiae," Mo Fan replied. "By the way, I will change my form shortly, so do not be startled. What is there to be surprised about?" Junyu said nonchalantly, though he soon altered his tone. Although Mo Fan insisted that his original appearance remained unchanged, his eyes had turned blood red, and his teeth had become remarkably sharp, which inevitably cast a heavy pall over the group. At that moment, Mo Fan, observing the solemn expressions of those around him, boldly declared, "Do not look at me like that. There is even more to astonish you." With that, he opened a portal and stepped through, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment. As the portal closed, a screen appeared in the distance, displaying the events unfolding within Mo Fan's spiritual realm. Within Mo Fan's spiritual space, he returned to the very place where he had acquired his demonic form, only to find Lucifer lounging leisurely on the ground. "Ah, if it isn't Mo Fan," Lucifer teased. "Didn't someone declare they would never return? What brings you here now?" Mo Fan, exasperated by Lucifer's insolence, replied, "Lucifer, when did you become so insufferable?" "Never mind that. Let us get to the point. I require all of your power." "Oh, and why should I grant you my strength?" "Provide a compelling reason, and I may consider it." "How about this? If I can manage to strike you, will that suffice for you to grant me access to your second phase?" Lucifer couldn't contain his laughter at Mo Fan's audacity. "Huh, don't make me laugh, would you? Let us not forget that your full power cannot even match mine, let alone reach my second phase." "Well, how will you know unless you try?" Montauk Fan retorted. With that, he transformed into the evil god Super Saiyan 1 and launched a punch toward Lucifer. However, Lucifer deftly evaded it, only for Mo Fan to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his abdomen as Lucifer's fist connected. Mo Fan was sent flying backward. This spectacle left the onlookers outside in shock, even causing Xiao Yu, who had just risen, to momentarily forget her surroundings. As she approached to scold her companions for fixating on the screen, she caught sight of the astonishing battle between Mo Fan and Lucifer. With a resounding thud, Mo Fan elbowed Lucifer in the neck, but Lucifer retaliated by ensnaring Mo Fan's ankle with his tail and throwing him downwards. Feeling the pressure of Lucifer's grip, Mo Fan's pain transformed into a surge of power, propelling him into Super Saiyan 4. He then unleashed a more formidable force to break free. After Lucifer was shaken, just as he prepared to rise and charge for another strike, he was unexpectedly knocked down by a punch that landed squarely on his chin. The force of Mo Fan's blow sent Lucifer crashing to the ground, creating a massive dent in the earth. Rubbing his neck, Lucifer looked at Mo Fan and remarked, "Not bad. You managed to dislocate my shoulder without resorting to divine form. Quite impressive. This was only to be expected, considering I have been training in the time chamber for so long. All right, Lucifer, let us stop playing and prepare for the second phase." After a brief smile, Lucifer began to exude an immense aura, and Mo Fan quickly followed suit, releasing a divine presence. A few breaths later, Mo Fan activated the second stage of the transcendence, surrounding himself with a dazzling display of magenta and blue lightning. In contrast to Lucifer's transformation, which was rather simplistic, Mo Fan's physique became more robust, with sharp horns sprouting from his head and dark lightning crackling around him. Drawing a deep breath, Mo Fan teleported behind Lucifer and delivered a powerful punch. However, Lucifer had already sensed the impending attack and countered with a kick to Mo Fan's abdomen. Fortunately, Mo Fan had integrated the principles of his effortless technique into his movements, allowing him to evade the strike. After sending Lucifer flying with a punch, Mo Fan, panting heavily, gazed at him and thought, "It seems I must resort to my ultimate move." With that, he teleported in front of Lucifer and unleashed a punch. Yet, Lucifer felt an overwhelming surge of energy in his abdomen, which erupted violently, sending him soaring through the air with the roar of a purple-white dragon. Watching Lucifer explode into a brilliant display, Mo Fan chuckled, Ah, finally, I've worn you out. So, how does it feel to have your second phase surpassed? Surely you can now bestow upon me your full power? However, before Mo Fan could hear Lucifer's response, an immense force surged within him, accompanied by the system's voice. He heard ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Lucifer's recognition. Rewards include the bloodline of Dracula, the essence of all Kamen Riders, the essence of all armored warriors, and the ability to absorb all things. As Mo Fan felt himself being drawn into the system space, he furrowed his brow and queried, why are the rewards from the system so substantial this time? Ding. To answer the host, this reward is the final one among the bottom 10. After completing the last 10 rewards, the system will detach from the host and seek a new one. Sighing at the system's words, Mo Fan contemplated the inevitability of separation, wondering whether everyone would perish while he remained unscathed. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the thought as impossible and glanced around before exiting the mental space. Chapter 24. The Calm After the Storm. The moment Mo Fan emerged from the mental space, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and looked at Xiao Yu with a mix of frustration and disbelief. He then scolded, "What the hell, Xiao Yu? Do you have a problem? Is it necessary for you to poke me just as I step out?" After Mo Fan spoke, he effortlessly withdrew the knife from Xiao Yu's grasp. Upon seeing the wound on Mo Fan, Xiao Yu exhaled in relief as she observed the injury mending at an astonishing rate. "It seems you have not been tainted by the spirits. By the way, why do you carry the scent of a vampire, and how is your recovery so remarkable?" Mo Fan brushed the dust off his clothes and replied, "Well, you simply did not witness the scene of my recent battle. I did see it, but I didn't notice you sustaining any significant injuries." "What was that form you took on?" she inquired. "That is a trait inherent in my bloodline. Since we are on the subject, allow me to demonstrate the new power I have acquired." With that, Mo Fan transformed before the astonished crowd. A radiant beam of light erupted from a distance, blinding Xiao Yu and Shina. Observing the spectacle from afar, Hong Lian sighed, "Ah, it seems the final battle is upon us." As the brilliance dimmed, Xiao Yu cautiously opened her eyes and was taken aback by Mo Fan's transformation. "Wow, Mo Fan, your change is somewhat similar to before, yet distinctly different." At that moment, Mo Fan's appearance had evolved. His body hair was darker, his eyes had turned a shade of crimson, and his aura transitioned from fiery to jet-like. His horns elongated, and two pairs of small fangs sprouted beside his mouth. Suddenly, Mo Fan recalled a sign-in he had neglected. He silently invoked the system's sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Today's sign-in yields a snow-white ferret. Mo Fan momentarily froze at the system's announcement, and before the crowd's eyes, a flash of white light revealed a pristine ferret, its tongue resembling that of a serpent, and its eyes akin to a snake's. At that moment, Bai Mei, who had been dozing in Mo Fan's spiritual space, sensed the approach of something new and emerged from Mo Fan's chest. Yet, she was obstructed by a soft, cool presence, which prompted her to summon a tunnel and burrow inside. Seeing her master embrace the snow-white ferret, Bai Mei glared at Mo Fan in indignation before taking a bite. However, in Mo Fan's eyes, Bai Mei was merely being affectionate. He chuckled and gently stroked her fur, though the ferret, nestled in his arms, shot him an annoyed glance, as if to say, "Isn't one enough?" Amused by the ferret's expression, Mo Fan embraced it too, playfully rubbing both pets against his face. Witnessing Mo Fan's apparent disregard for his pets, Sun Yi exclaimed, "Mo Fan, that's not how it's done. Why do you get to encounter two adorable creatures while I never do? Woe is me." After a moment, Mo Fan placed both pets on his chest and, noticing San Ye's exasperated expression, remarked, "It's likely due to my unique constitution. By the way, why are you still awake at this hour? Off to bed with you." The following morning, as Xiao Yu and Jun Yu rushed into the kitchen, they found San Yi wielding a pan, flames flickering within. At that moment, Hui Shania, witnessing San Yi's culinary mishap, exclaimed, "How could you set the omelet rice ablaze?" San Yi defended herself, but the book said adding alcohol would enhance the flavor. "Never mind, let me handle this. Your cooking skills are quite perplexing," Mo Fan remarked as he entered, shaking his head at the scene. With practiced ease, he ignited the stove and poured the beaten eggs into the boiling pan. To the astonishment of all present, he commenced his dazzling display of culinary prowess. Moments latte. San Gong, San Yi, and Hui Shania gazed at Mo Fan, wide-eyed, and inquired, "Mo Fan, why have I never seen you cook before?" "Well, let's eat first." "I'm famished," Mo Fan replied, grabbing a bowl and chopsticks, prompting Xiao Yu and the others to join a semblance of a meal. Note: do not involve the main character from the original work. Instead, describe the characteristics and traits of the side characters. The personality is somewhat of a saintly figure, yet not entirely so. They're nurturing towards their own, but amiable to outsiders. A distinctive trait is their ability to recover from injuries instantly, and when gravely injured, they are forcibly teleported. They stand at a height of 5 meters, with white hair and red eyes. In the side story featuring the Yandere Ling Hua, Mo Fan arrived at the Kamisado residence to find Ling Hua standing at the entrance. They exchanged smiles before Ling Hua led Mo Fan into the living room. However, as they traversed the corridor, Mo Fan sensed an unsettling aura. Ling Hua, ahead of him, was panting softly, her face adorned with affection as she glanced back at him. Contemplating, Mo Fan, if you answer my questions satisfactorily, you may leave. Otherwise, you shall remain. Seated on a cushion, Mo Fan inquired. May I ask what brings Miss Ling Hua to summon me? Well, I wish to ask you something, she replied. What is it? Mo Fan sipped the tea placed before him. I would like to know, do you have someone you cherish? Ling Hua asked, her voice shy. Upon seeing Mo Fan shake his head, her excitement surged as she asked, then what are your feelings towards me, Mo Fan? Miss Ling Hua, you are a noble lady, while I am but a humble commoner. If I were to express any fondness, it would be for Xiao Gong, he responded. It seems you have answered incorrectly this time, Mo Fan, Ling Hua declared, her demeanor shifting abruptly. Realizing the change, Mo Fan thought of the term Yandere. Just as he prepared to rise and flee, he felt his legs weaken and collapsed. Ling Hua stood, cradling him against her chest, tenderly caressing his soft face, murmuring, It appears my beloved Mo Fan has a liking for Xiao Gong, but I shall not permit that. I have given you ample opportunities, yet you chose to toy with fire before me. Thus, I have resolved not to grant you another chance. In the basement, Mo Fan gradually awoke from his slumber, only to find himself in a pitch-black room, illuminated solely by a slender beam of light streaming through a small window. At that moment, with a sudden creak, a wooden door swung open, revealing an exquisitely beautiful young woman. Observing her closely, Mo Fan, gripped by terror, stammered, Ling Hua, do we have some misunderstanding? Could you please let me go? Ling Hua tenderly caressed Mo Fan's face, seemingly unperturbed by his palpable fear, and spoke in a morbidly sweet tone, Mo Fan, my dear, I once offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Please, Ling Hua, do not do this. Montauk Fan pleaded. In response to his terrified gaze, Ling Hua slowly began to remove her clothing, as well as Mo Fan's, and soon settled herself upon him. Hours later, Ling Hua, having become languid, collapsed onto Mo Fan's chest, who, having endured several rounds of training, succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 24. The eve of the final battle. Mo Fan observed the 5 individuals seated at the table, sharing laughter, yet he could not help but silently weep. He pondered how his parents in the original world were faring after all this time in another realm. Although he had traversed into the body of a character he admired, he still felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. What was the worth of his strength if he remained alone? Even if he found a place to belong, it would only be after embodying the formidable power and talent of Vegeta. Would his fate have diverged had he not occupied Vegeta's form? Xiao Yu, noticing Mo Fan with his head bowed on the sofa, approached and gently patted his back, saying, Mo Fan, why do you look so dejected all of a sudden? Cheer up. This is not like you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mo Fan replied, Oh, Xiao Yu, shall we practice after we finish our meal? Haha, no need for that. She replied, Don't worry, I shall help you train, so you will have more strength when seeking out me, Jia, he reassured her. On the balcony, after enduring Mo Fan's training, Xiao Yu sat breathlessly at the edge, glancing at the leisurely Mo Fan and asking, Mo Fan, just how powerful are you? That is an excellent question. You might understand it as being invincible against the entirety of this world, or even the universe. All combined, they would still pale in comparison. Do you comprehend? Oh my, is that not our Mo Fan and Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu, why do you appear so fatigued? At that moment, Shania approached, teasingly observing Xiao Yu's breathless state. Hey, Shania, if you were trained, you'd realize just how exhausting it is. Why are you dressed so casually today? What do you think? I look good in everyday clothes, don't I? As Mo Fan noticed Xiao Yu and Shania preparing to engage in playful banter, he swiftly interjected, All right, let's put a pause on that and listen to my instructions. This is for you both. After Mo Fan finished speaking, he tossed a button each toward Xiao Yu and Shania. Xiao Yu hurriedly caught the button and looked at it, asking, Mo Fan, what is this for us too? Mo Fan replied, This is for emergencies. If a critical situation arises, call my name, Wujite. If I do not arrive within a few minutes after you call, press this button, and I will instantly teleport to assist you. How convenient, right? However, it can only be used once. After saying this, Mo Fan waved his hand and jumped off the balcony. When Xiaoyu saw Mo Fan suddenly leap down, she rushed to pull him back up, but Mo Fan had already summoned a portal and departed. Just as Xiaoyu was about to stand up, she turned and was knocked down by the hastily approaching Shoshinaya, inadvertently pressing their lips together. The two of them exchanged glances, both blushing profusely as they stood up. Inside the castle, Kurulu reminisced about his victory from the previous night, basking in his triumph when Mija suddenly burst through the door and bit into Kurulu's neck. Kurulu, amused by Mija's unexpected boldness, smiled and stroked her hair. At that moment, Mo Fan emerged from the portal and, upon witnessing the scene, cleared his throat. Mija slowly regained her senses and, realizing she was drinking Kurulu's blood, quickly pushed him away. Mo Fan pondered for a moment and inquired of the system. System, I recall that when I was in the Dragon Ball world, you granted me some currency, did you not? The system responded, ding. Yes, host. Would you like to open the system shop? Open it, Mo Fan replied. Ding. Opening system shop for the host. A few minutes later, Mo Fan saw a virtual screen appear before him. He opened the search bar and looked for the blood of the third ancestor, Kurulu. A flash of white light passed, and Kurulu's blood appeared before him. Mo Fan quickly clicked on it, and a prompt for purchasing quantities appeared. After observing that he could buy 500 billion vials, he initially purchased over 100. Once the purchase was complete, 2 boxes appeared in Mo Fan's hands, each neatly containing 50 vials. He handed the boxes to Mija, saying, take these 100 vials and go. If you need more, come find me. I have some important matters with Kurulu right now. Mija was momentarily startled, but then recollected Mo Fan's words. She took the 2 boxes of blood vials and exited, closing the door behind her. As Kurulu observed Mija leaving with the boxes, he was about to ask Mo Fan a question when Mo Fan suddenly kissed him. Kurulu offered a token resistance, but soon acquiesced to Mo Fan's actions. After a long moment, Mo Fan reluctantly stood up, seeing Mo Fan preparing to kiss him again. Kurulu quickly interjected, Hey, Mo Fan, don't do this. Are you trying to make up for yesterday's defeat? Mo Fan did not wait for Kurulu to finish and kissed him once more, his hand sliding into caress. Kurulu sensed an unusual feeling coursing through his being and promptly pushed Mo Fan aside with all his strength, stating, Mo Fan, please wait until you're in your room to do whatever you need to. In the office, Hong Lian was engrossed in a map when the sound of footsteps jolted her back to reality. Come in, she said, with a creak. Shoshinaya opened the wooden door and addressed Hong Lian. Major, you and Juanyua's training has concluded. They have successfully possessed their targets. You had previously asked me if I had developed feelings for little you. I must admit, I forgot to respond, but hearing you say that, do you have feelings for him? Well, I cannot articulate it clearly, but for the first time in my life, someone needs me, and I wish to reciprocate, she replied. Now, if you'll excuse me. After a brief glance at Shoshinaya, Hong Lian returned her focus to the map and instructed, Shoshinaya, I have a command for you. Tomorrow at 0600, bring the team to the transit base. We are to eliminate the vampires at the infamous haunted house. Upon finishing her orders, she placed a letter next to Shoshinaya and immersed herself back into the map. Shoshinaya glanced at Hong Lian before taking the letter away. Chapter 25. The helpless Mo Fan and the onset of war that evening. Mo Fan had just returned from Kurulu's side to find Miku and Shoshinaya eagerly playing with their adorable pets, the white rose and the ferret. Upon seeing Mo Fan approach, both pets leaped from their arms and pounced onto him. After petting them affectionately, Mo Fan realized he had yet to name the ferret and mused aloud. I should give you a name. How about Snow White? The ferret nodded in approval of the name, while the white rose, with a twinkle in its eye, stood up on Mo Fan's chest and used its paw to scrawl in the air, Master, I want to be big. This unexpected display left everyone bewildered. Mo Fan was astonished, as the white rose had never demonstrated such abilities before. It was previously incapable of even using a trumpet. The ferret, feeling incensed by the white rose's antics, lunged at it, but Mo Fan, quick on his feet, intervened just in time. Snow White, don't be angry. I'll teach that white rose a lesson, he reassured. Seizing the opportunity while Mo Fan was distracted, the white rose took action, leading little Yu to gasp in disbelief. Trembling as she exclaimed, Mo Fan, how could you be so cruel? Not even animals are spared. Upon hearing Yu's words, Mo Fan quickly pushed the white rose away and sternly reprimanded. White Rose, have you forgotten what I told you? Just then, A flash of white light enveloped the white rose, and from within emerged a petite girl with white hair and fox ears, transforming into her true form. The white rose immediately leapt onto Mo Fan, joyfully exclaiming, "Hee hee, Mo Fan, this is what you promised. I remember saying I would marry you once I transformed." Upon the utterance of those words, both the crowd and the pristine Snow White were rendered speechless. Junyu nudged Xiao Yu's shoulder with her elbow and inquired, "Hee hee, Annie, I can't have misheard, right? Surely, it must be an illusion." Junyu remained perplexed, yet the situation unfolded as such. Mo Fan, observing the increasingly inappropriate glances exchanged between them, promptly ushered Snow White and Bai Mei outside. Once outside, Mo Fan was taken aback as Snow White suddenly transformed into a human. Gazing at her own human form, Snow White proudly flaunted her ample bosom, mockingly addressing the gritting teeth. "Bai Mei, what do you think? Mine is larger, so how about I take the lead while you follow?" Mo Fan, exasperated by the trivial argument over size, questioned Bai Mei, "How is it that you can transform now?" And Snow White, "When did you acquire the ability to do so as well?" However, Yang, unfazed by Mo Fan's inquiries, continued to ridicule. Tiske, who knows, perhaps in the future, you won't be able to support the master either. That's absurd. The master would undoubtedly prefer the comfort of a smaller bosom, while yours would suffocate him, they retorted. Subsequently, the two young ones shifted their gaze to Mo Fan, both licking their lips in unison. Mo Fan, vexed by their impure thoughts, scolded, Hey, you two unclean individuals, don't involve me in your antics." "And what are you up to, Bai Mei?" The following morning, Mo Fan sat in the car, feeling utterly disenchanted as Snow White's small foot rested on his face, while Bai Mei positioned herself in the middle of his trousers, poking her head inside. The onlookers, witnessing Mo Fan's despondent state, could no longer contain their laughter at his misfortune. Mo Fan, observing their amused expressions, furiously directed his ire towards the distant John and the four knights, causing Xiao Yu and the others to cease their laughter and sit quietly beside him. In a fit of frustration, Mo Fan hurled Xiao Yu out of the vehicle. Bewildered, Xiao Yu looked back at Mo Fan and asked, "What is the meaning of this? Why was I thrown out?" To which Mo Fan replied, "Well, you were the first to laugh." After saying this, he drove the car towards the back of the sea, leaving Xiao Yu to curse in disbelief at the vanishing vehicle. How shameless. "You could have at least told me where we were going before leaving. I would have truly appreciated it." Finally, Xiao Yu resigned herself to walk towards the back of the sea. At the back of the sea, Wu Shi rummaged through a swimsuit magazine at Hong Lian's supermarket and turned to her, saying, "What do you think, Hong Lian? I haven't seen any girls in swimsuits lately." And Shiyu and Xiao Bai he refused to wear them. Shiyu coldly replied, "Even with that look, I'll want to wear one." To which Bai he shyly added, "If it pleases you, Lord Hong Lian, I would wear one any time." Wu Shi, astonished by Bai He's words, turned to Hong Lian and exclaimed, "Is that true? If Hong Lian wishes for him to wear one, then he should say so." Hong Lian, exasperated, interjected, "Enough of that. What about the vampire?" At that moment, Meijio emerged from the supermarket, stating that the internal investigation of Hong Lian had been completed, revealing no trace of vampires. Upon hearing her words, Wu Shi remarked, "Meijio, would you like to try on a swimsuit?" Meijio's face turned crimson as she stammered, "What are you saying?" It appeared that the lecherous Hong Lian was quite eager to see Meijio in a swimsuit. Just then, Mo Fan strolled over from a distance, teasingly commenting, "Hee Wu Shi, are you not afraid of Hong Lian's sister coming out of the knife if she dares to suggest that girls wear swimsuits?" Surprised, Hong Lian glanced at Mo Fan and asked, "How did you come so quickly?" Mo Fan replied, "It's all because of Xiao Yu. By the way, Xiao Bai, stop that. It's making me itch." Xiao Bai then ceased her scratching. Bai, noticing the newly appeared pet beside Mo Fan, inquired, "Mo Fan, what is this? A weasel?" Xiao Bai, offended by being called a weasel, retorted, "Get lost, you weasel. Your entire family is a bunch of weasels. I am a sable, do you understand?" Mo Fan lightly tapped Xiao Bai on the forehead, and she immediately used her paws to soothe the spot where he had hit her, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Feeling inexplicably awkward under her gaze, Mo Fan turned away. Meijio, intrigued by the talking animal, asked, "Mo Fan, how can your pet talk? And what happened to that white fox you had before?" Upon hearing Meijio mention the stinky fox, Mo Fan's earlier cheerful mood dissipated, and he tucked Xiao Bai into his chest, effectively returning her to the spiritual space. He then opened a void beside him, retrieving a device from within, which he placed at his waist. From the same space, he produced a card emblazoned with dark symbols and inserted it into the device, uttering mass drive, dark. Subsequently, as the card flew from his belt, Mo Fan transformed into dark. Within the spiritual space, Bai Mei glared menacingly at the irate Bai, declaring, "This time, I have triumphed. It's not you. Therefore, according to our previous agreement, I am the big one, and you are the small one." Bai retorted, "Oh, that's not certain. I'll still be first tonight." Bai Mei gasped at Bai's words, nearly breathless. Mo Fan sensed the fluctuations within the spiritual space and shook his head, seeking a comfortable spot to lie down. However, he was awakened by Xiaoyu's incessant questions and, in annoyance, dispelled his transformation. He then grasped Xiaoyu by the neck, exasperatedly asking, "Xiaoyu, could you please lower your voice? What is the worst that could happen?" Seeing Mo Fan in a more irritable mood this time, Xiaoyu quickly raised her hands in a gesture of apology, murmuring that she would be more careful next time, which prompted Mo Fan to release her. As Mo Fan and the others changed their clothes, Miyuki and Hoshinea hastily covered their faces, but peeking through their fingers, they caught a glimpse of Mo Fan, who had just finished changing into the martial arts attire gifted by the system, which was infinitely wearable and self-repairing. As Xiaoyu observed Mo Fan showcasing the perfect contours of his muscular arms, she inquired, "Wow, how have you managed to achieve such prowess?" Mo Fan replied nonchalantly, "Well, I've been running 10 kilometers and doing 100 push-ups and sit-ups since childhood, gradually increasing the intensity." Xiaoyu glanced at him, seemingly indifferent, prompting Mo Fan to retort, Are we even the same person? Are you a devil or not human at all?" A few minutes later, Hong Lian stood atop a wall, addressing those below who were reluctant to discuss the rules, accompanied by the sound of thuds reverberating around. Hearing such noise only worsened Hong Lian's already foul mood. She turned to Mo Fan, who was working out nearby, and scolded, "Hey Mo Fan, could you refrain from training until I finish speaking? With your racket, how am I supposed to communicate?" Only upon hearing Hong Lian's words did Mo Fan snap back to reality, looking at her with a bemused expression. "That's your issue, not mine. If you knew how intense my training was back when we fought on the battlefield, you wouldn't forget. And you remember when you first met me? I was constantly training, right, Hong Lian?" Hong Lian was momentarily taken aback by his statement. Mo Fan continued, "Moreover, don't forget the times I saved you from near death. Wasn't that me stepping in to rescue you?" With a sigh, Hong Lian responded, "Fine. You can train in the air, just don't do it here. It's too noisy." After Hong Lian finished speaking, Xiaoyu rushed over to Mo Fan and asked, "Mo Fan, was what you said true?" "Indeed, it is true. If it weren't for me, Hong Lian would have been under the control of your fiancé, by now," he replied. Hearing Mo Fan's words, SHSH questioned, "Mo Fan, why do you say that Commander Hong Lian would be controlled by my sister?" "Oh, it seems Hong Lian hasn't shared that with you," Mo Fan began, but was interrupted by Hong Lian from a distance. Mo Fan glanced at Hong Lian with a smile, refraining from elaborating further. He merely exchanged a knowing look with SHSH before heading in Hong Lian's direction. Observing Mo Fan's glance, SHSH sighed and followed suit. Approaching Xiaoyu, Mo Fan patted her shoulder and said, "Let us go train, otherwise you'll perish on the battlefield with your current physique." Just as Xiaoyu began to respond, Mo Fan pulled her along. Faced with the smile of her role model, Xiaoyu shivered, daring not to say much. After gently extricating Mo Fan's hand, she silently followed him. "Xiaoyu, I'll rest once I start sweating." "Huh? Mo Fan, are you sure you won't even notice when you start sweating? Are you trying to wear me out?" Xiaoyu exclaimed, witnessing Mo Fan's relentless pace. "Huh, that just proves you're not up to the challenge. Aren't you, little dog?" Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable surge of energy and began to run ahead. Several hours later, Mo Fan paused only after leaving behind his first bead of sweat. Xiaoyu, panting heavily, finally spoke. "Huff, huff, Mo Fan, you finally uttered a word. This is exhausting. How many kilometers have we run?" Perhaps around 300 or 400 kilometers. By the way, after a few minutes of rest, we shall commence strength training." "Ah, Mo Fan, are you a devil?" Mo Fan smiled without responding, glancing at Hong Lian and then at Xiaoyu. Upon catching Mo Fan's gaze, Xiaoyu turned to see Hong Lian and pleaded, "Hong Lian, please let me go back. I promise not to cause trouble today, all right?" A few minutes later, Xiaoyu watched as Mo Fan tossed her a 20-ton iron rod, silently stepping back. Mo Fan, without looking up from the ground, remarked, "Xiaoyu, don't walk away. It will only tire you more." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu halted, then, with determination, lifted the iron rod from the ground. However, mere seconds later, she collapsed heavily onto the ground. Observing this seemingly calm training session, Mo Fan picked up a chunk of earth and, to the astonishment of everyone present, began his training with it, not a single grain of soil spilling onto the ground. Subsequently, a brilliant light soared into the sky as Mo Fan transformed into a Super Saiyan, immersing himself in intense training, stealthily returning to the unaware Xiao Yu. Seeing Mo Fan train so fervently, Xiao Yu despaired. Ah, how will I manage from now on? However, some noticed that Mo Fan's eyes began to turn red, and his aura gradually shifted to a reddish-green hue. Indeed, Mo Fan had fully integrated the power of the curse into his transformation. Though he fought alone, Mo Fan found it rather dull and summoned a clone to battle against himself. The clash between Mo Fan and his clone sent tremors through the ground with every strike. After dodging an attack from his clone, Mo Fan delivered a punch to its abdomen, ensnaring it with his tail and forcefully slamming it to the ground. The clone quickly utilized a surge of strength to break free from Mo Fan's tail, countering with a powerful kick aimed at Mo Fan's shoulder. But he evaded it effortlessly. Mo Fan, witnessing his clone sprawled on the ground, landed a heavy punch to its abdomen, causing it to disintegrate into dust that vanished into the air. Just as Mo Fan recovered from the battle, he waved his hand over the destroyed area, restoring it to its original state. He then teleported behind Xiao Yu, tapping her shoulder and saying, "Well, Xiao Yu, you've escaped this round of training, but next time may not be so fortunate." Meanwhile, in the countryside, Mijia witnessed Chorus biting into a girl's neck, the girl gazing at him in despair. As Chorus released his grip, Mijia silently swallowed as he observed the blood on Chorus's lips. As Micah observed the children boarding the airplane in an orderly fashion, Rakis approached from behind and remarked, "If you wish to indulge in blood, now is the opportune moment, Micah. It appears these individuals are destined to be offerings for the nobility of Nagoya." Micah retorted, "I harbor no interest in human blood," and turned away. Rakis, watching Micah retreat, scoffed, "How peculiar. You need not fret about others discovering your thirst for blood. I shall keep your secret." Upon reaching the corner of the house, Micah leaned against the wall, clutching his heart and gasping for breath. He hastily retrieved a vial from the 100 blood vessels gifted to him by Mo Fan. After consuming the contents of the vial, he gradually regained his composure, though he remained unaware that his chest had slightly expanded. Yet, recalling Klulu's words from the previous day, he began to breathe heavily once more. At that moment, a girl's piercing scream jolted Micah from his anguish. Struggling to approach the source, Micah saw the girl desperately fighting against something. Upon noticing her neck, his pupils dilated, and just as he prepared to leap forward and bite her, he was stopped by Mo Fan. Micah, in agony, pleaded, "Please, help me reach her. I need a drink." Mo Fan produced a vial from his pocket and swiftly injected it into Micah's neck. This action alleviated Micah's overwhelming thirst for blood, and he looked at Mo Fan, saying, "Thank you. By the way, do you have more of that serum?" Mo Fan shook his head, replying, "No, but it should sustain you for quite some time, perhaps a year or half a year." Initially disheartened by Mo Fan's words, Micah eventually nodded and departed. Watching Micah walk away, Mo Fan mused, "It's all right. At least you'll hold out until you can drink for Xiao Yu. I wonder what you will become then. I only know about other girls." With a smile at the shattered vial on the ground, Mo Fan teleported away. Upon his arrival, he found a vampire thrusting a knife towards his chest. At that moment, a sudden blast of energy surged toward him, prompting Mo Fan to instinctively deflect it. To his astonishment, the source of this energy was Kaifula, who had unexpectedly arrived. Momentarily taken aback, Mo Fan's fury surged as he charged toward her. Kaifula, elated to have finally found Vegeta, smiled and deactivated the Wukong technique, descending gracefully. Mo Fan rushed forward to embrace the falling Kaifula. "Xiao Yu," witnessing Mo Fan suddenly hold an unfamiliar girl, inquired, "Mo Fan, who is this girl? Do you know her?" Before Mo Fan could respond, Kaifula exclaimed, "Vegeta, I've finally found you." Following her declaration, she kissed Mo Fan unexpectedly. Stunned by this sudden act, Mo Fan took a moment to recover before restraining Kaifula and addressing the onlookers. Let me explain later. Kaifula, how did you get here? What about the 6th universe? Shouldn't we be concerned about your father?" "Alas, I need not concern myself with my father's words, for he has spoken them directly, and I have since grown considerably stronger. Bene, shall we engage in a duel?" Mo Fan, disregarding Kaifula's remarks, pondered how to confront the impending encounter with Krulu. The thought of what might transpire if Kaifula were to meet Krulu sent shivers down his spine. Approximately half an hour later, Mo Fan elucidated Kaifula's origins to the group, and just as Xiao Yu was about to speak, she was silenced by the chilling gaze of Mo Fan. Surprised? Astonished? Kaifila's arrival signifies the emergence of a battlefield, and Mika is destined to transform into a girl. Should that not be to one's liking, adjustments may be necessary. However, I sense no need for alteration, as Mika's demeanor seems quite feminine. Consequently, I fear I shall portray Mika as a Yandere. This time, I intend to compose over 5,000 words in one breath. Thus I shall refrain from further discourse today, which can be interpreted as a dual chapter. Let me also wish myself a joyful birthday today, though I remain puzzled as to why this has been prevented from publication. Chapter 26. The Commencement of Battle. Fan, gazing at the suddenly arrived Kaifila, scratched his head and addressed Xiao Yu and the others. For now, Xiao Yu, we shall remain concealed, and you must rely on yourselves. Should you encounter an adversary beyond your capabilities, simply invoke the method I previously shared to summon me. With that, Fan promptly pulled Kaifila into the portal he had opened. Inside the spirit time chamber, Kaifila, upon finding herself in the ethereal space created by Vegeta, eagerly leaped onto him, playfully asking, Vegeta, it's been so long. Did you miss me? All right, Kaifila, you should get off me now, Vegeta replied. Kaifila reluctantly climbed off Fan's chest. Then, as if recalling something, exclaimed, Oh, Vegeta, I remember you mentioned searching for a new girlfriend. Is that true? Fan felt a chill creep up his spine at Kaifila's words. Although her tone was incredibly gentle, it resonated in his ears like the harbinger of doom. Observing Kaifila's peculiar smile, he hastily interjected, Ahem, Kaifila, let me explain. Before he could finish, Kaifila silenced him by forcefully kissing him, leaving him to experience the sensation of a second unexpected kiss. Meanwhile, outside the spirit time chamber, a quiet conversation unfolded. Xiao Yu, should we inform Commander Hong Lian about this matter? One inquired. Xiao Yu, appearing indifferent, replied, No need, let Fan handle it himself. After all, this is his own entanglement, so we need not involve ourselves. Within the city government, Bell, having drained a human of their blood, sighed with satisfaction, I'm so full. Glancing at the game-playing Scrud, he turned to Bell, who had completely drained the hostage, saying, Kiss, you cannot kill the hostages. Bell, taken aback by Scrud's words, replied, Oh, really? Wait, why did you die so easily? Scrud gazed in silence at the hostage, drained by Bell, and murmured, Goodness. I apologize, Lord Crawley, Bell interjected. Crawley, casually perusing the report in his hand, replied, It's quite all right. There are others. You remain so nonchalant, Crawley. At that moment, Fan had just subdued Kaifila and managed to extricate himself from the Dawn House, only to be greeted by this dramatic scene. Upon seeing Fan, who was bare-chested, Bell swallowed hard, while Scrud, without casting a glance at Fan, subtly directed his attention in Fan's direction. May I inquire, Lord Fan, what brings you to our humble abode? Crawley set down the documents and turned to face Fan. Well, you could say I came to see what you were up to. At this juncture, Scrud posed a question to Fan. What is your perspective on this incident? Lord Fan, humans have finally entered the famed haunted house, and why were you with them last time? Unruffled by Scrud's dual inquiries, Fan first caressed Bell's arm, which he held, and responded, To answer your first question, it depends on the circumstances. Should humanity emerge victorious, I would merely apply some pressure as before. However, if vampires from other nations arrive, I would obliterate all countries outside of Japan, reverting them to primal forests, allowing humans to develop peacefully thereafter. Now, regarding your second question, you could interpret it as me having a bit of fun in the past. Otherwise, why would I have informed the woman of my intention to visit the human realm, right? And one more thing, Crawley, remember not to discuss everything with Feed. After speaking, Fan turned to find Bell blushing shyly. He affectionately ruffled Bell's hair and urged, If you have something to say, don't hold back. I wish to consume Lord Fan's blood, Bell stammered, blinking his innocent eyes at Fan. Had it not been for Fan's training with Krillu, he might have found it overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Fan replied, Ahem, Bell, next time, just say so if you wish to feed. Upon hearing Fan's words, Bell eagerly sank his fangs into Fan's arm and began to drink. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the group that had just vanquished the vampire progenitor sat upon a bench in the park. The bored Xiao Yu turned to Saiyan and inquired, How long must we remain on standby? Until the other units arrive. They should convene by 1420. And now, Saiyan, hearing Xiao Yu's question, pulled out a pocket watch and replied, It's 1300 hours. At that moment, a group of battered individuals emerged from a mist, with a girl standing at the forefront addressing Ming Hai. Where is Colonel Achinos? Not yet arrived. The girl, upon hearing Ming Hai's response, informed the others, is that so? Stand by until 1420. Junyu inquired of Hiragi Shinaya. Shinaya, the other units consist of 3 teams totaling 15 individuals, correct? Hiragi Shinaya remained silent, merely nodding in response. At that moment, Mia observed the scant number of personnel and remarked, they must have perished. Upon hearing Mia's words, Xiao Yu sighed and resolutely gazed at the few remaining members of the unit. Ming Hai, holding his water bottle, addressed the girl, has Ahara completed the mission? Ahara snatched the water bottle and retorted, otherwise I wouldn't have returned. Did your team suffer any casualties? After glancing at the nearly unscathed unit, Ahara opened the bottle and drank heartily. At this juncture, Ming Hai waved his hand and said, thanks to our exceptional captain, right? Captain Hiragi Shinaya. Oh, passing the question to me, are we? Hiragi Shinaya observed Xiao Yu approaching Ahara and fell silent. Suddenly, an overwhelming force enveloped them, prompting Shinya and Jun to swiftly fire towards that direction. However, the force was abruptly shattered, hurtling directly toward Xiao Yu. Just as it was about to strike her, it was narrowly intercepted by Xiao Yu and Hiragi Shinaya. In the ensuing smoke, Xiao Yu discerned that it was Lin Fan's Enma blade, accompanied by a note. This blade is for you, Xiao Yu. I've slightly lifted the restrictions. As long as you possess a semblance of spatial design, you can wield this blade's full potential. If you encounter an adversary that this blade cannot overcome, invoke my name, Wu Jite, and press the corresponding button promptly. Xiao Yu gazed at the note on the Enma blade, exasperatedly cursing, well done, Lin Fan, gallivanting with women and returning with such a volatile weapon. What are you playing at? Despite her scolding, Xiao Yu's body obediently grasped the Enma blade. Suddenly, Hong Lian emerged from around the corner, observing Xiao Yu with the Enma blade, and inquired, where is that guy Lin Fan? He went off to play with some girls, apparently under duress. Hiragi Shinaya responded first. Upon hearing Hiragi Shinaya's words, Hong Lian directed her attention to Ming Hai, asking, what about the other units? They have yet to arrive. Is that so? Then rather than waiting for their arrival, let us proceed with the next mission. The 9 units of the 3 noble families in the Washing Machine City have been annihilated, with 25 captured as hostages. Future battles will require numerous combatants. We must eliminate those nobles and rescue the living. Ahara wiped the tears from her face and implored Hong Lian, Colonel, please allow me to accompany you. I wish to lend my strength. Unacceptable. Those who weep on the battlefield will only hinder us. Just joking. After successfully rescuing the hostages, we will reconvene at the airport. Please relay this command to the returning units. Hearing the earlier words, Ahara felt disheartened, but upon hearing the latter part, she cheerfully replied, understood. All right, let us depart, youngsters. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Hong Lian, Shinya was casting a jealous gaze at her. Several vampire helicopters halted in the direction of the original station where Xiao Yu was located. Below, Xiang Yuan, noticing the helicopters above, disregarded the newly arrived team members and immediately summoned his weapon, aiming it at one of the aircraft. However, he was swiftly overpowered by Mika, who descended from the helicopter and seized him by the throat, slamming him to the ground. With a frigid gaze, Mika addressed the fallen Xiang Yuan, stating, Human, I have questions for you. Struggling, Xiang Yuan turned his head to see those who were similarly grasped by the throat, shouting, all personnel, code 284. Some of those not held down quickly ingested the poison they had in their mouths, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Just as Xiang Yuan prepared to follow suit, he was abruptly halted by Mika's grip. The individual held by Rakus succumbed in a similar manner, leaving Rakus bewildered as he gazed at the suddenly lifeless human in his grasp. What? What happened? Why are they all dead? Beside him, Rina responded with exasperation. They committed suicide before divulging any information. Xiang Yuan struggled to free himself from Mika's hold, but as he attempted to speak, Mika swiftly covered his mouth and leaned in close, whispering into his ear, play dead, otherwise the other vampires will discover you are still alive. Answer my question, and I shall spare you. Do you know a human by the name of Hayakuya Yuichiro? Your eyes betray that you do. If you wish to survive, you must reveal everything. As Mika loosened his grip, Xiang Yuan gasped for air and resolutely looked at Mika, declaring, kill me. I will not betray my comrades. Infuriated by Xiang Yuan's assertion that Xiao Yu was a companion of humans, Mika retorted, silence. Xiao Yu is not your ally. Surprised by Mika's words, Xiang Yuan asked, what on earth are you talking about? At that moment, Rakus, noticing Mika's hesitation to act against the girl, urged, hey Mika, what are you doing? Are they all fools for committing suicide? He then called out to the others, hey look here, these are the marks of vampires being slain. pertaining to this generation of Lord Hutzao, Laviska. Shocked by Rina's words, Rakis exclaimed, "How is that possible? Humans cannot possibly defeat nobles." Just then, a vampire rushed from a distance, exclaiming, "Lord Rakis, Lord Rina, our kin underground have been exterminated. What of Lord Melistefano?" To which the vampire replied, "His whereabouts are currently unknown. It seems prudent to relocate. The city hall is under Lord Crowley's protection." As Rakis and Rina hurried away, they heard a voice from behind. "Don't move. If you do, I will kill him." Rakis, gripping a massive axe, questioned Mika, "What are you doing? This guy is still alive? We need to capture her and extract information." In a distant high-rise building near the city hall, Hong Lian, after conferring with the others on tactical arrangements, was readying his bow when he spotted Crowley seated leisurely on a chair, perusing documents in hand. He promptly loosed an arrow imbued with the power of a curse towards that direction. However, just as he was about to strike, he was seized by a figure clad in armor and draped in a cloak. In astonishment, he turned to the still receding Hong Lian and exclaimed, "My lord Hong Lian, a new armored figure has suddenly appeared, intercepting the arrow I shot. What should we do now?" Shocked by Yu Yi's words, Hong Lian hastily raised her telescope to gaze in the direction of the arrow. At that moment, Mo Fan was gripping the arrow with one hand while silently activating the summoning mechanism of his Shura armor. After pressing the buttons for Dark 3 times, he summoned the Shura Hell Glaive and unleashed a wave of purple energy towards Xiaoyu. Seeing the approaching energy wave, Hong Lian called out to those behind her, "Quick, take cover." As everyone scrambled to escape, Xiaoyu turned back to witness a massive crater left in the ground where she had stood, causing her to shudder. She then inquired of Hong Lian, "Who is that armored figure across from us? He is the only one capable of matching Mo Fan in strength. We must flee quickly and see if we can rescue the hostage. If not, however," Mo Fan, observing the fleeing crowd, declared, "This time, I shall not intervene. You are to contend with Crowley and his men. I will merely watch, knowing that none can best me." Inside the room, Bell looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. "What? How can you do this, Lord Mo Fan? This is your affair. I shall take my leave." Without another word, Mo Fan opened a portal and stepped through, having calculated that it was about time for Flera to commence her mission. Thus he hurried back. Chapter 29, Despair. Crowley sighed and remarked to Bell and Scrud, "I had hoped we could avoid conflict, yet it seems we must act ourselves." Inside the high-rise, Hong Lian, relieved to see Mo Fan's departure, remarked, "Fortunately, the one who poses the greatest threat to us has left. We can proceed to strategize as before." Crowley, noticing Hong Lian advancing towards him with lethal intent, unsheathed his sword and parried her attack, saying, "Ah, I recognize you. You are the commander, are you not?" Ignoring Crowley's words, Hong Lian produced several explosive talismans from her pocket and hurled them in his direction. Crowley deflected the talismans, but as he turned, he found Hiyu Shinya aiming a gun directly at him. In response, Crowley flung Hong Lian towards Hiyu Shinya. With an air of nonchalance, Crowley deftly countered Hong Lian's assault, while Shinya was repeatedly interrupted in his attempts to shoot by Scrud's whip. Within the time chamber, Mo Fan observed the scene as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Teasing Flera, "What is this? After such a long absence, your power level is so diminished? Don't hold back. I believe you've been trained by Xiang Pahihi. Indeed, Beijite, before you, my worth remains negligible. Nothing has changed. Transforming allows me to engage in combat with my ultimate form repeatedly. If I didn't believe that my divine form lacks the prowess of my current mindset, I would have transformed long ago." Before Kaifil awakened, I heard Mofin mention the present name, suggesting that he prefers not to call himself Beijite any longer, as he is no longer the Beijite of Ur. If absolutely necessary, Woodjite would suffice, but having become accustomed to calling him Kaifila, I still refer to him as Mofin Beijite. Mofin, left speechless, simply nodded and ceased to inquire further. After Kaifila finished speaking, a surge of formidable energy enveloped him. A flash of blue and white light erupted as Kaifila emerged from the radiant column, transformed into the blue state of his ultimate form. Mofin observed that Kaifila resembled Goku in his ultimate form, save for the color change to blue. All other aspects were identical. Mofin, gazing at the now larger Kaifila, remarked, "Ah, perhaps refrain from transforming next time. It doesn't suit you." Upon hearing Mofin's words, Kaifila hesitated momentarily, then, catching Mofin's gaze, lowered his head and swiftly reverted to his ultimate state, preventing Mofin from witnessing an unexpected display. You, Kaifila stammered, before rushing forward to embrace Mofin's head and playfully strike it. Mofin chuckled, wrapping his arms around Kaifila's waist, allowing the frolicsome antics to unfold. Meanwhile, the others were dragging Xiao Yu away, who was struggling and shouting, "Hey, let go of me!" Xing Xinya promptly threw Xiao Yu to the ground. Xiao Yu brushed off the dust and addressed Xing Xinya. "Are you truly going to do this? Are you really planning to abandon Honglian?" "Xinya, allow him a moment of silence. He is your teammate. After all," Xing Xinya said, resting an arm on Xiao Yu's shoulder. "You agreed with me before the mission commenced. Regardless of what occurs, we must retreat when the time comes." Indeed, but Major Xinya had spent significantly more time with Lieutenant Hong Lian than with Xiao Yu. However, upon finishing her statement, she glanced at Shania, who stood by the window, gazing into the distance. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, yet sighed in resignation. "So we truly at that moment," Xing Xinya interjected, "it's not about abandoning him. Recall what Hong Lian said. We must not only survive, but also return triumphantly." Xiao Yu echoed Xing Xinya's sentiment. Xing Xinya turned to Xiao Yu and said, "With those we wish to protect, we shall not falter. Thus, we must persist in executing our mission." Upon hearing the word mission, Xiao Yu clenched his teeth and declared, "Mission." Just then, Wu Shi arrived, and upon seeing Wu Shi, Xing Xinya hurriedly approached, saying, "Wu Shi, thanks to your assistance, are you all unharmed?" I suppose we are fine." As Wu Shi spoke, he turned to glance at the three weeping individuals. Mei Shi wiped her tears and addressed Shou Xinya, saying, "Let us continue with our mission, my lord. What is the next task?" Wu Shi and Shou Xinya exchanged resolute glances and nodded in agreement. Shou Xinya firmly declared, "First, we shall rendezvous with the Minghai team. They should have already rescued the hostages and are waiting for us at the designated point. Must we endure the severance from our families for the sake of our mission? Is that truly the case? Yet, Shoya, in this chaotic world, if we readily abandon our families, what shall we live for in the future?" After Xiao Yu spoke, she slowly crouched down against the wall, reminiscing about some words Red Lotus had once shared with her. The atmosphere, already laden with tension, grew even more oppressive in response to Xiao Yu's sentiments. After a moment, Xiao Yu reluctantly rose to her feet and smiled at her companions, saying, "I cannot continue with you all. I apologize, but I must return to Red Lotus." As she spoke, she retrieved the stimulant that Shoshoya had given her. Upon seeing Xiao Yu produce the stimulant, Shoshoya instinctively rushed to stop her, only to witness a ghost emerging from the Yinma blade at Xiao Yu's waist. The spirit was none other than Mo Fan. Suddenly sensing Xiao Yu's life force, Mo Fan felt as if death were tightening its grip around him. He hastily halted his battle with Fu La and directed his consciousness to the Yinma blade, only to find a scene of profound despair and Xiao Yu preparing to consume the drug. At that moment, Mo Fan remembered Xiao Yu and, fueled by newfound strength, swiftly seized the stimulant from her, crushing it in his hand. Xiao Yu, witnessing Mo Fan's abrupt action, shouted in anger, "Mo Fan, where have you been?" Red Lotus's fate remains unknown. Mo Fan sighed and shook his head, replying to Xiao Yu, "Never mind, this time I shall assist you in unlocking greater power." As he spoke, Mo Fan entered Xiao Yu's body, leaving her standing motionless in a daze. Within Xiao Yu's mental realm, Azu Luowan observed Mo Fan's sudden arrival with caution. "Pray tell, what brings you here, Mo Fan?" she inquired. "Well, I suppose I am here to grant Xiao Yu a temporary boost in strength. I hope to withdraw this power once the great battle concludes. What say you?" Just as Azu Luowan was about to protest, she recalled Mo Fan's formidable might and promptly held her tongue. However, considering that she could not simply bestow power upon Xiao Yu without consequence, she asked, "Very well, what must I provide in return?" Seeing Mo Fan nod, Azu Luowan continued, "Then tell me, what is my true identity?" Mo Fan, taken aback by her question, soon comprehended the implications. After all, he had once mentioned to Azu Luowan that she was the sister of a certain individual. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "You are the sister of Kurulu Kaipizi from Group 3. However, due to some unknown circumstances, you have lost your memory. That is all I know. Do not inquire further, for I am unaware of any additional details." As Mo Fan spoke, he gently tapped the forehead of Azu Luowan, and instantly, a torrent of immense memories surged toward Azu Luowan's brow. Azu Luowan began to writhe on the ground, clutching his head. However, after a brief moment, he managed to rise unsteadily, gazing at Mo Fan and saying, "Thank you, Mo Fan. I shall comply with this. Oh, and remember, if anything happens to Klulu, you must step in for him. At that time, he will release you. The fragile truce between humans and vampires must be established for your freedom. Otherwise, you will remain within Xiao Yu until after this battle concludes, when I may consider your release." Before departing, Mo Fan imparted these words to Azu Luoan and then took his leave. Upon feeling Mo Fan emerge from her being, Xiaoyu sensed a formidable power stirring within her. After exchanging a few words with the others, Mo Fan dissipated, and Xiaoyu leaped toward the location where Hong Lian was bound. When Belle inquired about Hong Lian, Xiaoyu burst through the window, brandishing her blade, preparing to strike. Just as she aimed for Belle, Crowley intervened, blocking the attack. Sensing the unprecedented strength behind this assault, Crowley questioned Xiaoyu, "What is the source of this power?" However, Xiaoyu paid him no heed, relentlessly swinging her weapon in his direction. Crowley retaliated, delivering a swift kick that sent her crashing against the wall. After struggling momentarily, Xiaoyu leaped toward Crowley again, only to have her sword knocked away by his strike. As Crowley prepared to counterattack, Hong Lian stepped in front, addressing Xiaoyu. "Why have you returned? You must flee." "Why? Why am I so powerless?" Xiaoyu lamented, staring at her own hands before drawing the Yama blade given by Mo Fan, directing her gaze at Crowley. Sensing the spatial attribute within her next attack, Crowley braced himself more frequently, while Xiaoyu's strikes grew ever swifter and more ferocious. Yet, Crowley skillfully countered with calculated strikes that spared her life but drained her stamina further. Observing Xiaoyu, battered and bruised, Hong Lian urged, "You must go, Xiaoyu. Even with Mo Fan's blade, you cannot prevail. I have my own plans." Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiaoyu declared to the air, "I will not yield. Grant me more strength, Azu Luoan. Do you wish to continue? I will truly slay you, even if you are part of someone's amusing scheme." Ignoring Crowley's words, Xiaoyu continued, "I need more power, stronger power, to protect my comrades, to shield my family." As she spoke, her form began to slowly shift into that of a demon. Alarmed by her impending transformation, Hong Lian hastily interjected, "Stop, Xiaoyu." As Xiaoyu fervently cried out for power, the ethereal figure of Azu Luoan materialized behind her, whispering into her ear, "Wonderful you. Take as much as you desire, for there are no limits imposed by Mo Fan." After uttering these words, Azu Luoan dissipated, and at that moment, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the left side of Xiaoyu's face began to morph into that of a cursed spirit, a massive horn sprouting from her forehead. Crowley, observing the gradual transformation of Xiaoyu into a demon, licked his lips in anticipation. Her eyes shifted to a mesmerizing blend of green and red, and sharp fangs emerged from her mouth. Just then, Junyue's voice echoed, "The countdown to entering the realm of demons begins with the Demon Box King." Accompanied by this proclamation, a colossal coffin slowly rose from the ground. Junyue leaped through the shattered glass, only to be taken aback by Xiaoyu's swift transformation into a demon, and hurriedly tossed her towards the Demon Box King. In midair, Xiaoyu was ensnared by the enormous mouth that emerged from the demon box. Junyue quickly jumped to the ground where the Demon Box King had landed, and immediately a gash was torn open, releasing the demonic incantations summoned by E and Mia. On the bridge, Mijia observed the helicopters soaring above and turned to see Hu Ing SH New York and her companions rushing towards them. Using his keen vision, Mijia scanned the group, but his focus was drawn to Xiaoyu, whose pupils constricted in fear. Leaping from a truck, he unsheathed his sword and charged at the approaching crowd. With a deliberate strike, a flurry of white blades surged towards them. Minghai, witnessing the incoming blades, swiftly plunged his weapon into the ground, conjuring a shield to mitigate the assault. Yet, how could one person possibly contend with dozens? Just as Mijia neared Xiaoyu, he was struck down by May 11's powerful punch. As Mijia teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the sight of Xiaoyu collapsing ignited a surge of speed within him. Ignoring his injuries, he dashed towards her. Huing SH Oi, upon seeing Mijia, was momentarily startled, then turned to Junyue, urging, "Let Mijia take Xiaoyu away. Otherwise, her family will perish here, and she will surely chastise us upon awakening." Just as Junyue was about to object, he glanced at Xiaoyu in Mijia's arms, and then at Mijia, who was battered but determined as he approached. With a sigh, he set Xiaoyu down and sprinted in another direction. Mijia, seeing the sudden clearing of the path, swiftly scooped up Xiaoyu. At that moment, Huing SH New York spotted several Snow Blood Demon aircraft and commanded her companions, "Go, hurry. If nobles arrive, we shall be in grave danger." Once Mijia realized there were no humans behind him, he gently placed Xiaoyu down, intending to retrieve a blood vial from his bag to restore his strength, only to find them all shattered. Enraged by this turn of events, Mijia hurled the broken vials to the ground, only to turn and see a small human boy trembling as he gazed at him. In a fit of fury, Mijia charged at the boy and seized him by the neck. The boy turned to the children hiding behind him and cried for help. However, in despair, he watched as they fled one by one and turned to Mika with a look of hopelessness. Mika, seeing the desolation in the child's eyes, suddenly awakened to his senses and released the child he had been holding, kneeling in a daze on the ground. After dragging Xiaoyu to the warmth of the supermarket, Mika sat despondently beside the shelves. When Xiaoyu regained consciousness, he turned and saw Mika sitting there, his face contorted in agony. As Mika looked at Xiaoyu, he momentarily froze, attempting to rise from his position, only to be bound by an overwhelming desire for blood. Xiaoyu, observing Mika's pained expression, loosened his collar and placed Mika's head against his neck, saying, "Go ahead, Mika. This should alleviate your suffering, right?" After uttering these words, Xiaoyu felt a slight pain in his neck. Once Mika had drawn blood from Xiaoyu, he became acutely aware of the discomfort from his clothing and loosened his collar. Yet, Xiaoyu suddenly felt an unusual softness against his chest, opening his eyes to behold a scene of spring. He quickly pushed Mika away, his face flushed, and exclaimed, "Mika, why have you turned into a girl? Just a moment ago, you were a boy. How is that possible?" As Xiaoyu expressed his bewilderment, he heard his own voice start to sound more feminine. He then touched his neck, feeling the smoothness, and recalled the 100 vials of blood that Mofin had given him, realizing that Mofin had manipulated the blood. However, what infuriated Mika even more was Xiaoyu's reaction to his current appearance. Xiaoyu felt a rush of warmth to his nose, noticing that while Mika's clothing remained unchanged, his eyes had turned a vivid crimson, his hair had grown long, and his chest had become notably prominent. Peach remarked, "Why can a boy be better than me?" Xiaoyu quickly turned his head away, but felt around his body, realizing he was without the 2 knives Mofin had given him. He then asked Mika, who was still in the process of dressing, "Mika, have you seen the 2 knives I had? They were given to me by Mofin, and I need to return them when I find him." Mika shook his head and replied, "No." And Xiaoyu, "Why are you still thinking about others?" The sudden change in Mika's demeanor sent a shiver through Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Crowley witnessed Honglian being choked by a vampire, and Honglian spat at the creature. The vampire, astonished that a mere human could spit at him, slammed Honglian to the ground, drawing the attention of Kurulu, who was giving a speech. As the vampire continued to press down on Honglian's abdomen, a ghost emerged behind him, caressing Honglian's face and saying, "Isn't it enough, Honglian? Surrender your body to me." For poor Honglian has lost the will to resist. Just as Honglian was about to speak, the ghost covered his eyes. In the distance, Feda observed the scene and remarked, "The other is possessed by the spirit of a deceased former lover, now a perfectionist ghost. The monster has awakened." After Fide finished speaking, the blade at Honglian's waist sprang open. Gripping the vampire with one hand, Honglian exclaimed, "Do not dare to sully me with your filthy foot, or I shall end your life." Once Honglian pushed the vampire's foot aside, her eyes transformed into a crimson hue. Just as the vampire prepared to kick Honglian again, she swiftly severed the creature's head with her blade. Kulu observed the transformed Honglian with a smirk, then seized her by the throat and hurled her backward. "You are the emissary of Hiragi Mahiru, are you not?" "Where is she?" Kulu inquired. "Mahiru is dead. A pact exists here. It was Mahiru who struck a deal with me before the world's destruction. Since she is absent, I shall not ally with you. Moreover, you are acquainted with someone from your side, named M.O. Fan, correct?" Kulu chuckled. "It seems our M.O. Fan possesses quite the allure, even ensnaring Kulu. You are incapable of killing me, and your betrayal of your comrades has reached an irrevocable stage. Today, you must allow the Seraph of the End to be tested." "So be it. Continue your act. The testing grounds are at the airport." Satisfied with the response, Kulu tightened his grip on Honglian and then commanded the vampire behind him, "Proceed to the airport. Humanity is gathering there for a full military transfer." At the airport, onlookers witnessed 3 helicopters approaching. Emerging from within was Hiragi Muro, who addressed the crowd, "Esteemed individuals, I am General Hiragi Muro, commander of the Imperial Japanese Army. Your efforts have borne fruit. It is thanks to the sacrifices made by the Tsukigumi that we can ultimately vanquish the vampires. I entrust everything that follows to you. Lay down your arms and rest well." Following his proclamation, the others murmured among themselves, yet they complied and sheathed their weapons. At that moment, Hiragi Shinya, alarmed, retorted to his brother, "Vanquish them completely? The vampire nobility is approaching. Brother, how do you intend to defeat them? Where is Honglian? Captured? Are you jesting? Is he a fool? Which persona is it? Or does he intend to deceive me as well? Do you still not comprehend?" Upon witnessing Shinya's expression, Hiragi Muro was initially taken aback, but soon returned to a placid demeanor. Suddenly, several iron chains shot forth from the helicopter towards the crowd. Minghai intercepted the iron spikes aimed at him, only to turn and witness his severely depleted team being pierced by them. Enraged at the sight of his fallen comrades, Minghai charged at the unharmed Hiragi Muro. Muro blocked Minghai's attacks with ease, kicking him away before preparing to strike again when he was repelled by a trio of arrows. At that moment, Junyue seized the opportunity to pull Minghai to safety. Meanwhile, Hiragi Shia obstructed Hiragi Muro and instructed those behind her, prepare for escape. Do not resist, Shia. I shall spare you this time, for you are indeed a member of the Hiragi clan. Yet, you shall perish. With that, Hiragi Muro unleashed the iron spikes toward Hiragi Shia. At this moment, Xiaoyu was busily fending off attacks, and just as Hiragi Shia was about to express her gratitude, she was abruptly intercepted by Mika. Hiragi Shia was taken aback by Mika's sudden transformation into a girl, feeling a wave of confusion wash over her. Suddenly, several helicopters appeared, for which a multitude of vampires descended, charging towards them with lethal intent. Just as Xiaoyu finished off one vampire, she beheld the person she longed to see most. Lian. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, Hong Lian remarked, "You seem quite lively, you." Without hesitation, Hong Lian drew her blade, preparing to strike at Xiaoyu, when Mika swiftly blocked the attack, taunting, "Indeed, humans cannot be trusted. Do not impede me, vampire." As Hong Lian spoke, she sent Mika flying, then she lunged forward with a blade aimed at Mika's neck. Hiragi Run observed Hong Lian and called out, "Hey, Hong Lian, it's about to begin. Let us taste the blood of the human ancestor." After finishing her incantation, Hong Lian's blade transformed into a deep crimson hue, which she wielded against the ongoing chaos. With each life she claimed, iron flame consumed the fallen, and upon reaching a certain threshold, a resounding explosion erupted, revealing a figure radiating holy light, adorned with multiple wings. This spectacle left everyone present in awe, with some exclaiming at its beauty. As the figure emerged from its cocoon, a girl drifted gracefully in the air. However, Junyu, upon recognizing her, urgently shouted, "Mirai." At that moment, Mirai declared, "Wretched humans, your time of annihilation has come." While speaking, Mirai raised her right arm and waved it forward, summoning a colossal horn, gently blowing into it. As she played, a barrier manifested at the airport, causing the ground beneath all within to shatter. Observing Mirai's emergence, Hiragi Rin hastily commanded his subordinates to unleash arrows. Thus, Mirai was ensnared by 4 ropes inscribed with incantations. Yunyu, witnessing her assiste despondent du hypotis miai, then furiously shouted, "What have you wretches done to my sister?" Just as she was about to reach Hiragi Run, she was suddenly impaled by Hong Lian's blade. Xiaoyu, witnessing Junyu's plight, cried, "What are you doing?" and turned back towards Hong Lian, only to be sidestepped by her. As Hong Lian blocked Xiaoyu's attack, Mika lunged from behind, aiming a strike at Hong Lian's head, but was sent flying by a kick from Hong Lian. Fortunately, Mika managed to block the blow with her hand, preventing a disastrous impact. Seeing an opening, Xiaoyu thrust her blade towards Hong Lian's abdomen, but halted at the last moment. She suddenly noticed Hong Lian smiling through her tears. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoyu was distracted, Hong Lian gently stabbed Xiaoyu in the stomach. As she gazed at the blade stained with Xiaoyu's blood, she erupted into maniacal laughter. At that moment, a formidable black demon materialized behind Mirai. The Gravekeeper, witnessing the unfolding scene, chuckled, "It has begun." Summoned by the trumpet of the 5th angel, the demon of destruction, Abaddon, has been successfully controlled by humanity, harnessing the power of the Seraph of Endings. Now, let it handle the rest. At that moment, the sister of the 3-leafed figure swiftly extracted 4 darts from a nearby box and hurled them at Abaddon. The 4 javelins embedded in Abaddon's form gradually coalesced into a circle before erupting, releasing countless manifestations of the 4 horsemen of John. Little you, confronted with such a dire spectacle, recalled a phrase uttered by Mo Fan. If you find yourself utterly overwhelmed and on the brink of annihilation, call upon your other name. And if you draw the button from the same name bag and press it, I shall come to your aid, but only once. Remembering the pain of an individual, she grasped the button that Mo Fan had previously given her, and while pressing it, she shouted, "Woodjite." Just after Mo Fan had donned his trousers following a fierce battle with Kefra in the Spirit Time House, he was abruptly transported to a distant location near Little U. Chapter 30, Timely Rescue in Ashura Field. Seeing that Mo Fan had not yet appeared, Little U smiled, though her laughter was tinged with sorrow. As she picked up a knife, preparing to plunge it into her own heart, Mo Fan intervened, halting her with a firm grip. Observing Little U's despair, Mo Fan remarked, "Hey, don't be so disheartened. Allow me to take charge now. By the way, Do you like this gift from Mika? Hee hee. Just as Mika was about to express her anger, she sighed. Mo Fan, this time, just focus on saving us. At that moment, Kulu hurried over. Gazing at Mo Fan with a smile. Long time no see, Mo Fan. Ah, indeed, our esteemed Kulu, Mo Fan replied, scratching his head. However, upon seeing Kulu's benevolent expression, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He then turned towards Abaddon, and as he approached little Lu, he unsheathed the Yinma blade. Mo Fan, deliberately speaking to little Yu, said, look, little Yu, this represents the pinnacle of mastery. Once you achieve this level and undergo further training, you will wield it with ease. With that, he swiftly drew the Yinma blade from his waist and just as quickly sheathed it again before turning around. With a resounding crash, as Mo Fan pivoted, Abaddon's form was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground, while the protective barrier surrounding them shattered simultaneously. The Gravekeeper, witnessing his plan abruptly interrupted by magic, disregarded the disparity in their powers and furiously charged towards Mo Fan, enchanting his blade as he ran. Mo Fan, observing the enraged Gravekeeper approaching, chuckled. Has it been too long since you've received a lesson? At that moment, he instantaneously teleported in front of the Gravekeeper and delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground, blood oozing from the impact as he writhed in pain, clutching his abdomen. Ah, finally it is over. It seems I must now face the inevitable, Mo Fan mused, but before he could finish his thought, he sensed two icy presences behind him. Turning around, he found Klulu and Kefra glaring at him, their expressions devoid of warmth. Mo Fan, can you explain who this woman is? Vegito, you should provide me with a thorough explanation. Mo Fan, observing the frosty demeanor of the two women, turned to Hong Lian and inquired. Hong Lian, do you possess any effective methods for dealing with girls? After all, you are currently under the influence of Shin Natsu. Please, come up with a solution, as I am in quite a predicament. Before Mo Fan could finish his sentence, he felt a pair of icy hands gripping his shoulders. Mechanically, he turned his head to meet the gentle gazes of the two women. Witnessing Mo Fan's trepidation towards women, the onlookers emerged from their earlier despair, chuckling at his expense. At that moment, a spirit floated out from within Hong Lian, and Shin Natsu emerged, grinning at Mo Fan as she remarked, Ah, is that not our esteemed Mo Fan? How curious that you wish to engage with young ladies yet remain uncertain of how to proceed. Truly, you are oblivious to the consequences. Are you going to hit me? Please, save me, Shin Natsu. I do not wish to meet a gruesome fate. Mo Fan responded, exasperated by Shin Natsu's words. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Fado observed the scene, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Ah, once Mo Fan departs, I shall see how Kurilu Tsai Peishi can evade treatment. If all else fails, I shall seek cooperation with an angel. Upon witnessing her sister's emergence, Shin Xiaoya, with tears in her eyes, whispered, It has been so long. Dear sister, indeed, it has been quite a while, Xiaoya. Have you endured hardships in these years? Shin Natsu's expression shifted from mirth to sorrow at the sound of her sister's voice. While this family reunion unfolded, Mo Fan found himself in a most uncomfortable situation. Observing the agitated Kaifula, he intervened. Calm down, Kaifula. We must remain composed. Kurilu, you two should speak up. Kurilu smiled, and, before the astonished eyes of Kaifula and the humans and vampires present, leaned in to seal Mo Fan's lips with a kiss. This unexpected gesture only fueled Kaifula's fury. Just as she prepared to transform into her super form, Mo Fan swiftly incapacitated her with a chop to the neck, cradling the unconscious Kaifula in his arms. Mo Fan glared at Kurilu, saying, You see, if it weren't for my capabilities, the entire Earth would be in chaos. Do you believe me? Months later, Mo Fan and his companions ventured to the seaside for leisure. Throughout this period, Mo Fan had significantly advanced the relationship between humans and vampires. He had come to define the trajectory of this development in Japan. As Mo Fan and Xiaoyu basked in the sun, he turned to see Mijia, Kurilu, Kaifula, and Shin Xiaoya enjoying the water, clad in swimsuits. The sight left the sunbathers and the three boys parched. Noticing Kaifula, who had not argued with Kurilu for an entire week, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow and remarked, Oh, Kaifula, have you quickly adapted to living with Kurilu? As Kaifula leaped directly into Mo Fan's embrace, she nuzzled against him and exclaimed, Hee, Mo Fan, you haven't seen me for half a month. Do you welcome me? Before Mo Fan could utter a word, Klulu interjected, Get off. Didn't we agree that each of us would enjoy half a week alone? Therefore, it should be a matter of sharing equally now. Upon hearing Klulu's remarks, Kaifila pouted in reluctance, releasing her grip on Mo Fan, only to wrap her arms around his left arm, while Klulu seized his right. In that moment, Mo Fan sensed the contrasting sensations on either side. The left was warm, while the right felt somewhat rigid. He sighed at the firmness on his right, relieved that it wasn't as hard as Walnut. Had it been, it would have been quite uncomfortable. Walnut retorted, "What's the problem with your complaints? Being small has its advantages. Running is much smoother." After a while, Mo Fan struggled to extricate himself from the softness of the two girls. He then retrieved a barbecue grill and ingredients from his system space, ready to commence grilling. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Mo Fan, grinning widely, called out to everyone, "Dinner is served." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mo Fan leisurely savored the barbecue. He observed Klulu and SHSH engaged in a dispute over a winter melon and chuckled, "You two needn't quarrel. There's plenty for everyone, and you've both eaten already, so there's no need to fuss." Regretting his words, Mo Fan was met with Klulu pinching his ear, exclaiming, "Wow, Mo Fan, it's been so long since I scolded you, and you've grown quite bold. If you dare touch me again, just see what happens." "Alright, sorry. Sorry. Please stop, that hurts." Klulu finally relented, releasing her grip. Just then, a vampire rushed in, saying, "Lady Klulu, Lord Fide requests your return for an urgent matter of great significance." After bidding farewell to Mo Fan, Klulu boarded the aircraft. Mo Fan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as she took off, a sense of unease swirling within. Suppressing his apprehensions, he turned to Kaifila and said, "Let us train, Kaifila. We have nothing else to do anyway. By the way, we'll train for 3 years. We want to come out during that time." Inside the helicopter, Fide smiled as he watched Mo Fan vanish from the satellite's view, steering the aircraft towards Klulu. Boom! Fide chuckled at the sight of the helicopter he had shot down, guiding his craft towards the wreckage. When Klulu regained consciousness, she found herself in an utterly dark room, her hands and feet bound by iron chains. She attempted to move, but the chains did not budge. At that moment, a door creaked open in the distance, and 5 figures slowly entered. Klulu, seeing Fide in the center, shouted in anger, "Let me out, Fide." He chuckled, "Oh, our queen, you surely do not still believe that Mo Fan will rescue you? He has already gone off to play in another world. You wretched scoundrel, an irredeemable leech, preying on the weak when others are absent." Upon hearing Klulu's tirade, Fed chuckled and remarked, "Let her be tormented to madness, but not to death. I want Novin to arrive and witness Klulu's insanity. The mere thought is exhilarating. Ha ha ha." Klulu, trembling at Fed's words, stammered, What are you planning, Fed? Do not lay a hand on me. If you do, I assure you that Mo Fan will kill you." "Huh, Klulu, do you truly believe I would imprison you without preparation? How absurd. Everything requires meticulous planning. This is the gathering place of angels. Do you think Mo Fan could possibly reach here?" After uttering these words, Fed turned and strode away, leaving behind Klulu's anguished cries. Chapter 31. The Wrath of Mo Fan. 3 years later, Mo Fan glanced at the calendar in the time chamber, realizing that over 30 million years had passed. He then turned to Kaifa and said, "Kaifa, it has been long enough. We have trained extensively. It is time to venture out." Meanwhile, outside the time chamber, in a room in Shinjuku, Mijia supported Xiaoyu as she emerged. For nearly 2 years, Xiaoyu had been striving to harness a new, peculiar aspect of her ghostly curse. However, each time she approached a critical moment, the ghostly power would spiral out of control. Fortunately, Mijia had repeatedly helped Xiaoyu reign in her curse's power, preventing her from fully transforming into a ghost. Just as Xiaoyu recovered from her ghostly state, she fell into a melancholy mood and lamented, "Sigh. Ever since Klulu was kidnapped 2 years ago, there's been no news of her. I wonder how Mo Fan will feel when he realizes Klulu has vanished." Shoshea patted Xiaoyu and reassured her, "You mustn't blame yourself. This is not your fault." What has transpired on Mijia's side over these 3 years? Mijia shot a displeased glance at Shoshea, their animosity evident, yet he answered candidly, "Recently, I heard that Fed is orchestrating a significant execution, apparently to punish a vampire." At that moment, a broadcast connecting humans and vampires announced Fed's voice. This afternoon, the third progenitor, Klulu Kapisi, will be executed. Klulu Kapisi has violated the vampire code by leaking confidential information and conducting an unprecedented experiment with other progenitors. However, the experiment failed, causing immense upheaval on Earth. Thus, Klulu Kapisi will face execution by the sun this afternoon. Xiaoyu, stunned by Fed's proclamation, turned anxiously to Mijia and asked, "Mijia, what is happening?" If Mo Fan hears this, he will undoubtedly recreate the world. Mijia, equally bewildered, replied, Xiao Yu, I do not know, but look outside. As Mijia spoke, dozens of angels began to soar toward the vampire's direction. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Mo Fan angrily kicked open the door, startling everyone, who hastily dove to avoid the flying door. Jun Yue and Xiao Yu exchanged a glance and hurriedly rushed forward, grasping Mo Fan's arm and imploring, Mo Fan, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. As Mo Fan began to count down from 3, Jun Yue and Xiao Yu quickly released their grip. Observing his phone being freed, Mo Fan continued, This time, no one shall impede me. Whoever dares to stand in my way shall meet their demise, and I will obliterate the angels. Some vampires should prepare their necks for the inevitable. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Krulu, driven to madness, was dragged by several vampires and bound to the wooden frame. Fetter, gazing at the deranged Krulu, chuckled, how the mighty Krulu once basked in glory, and now he finds himself in such a pitiful state. How ironic, indeed. Hee. Well, all that needs to be said has been said. Let us commence the execution. As Fetter concluded his remarks, Krulu's entire body ignited in flames. Just then, a blade of energy surged toward Fetter, who swiftly leapt aside to avoid the incoming projectile. In the distance, Mo Fan, drenched in blood, flew closer. Witnessing Krulu's dire condition ignited an even greater fury within him. Fetter, observing Mo Fan, laughed. This is your attempt to thwart me? Before he could finish, Mo Fan teleported before Fetter, gripping his neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. As Fetter attempted to speak, he suddenly found himself unable to utter a sound, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan, with a chilling smirk, remarked, Do not worry. I shall deal with you after I extinguish the angels. After pinning Fetter to the ground, Mo Fan swiftly approached Krulu, dismantling the cross that restrained him, and gently cradled the mangled Krulu in his arms. Mo Fan then took a heavenly bean from his system space, crushed it in his mouth, and placed it in Krulu's. As Krulu swallowed the bean, his charred flesh began to heal at an astonishing pace. Once restored, Krulu trembled, attempting to push Mo Fan away. However, Mo Fan tightened his embrace, soothingly patting Krulu's back. It's all right. I am here. You should rest now. With that, he struck Krulu on the neck, rendering him unconscious, before casting a cold glance at Fetter and teleporting to Xiao Yu's side. Xiao Yu, still fuming over Mo Fan's solo confrontation with the front lines, was taken aback when he suddenly appeared before her, cradling the weary Krulu in his arms. Mo Fan gently laid Krulu on a blanket and addressed Xiao Yu as a Luan. I shall release you now. Please watch over your sister. As Mo Fan spoke, he delivered a decisive strike to Xiao Yu's back. Azula Wang, witnessing his sudden emergence from Xiao Yu's body, heard Mo Fan instructing Shiyu Shania to keep an eye on Krulu. He added that after dealing with Azula Wang, she should take control of the vampires, while he would annihilate the other nations, just as he had previously advised her. Suddenly, explosions erupted around Shinjuku, and Mo Fan found himself caught in the chaos. Fortunately, he activated his protective barrier just in time. After exchanging a glance with Kaifula, he transformed into the form of the evil god, Super 2. With his left hand raised vertically and his right hand placed within it, he summoned a scythe imbued with dark green energy. Shania observed the correct usage of the scythe, unlike the way one would typically wield it. Mo Fan swung it skyward, unleashing an immense energy blade that tore through the heavens. The blade cleaved an enormous rift in the celestial realm, from which countless snow-white angels emerged. After giving the others a meaningful glance, Mo Fan propelled himself upward with explosive force. With each punch, he annihilated the angels before him. And as his assault shattered the Seraph's temporal barrier, the Salt King emerged from Xiao Yu's body, rushing to the scene. The Salt King, witnessing Mo Fan's rampage, cautioned, If you continue like this, the entire world will collapse. Mo Fan, momentarily pausing at the Salt King's words, coldly replied, Do you think I will stop just because you say so? I can indeed destroy this world, but I can also restore it. So let me continue my trial. Cough. Cough. Let's speak civilly, young man. It is not entirely the fault of the angels. The blame lies with the seventh ancestor. We should not bear the brunt of it, the Salt King pleaded. Very well, but I have two conditions, Mo Fan asserted. The Salt King furrowed his brow slightly, replying, That is acceptable, but do not make excessive demands. Of course, my first condition is that the angels must refrain from attacking humans or vampires indiscriminately. Secondly, They must assist humans or vampires in times of dire need. Those are my only stipulations, Mo Fan declared. After contemplating for a moment, the Salt King agreed. I accept these conditions. Now, how shall we deal with that vampire? Mo Fan tore open a rift in space, pulling the trapped Fide into view. Fide, bewildered by his sudden appearance in the void, noticed a figure composed of salt materializing beside him. Mo Fan addressed Fide. Let him remain in the sun for 100 years. After that time, he will possess an alluring physique that attracts men, yet he will be devoid of combat prowess, living only to suffer. With a knowing look at the Salt King, Mo Fan disregarded Fide's pleas and hurled him toward the sun. While the others attended to Xiao Yu, Mo Fan suddenly flew back through the window. Upon seeing Mo Fan, Klulu crouched in the corner, trembling with her hands clasped over her forehead, her pink eyes wide with terror. Mo Fan addressed the crowd, stating, I shall take a stroll outside the Klulu circle. Otherwise, trouble is bound to ensue. With that, he lifted Klulu effortlessly and transported them both outdoors. In Chapter 32, titled Restoration, Mo Fan brought Klulu beneath a grand cherry blossom tree. Trembling, Klulu gazed at Mo Fan and implored, Why did you not appear before? Why? As he spoke, Klulu struck Mo Fan's chest with a fist, delivering a blow that was even more forceful than the last. As Mo Fan prepared to explain the reasons behind his absence, he paused, cradling the tear-streaked face of Klulu, and said softly, This time, I am at fault. Please do not remain angry with me. I vow that should you ever endure such pain again, I will take my own life before your eyes. Klulu, upon hearing Mo Fan's earnest words, felt a flicker of understanding, and the force of her punches gradually diminished. Seizing the moment, Mo Fan rested his forehead against Klulu's, their eyes locking in a shared gaze. Meanwhile, Aju Luo Wan, who had just been released by Mo Fan, sensed the presence of the other progenitors. A realization that sent a chill down his spine. Hong Lian, having rushed over due to Xiao Yu's fainting, witnessed Mo Fan's actions and, upon noticing Aju Luo Wan's pale complexion and beads of cold sweat, inquired, What has transpired? Mo Fan replied, I have eliminated all vampires except those from Japan. The revelation left everyone present gasping in shock at Mo Fan's audacity. Suddenly, a black-purple arm brushed against Hong Lian and Aju Luo Wan. They turned to see a knight clad in dark armor emerging from the ground, causing Hong Lian to instinctively take a step back. The knight addressed them, saying, Do not be alarmed. I am a Yeglet knight summoned by the Lord. I have come to inform you that the dominion over humanity and vampires now lies within your hands, and the lady shall be taken away by the Lord. Upon hearing the knight's words, Aju Luo Wan felt a pang of disappointment, yet the knight's proclamation rekindled a flicker of hope within him. However, it was noted that the knight would depart after merely half a month's time. With that, Yeglet vanished before their eyes. As they regarded the now absent Yeglet, he leaned towards Junyu and remarked, Did Mo Fan truly eradicate all nations except Japan? Junyu responded with irritation, Of course. Have you not heard what Commander Hong Lian just conveyed? Under the cherry blossom tree, Mo Fan reflected on Yeglet's return and realized that arrangements had been made with Hong Lian and the others. He tenderly caressed Klulu's face. Still weary from their recent battle, remembering the abilities granted to him by the systems, I level up alone, Mo Fan felt the newfound power coursing through him and smiled. It seemed that in future encounters, he could allow his defeated opponents to rise before absorbing their strength, a possibility he found quite appealing. Mo Fan, filled with joy, gently rubbed Kulu's cheek, feeling its soft and springy texture, almost succumbing to the temptation of biting into it, as he imagined the delightful burst of flavor. Thankfully, he managed to suppress that desire. Kulu, stirred awake by Mo Fan's affection, spoke in a soft and tender voice. How long has it been, Mo Fan? And can you mimic my voice a bit? You wouldn't know that I'm just recovering my strength. Upon hearing Kulu's words, Mo Fan nearly lost his composure again. But he steadied himself. Observing Mo Fan's fluctuating expressions, Kulu smiled knowingly, understanding the predicament Mo Fan found himself in. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan inquired, by the way, Kulu, would you like to meet your brother? The mention of her long-lost brother ignited a spark in Kulu, who disregarded her pain and clung to Mo Fan's waist, asking eagerly, Really? Please take me to see him. Seeing Kulu's anxiousness, Mo Fan affectionately stroked her hair, helped her into her clothes, and then teleported her to Azuru's location. While Kulu sought to reconnect with Azuru, Mo Fan turned to witness the affectionate scene between the trio. Xiao Yu struggled to break free from Mijia and Shishaniya, and upon catching a glimpse of Mo Fan's cheerful demeanor, she remarked with feigned annoyance, "Hey, Mo Fan, how can you still smile? Don't you know what your other girlfriend is up to?" As Xiaoyu spoke, she turned her head just in time to see Kaifula leap onto Mo Fan's face from a distance. The scent of Kaifula enveloped him, and he reluctantly set her down, saying, "Kaifula, please don't be so exuberant just because you see me. By the way, has your appetite changed recently?" Xiaoyu, observing the cordial interaction between the two, sighed at the contrast with her own complicated relationship. Just then, two familiar voices emerged from behind her. "Oh dear, what is our Xiaoyu looking at? Is it possible that we're not included?" Xiaoyu turned around mechanically at the piercing voices of Mi Jia and Shi Shanaya, swallowing hard as she felt herself being pulled into the confines of a small room, casting a pleading glance at Mo Fan. "Mo Fan, save me. Mo Fan." Watching Xiaoyu being dragged away, responded with a smirk, "Just enjoy this little comfort. It will only get better for you." The sounds of Xiaoyu's shrieks echoed from within the small room, while Junyu, witnessing Mo Fan's playful demeanor and hearing Xiaoyu's cries, took a deep breath. A few months later, Kulu swung her legs, watching Mo Fan and Kaifula train, and with a sigh of discontent, she lamented, "I'm so bored, brother. I have no idea what to do, and Mo Fan has passed all his responsibilities onto me, leaving me to languish in this tedium." Originally, Kurulu was immensely pleased to no longer bear the burden of being a queen. However, after a few months of such a monotonous existence, she found herself yearning for the responsibilities of her former role, as it at least provided some engagement. As Wolin stared at Kurulu in bemusement and remarked, "Sister, weren't you just saying how happy you were? How is it that only a few months later, you wish to return?" At that moment, Mofin effortlessly intercepted a punch from Kaifula, turned to Kurulu, and said, "All right, prepare yourself, Kurulu. We shall be departing for another world this afternoon." Upon hearing Mofin's words, Kurulu initially felt a surge of joy, but soon the thought struck her that she might never see her brother again. Noticing the change in Kurulu's expression, Aswolin chuckled softly and gently patted her head, saying, "Do not worry, sister. As long as you're not bullied in the future, that is all that matters. After all, my existence here was never meant to be. I was brought back by someone, though Mofin does not even know who that is. Nevertheless, I'm truly content to see you, sister. Go on now." 3 hours later, Mofin watched as Kurulu emerged with 2 large bundles, smiling quietly without saying a word. After waving goodbye to Xiaoyu and the others, he led Kaifula and Kurula back to the place where he had first arrived. Kurula marveled at the sight of walking amidst the stars, while Mofin cautioned her, "You may look, but do not venture in too far, otherwise it may become quite difficult to escape." Kurula nodded in acknowledgement, remaining more composed than before, yet still gazing curiously at the myriad of time and space they traversed. After exchanging a glance with Kaifula, Mofin utilized the teleportation technique to reach a crucial marker point. He summoned the system and inquired, "System, what's my survival rate in this world?" Ding, response to the host, "Survival rate is 50. The system strongly advises the host against proceeding to this world." Mofin pondered the system's response. Although he was considered a mere zero in other realms, here his survival chances were only 50%. Truly, formidable individuals wield immense power. While he could replicate and absorb, enduring the attacks of such powerful beings would likely leave him utterly shattered. He resolved never to return to this world again, for survival seemed utterly unattainable. Shaking his head, he marked the entrance as dangerous and swiftly teleported back to Kurulu. As Kurulu approached the time portal, she neglected to insert the vehicle and nearly fell in when Mofin, who had just teleported back, caught her. Rubbing her head sheepishly, she glanced back at the ominously silent Mofin and said, "Mofin, I promise I won't do it again. Please give me another chance." Mofin sighed, pulling Kurula back, and replied, "All right, Kurula, it is time for us to seek out the next world." Upon hearing that they could finally traverse into another realm, Kurulu embraced Mo Fan like a sloth, nuzzling against his cheek and exclaiming, "All right, let us proceed." Mo Fan affectionately ruffled Kurulu's smooth, silky hair before extending his other hand towards Kaifula, who promptly placed a right hand upon his left. In the world of Fox Spirits, a red-haired gentleman and a frail young man shouted at the figure lying on the ground, "You insolent brat, if you do not emerge, I shall sever both your legs in the blink of an eye." The child, nestled within the confines of the Tushan sign, retorted, "Then be my guest, for they have forsaken me in my escape. Should you dare to step into this territory, I assure you, I shall gladly offer you my legs. This is Tushan. Think wisely, both of you." The silver-haired youth turned to the red-haired gentleman and said, "Brother who? Go in and drag him out." At that moment, A figure pushing a wheelchair emerged from behind, commenting, "The twin immortals of Tiger and Crane, renowned figures in the martial world, stooping to bully a child." However, their suggestion is not without merit. The Tushan demons devour without leaving bones. It would be wise for this young one to emerge quickly lest he lose his life. At that juncture, the silver-haired youth recognized the individual in the wheelchair, exclaiming, "The wind that passes through the head, the jade-faced wind monarch, Shimin Chue Sha. I did not expect you to be here as well." Just then, the sound of jingling bells echoed from afar, and the child looked up to see a pair of fox-eared maidens floating through the air. The jade-faced wind monarch turned to the Fox Spirit and inquired, "Ah, my lady, could it be that you are the esteemed Miss Tushan Honghong?" An ethereal voice emerged from Tushan Honghong, declaring, "I am the protector of Tushan." As she spoke, her originally emerald green eyes transformed into a startling crimson. With 3 piercing screams, the trio was struck down by Tushan Honghong, who then stood to see what was affixed to their faces. At that moment, a childlike voice chimed in, "That merely attests to your limited understanding, uncle. Your wind is merely a magical artifact imbued with power, while my sister can halt any artifact with her bare hands." As the youthful voice faded, Tushan Honghong kicked aside a nearby grove, revealing a remarkably handsome young man. Mo Fan, upon realizing his exposure, chuckled and caught Tushan Honghong's fist, gazing at her with a teasing expression. "Ah, do not strike me. I merely wandered over to observe your altercation." And Tushan Rongrong, "Are you not concerned that your sister might inadvertently harm one of your important clients?" Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Tushan Rongrong, rarely seen with her eyes fully open, unexpectedly widened her gaze. Mo Fan, intrigued by this rare sight, noted that her eyes were indeed a vivid green. In previous animated depictions, there had been instances when her eyes were replaced with images of currency or other symbols, though occasionally they appeared normal, obscured only by a green screen that masked her true eye color. After a brief moment of opening her eyes, Tushan Rongrong squinted and said, "Hee, it's nothing. My sister knows her limits. But why do you exhibit the traits of a monkey demon?" Mo Fan, observing Tushan Honghong retracting her legs, replied, "Well, you could consider this a case of ancestral reversion. Moreover, are you certain that Dongfang Yuechu will refrain from engaging in some profitable endeavors in Tushan? Let's not forget, nearly everyone now seeks to capture you for their own gain." At this juncture, Mo Fan paused, and Dongfang Yuechu, lying in the Tushan territory, expressed her surprise. "Oh, how do you know my identity?" Mo Fan smiled at the astonished Dongfang Yuechu, recalling that she had been quite endearing during her childhood moments of bewilderment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his tail and swiftly turned to find Bai Mei and Shui by gnawing on it. Bai Mei, upon remembering Mo Fan, released her grip, grinning mischievously at his discomfort. Tushan Honghong, Tushan Rongrong, and the adorable, large-breasted lowly by the cave-side all directed their gazes toward Mo Fan's tail. At that moment, Mo Fan heard the system's voice. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have entered the world of the Fox Demon Matchmaker and received the Tears of the Void. The ultimate fire, the ultimate water, the ultimate gold, the ultimate wood, the ultimate earth, the ultimate light and darkness, and the endless wine jug." Hearing the system's rewards quelled his earlier desire to retaliate against Bai Mei. In Chapter 34, titled Yaya's Suffering, Bai Mei noticed that Mo Fan had halted his fist mid-air, appearing as if he had just realized something and thus refrained from striking her. This only emboldened Bai Mei to bite down harder on Mo Fan's tail, while Shui Bai lay quietly beside his neck. Mo Fan's previously simmering anger flared up again due to Bai Mei's relentless biting. However, just as he prepared to deliver a proper blow to Bai Mei, he was halted by an ice spike summoned by the large-breasted, youthful fox demon Lowly from afar, accompanied by the proclamation, "You shall not bully our fox demon clan." Tushan Rongrong looked at her sister in exasperation, while Bai Mei, seeing Mo Fan about to strike her, hesitated, diverting her attention from Mo Fan's tail. The youthful, large-breasted fox demon Lowly stated, "Tushan Yaya, I want to harm you fox demons, but your ice magic needs refinement. Would you like me to teach you how to perfect it? I could assist your sister once you've mastered it." Tushan Yaya burst into laughter at Mo Fan's words. However, having just interrupted Mo Fan's attack, she caught his regretful gaze directed at Tushan Honghong, who helplessly ruffled Tushan Yaya's hair. Tushan Yaya broke free from her sister's affection, addressing Mo Fan in an exceedingly arrogant tone. "Hey, stinky monkey, hurry up and teach me. Once I master it, I shall treat you to the finest delicacies." All right. But first let me rest in your Tushan for a few days. And I'm not a stinky monkey. My name is Mo Fan. He replied with a resigned expression directed at Tushan Yaya. It appears that the previous rumors circulating online were indeed accurate. Tushan Rongrong inherited an intellect of 50, while Tushan Honghong received a score of 40, and Tushan Yaya only inherited an intellect of 20 coupled with an emotional quotient of 0. As Mo Fan pondered this, he turned to observe the furtive tiger and crane immortals, who were preparing to sneak away, and with a smile, he dragged the 3 struggling individuals toward the Tushan territory. On the way, a seemingly casual remark made by Mo Fan sent a chill down the spines of everyone present, save for Tushan Yaya and Tushan Honghong. Indeed, Tushan Rongrong has inherited intellect without stature. Tushan Yaya has inherited stature, but lacks both intellect and emotional intelligence, while Tushan Honghong possesses an average of all attributes except for. Before Mo Fan could finish his thought, he caught sight of Tushan Rongrong turning her head with an expression of displeasure, prompting him to hastily close his mouth and quietly caress the white rose in his hand. After Mo Fan had comforted the white rose for a while, it yawned and nuzzled against his chest, peacefully falling asleep there. Observing Tushan Rongrong's still displeased demeanor, Mo Fan quickly retrieved 10 bags of gold from his system space and tossed them to her. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had yet to present gifts to his newly accepted disciples. Consequently, he also exchanged a box from his system space, which contained a binding garment and some fruits or techniques infused with ice elements, and directly tossed it in the direction of Tushan Yaya. As Mo Fan approached the grand gates of Tushan, he contemplated his plan to remain for 500 years, following the chapter of the Southern Kingdom Princess. He would be poised to obliterate the outer world. He wondered if he could deceive Tushan Yaya into departing, and if not, he would frequently visit this realm. At that time, he would separate the bodies of Su Su and Bai Yuechu from the souls of Dongfang Yuechu and Hong Hong, crafting 2 new bodies to accommodate them, thus enabling travel to other worlds. He pondered how Kaifula and Kalyalu were faring with the Black Fox. At the Black Fox's domain, Tushan Fengqi gazed at the 2 girls who had unexpectedly arrived. Before she could utter a word, Kaifula addressed her directly. "We have come to join your ranks. We hail from another world, and our purpose here is to seek the bitter tree of the Tushan territory." Tushan Fengqi, upon hearing Kaifula's declaration, furrowed her brow and inquired, "What reason do I have to trust your words?" Kalyalu, smiling slightly, invoked a phrase Mo Fan had previously uttered upon their arrival in this world. "If you doubt us, you may observe a certain human with a monkey tail over in Tushan. Witnessing his combat style and prowess will reveal the extent of his strength." With Kalyalu's words, Tushan Fengqi recalled that she had not been monitoring Tushan recently, as she was preoccupied with a significant undertaking. To her astonishment, a formidable individual had emerged during her absence from surveillance, compelling her to reassess her oversight of the area. Subsequently, Tushan Fengqi addressed Kalyalu and her companion. "Then, I formally invite you both to join our Black Fox faction. May I inquire about your names?" Half a year later, a modest grass hut appeared beside the entrance of Tushan, where the emaciated Yume, Fengjun, and the tiger and crane immortals were lying in wait for Dongfang Yuechu. Standing atop the city walls, Tushan Honghong gazed at the 3 gaunt figures. At that moment, Tushan Yaya tremulously rushed towards her sister, exclaiming, "Sister, please save me. That foul monkey is relentless. He torments me every day." Before Tushan Honghong could respond, a loud explosion erupted from behind her. Both Tushan Honghong and Tushan Yaya turned to look towards the boats on the pond outside the city walls. An elderly man clad in a red cloak summoned 2 enormous fireballs and directed them at Tushan Honghong. The Taoist standing beside the man mockingly declared, "Tremble in fear. Do not think this encounter will resemble previous ones. We have summoned the illustrious golden-faced fire god, who once dominated the world." With a cold demeanor, Tushan Honghong leaped from the city walls directly onto a boat, addressing the humans below. "As per our usual agreement, should you lose, you shall leave at once." In the midst of the crowd, the golden-faced fire god chuckled derisively. "Humph, such audacity from a mere monster. Prepare to meet your demise." As he spoke, a red glow ignited in his eyes, accompanied by a brilliant radiance emanating from his form. This overwhelming energy forced Tushan Yaya to stagger back several steps, while the burst of light cleaved the city wall in 2, sending Dongfang Yuechu, who had just ascended, tumbling into the river. As Dongfang Yuechu regained his footing on the shore, he looked up to find the tiger and crane immortals, along with Yume Fengjun, grinning at him. Yume Fengjun trembled with laughter, saying, "What a stroke of luck. Upon spotting members of the Qi Dao Alliance, I knew we could seize the moment to act." Dongfang Yuechu, observing the three transformed beings, stammered, greetings. Aren't you afraid of my fairy sister? Yume Fengjun, hearing Dongfang Yuechu refer to her as fairy sister, retorted mockingly. Fairy sister? Do you truly believe that frail woman is invincible? She has long since retreated from the world, and she is the sole individual capable of wielding the pure yang divine fire to exterminate monsters. While Yume Fengjun spoke, Tushan Honghong felt the scorching heat radiating from the fireballs conjured by the golden-faced fire god. Despite her ability to fend off most magical artifacts, she found herself unable to withstand this inferno. The golden-faced fire god, witnessing a monster daring to touch his pure yang flame, laughed heartily. Ha! I have long heard of your ability to capture treasures with bare hands, but my ancient divine fire is your nemesis. Even the slightest contact will sear you. Feeling the intense pain in her hand, Tushan Honghong's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. After seizing several fireballs from the golden-faced fire god, she turned to find herself surrounded by a swirling mass of flames. Meanwhile, Tushan Yaya, witnessing her sister engulfed by the fireballs, leaped from the city wall, only to be obstructed by several swords that blocked her path. Simultaneously, Several Taoists encircled Tushan Yaya. One of the Taoists, standing upon his sword, addressed her. This is the duel of the fire god. You little demons shall not act so brazenly. Tushan Yaya, observing the encroaching Taoists, retorted furiously, Vile monkeys. Come assist your sister, or I shall not be merciful. Before she could finish her declaration, Mo Fan swiftly embraced her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. With a smile, he whispered, This shall remain a secret, understood? I act as your leader's agent. Should I assist you now, your sister will lose something of great significance. Once she acquires that vital possession, I shall intervene again. As Mo Fan concluded, he leaned closer to her ear, while the Taoists, witnessing his disregard, declared, Humph, demon monkey, do not be audacious. Just as the Taoists prepared to confront Mo Fan, they felt an unusual warmth at their throats. Upon inspection, they realized their perspectives were plummeting downward, their bodies suspended in midair. At that moment, shadowy figures of a dark purple hue emerged from the slain Taoists, with the foremost figure, Yi Gogeta. Respectfully addressing Mo Fan, May I inquire, my lord, if you have further commands? Mo Fan waved his hand dismissively, instructing, You all shall observe closely. Once this is concluded, eliminate everyone present. Yi Gogeta, upon receiving Mo Fan's orders, directed the soldiers standing nearby to remain vigilant. Tushan Yaya, taken aback by the emergence of the purple-black figures from behind the Taoists, watched as they swiftly dispatched the Taoists. Turning to Mo Fan, she inquired, Val Monkey, who are these individuals? After playfully ruffling her ears, Mo Fan responded, You may consider me their master. They are souls I summoned from the afterlife. Yi felt the comfort of his touch, but was startled by his revelation. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she recalled her sister and glanced in her direction. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuchu observed Tushan Honghong, who was being subdued, and urgently called out to the golden-faced fire god, Master, I am here. It is I, Dongfang Yuchu, the son of your little disciple, Dongfang Qinlan. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuchu's words, the golden-faced fire god looked upon him with recognition, recalling his little sister's likeness, and exclaimed, So you're the son of my little sister. I have searched for you for many years. Fear not. I shall vanquish this demoness and come to your aid. Tushan Honghong, fueled by rage, shattered the smoke with a punch aimed at the golden-faced fire god, yet he deftly evaded the blow. She glared at him and demanded, Who do you intend to defeat? As the golden-faced fire god attempted to respond, he was met with a powerful strike to his face by Tushan Honghong. Thankfully, he managed to block it, but she swiftly followed up with another punch to his abdomen, causing him to stagger violently against the city wall, unable to regain his footing. Tushan Honghong gradually approached the golden-faced fire god and stated, Your ribs are shattered, your internal organs gravely injured. Let your subordinates carry you back for a thorough recovery. From this day forth, do not set foot in Tushan again. With his remaining strength, the golden-faced fire god extracted an orange pill from his chest. Tushan Honghong, leaning against the wall, looked down and noticed that the golden-faced fire god had mistakenly taken the wrong pill. She quickly opened her eyes and shouted to Tushan Honghong, Sister, stop him. He is not consuming an ordinary medicine. It is the Crimson Flame Demon Pill that amplifies demonic power in a short span. The closest individual to the golden-faced fire god was seized by his claw as the fire god, while swallowing the pill, remarked, Good eye, but alas, you speak too late. Upon finishing his words, the golden-faced fire god's demonic power surged exponentially, and as Tushan Honghong neared, she was violently repelled by his overwhelming force. Tushan YYYY, sensing an immense concentration of fire elements, exclaimed, "Scoundrel! The purity of the flames and the golden shield are formidable. Is this truly the pinnacle form of the golden-faced fire god, who has dominated the realms for decades?" Suddenly, both Tushan Yaya and Tushan Rongrong felt a chilling sensation and turned to see the surroundings gradually crystallizing into ice. Mo Fan, observing this fiery spectacle, taunted, "Ah, were it not for your sister's quest for that treasure, I would have extinguished this long ago." After a brief chuckle, the golden-faced fire god rubbed his hands together, conjuring an enormous fireball that engulfed the entire Tushan in crimson hues. Just as Tushan Honghong gazed at the formidable fireball with trepidation, Dongfang Yuechu slowly approached, placing Tushan Honghong's hand over his chest. In a moment of shock, Tushan Honghong watched as Dongfang Yuechu plunged his arm into his own chest. Witnessing this, Mo Fan instantaneously teleported behind the golden-faced fire god and delivered a powerful punch to his back. The fire god winced in pain, losing control of his spiritual energy and plummeting to the ground. Tushan Yaya, recognizing the true nature of the fireball Mo Fan had conjured, summoned an even more intense fireball, hurling it towards the golden-faced fire god. As Mo Fan observed the golden-faced fire god consumed by his summoned fireball, he rubbed his neck and snapped his fingers, instantly restoring the disrupted terrain around him. While flying towards Tushan Yaya, he sensed two unfriendly gazes. Dongfang Yuechu looked at Mo Fan with a silent reproach, as if questioning why he could not have intervened sooner, rather than waiting until he was injured. In the distance, Kailu Lu and Kaifula, along with the astonished Black Fox, exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's thoughts. It seemed Mo Fan had once again brought them a sister. Chapter 35, Tushan YYYY's birthday. Tushan Honghong, witnessing Mo Fan effortlessly dispatch the golden-faced fire god, then looked at Dongfang Yuechu, who lay on the ground being treated by Tushan Rongrong, and inquired, "Mo Fan, why did you not act earlier?" Tushan Honghong, take a moment to appreciate your own hands. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Tushan Honghong used her demonic power to sense her hands, which caused her initial guilt to dissipate, and she gazed at Mo Fan without remorse. Mo Fan chuckled as he retrieved a celestial being from his system space and tossed it to Tushan Rongrong, who was lying on the ground being treated for her injuries. "Tushan Honghong, do you know why I chose not to leave? Because you should realize that your hands possess the ability to control all magical artifacts. Moreover, the being I provided for Rongrong can bring back those on the brink of death, although they will still require some time to recuperate." While Mo Fan had indeed thrown a celestial being to help Dongfang Yuechu, it was merely a semi-finished product, akin to his desire for self-research and production. Tushan Honghong was initially taken aback by Mo Fan's description of the being's effects, only to be doused with cold water by his subsequent remarks. After finishing his words, Mo Fan turned to look at Tushan Yaya. Seeing the expression on Mo Fan's face, Tushan Yaya sighed deeply, saying nothing. Mo Fan was surprised by the ease with which he called her name this time. Previously, it had been quite a struggle. It seemed she had recognized the gap between herself and a true powerhouse, motivating her to strive harder. Half a year later, Dongfang Yuechu slowly awoke from his slumber. Despite having been tricked by Mo Fan, he found joy in the memory of finally kissing the lips of a fairy sister, anticipating more opportunities to nurture their budding romance. With a foolish grin, he gradually opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a gigantic caterpillar with a delicate female voice. Startled by the enormous creature, Dongfang Yuechu screamed, "A monster! What a gigantic maggot! Don't come any closer, or I will throw my pillow at you." The maggot, upon hearing his words, transformed into a wisp of white smoke, revealing a young girl dressed in a greenish garment reminiscent of the Tang dynasty. She retorted, "How rude! I'm a leech spirit, specializing in blood regeneration and control techniques." Seeing such a beautiful older sister, Dongfang Yuechu quickly amended his words. "You clearly seem like a good person." The young girl chuckled at his remark. "I am a renowned physician in the demon realm, and my appearance fee is quite high." Did the fairy sister ask for your help?" Dongfang Yuechu inquired. The girl, intrigued that her close friend Tushan Honghong was referred to as a fairy sister by a human, asked, "How curious. I've known Honghong for many years, and she has never requested anything from me. So, who exactly are you to her?" Just as Dongfang Yuechu prepared to boast about himself, he was interrupted by Mo Fan, who had been standing by the doorframe for quite some time, chuckling, "Enough with the teasing, Tsuyu Ling. I believe I have contributed the most financially this time." and it's not solely due to my influence. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuechu, don't speak just yet. Take a look at what lies behind you. At the onset, Dongfang Yuechu was taken aback by Mo Fan's words. Turning around, she noticed Tu Shanyaya, who lay on the bed with a somewhat naive expression. Upon hearing Mo Fan's remarks, Tu Shanyaya seemed to grasp what Dongfang Yuechu was about to convey and boldly threatened, I advise you to choose your words carefully. You are well aware of my sister's prowess. Those who offend her typically face dire consequences. Ah, by the way, Chui Yuling, here is the money for this occasion. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out again. Besides, Yaya, you need not rest any longer. It's time for training. If you remain distrustful, do you not fear encountering the incident with the Golden Face volcano again? Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Tu Shanyaya seized her previous indolence and dashed to Mo Fan's side. Inquiring, Smelly Monkey, shall we proceed to train now? Chui Yuling, witnessing the transformation of the once lethargic Tu Shanyaya into a diligent individual in Mo Fan's presence, remarked, Oh, I heard Hong Hong mention that you could inspire Yaya's diligence. It seems I am witnessing this firsthand today. Moreover, I am curious about what qualifications you possess to instruct Yaya. Mo Fan smiled and revealed a jar that he had stored in his system space after defeating the golden-faced fire god. Following the system's prompt to extract all of its blood, he was pleasantly surprised to find it applicable now. Kui Yuling, observing the jar that had suddenly appeared in Mo Fan's hand, queried, Huh? Mo Fan, what do you intend to do with that? Mo Fan tossed the jar to Chui Yuling with a grin, gesturing toward it. Following his lead, Chui Yuling opened the jar and was immediately enveloped by an authentic aura of Eastern bloodline. She looked up to meet Mo Fan's gaze and smiled, subsequently stowing the jar away. Dongfang Yuechu, noticing Chui Yuling's sudden acquisition of Mo Fan's jar, inquired, Is there something remarkable about that? Mo Fan replied to Dongfang Yuechu, Ahem. Let me elucidate what is contained within. First, allow me to share a story, and then we can proceed to understand its significance. Over a decade ago, a strikingly handsome young man arrived in a village, where a creature akin to Chui Yuling, a Navi little demoness, fell madly in love with him. She followed him away from the village, but a month later, her body was discovered in a neighboring town's apothecary, packaged for transport. It was said that he even imparted his clan's unique demonic techniques to others, and that man was none other than the young man. A hint for you, East. Upon hearing Mo Fan's story in the hint, Dongfang Yuechu immediately thought of her only remaining relative, the golden-faced fire god. Chui Yuling frowned at Mo Fan's narrative, realizing that the clues she had sought for so long had been unraveled in less than a day by this individual. She then asked, May I inquire how you came to know of this matter, Mr. Mo Fan? Mo Fan smiled and waved his hand, explaining, In truth, I possess a skill that allows me to replicate the abilities of others, such as the powers of the Tushan clan or those of your liege kin. This is why I am aware of these matters. By the way, this is not a reward. It is merely a gesture of sympathy for your unfortunate kin. You may handle it as you wish. Additionally, here is something for you. As he spoke, Mo Fan handed a bag of celestial beans to Chui Yuling, who fumbled to catch the beans and opened the bag to reveal a multitude of green beans. At that moment, Tu Shanyaya, who was admiring her own delicate and ethereal form, caught sight of the items Mo Fan had tossed and exclaimed, Oh, aren't these the celestial beans you gave to the foul cockroach? Mo Fan affectionately ruffled Tu Shanyaya's hair and said, These are the complete ones. As long as one remains alive, they can snatch a soul from the hands of the king of hell. The ones I previously gave to Dongfang Yuechu were merely semi-finished products, intended to return this jar of blood to you, Chui Yuling. Chui Yuling looked at the celestial beans in her hands and smiled. Thank you, Mo Fan. I owe you a favor. On the surface of the water, a chilling force of ice emanated, causing the surrounding small creatures to flee from the frigid pool, while the fish darted away to safer waters. Mo Fan watched as Tu Shanyaya began to manipulate the ice element, gradually lowering the temperature, and he smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, he felt an unusual sensation in his hand. Opening his palm, he saw a dark purple knight respectfully addressing him. My lord, today is the lady's birthday. Very well. You may return, Mo Fan replied to his minion, then gazed at Tu Shanyaya, who sat in meditation on a snow lotus with her eyes closed. He contemplated a gift that she could wear when she grew older, perhaps a small castle as well. He decided to employ the method used by Long Ziyu, having wished to try it ever since he first saw it. Had it not been for his lack of funds, he would have had someone construct a castle for his own birthday celebration. Despite being unable to find a girlfriend, he believed one should still celebrate their birthday joyfully. Perhaps he could also gift her a tome of cultivation and some snow pills. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Fan summoned Bell, saying, Bell, have your ant army build a castle. The first floor will be for meat, the second for fruits and desserts, and the third for wine. Bell nodded in response and summoned dozens of ants, comparable to great demons, to gather ingredients before retreating. Chapter 36. Tu Sanyayas Verde. Mo Fan, observing Bell's departure, called out to the meditating Tu Shanya, yeah, I'm taking you out for a meal. Upon hearing that Mo Fan intended to treat her, Tu Shanya emerged from her meditation and, using her demonic power, leaped directly in front of him, asking, Foul monkey, what sudden illness have you caught today that you wish to take me out for a meal? Mo Fan merely smiled and said nothing, instead pulling a bag of gold coins from his system space and tossing it to Tu Shanya. She looked at the coins in her hand and inquired, Oh, foul monkey, why are you giving me gold coins? Aren't you taking me out for a meal? You can buy your own food. I don't know what you like to eat, so it's better for you to purchase your own meal. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Tu Shanya hurriedly made her way towards the Tu Shan Inn. At that moment, Mo Fan turned to the nearby tree and remarked, Come out, Rong Rong. What brings you here this time? Tu Shan Rong Rong, realizing she had been discovered, stepped out from behind the tree and replied, Well, Mo Fan, I have noticed that over the past year, you have harbored a peculiar affection for my sister. Could it be that you are fond of her? Mo Fan narrowed his eyes at Tu Shan Rong Rong's inquisitive gaze and responded, Yes, I do have a fondness for your sister, but I presume that is not the reason you sought me out? Tu Shan Rong Rong was taken aback by Mo Fan's nonchalant admission of his feelings and, quickly regaining her composure, said, There is indeed a matter at hand. Sister, I need your assistance in locating something. Mo Fan smiled faintly at her words, realizing that his previous conversation with Tu Shan Hong Hong had proven fruitful. A few nights prior, Mo Fan had approached Tu Shan Hong Hong and said, Tu Shan Hong Hong, I have urgent business to attend to and will be leaving shortly. On the day of my departure, please inform Rong Rong that I need to undertake a task. Tu Shan Hong Hong, puzzled, inquired, Mo Fan, what exactly do you need to do? Montauk Fan replied, I must attend to some matters outside for approximately half a month. Please do not disclose the specifics to Rong Rong or Yiya. Returning to the present, Tu Shan Rong Rong, recalling her previous intention to inquire further, asked Mo Fan, So Mo Fan, what did my sister ask you to find? Also, it seems today is Yiya's birthday. How did you come to know? Addressing the latter question first, Mo Fan replied, Since I intend to pursue your sister, it is essential for me to be aware of her lifestyle and important dates. As for the first question, I cannot divulge that information. I shall return in about half a month. With that, Mo Fan waved goodbye to Tu Shan Rong Rong, placing his fingers on his forehead before teleporting to Tu Shan Yiya's location. He materialized in a shadowy corner not far from Tu Shan Yiya, observing the plethora of items she had purchased with amusement. He then called out to the darkness behind him, So, how is it going? Has Bell completed the task? From his shadows, a half-kneeling, purple-black ant emerged and replied, Yes, my lord, it is situated beside the Wangu. After delivering the message, the purple-black ant slowly sank back into the ground. After hearing Bell's words, Mo Fan looked up at the evening glow, scratching his head as he exited the alley. Tu Shan Yiya, captivated by the array of goods, recalled Mo Fan's previous words and demeanor, perplexed by the monkey's erratic behavior in releasing her from training prematurely. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her ear and, blushing profusely, looked up to see the person touching her ear. If it had been a stranger, she would have certainly reacted with hostility. However, upon seeing the gentle face of her companion, her urge to retaliate was swiftly quelled. Under the astonished gaze of Tu Shan Yiya, Mo Fan lifted her into his arms in a princess carry, a gesture that made her shyly bury her head against his chest, despite her otherwise extroverted nature. Aware of the surrounding attention, she felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere and, upon raising her head, found herself inexplicably transported to the realm of Wangu. Before her stood a quaint castle, and it took her a moment to comprehend the situation before hastily descending from Mo Fan's embrace. She gazed at the castle and inquired, Stinky monkey, how did this castle suddenly appear? Yeah, can you guess what date is today? And you might want to come closer and catch a whiff of the aroma. Montauk Fan replied, skeptical yet intrigued. Tu Shan Yiya leaned in to smell the castle's scent, exclaiming, Wow, it's meat. And today seems to be my birthday. By the way, Stinky monkey, how did you know it was my birthday? She recalled the increasingly splendid gifts Mo Fan had given her over the past 6 months and asked, And Mo Fan, why have you been so kind to me lately? Just as she finished speaking, a tantalizing fragrance wafted through the air, a result of Mo Fan having previously informed the local spirits about the evening's festivities, who assured him it would be executed flawlessly. Mo Fan then produced a bouquet of roses he had prepared earlier, kneeling amidst the foliage as he professed, "Tu Shanya, I like you, and these are your birthday gifts." Tu Shanya, taken aback by Mo Fan's sudden declaration, felt her cheeks flush crimson, overwhelmed by shyness as warmth enveloped her. From a distance atop the castle walls, Tu Shan Hong Hong and Tu Shan Rong Rong observed Mo Fan and Tu Shanya with the affectionate gaze of proud parents. Conversely, Kai Fu La and Ku Lu Lu, witnessing this scene, felt the ground tremble beneath them in ire, though they quickly regained composure. With a sinister glint in their eyes, they directed their gaze at Mo Fan, warning, Mo Fan, there will never be another opportunity like this. Should we catch you again, you shall face the consequences. Ku Lu Lu, who had already been leaning towards a Yandere disposition, was now fully drawn into this obsession by Mo Fan. Initially, Kai Fu La could understand Mo Fan's desire for another companion, but with both girls present, his pursuit seemed inappropriate. Nevertheless, they knew they could not interfere with Mo Fan's approach. He could harm others, but never the innocent. Meanwhile, oblivious to the sentiments of the two girls, Mo Fan remained captivated by Tu Shanya, who began to tremble as she stuttered, "Stinky monkey, are you serious?" Before she could complete her thought, Mo Fan, unable to contain his emotions, leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 37. The Shock of the Human Alliance. In the lingering moments of the vernal equinox, Mo Fan reluctantly pushed Tu Shanya away. Caught off guard by Mo Fan's advances, Tu Shanya remained dazed until finally being nudged aside. Mo Fan, observing the naive expression on Tu Shanya's face, playfully tapped her forehead. It was only after this gentle reprimand that Tu Shanya regained her senses. With a teasing glint in her eyes, she retaliated with a forceful punch aimed at Mo Fan's chest. Fortunately, Mo Fan's chest was sturdy enough to withstand the blow, unlike most other formidable demons who would likely falter. Rubbing his chest, Mo Fan looked at Tu Shanya, exclaiming, "Yeah, I'm about to leave, and you hit me so hard. Woe is me." Upon landing a punch on Mo Fan, Tu Shanya suddenly burst into tears. Although aware that Mo Fan was merely feigning distress, she couldn't help but question, "Why are you suddenly leaving, you filthy monkey? Tell me." Mo Fan, bemused by Tu Shanya's erratic emotional shifts, thought to himself, if only I had chosen Tu Shan Rong Rong instead, at least she wouldn't be so devious. Besides, having a smaller chest isn't a deal-breaker, they're all the same. Mo Fan guided Tu Shanya to sit on the cliffs of Wangu, simultaneously casting protective magic around the castle. Gazing at the distant mountain, he turned to Tu Shanya and asked, "Am I to embark on the journey your sister initiated with that legendary strike at the North Mountain border?" The mention of her sister's renowned punch brought recognition to all demons of the Tu Shan clan. Yet, Tu Shanya responded, "Yes, that event indeed occurred. But what do you intend to do? I wasn't present, so don't ask me for details. Actually, you needn't know the particulars. Just understand that I am headed to the North Mountain." "Have you heard of Jin Shensi?" Montauk Fan inquired. "What do you want with Jin Shensi, you filthy monkey?" Tu Shanya asked, had curiosity piqued. Without further explanation, Mo Fan stood up from the cliff and said to Tu Shanya, "Let's keep this a secret for now. I shall be departing shortly, so farewell. Today has been rather enjoyable." After uttering these words, he didn't wait for Tu Shanya's response before teleporting away, leaving her seething with anger at his abrupt departure. Unable to contain her frustration, Tu Shanya shouted, "How dare you confess your feelings only to leave immediately afterward? What kind of nonsense is that?" Despite her words, she couldn't resist opening the box Mo Fan had given her. As Mo Fan prepared for his training, he resolved to absorb Jin Shensi as well. Feeling disinclined to craft a final chapter akin to an anime, although that Black Fox was rather appealing. Suddenly, he caught himself grinning in a rather lewd manner, prompting him to quickly compose himself. Having reached the North Mountain's border, he proceeded to absorb Jin Shensi. With that thought, he pressed down his hand, causing golden liquid to bubble forth from the ground. Jin Shensi, realizing her disguise had been uncovered by a monkey demon, barely had time to speak before being consumed by Mo Fan. Accompanied by the system's chime ding, "Congratulations, host. You have absorbed Golden Dawn and acquired liquefaction." Mo Fan gazed at the system's reward, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Although I lack divine might at present, possessing the skills of Golden Dawn allows me to evade attacks in a timely manner. While I cannot withstand fatal blows, it will suffice," he mused. After speaking, he waved his hand casually, summoning a luminous portal through which he stepped, commencing his training. 3 months later, within the confines of the mental time chamber, Mo Fan suddenly recalled that he had not checked his accumulated sign-in rewards for quite some time. He summoned the system and accessed the sign-in interface. You have accumulated over 1 billion years of sign-in rewards. You have obtained the golden iron kidney, with recovery capabilities enhanced significantly and combat power increased by 50. Would you like to claim your reward? Host, Mo Fan, observing the first reward presented, the golden iron kidney, questioned, I accept, but why is my first reward the golden iron kidney? The system responded, ding. To answer the host, while your physical stamina is boundless, your energy is not. Mo Fan, upon reading the system's reply, smirked, finding the response rather absurd. However, upon reflection, the prospect of training with the outside brought him solace, prompting him to teleport to the realm of Tushan. Upon his arrival, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped him. As he approached the Tushan Grand Hall, he noticed an unsettling absence of monsters on the streets, heightening his unease and prompting him to quicken his pace. Inside the Grand Hall, he pushed open the doors to find Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rong Rong seated on benches, their expressions devoid of vitality, while Dongfang Yuechu was bound to a pillar, struggling in vain. Mo Fan, observing the scene, inquired, What on earth have you all done? Upon seeing Mo Fan's return, a flicker of anger ignited in Tushan Hong Hong's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished by her own hand. Tushan Rong Rong, in despair, tossed a letter to Mo Fan. He caught it and opened it, revealing the following message. Tushan demons, we have captured your second-in-command, Tushan Yi. You now face two choices. Either your second-in-command faces execution, or you must permit us humans to take control of Tushan to ensure her survival, along with Dongfang's last bloodline-bearing offspring. You have 1 month, harmonious alliance. Bang! After reading the letter, Mo Fan incinerated it with fervor, the ground beneath him trembling with the force of his rage. Tushan Rong Rong, witnessing Mo Fan's sudden fury, began to speak but was silenced by him. I shall go alone to rescue Tushan Yi. With that, he approached Dongfang Yuechu and, to the astonishment of those present, replicated him effortlessly. Subsequently, Mo Fan transported the replicated Dongfang Yuechu to the Harmonious Alliance. Within the dungeons of the Harmonious Alliance, Tushan Yi lay despondently on the cold floor, gazing forlornly out of the window. Suddenly, she heard a voice she had long anticipated. Harmonious Alliance, I have brought Dongfang Yuechu. Release Tushan Yi at once. The sound reverberated so powerfully that even the still training Wang Quan Fu Gue was momentarily taken aback, hastily rushing out of the training room to gaze at the sky. Wang Quan Ba Yi quickly grasped the arm of Wang Quan Fu Gue, who had intended to investigate the commotion outside. Upon witnessing Wang Quan Ba Yi Faxung, Wang Quan Fu Gue paused, standing quietly by the window of the training room, observing Mo Fan. At that moment, numerous sword cultivators soared out from within the building, mocking Mo Fan with derision. Ha! Tushan truly is feeble. Sending a mere little monster to our Qi Dao Alliance headquarters is indeed laughable. And look, that creature is clutching the only child of our eastern bloodline. A keen-eyed individual pointed out the child in Mo Fan's grasp. Mo Fan cast a cold gaze at the gathered crowd, while Wang Quan Ba Yi emerged from the training room, addressing Mo Fan. Very well, release the child first, and then we will release our hostage. Upon hearing Wang Quan Ba Yi's words, Mo Fan furrowed his brows and replied, First, I must see the second-in-command, Tushan Yi, otherwise I cannot release anyone. Wang Quan Ba Yi, upon hearing this, chuckled mockingly, and may I inquire what capabilities you possess to contend with us? Oh, is that so? Mo Fan retorted, stamping his foot in midair, summoning a dense mass of figures behind him. This sight rendered the members of Qi Dao Alliance and the inhabitants of nearby villages or cities utterly paralyzed with fear, forgetting to flee. Mo Fan turned to Wang Quan Ba Yi and continued, So what will it be? Release the hostages. Try to make a move, and you will see that Tushan Yi will perish as well. However, Wang Quan Ba Yi's attention was drawn to the sight of Mo Fan gripping Dongfang Yuechu, who was struggling to breathe. Wang Quan Ba Yi quickly interjected, Anzai. All right, don't move. We will release them. Upon hearing these words, Mo Fan slightly eased his grip, allowing Dongfang Yuechu to gasp for fresh air. Wang Quan Ba Yi, witnessing Mo Fan's actions, seized the moment to attempt severing Mo Fan's arm to rescue Dongfang Yuechu. Chapter 38. Etiqueting Tusan Yaya. How about now? Is it acceptable? I shall only utter 3 numbers, Mo Fan declared, gradually loosening his grip, enabling Dongfang Yuechu to inhale deeply. Wang Quanbai was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of a multitude of soldiers behind Mo Fan, but soon regained composure. 3, 2. As Mo Fan counted down to 2, he unleashed a gust of energy toward the nearby mountain, causing it to shatter spectacularly. This scene prompted Wang Quanbai to wonder if, upon the conclusion of Mo Fan's countdown, the Qi-Dao Alliance or humanity itself would face annihilation. In a rush, he shouted to Mo Fan, "All right, we will release them. Quickly, let tu san Diago." The nearby Taoist, hearing Wang Quanbai's command, dashed toward the direction of the dungeon. After a while, Mo Fan gazed at the emaciated Tu Shanyi, who had been dragged out by 2 Taoist priests. And his heart ached. He solemnly addressed Wang Quanbai, the leader of the Qi-Dao Alliance, stating, "I shall give you a warning. It is best not to provoke the people of Tushan." With that, Mo Fan unleashed a tremendous aura from within, overwhelming Wang Quanbai, who, already in distress, found himself kneeling and gasping for breath. "Why yes, we will never provoke the people of Tushan again," Wang Quanbai hastily conceded. Only after hearing this did Mo Fan retract his aura, allowing Wang Quanbai to clutch his chest and breathe deeply. Mo Fan then circled around Wang Quanbai, moving towards Tu Shanyi, who was being supported by the 2 Taoist priests who stepped back at his approach. In a tender gesture, Mo Fan lifted Tu Shanyi in a princess carry, and before departing, he casually crushed the avatar of Dongfang Yuechu. However, as he was about to leave, he addressed the Qi-Dao Alliance, saying, "As long as you refrain from any further reckless actions, I can resurrect Dongfang Yuechu." Within the Tushan realm, after Mo Fan administered a celestial being to Tu Shanyi, he gently placed her by a waterfall, resting her head upon his lap. He quietly observed her serene face, which appeared slightly gaunter than before. At that moment, thanks to the effects of the celestial being, Tu Shanyi slowly began to awaken from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Mo Fan's adoring gaze. Without hesitation, Tu Shanyi embraced him, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Naughty monkey, don't leave me. This isn't a dream, right?" Mo Fan, upon witnessing her emotional state, felt a mix of annoyance and relief, comforting her by saying, "It's all right, yeah, I am here." Hearing Mo Fan's voice, Tu Shanyi ceased her tears, but just as Mo Fan pondered why she had suddenly stopped crying, she unexpectedly kissed him, pinning him down in the process. After a prolonged moment, she reluctantly rose from his embrace, gasping for breath. Mo Fan playfully pinched her ears, which had turned crimson from the kiss, further deepening her shyness. With a teasing smile, he said, "Will you venture out recklessly again next time? If you do, it will be as simple as a little ear pinching." The thought of such a scenario made Tu Shanyi blush furiously, steam subtly rising from her head. Amused by her reaction, Mo Fan chuckled and gently tapped her forehead, further endearing the moment. Half a year later, Mo Fan observed Tu Shanyi, who was quietly cultivating at the horizontal plane. At this moment, Tu Shanyi had already reached half of her future height, adorned in a blue cheongsam reminiscent of her adult years, with her chest wrapped by Mo Fan. Just then, Tu Shan Rong approached from beside Mo Fan, sitting on the ground as she gazed at her elder sister and the changes she had undergone over the past 6 months. Mo Fan, noticing Tu Shan Rong's sudden arrival, inquired, "Rong, why have you stopped reviewing the accounts?" Tu Shan Rong looked at Tu Shanyi and murmured, "Today is a day of rest. It seems my sister is not idle either." With a helpless shake of his head, Mo Fan stood up and soared into the sky, summoning a doppelganger with his energy. The doppelganger was positioned directly opposite him, and both sides prepared for a duel. Chapter 39, Astonishment of the Two Maidens. Bang, bang, bang. Tu Shanyi, hearing the sounds of hands and feet colliding, opened her eyes in confusion, only to witness 2 Mo Fans clashing in midair. At that moment, Mo Fan had just blocked a punch from his doppelganger, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, but was then sent crashing to the ground by a spinning kick from the doppelganger. Drip, drip. The weather gradually shifted to an overcast sky, with large raindrops beginning to fall. Mo Fan rose from the pit, wiping the mud and rain from his face, and then addressed his doppelganger. Alas, it seems the doppelganger has chosen to disregard the rules. As he spoke, a golden aura erupted around him. After exchanging glances, Tu Shanyi and Tu Shan Rong took shelter behind a tree to observe Mo Fan's battle. This spectacle caught the attention of Tu Shan Hong, who was sitting indoors. She looked out the window and saw a radiant golden aura piercing through the dark clouds, creating a breach through which sunlight poured onto the earth. After recuperating for half a month, Dongfang Yuechu resumed his daily life as before. Just as he was about to slice a tomato in half, the cutting board shattered, and he turned to see a massive golden aura emanating from the mountain behind the sorrowful tree. Once Mo Fan transformed into a Super Saiyan, he instantly teleported behind his doppelganger, striking its face with a right punch. However, just as he prepared to deliver a left punch to its abdomen, he found himself ensnared by the doppelganger's tail, which hurled him several meters away. After creating distance, the doppelganger began launching energy blasts towards Mo Fan. Attempting to swat them away, Mo Fan remembered he was still in Tushan and redirected his left hand to send the energy blast skyward. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted high above Tushan, causing Tushan Yi and Tushan Rong, who were hidden behind the tree, to widen their beautiful eyes in astonishment. At that moment, Tushan Yi pondered whether such devastation unleashed by Mo Fan against the Qi Dao alliance would indeed yield a similar result, but quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. Observing the relentless barrage of energy blasts, Mo Fan concentrated a golden-blue energy sphere at his left chest and shouted, "Ultimate Kamehameha!" As Mo Fan spoke of his abilities, he instantaneously teleported behind his clone. With a swift motion, he unleashed the ultimate Kamehameha energy wave he had concentrated at his left chest directly towards the clone. Caught off guard, the clone could not evade and took the full force of Mo Fan's Super Saiyan Ultimate Kamehameha. Phew! It seems I have become slightly weaker after such a long absence from battle. Below, witnessing the fierce confrontation, Tushan Yi and Tushan Rong were initially astounded by Mo Fan's assault, but were soon left in a state of bewilderment by his words. Turning to the ravaged landscape he had just created, Mo Fan suddenly sensed a luminous figure in the distance gazing at him. With a smile, he addressed Tushan Yi, saying, "Yeah, someone is looking for me. I will go check it out and return shortly." With that, he teleported outside of Tushan, taking the opportunity to restore the damaged area before departing. Outside Tushan, Mo Fan beheld a golden figure seated mid-air and remarked, "Ah, what surprise. The winds have brought you here today, young master of Ao Lai Kingdom." The golden figure, amused that Mo Fan had so quickly deduced his identity, replied, "Oh, how did you know I am a young master of Ao Lai Kingdom?" Mo Fan playfully pointed at the golden aura surrounding the young master, retorting, "Well, it is rather obvious that the young master of Ao Lai Kingdom radiates a golden light. Moreover, you should not be referred to merely as the young master. You ought to be called the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, instead." Initially unfazed by Mo Fan's remarks, the young master was taken aback when Mo Fan revealed his true name. "What? How do you know my identity?" he exclaimed, shedding his golden glow to reveal his true form, clad in golden armor with a crimson cape billowing behind him. Mo Fan stated, "Young master, I shall handle the foreign entities, but not just yet. Let us postpone it for a while." A few hours later, Mo Fan returned to the Tushan territory, appearing somewhat exhausted. Upon reaching the grassy meadow, he found Tushan Rong and Tushan Yi lying on the ground in serene harmony, gazing at the azure sky dotted with white clouds. Instantly, his fatigue dissipated, and he approached Tushan Yi with a joyful demeanor. "Shop the filzig," Mo Fan exhausted. "Additionally, I go by the alias I love late-night snacks, which is my secondary account. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to tag this name. I will respond, albeit only in the evenings unless I find time earlier." Observing Tusan Jajap Lafeli Frolikin, Mo Fan recalled the reckless endeavors of Fu La and Kulu Lu from a few hours prior, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Noticing Mo Fan's reaction, Tushan Rong, with keen perception, inquired, "Hey, brother-in-law, what you doing?" Upon hearing her voice, Mo Fan quickly regained his composure and shook his head, indicating he was perfectly fine. Tushan Rong, seeing Mo Fan's demeanor, leisurely reclined on the grass, allowing the evening glow to wash over her. Several hours ago, Mo Fan had just concluded a conversation with the fourth young master and was preparing to return when he witnessed Kaifila and Krulu emerge from a rift in space. The sudden appearance of Krulu and Kaifila sent a chill down Mo Fan's spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. With a playful smile, Krulu placed her right hand on Mo Fan's shoulder and calmly said, "Long time no see, Mo Fan. Shouldn't you treat us to something to eat?" Mo Fan swallowed hard, gazing at Krulu, whose eyes had transformed into heart-shaped pink orbs, and asked, "Krulu, I haven't offended either of you, have I?" At that moment, he felt a soft sensation suddenly enveloping him from behind, and, as he turned, a tingling sensation coursed through his ears. Kaifila had teleported behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and whispered hotly in his ear, "Do you want it, Mo Fan?" As she spoke, she began to caress him, adding, "After all, it has been quite a while." Unable to contain himself any longer, Mo Fan took Kaifula and Krulu into the time chamber. Now, reflecting on the time spent within the time chamber, Mo Fan instinctively touched his kidney, relieved that the system had granted him a golden iron kidney. Otherwise, he would have been unable to keep up. Moments later, Mo Fan stood up from the grassland and said to Tu Shanyi, "Yeah, I'm off to find Dongfang Yuechu. Goodbye." Tu Shanyi nodded in acknowledgement, and seeing her gesture, Mo Fan instantly teleported to Dongfang Yuechu. In the kitchen, Dongfang Yuechu was busy preparing dinner for the Tushan sisters. As she was about to toss the sliced pork into the pan, Mo Fan suddenly appeared behind her and gently tapped her back. Startled, Dongfang Yuechu jumped up, exclaiming, "A ghost! Montag Fan, exasperated," pulled her down and noticed she had placed a piece of fine pork into the pan. Shaking his head in resignation, he grabbed a cloth bag nearby, secured it at his waist, and wielded a spatula, saying, "Hey, Dongfang Yuechu, I'll cook you a couple of dishes. Pay attention." Mo Fan retrieved the ingredients for braised pork and oil tofu from the system space. He began by washing the scallions, ginger, garlic, and bok choy, slicing the scallions, ginger, and garlic, then having the boiled bok choy before placing them into the pan, along with oil and salt from his inventory. He then seared the pork until it was golden brown on all sides, placed the seared pork onto a cutting board, and sliced it into pieces. After adding oyster sauce and cooking wine to the pan, he sauteed the mixture until fragrant before adding the sliced pork and stir-frying it over high heat, then covering it with water to simmer until the sauce thickened. This culinary display left Dongfang Yuechu utterly astonished, and, as Mo Fan felt a tug on his pant leg, he looked down to see her gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. Mo Fan sighed and said, "Let me tell you what we need to prepare." He briefed Dongfang Yuechu on the ingredients and accompaniments required for the 5-meat dish. Upon hearing that there would be delectable food, Dongfang Yuechu exclaimed, "Wow, Mo Fan, you are my savior. You should truly be my culinary deity." Mo Fan looked at the suddenly exuberant Dongfang Yuechu and shook his head in resignation. He then lifted the 5 meats from the pot and placed them onto a plate. After setting the meats aside, he took 5 pieces of tofu that had been soaking for 3 minutes in a bowl, laid them on the cutting board, and sliced them into thin pieces, subsequently drying the moisture on the surface of the tofu. Next, he discarded the broth from the pot, added oil, and, observing the oil had reached the desired temperature, placed the sliced tofu into the frying pan. The tofu sizzled upon contact with the oil, turning a golden hue as the sudden addition sparked the oil to bubble and hiss. Mo Fan watched as the tofu became crisp and golden on both sides, carefully transferring them onto a plate. Dongfang Yuechu, curious about Mo Fan's actions, inquired, Mo Fan, what else are you going to do?" Unperturbed by her question, Mo Fan took a small bowl and added 2 tablespoons of light soy sauce, half a tablespoon of dark soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of oyster sauce, 1 tablespoon of cooking wine, a small teaspoon of sugar, and the ginger he had already mashed. He then poured in half a bowl of water and mixed the ingredients with chopsticks until well combined. He poured the prepared sauce into the pot, and, after a vigorous boil, promptly added the fried tofu, tossing them together before transferring the dish onto a plate. With all the dishes now complete, Dongfang Yuechu exclaimed in admiration at Mo Fan's prowess. Chapter 41. Dongfang Yuechu saves Wang Chuanfu. 12 years later, in the Tushan archives, a man holding the matchmaker case handbook read aloud the words inscribed within, to be broadcast in the valley. When confessing, all must bloom. He mused, splendid. Just this. It was worth my stealthy infiltration into the archives for some quiet and elegant reading time. Ah. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from behind. Dongfang Yuechu, who allowed you to come here? Startled, the man turned his head without looking and asked Dongfang Yuechu, who is that? Yet, before he could finish, he was struck by the woman behind him. She glared at Dongfang Yuechu and said, "Don't think I won't recognize your ridiculous hair." Dongfang Yuechu quickly scrambled to his feet and addressed the woman, truly, the astute Rongrong Jia. She retorted, "This tactic is futile. Unauthorized entry into the archives incurs a fine of 500. Upon hearing Rongrong's declaration of the fine, Dongfang Yuechu swiftly removed the red cloth covering his face, his eyes sparkling as he pleaded, "Rongrong Jia, my admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river." Noting Dongfang Yuechu's peculiar demeanor that day, Rongrong's curiosity was piqued, and with an inquisitive gaze, she remarked, "Spare me. That's a relic from the last century. However, if you divulge the reason, I might consider waiving the fine." Hidden in the shadows, Mo Fan could no longer suppress his laughter upon witnessing the expression of Tushan Rong. He stepped around the corner, exclaiming, Rong. Do you realize how amusing your expression is right now? Ha ha, never mind. Let me share why Dongfang Yuechu is so diligent today. Should I tell you, or will you? Dongfang Yuechu, still shaken from his earlier fright, had not noticed Tushan Rong's appearance. However, upon hearing Mo Fan's words and looking towards her, he could not help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground as he pointed at Tushan Rong, exclaiming, could it be that what you said is true? This is just too funny, ha. Observing the two men who were in fits of laughter, Tushan Rong realized that while she could not manage Mo Fan, it did not mean that Dongfang Yuechu could mock her. With this thought, she retrieved a ledger from her chest, emblazoned with the words account book. Upon seeing the ledger in her hands, Dongfang Yuechu quickly knelt at her feet, pleading, Sister Rong, please do not take this seriously. I was wrong. I will do whatever you say. Tushan Rong quietly tucked the ledger back into her chest. But upon hearing Dongfang Yuechu's words, she could not help but retort, What? Are you planning to confess to your sister? The volume of her voice startled the fox demons outside the archives, nearly causing them to topple their wares. Dongfang Yuechu, upon hearing Tushan Rong's voice, dramatically adjusted an imaginary cape behind him and replied, Oh dear, your loud declaration has made me quite bashful. Tushan Rong, looking at Dongfang Yuechu's demeanor, replied with exasperation, Oh, you possess not an ounce of modesty, do you? However, it has been rather obvious over the past few years with you delivering meals to your sister daily. Dongfang Yuechu, upon hearing her remark, questioned, Is it truly that obvious? So, if it is indeed so apparent, does that mean the fairy sister has not rejected me? My chances must be quite promising. So, tell me, fairy sister, where shall we go tomorrow? As he spoke, he leaned closer to Tushan Rong, halting just as his face was inches from hers, gazing into her dark eyes. Mo Fan, witnessing the scene unfold, sighed and remarked, It's not you, but if anyone loses their balance, they might end up kissing. At Mo Fan's words, Dongfang Yuechu hurriedly distanced himself. Tushan Rong then returned to the previous topic, asking, Why must you wait until tomorrow to confess? For tomorrow is the Qixi Festival, a day when romantic dramas unfold, and I shall be at the most auspicious matchmaking temple. Tomorrow, my red thread of fate shall shine brightly. Isn't that splendid? What a marvelous plan indeed. Tushan Rong silently observed Dongfang Yuechu's actions before turning to leave. Noticing her departure, he called out, Hey wait, Sister Rong, do not go. Please give me a hint. This is a matter of a lifetime. Before exiting, Tushan Rong advised him, At Shuangxing Peak, the valley there is rather unique. You might want to give it a try. Remember, I have told you nothing. Mo Fan sighed and shook his head in resignation. It seemed inevitable that Dongfang Yuechu would pursue Tushan Hong. Such was the decree of fate. Before departing, he advised Dongfang Yuechu, Remember to manage your emotions well tomorrow. Do not weep. Dongfang Yuechu only heard Mo Fan's blessings and, oblivious to the mention of tears, assumed that Mo Fan was also delighted about his potential union with Tushan Hong. The following day at Shuangxing Peak, Dongfang Yuechu instructed the fairies beneath him. Every year on Qixi, the fairy sister goes to a place unknown to anyone and remains there for an entire day. Therefore, today, everything is prepared, and you shall proceed as planned. The fairy clad in red responded, Yes, as long as you, great immortal, lead us well, we shall ensure that all the spirits hidden throughout the mountain bloom forth. Impressed by the red-clad fairy's words, Dongfang Yuechu praised, Well done. I shall treat you all to tea next time. The red fairy quickly declined, Oh, no need. As long as you avoid causing trouble in our domain, we shall take our leave. With that, she and the others swiftly flew away from the cave. Turning around, Dongfang Yuechu spotted Tushan Hong, dressed in white, with a yellow basket in her left hand and a blue one in her right. He quickly hid behind the nearby thicket, pulling down the tuft of hair atop his head. As the sounds of footsteps receded into the distance, he raised his head and suddenly recalled Tushan Hong's appearance. He pondered, Strange, shouldn't the fairy sister have noticed her by now? Wait, with her elegant attire, exquisite fragrant lunchbox, and considering today is Qixi, a day celebrated for love. This is troubling. Could it be that the fairy sister has a rendezvous with someone else? I must investigate. With that thought, Dongfang Yuechu leaped from the bushes and hurried towards the direction where Tushan Hong had gone. After what felt like an eternity, he saw her enter a cave and followed suit. However, upon stepping inside, a chilling aura enveloped him, prompting him to wrap his arms around himself for warmth. As he turned a corner, he beheld Tu Shan Hong Hong kneeling before a corpse, and he quickly concealed himself behind a nearby rock to observe the scene. With a sorrowful expression, Tu Shan Hong Hong gazed at the lifeless body and murmured, "It's been a year. How have you been? I miss you dearly. I've entrusted the affairs of Tu San to Rong Rong, for aside from your dreams, I can harbor nothing else in my heart. Career and life have lost their significance, let alone the thought of loving someone else." Hearing her words from his hidden vantage point, Dongfang Yuechu felt a wave of anguish wash over him, prompting him to flee the icy cavern. On the surface of the water, aboard a grand vessel, a man with fiery red hair and a rooster comb hairstyle, arms crossed, addressed the walls of Tushan City. The torrents of history surge fiercely. Only those whose names endure are the true heroes, like us brothers. The bald man beside him, gazing at the approaching walls of Tushan, inquired, "Brother, is it truly safe? I've heard that the Fox Spirits of Tushan are extraordinarily formidable, and within their ranks lies a figure who once vanquished the golden-masked fire god." The red-haired fellow, adorned with a rooster comb, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Oh, worry not, my friend. I have received exclusive intelligence that the Tushan Fox Spirits do not engage in murder. Moreover, so much time has elapsed that it remains uncertain whether the one who defeated the golden-masked fire god still resides in Tushan. This information comes directly from the Alliance. Such benevolent creatures pose no real threat, do they, my brothers? An opportunity for fame awaits us. Should we eradicate the Tushan Fox Spirit clan, our names will surely echo far and wide, and there are treasures aplenty in Tushan for us to seize and amass great wealth." Upon hearing their leader's words, the bandits behind him cheered, "Hail the mighty brother! Hail the valiant brother!" Just then, the bald man noticed a figure seated on a wooden stick, a certain Dongfang Yuechu, and promptly alerted his leader, "Hey brother, it seems there is someone ahead." The red-haired man, dismissing his younger brother's words, approached the edge of the deck and shouted down to Dongfang Yuechu, "Hey Scram, don't obstruct my path to fame." Dongfang Yuechu, already irked by the earlier remarks from Tushan Hong Hong, now felt his anger intensifying due to the taunts from his ship. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the bald man swung a wooden stick toward Dongfang Yuechu. However, Dongfang Yuechu caught the incoming stick and retaliated with pure solar fire, returning the force to the ship, causing a shattering impact that left the crew in utter shock. At that moment, Dongfang Yuechu recalled Lin Fan's earlier words and released the rose he had been holding in his mouth, allowing it to disperse into the wind. The demons hiding in the mountains observed the flying petals and collectively exclaimed, "The Great One's petals must scatter romantically to satisfy the master. Otherwise, if we disrupt the Great One's splendid affair, we shall face dire consequences. Hurry, everyone, let us make them bloom more vibrantly." Instantly, petals began to drift from the mountains, enchanting all who passed by with the artistry reminiscent of a divine craftsman. Dongfang Yuechu, gazing at the fluttering petals, lamented, "This bunch of spirits, I shall—" But the words failed to escape his lips. From a distance, Tushan Hong Hong observed the solitary tears of Dongfang Yuechu and remarked, "So, do you understand now?" Lin Fan, watching the two, sighed, "Ah, if it weren't for my knowledge of the script, I would feel that since Tushan Hong Hong does not reciprocate, one should not pursue love. If one is to love, it should be with total devotion. Were it not for Dongfang Yuechu's steadfast heart, I doubt anyone else would dare to pursue Tushan Hong Hong." Thankfully, Dongfang Yuechu's gamble paid off in the end. Subsequently, Lin Fan lowered his head to stroke the snow-white snow and the white rose by May, who affectionately leaned against his waist. Half a year later, Tushan Rong Rong opened the door before her and addressed Dongfang Yuechu, who had been neglecting sustenance. "It has been 6 months. You're no longer a child. This self-destructive behavior of isolating yourself through fasting, do you think it will earn you my sister's sympathy? Do not be foolish. By now, you must realize that my sister spoke those words deliberately to you. When that person's life ceased, my sister's heart was halted as well. Perhaps he was never truly deserving of her. Yet he happened to freeze in the moment that could most profoundly move her. His stasis has rendered her memories increasingly idealized. How could you possibly reclaim her heart?" Upon hearing Tushan Rong Rong's words, Dongfang Yuechu let out a cold laugh and replied, "Humph, I am here solely to clarify certain matters. And the conclusion is that even if my sister's heart belongs to him." As he spoke, he slowly rose from the floor, approached a cloak hung on the wall of the Ichi Dao League, and cast aside his white garments in favor of the cloak. He continued, "But love does not reside there. Attention given out of guilt is not love. Love is not about bondage or restraint. Therefore, I shall not relinquish my pursuit. I wish to be with my sister, to repay this debt of affection. At the very least, then, the direction of her heart will depend solely on her. Tushan Rongrong discerned the implication behind Dongfang Yuechu's words and turned to him, saying, "Wait, this is merely your own wild speculation. What if my sister truly harbors feelings for that person? Wouldn't your efforts be in vain?" Dongfang Yuechu swept his hair aside, not turning to face Tushan Rongrong, and replied, "By then, Sister Rongrong, you will be the one urging me to give up. Gambling is not a virtuous endeavor. Yet when trapped in a dire situation with no retreat, one can only risk everything. My previous wager allowed me to reclaim my life. The next gamble is for a lifetime. Should I fail, I would become a mere jest." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ichi Dao League, Wang Quan Fugue grasped the Wang Quan sword hanging nearby, poised to strike down the spider demon beneath him. His junior sister, standing beside Wang Quan Bei, could hardly conceal her excitement at the prospect of eliminating a rival. Yet, to the astonishment of both Wang Quan Bei and his junior sister, Wang Quan Fugue cast the sword aside and lifted the bloodied spider demon, Qing Tong, into his arms. Holding Qing Tong tightly, Wang Quan Fugue turned and walked toward the door, murmuring, "I am sorry, father." He glanced at the injured Qing Tong and then at the group of Taoists outside, asking, "If we manage to escape, would you accompany me to witness the myriad rivers and mountains?" The Taoists, witnessing Wang Quan Fugue cradling the demon, brandished their swords, plunging them toward him, resulting in a shower of blood. Yet, Wang Quan Fugue seemed impervious to pain, continuing toward the door with determination. Eventually, he found himself weakly kneeling on the ground, while the Taoists, frightened by his resolve, dared not move. Just as one Taoist prepared to separate Wang Quan Fugue from Qing Tong, he was startled back by Wang Quan Fugue suddenly rising to his feet. The Taoists gazed at the resurgent Wang Quan Fugue, preparing once more to extract the treasured sword from him. However, despite numerous attempts, their efforts were in vain. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind. "If he possessed a low-grade sword, what fear would you have, even with double your number? 180 celestial swords besieging an unarmed individual? Is this the demeanor of the Qi Dao Alliance?" A Taoist, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Dongfang Yuechu, inquired, "Who dares to be so audacious in this place?" Before he could finish, he was silenced by Mo Fan's voice. "And what about me?" Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from Mo Fan's being. Dongfang Yuechu, indulging in a candied hawthorn, clasped his fists in respect toward Mo Fan. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Mo Fan prompted Dongfang Yuechu to leap directly before Wang Quan Fugue. Observing the latter's battered visage, Dongfang Yuechu remarked, "Alas, how could one not strive to protect their face? Look at the damage. Your wife will surely be displeased." After extracting all the swords from Wang Quan Fugue, he glanced at the latter's face and sighed. "Ah, now that the swords are removed, it looks much better, doesn't it? Yet, many of your wounds are still asymmetrical. Let us start with your face." As he spoke, Dongfang Yuechu raised his hands, golden light emanating from his fingertips as he began to heal Wang Quan Fugue's injuries. Mo Fan called out to the great hall, "Wang Quan Bei, do you wish to see your Dongfang Huaizhu?" Swiftly dodging the sword hurled by Wang Quan Bei, Mo Fan was met with a look of astonishment as Wang Quan Bei grasped his shoulder, asking, "Is it true? Can it really happen?" At that moment, the once imposing and stern Wang Quan Bei was now filled with an expression of eager anticipation. Mo Fan turned to Dongfang Yuechu, saying, "Dongfang Yuechu, with your cousin. You shall meet your mother as sister." Both Dongfang Yuechu and the recently revived Wang Quan Fugue were momentarily stunned as Mo Fan led them to Wang Quan Bei's residence. Just as Dongfang Yuechu was about to inquire about Mo Fan's cryptic words, he witnessed Mo Fan unexpectedly stomp before the tombstone of Dongfang Huaizhu. A soul gradually emerged from the tombstone, ultimately forming a corporeal body. Dongfang Huaizhu opened her eyes, bewildered at her sudden awakening, questioning how she could be alive again. Meanwhile, Wang Quan Bei, upon seeing his beloved wife Dongfang Huaizhu resurrected, wept profusely as he embraced her. Dongfang Huaizhu, taken aback by the elderly man suddenly clutching her, asked, "May I know who you are?" "Huaizhu, it is truly you. You have returned," Wang Quan Bei exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Mo Fan, observing the reunion of the two, interjected, "Ahem, I must clarify that, Dongfang Huaizhu, you can only remain here for a day. By this time tomorrow, you will return to where you belong. And before you stand your Wang Quan Bei, along with your son and daughter-in-law." As Dongfang Huaizhu absorbed Mo Fan's words, she turned to see the bewildered expressions of Dongfang Yuechu and Wang Chuanfu Gue, her gaze falling upon the clear-eyed child cradled in Wang Chuanfu Gue's arms. As Dongfang Yuechu gradually comprehended the words spoken by Mo Fan, a startling realization dawned upon him. Could the woman before him be the sister of his mother? This would mean that the woman in front of him was indeed his aunt, leading him to wonder if Mo Fan possessed the ability to resurrect his mother. In a surge of hope, Dongfang Yuechu quickly grasped Mo Fan's arm, imploring, Mo Fan, is it possible for you to bring my mother back for just a day? With a gentle smile, Mo Fan pointed behind Dongfang Yuechu, saying, look who stand behind you. Turning around, Dongfang Yuechu was met with the sight of Dongfang Qinlan, tears streaming down his face. Without hesitation, he rushed into her arms, and she embraced him, tenderly ruffling his hair as she comforted, there, do not cry. For your mother is indeed here. Dongfang Qinlan, overwhelmed with emotion, found her own tears flowing as she wiped them away, and turned to Mo Fan, inquiring, may I ask, benefactor, what is your relation to my Yuechu? Mo Fan waved his hand dismissively, explaining, I should actually refer to you as aunt, for Dongfang Yuechu has developed feelings for Tushan Honghong, who is the elder sister of Tushan Yaya and Tushan Rongrong. Since I hold affection for Tushan Yaya, it is only fitting that I address you as aunt. Upon hearing Mo Fan refer to her as aunt and learning of her son's fondness for the chief of Tushan, Dongfang Qinlan playfully tapped Dongfang Yuechu on the head, teasing, you rascal, how have you suddenly taken a liking to my current chief? Do you truly think she would be interested in you? Mo Fan observed the sudden joy radiating from Dongfang Qinlan, his lips twitching in amusement. Indeed, she had a carefree spirit. Chapter 42. Farewell. A month later, Mo Fan reclined in a chair, basking in the sun and savoring the pleasures of life. Stinky monkey. Stinky cockroach. The time to depart is nigh. Mo Fan was startled to the ground by the unexpected voice of Tushan Yaya, rubbing his head in exasperation as he cast a bemused glance at her. At the Tushan border, Dongfang Yuechu enjoyed a candied hawthorn while reading a notification, exclaiming, candied hawthorn, my favorite. Just then, he turned to see 3 icy spears hurtling towards him. As he prepared to unleash his pure solar flame, he was shocked to discover that it could not incinerate the ice. With a cry of despair, Dongfang Yuechu found himself encased in ice. Mo Fan turned to Tushan Yaya, stating, I've assisted you this far. The rest is up to you. I shall simply sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Leaning against a tree, he watched Dongfang Yuechu frozen in place. Hey, are you serious? You can't be playing for real. Dongfang Yuechu protested. Tushan Yaya, hands on her hips, retorted confidently, Humph, you traitor. Who told you to sneak off and participate in the One Chi Dao Alliance's membership examination? What grievance do we Tushan hold against you? You wish to join them and turn against us? Did you not once vow to forget humanity? As Dongfang Yuechu felt the icy grip on him loosening, he ignited the pure solar flame to melt the encasement, pleading earnestly, dear Yaya, could you pretend not to see this and let me go? Upon hearing Dongfang Yuechu's words, Tushan Yaya exclaimed in indignation, no way. You can only leave Tushan by stepping over my body. With a swift motion, Dongfang Yuechu pinned Tushan Yaya to the ground, retrieving the wine flask she had been carrying on her back. Taking a sip as he remarked, exquisite wine. Tushan Yaya pounded the ground with her fists, declaring, let me go. We shall use your magic against you. You despicable scoundrel. I swear I will kill you. And Mo Fan, why aren't you helping me? Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes and replied, I have previously stated that I would not intervene. Furthermore, let me impart a principle. When conversing with someone close to you in the wilderness, one must remain vigilant to prevent sudden attacks. And do not forget, Dongfang Yuechu is not merely the first to deceive you. Your sister is also involved. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Tushan Yaya fell silent. However, when she noticed Dongfang Yuechu walking towards the border of Tushan, she shouted, come back. Dongfang Yuechu sighed, alas, Yaya, stop your antics, you cannot stop me. In the future, focus on mastering cold magic alongside Mo Fan, aiming to reach an absolute zero. And remember, do not mimic your sister's strength techniques. At that moment, Tushan Honghong appeared behind Dongfang Yuechu, inquiring, what is wrong with my strength techniques? Dongfang Yuechu was momentarily taken aback by her question, then chuckled. You nearly scared me to death, Rongrong. Tushan Honghong, upon hearing his words, transformed back into Tushan Rongrong, exclaiming, not bad. You figured it out so quickly. Dongfang Yuechu smiled at Tushan Rongrong's remark, yet his expression darkened as he quipped, if it were really your sister, She would have knocked me down with a single punch, rather than engaging in so much idle chatter. Ah! Tushan Rongrong then asked, "Are you truly planning to leave Tushan?" Dongfang Yuechu, at a loss for words, stammered, well. However, his expression grew graver upon hearing Tushan Rongrong's next statement. "The owner of Yaohua, Zhai, sent me to capture you. You owe 3 months' worth of dessert money and wish to leave without settling your debt. Furthermore, you were behind the fire in the abandoned warehouse, weren't you? Why did you suddenly decide to burn it before leaving?" Sighing, Dongfang Yuechu replied, "Rongrong, try summoning the fire from the warehouse in the most ordinary manner." Tushan Rongrong listened to his advice and raised her right hand, surprisingly conjuring the pure yang flame. Observing the sudden emergence of fire, Dongfang Yuechu continued, "All you need is a simple summoning technique to bring forth that pure yang flame. You neither kill humans nor demons. With this divine fire for exterminating monsters, it will be beneficial when those troublesome demons come looking for trouble. So, I entrust you with the dessert money. Ha 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 ha." With that, Dongfang Yuechu set off, striding away into the distance. Tushan Rongrong watched as he ran further away, lamenting, "I let him slip away with a moment's distraction." As he ran, Dongfang Yuechu turned back, chuckling, "In the future, I shall repay you." "Thank you, Rongrong." As Dongfang Yuechu turned around, he found his lips nearly brushing against the lips of Tushan Honghong. He quickly halted and took a few steps back, observing the bewildered Tushan Honghong before him. He waved his hand and said, Sister Rongrong, it's rather dull if you keep scaring me like this." "Hi." Turning his gaze, he spotted Tushan Rongrong waving at him and Tushan Yaya, hands on her hips, looking at him. Dongfang Yuechu exclaimed, "What is going on?" You. Fairy sister, weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? Why are you going back on your word?" "Honestly, I didn't mean to leave. I was merely looking for a bountiful spot to relieve myself." At that moment, Tushan Honghong coldly regarded Dongfang Yuechu and stated, "If you wish to leave, then go." Tushan Yaya called out to the seemingly departing Dongfang Yuechu, "Hey, you jerk." However, she was interrupted by Tushan Rongrong, who urged Yaya, "Let him make his own choice." Leaning against a tree stump, Lin Fan suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received a mission. Mission condition, be reborn once and acquire a physical form capable of enduring the full force of the enraged flame Emperor Xiaoyan. Subsequent transformations may enhance this capacity." Lin Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this mission mandatory to complete, or is it optional?" Ding. Response to the host. You may choose to accept or decline. Hearing the enticing rewards from the system, Lin Fan felt a stir of excitement. Although his body could withstand Tang San's full power without sustaining damage, he knew he could not endure anyone above Xiaoyan without transforming. He was keen to engage with Emperor Yi in a duel to ascertain whether Dragon Ball or Perfect World held greater strength. After contemplating, Lin Fan rose and walked towards Dongfang Yuechu's direction. Tushan Yaya, noticing Lin Fan's sudden approach, asked, "Stinky monkey, what are you up to?" Following this, Dongfang Yuechu and Tushan Honghong turned to see a wooden plaque thrown by Lin Fan. Catching the plaque, Dongfang Yuechu inspected its front, which bore the likeness of Tushan Honghong, while Tushan Honghong, in turn, received Dongfang Yuechu's version. Both Dongfang Yuechu and Tushan Honghong exchanged puzzled glances with Lin Fan, while Tushan Yaya and Tushan Rongrong also regarded him with skepticism. Lin Fan waved his hand and summoned by Mei and Shui from his spatial realm, placing them into Tushan Yaya's embrace and affectionately ruffling her silky hair. Lin Fan then examined his attire and swiftly removed his clothing, donning the martial arts uniform provided by the system. He felt the comforting sensation of the uniform once more and massaged his shoulders. Observing Lin Fan's unusual behavior that day, Tushan Yaya was the first to break the silence, asking, "Stinky monkey, why are you acting so strangely today? It's given me a sense of foreboding." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Yeah, you guessed correctly. I am about to depart. Before I leave, I wish to convey 2 matters. Firstly, Dongfang Yuechu, you must seize this opportunity. Should you fail, I shall not hesitate to resurrect Dongfang Qinlan entirely. At that juncture, I doubt your mother would lack myriad methods to enlighten your mind. Do you believe it? Therefore, I urge you to expedite your completion. Secondly, I intend to be reborn. By the way, should you both wed in my absence, consider this as my gift to you. Farewell, Yiya. I shall return to marry you." After speaking, Lin Fan gently kissed the forehead of Tushan Yiya, waved goodbye to the others, and then instantaneously vanished into the time-space tunnel. Surveying his surroundings, he addressed the system, Now, initiate the process. Ding, the rebirth sequence for the host is about to commence. 3, 2, 1, rebirth activated. Subsequently, Mo Fan felt an overwhelming drowsiness and collapsed onto the corridor of the time-space tunnel, succumbing to sleep. Before his departure, Mo Fan explained his reasons to Kaifula and Kulialu. Upon hearing his words, Kulialu and Kaifula licked their lips and replied, "Very well, Mo Fan, but upon your return, allow us a few days before we relent." Nodding, Mo Fan vanished before their eyes. Chapter 43, Awakening. Within the time-space tunnel, Mo Fan had lain for quite some time. Suddenly, with a crack, his arms straightened, and he opened his eyes to behold his hands. Rubbing his head, he rose from the ground and called out to the system, "System, how long has it been?" However, he received no response. Instead, he discovered a letter in a notebook. Acting on impulse, he opened the letter, which read, "Dear host, this system will depart before your awakening. As a final reward, you're granted the ability to comprehend all temporal languages. Upon your awakening, you'll find a notebook that embodies the rules of all timelines. Yours sincerely, your dear system." After reading the letter, Mo Fan accepted the reward and opened the notebook, flipping to the timeline of Fox Demon Little Red Bride. He realized it was now a month after the demise of Tu Shan Hong Hong and Dongfang Yuechu. Mo Fan exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not utterly disrupted the timeline that followed. Reflecting on the 500 years he had at his disposal to wander the world, he decided to venture into the Ultraman universe. Although he feared he might not be a match for beings of Noah's caliber, he supposed his status in the Ultraman realm should be considered at the lowest tier. Mo Fan dared not take chances. At the Monster Academy, a young girl, holding an invitation, coldly remarked to the imposing building before her, "Who would ever come with such an invitation?" As she glanced at the card in her hand, she mused that all answers lay within. Raising her head, she continued, "Even so, I have come. Despite everything, I am here. Recently, I have encountered a series of incredible events, and I believe I shall find the answers I seek here." At that moment, a silver-haired girl wearing glasses and a black-haired girl approached the entrance of the grand building, where they began to introduce themselves. The brown-haired girl was originally named Miyashita Aki, or Akira, while the black-haired girl was known as Megura's or Mick. The silver-haired girl was called Shirogane Reika, or Yuinda. Just then, a red-haired loli emerged from the door and greeted the three girls, saying, "Welcome, everyone, to the International Monster Rescue Guidance Organization, commonly known as the Sanctuary for Monster Girls." Subsequently, the red-haired girl led them into the building. As they traversed the tunnel, Megura's crossed her arms and mused, "I never imagined we would be the legendary Monster Girls." Swiftly, the realization dawned upon her. The overwhelming emotions they often felt were due to the monstrous souls residing within them. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a nearby room, startling Megura's and Yuinda, who hurried towards the source of the commotion. Upon opening the door, they were met with an astonishing sight. "Hey, Red King, could you take a break? You're not even hitting me, and you can't possibly defeat me," a boy quipped while dodging the girl's attacks. Infuriated by his words, the girl retorted, "All right, Mo Fan, if you have guts, stop dodging. If you do it again, you won't be a man." With a resigned shake of his head, Mo Fan teleported behind the Red King and delivered a gentle punch to her back. Instantly, the Red King was knocked to the ground by the immense force, causing the floor to crack beneath her. At that moment, Mo Fan turned to see the three girls, now rendered speechless by the spectacle. After ruffling his hair, he helped the Red King to her feet and snapped his fingers to repair the damaged ground. Mo Fan had been in this world for nearly 6 months, during which he had established a rapport with all the monster girls, at least to the extent that they would not feel compelled to boost their affection levels upon seeing him. Observing the red-haired girl entering behind the three, he said, "If Pigmon is all right, I'll take my leave. By the way, when Moira arrives, please inform her that I have left food in her locker. Also, keep an eye on the Red King. I don't trust that crazy woman not to come looking for me." Mo Fan recalled how, after a battle with the Red King last month, she had become rather clingy. Before departing, he addressed the three girls. "Hello, I am Mo Fan, or you may call me Wu Jite. Farewell." Pigmon, watching as Mo Fan vanished, momentarily appeared dimmed. But then her expression brightened as she clasped her hands together and said to the three girls, "Since you just heard Mo Fan mention my name, please call me Pigmon. Now, let me introduce you to the details of our school. Please follow me." With that, Pigmon guided Akira, Yuinda, and Megura's into the classroom. Pigmon stood at the podium, addressing the students below. That concludes the explanation of the equipment. The soul device is an indispensable tool for transformation, so please be vigilant and do not misplace it. At this moment, Megura's raised a question. What if we lose the key? Piggyman replied nonchalantly. The compensation for a lost key is merely 24,800 yen. Megura's was astonished by Piggyman's calm delivery of such shocking news, exclaiming that an amount even a high school girl cannot afford. However, Uindum grasped the crux of Piggyman's statement and interjected, so, by using this soul device, we can indeed transform, correct? Without waiting for Piggyman to elaborate on the precautions. Megura stood up from his seat, exclaiming, then let us try it out right away. This is completely incomprehensible. Suddenly, Megura shouted enthusiastically, all right, followed by laughter. At that moment, Lin Fan appeared from seemingly nowhere, witnessing Megura's antics, which made him laugh uncontrollably. Now under the scrutiny of all, even Megura's, who usually thrived in social settings, felt overwhelmed by the gazes directed at him and wished to vanish into a hole. Lin Fan, sensing the situation, ceased his laughter and quietly retrieved a dark driver from his pocket. As he secured the belt around his waist, he said to Megura's, hey, let me show you what a real transformation looks like. As Lin Fan spoke, he inserted the dark-themed card into the driver, which emitted the iconic transformation sound. Instantly, 10 beams of light shot forth from the belt, enveloping Lin Fan, heralding the official arrival of the dark persona. Upon turning around, he caught sight of Piggyman's murderous glare and silently removed the belt, settling down to listen to Piggyman's words. Turning back, Piggyman gently explained to Megura's. That transformation was merely a demonstration. It cannot occur in this setting. Hearing Piggyman's words, Uindum inquired, then how do we transform? Piggyman elaborated. One must feel the instinct of becoming a monster, the essence of the monster's soul. It is essential to experience this to transform into a monster girl for the first time. Just as Piggyman was speaking, an explosion echoed from outside the school, prompting Akira, Uindum, and Megura's, who were seated, to rush out of the classroom and into the open air to witness the source of the commotion. Akira looked up and spotted a girl standing atop a high building, quickly urging the two girls beside him, hey, look at that girl. Upon recognizing the figure on the rooftop, Akira murmured Jaden. In an instant, Jaden teleported from the heights to the ground, preparing to use a barrier to contain the flames, only to be halted by Lin Fan's call. Hey Jaden, do you really need a barrier for that? Never mind, I won't bother explaining it to you. With a swift motion, Lin Fan extinguished the flames with a wave of his hand, to which Jaden coldly retorted, humph, I prefer to do things my own way. Jaden spoke and then vanished in an instant, but not before casting a fleeting glance at Akira, who was startled by Jaden's gaze. Watching the place where Jaden had disappeared, Akira mused. Being suddenly informed that I'm the daughter of a monster is indeed bewildering. Yet, when I saw Jaden just now, my heart raced so fast. Can I also become like that? Mikolas, overhearing Akira's words, replied, you certainly can. Together, the three of us will undoubtedly succeed. Oyin-chan, Mik-chan. Half an hour later, Piggyman addressed the three little ones beneath him. Let me reiterate, the daughter of a monster transforms using this silver soul device. Yes, with this divine sword. Windam raised his hand and inquired, how exactly does one operate this silver soul device? Piggyman scratched his head, looking somewhat pained. I am not certain. The operation methods vary by monster, and you will need to consult your monster souls. So, does that imply that random attempts are permissible? Piggyman, observing the three girls' despondent expressions, reassured them. There is no need to fret. When the time is right, transformation will occur naturally, I suppose. At this point, Piggyman awkwardly turned his head to avoid revealing his embarrassment to the three girls. Windam, noticing Piggyman's silence, raised his hand again. May I ask when you learn to transform? Because I hold a deep affection for humanity. At the moment I realized just how much I cherish humans, my fingers instinctively began to move, and thus I successfully transformed. The three girls, upon hearing Piggyman's account, began to sweat profusely without even realizing it. Piggyman continued, for now, let us engage with a variety of experiences and start by understanding ourselves. Mikolas, also invigorated, declared, then let us explore to our heart's content. As Mikolas spoke, she explored her phone thoroughly, only to be met with a series of beeping sounds, prompting her to glance at the screen, which read, please operate again in 30 minutes. Dejectedly, she cradled her head in her hands, lamenting, I can't believe I have to wait 30 minutes to try again. In the lounge, after refilling her water, Mikolas sat on a stool, contemplating Piggyman's earlier words, and said in a laid-back tone, how will we truly learn to transform? If we are to do so, let us first watch the monster record footage. Is it already that time? Upon noticing the clock, Mikolas hastily turned on the television player to view Great Monster Battle. At that moment, the screen displayed Great Monster Battle, Gamora versus Vegito. Hearing Vegito's name, Akira observed as the sword gradually revealed the figure of Mofin, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't that Mofin who was with us?" At this point, Mofin stood opposite Gamora, questioning, "Gamora, are you certain? If that is the case, you must." Mofin said nothing further, merely pinching the air beneath Gamora's glaring gaze. As Gamora observed Mo Fan's actions, his face flushed momentarily before the color faded away. Gamora then proposed a condition to Mo Fan. "Very well, Mo Fan, I shall agree, but only if you allow me to witness your transformation." Upon hearing Gamora's demand, Mo Fan furrowed his brow. Though he possessed the ability to transform into a formidable being, he was aware that his strength could fluctuate. Sometimes he was powerful, and at other times, quite the opposite. The Kamen Rider was certainly out of the question, but the armored warrior could indeed be summoned for battle. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out. 3, 2, 1. Let the battle commence. Upon hearing the referee's call, Gamora charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Mo Fan. After evading Gamora's fist, Mo Fan swiftly retrieved the Shura Summoner, activated the fire, wind, and thunder, and sent Gamora flying with a well-placed kick. Gamora regained his balance and looked up to see Mo Fan encircled by crackling lightning. Accompanied by the sound of armor merging, a majestic yet imposing suit enveloped Mo Fan. Mo Fan flexed his arm and, with blood-red eyes fixed on Gamora, asked, "What do you think? Care for another round?" The clash erupted as both combatants engaged fiercely. After blocking Gamora's kick, Mo Fan prepared to deliver a punch to Gamora's abdomen. Gamora quickly raised his arms to shield his midsection, narrowly deflecting Mo Fan's strike. Noticing the golden-white light emanating from Gamora's foot, Mo Fan realized that a powerful move was imminent. As the platinum light enveloped Gamora, a surge of white energy erupted from within him. Just as Mo Fan blinked, he sensed imminent danger from behind and instinctively bent down. Gamora, witnessing his hyper shockwave missed its target, found himself in midair with no time to evade. Consequently, Mo Fan landed a decisive punch, sending Gamora crashing to the ground. At that moment, the referee announced, "Congratulations to the newcomer, Vegito, for achieving victory." Witnessing this spectacle, Mikulas stood in astonishment, captivated by the intensity of the battle. Suddenly, Mikulas felt a sharp pain in his head. As he closed his eyes, a fragment of memory surged forth, displacing his thoughts. He instinctively embraced Akira, exclaiming, "We won. That was incredible." Uindum quickly interjected, Mick, I understand your excitement, but if you don't release Akira soon, he may not endure it." Hearing Uindum's words, Mikulas loosened his grip on Akira, apologizing, I'm sorry. Subsequently, everyone took their seats, while Akira, who had just passed by Mikulas, sat despondently on a bench. Observing Mikulas's actions and recalling Piggyman's earlier remarks, Uindum addressed him. "It seems Mick truly relishes power." Mikulas, transforming his earlier clumsiness into elation, replied, "Indeed, the sensation of strength equating to authority is exhilarating. I aspire to attain such prowess, to grow stronger." At that moment, a golden aura suddenly emanated around Mikulas. Akira also rose from his seat and remarked, "Mick, your body is glowing." Uindum stood up as well, adjusting his gaze, and stated, "Mick, now is the time." Listening to Uindum's words, Mikulas retrieved his phone from his pocket, but suddenly exclaimed, "So, how should I articulate this? Soul Mastery. Very well, Soul Mastery." Chapter 44. Transformation and Guidance. The following afternoon, Akira returned from school, heading home while contemplating that Uindum could now transform, leaving him as the only one unable to do so. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression soured. Looking up at the sky, he spotted Jaden gazing into the distance. Minutes later, Akira found himself sitting beside Jaden, his arms wrapped around his legs as he gazed ahead. "I apologize for abruptly calling you," he said. Jaden replied coldly, "No problem." Suddenly, Akira recalled the tone in which Mofin had spoken to Jaden. Turning to Jaden, he inquired, "At the fire scene previously, I saw you. Do you know Mofin?" Jaden remained indifferent, responding, "Well, I suppose we are acquainted. I aspire to be like you, or Mofin, but I cannot transform. What exactly is a monster soul? Even if I were told I used to be a monster, I have no memory of it." Turning his head, Jaden smiled faintly, a rare occurrence that inexplicably made Akira blush. Jaden looked at Akira and said, "You and I are somewhat alike. I must take my leave." Hearing Jaden's words, Akira mistakenly thought his presence was a burden, hastily apologizing, "I'm sorry for bothering you with my complaints." "That is all right, farewell." Jaden replied, before vanishing in a burst of light. Akira gazed at the spot where Jaden had disappeared, recalling his earlier comment about their similarities, murmuring to himself, Jaden and I are somewhat alike. At that moment, a woman's scream turned Akira's attention. He saw a vehicle hurtling toward a kindergarten. Upon noticing the situation, he exclaimed in shock, there is no one inside. If this continues, it will crash into the kindergarten. Who will stop it? Listening to the words of those around him, Akira tightly clutched his backpack, feeling helpless. I can do nothing. Even if I were a monster girl, I wouldn't be able to transform. I'm just a high school student. I can't do it. At that moment, a flash of light surged within Akira's heart. Please, Akira. After the voice faded, an inexplicable strength surged through him as he sprinted toward the vehicle. As Akira positioned his hands to halt the truck, Jaden teleported to the overpass in the distance. Observing the scene of Akira trying to stop the truck, as Akira desperately shielded against the truck, a radiant golden light began to emanate from his limbs. In the distance, Jaden, witnessing this remarkable sight, urgently called out, Akira, Soul Drive. Soul Drive. In an instant, a brilliant flash of white light enveloped Akira, who transformed and hurled the truck skyward. Jaden swiftly teleported before the descending vehicle and deftly caught it. After taking several deep breaths, Akira pushed himself off the ground and stood, gazing at the large orange palms of his hands, exclaiming, I did it. I transformed. Jaden also teleported to stand before Akira, who smiled at him and said, that me. Before Akira could finish, Miglas's voice echoed from behind. Hey, Akira. Akira turned his head just enough to acknowledge Miglas before pivoting back to see Jaden. At that moment, Miglas, panting, stood beside Akira and remarked, I thought I heard a scream, so I came to check. You transformed. That's amazing. You did it, Akira. Listening to his friend's encouraging words, Akira chuckled, but just then, his phone rang. Upon opening it, he saw Piggyman's name flashing on the screen. The moment he answered, Piggyman's voice came through. There are some tasks for the three of you to accomplish. First, you must assist your seniors with certain matters. Miglas, overhearing Piggyman's instructions, chimed in, Sure thing. What do you need us to do? Assist with a great monster battle? While Miglas spoke, a flurry of flyers suddenly appeared before Akira and Uindum. Standing beside the shopping mall, Akira and Uindum called out to passersby, Please take a look. Akira glanced at the flyers in his hands, saying, I didn't expect to have such a job. I don't want to do this mundane work. I want to help out with a great monster battle. Uindum comforted him. There will be a day for that, so let us just focus on distributing these flyers for now. Akira observed Piggyman, who was joyfully distributing balloons to children in the distance, commenting. But at that moment, Miglas also noticed Piggyman's current task and exclaimed, She is really impressive. Surrounded by all those kids, working hard to hand out balloons. And look at us, we still have so many left. Ugh, this is so annoying. Let us hurry up and finish this. The key is to attract attention, right? Watch this. With that, Miglas threw the neatly stacked flyers into the air, prompting everyone to gaze up at the fluttering papers descending like autumn leaves. Uindum, contemplating the situation, remarked, But if we scatter them like this, and no one picks them up, it'll just be littering. Just moments ago, feeling quite proud of his cleverness, Miglas, upon hearing Uindum's words, suddenly felt anxious, saying, Oh no, I didn't think of that. What if we get scolded for littering? Uindum, observing Miglas's worried expression, sighed, Let us just gather the flyers back for now. Akira observed from a distance as a pink-haired girl unsheathed the tail that resided upon her back. With a graceful leap into the air, she wielded her tail like a whip, deftly retrieving the flyers that Miglas had carelessly scattered. Upon her return to the ground, she placed the flyers in her left hand, while her right hand deftly reinserted her tail into its original position. Uindum, noticing the bag the pink-haired girl carried, trembled as he exclaimed, I see it. The design on that bag is from my favorite anime, Let You Fall For Me, abbreviated as Fall For Me. I suspect it contains a newly released super limited edition model. How splendid. At that moment, a boy's voice suddenly pierced the air beside Uindum. Ah, El King, please shield me from Gamora. She's intent on peeling my skin. The pink-haired girl turned to find Mofin being pursued by a blushing Gamora. She stepped aside, while Mofin cast a desperate glance at El King. As Gamora chased Mofin, she called out, Mofin, if you have the guts, don't run. I promise I won't peel your skin off. Mofin, heeding Gamora's words, ran even faster. Despite his ability to hold his own in a fight, who would dare to engage in a skirmish with his own beloved? Although their relationship remained unconfirmed, it did not negate the possibility of a future bond. El King watched Mofin, now being chased by Gamora, and his serious demeanor shifted to a smile, only to revert to seriousness in an instant. Just as Uindum prepared to speak with El King, The latter leapt into the air and soared away into the distance. At that moment, Piggyman suddenly appeared, addressing the three girls. Ale, come here. Ale has always been a lone wolf, only showing warmth when with Mofin. Please don't take offense. She's truly kind-hearted. By the way, were you just throwing flyers around? As Piggyman spoke, her expression darkened. Miglas, observing Piggyman's demeanor, quickly apologized. Sorry. Piggyman jumped up, exclaiming, throwing flyers around? Piggyman is angry. Miglas chuckled at Piggyman's animated antics, saying, Piggyman is so adorable. Isn't anyone going to manage me? Gamora interjected. Stop hitting him. Let me finish speaking. At that moment, everyone turned to see Mofin pinned to the ground beneath the weight of Gamora's blows. Piggyman, eyeing Mofin's predicament, remarked with a hint of envy, Mofin, whenever you're struck by Gamora, you hardly retaliate. Yet, when anyone else strikes you, you effortlessly push them away. Tell me, Mofin, are you treating us differently? Upon hearing Piggyman's words, Gamora reflected on how Mofin tended to soften around her while remaining more lively with others. It seemed to her that his interactions with everyone else maintained a certain distance, while with her, it was almost an intimate closeness. Realizing that she was perched atop Mofin's stomach, pounding him with her fists, Gamora suddenly felt the weight of the valley's gaze upon her. Embarrassed, she climbed off Mofin, aware of the unusual attention she had drawn. As Gamora rose from Mofin, he encountered Akira and Uinda Miguras and proceeded with his introduction. Greetings, you may call me Gamora. The three women nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their greeting. Akira turned to Mofin and inquired, So, Mofin, what prompted Gamora to suddenly wish to skin you? It's not as if I... Before Mofin could finish his sentence, Gamora swiftly covered his mouth with his hand, silencing him. A few hours prior, after Gamora had been embraced by Mofin and laid upon the bed, Mofin climbed up, placing his trembling hand upon Gamora's horn. Upon touching Gamora's ear, he felt a distinct difference from their usual battles. While the horn was rigid during combat, it felt softer and warmer in this moment of tranquility. Trembling, Gamora exclaimed, Mofin, how much longer will you squeeze? It's already been 3 minutes. You promised just 3 minutes. Please, stop, or it might become quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, Gamora succumbed to Mofin's gentle touch, resting languidly against him. As for what transpired afterward, thoughts were quelled, for Mofin was now under the intense gaze of Gamora, reminiscent of a predator. The following morning in Haruku, Uindum remarked to Akira, What do you think of Haruku? It exudes a youthful vibe. Upon hearing Akira's words, Megura stood and added, Akira, you seem quite youthful yourself. Speaking of which, during the last kaiju battle, I truly hoped Red King would emerge victorious. Uindum took a bite of his egg roll before addressing Megura's. Megura's, you've been consistently rooting for Red King. It seems you have quite the affection for him. Megura's, invigorated by Uindum's comment, responded enthusiastically, Of course. If I could meet Red King in person, I would be utterly thrilled. Suddenly, Red King appeared from an unknown direction. Addressing Megura's, Let me witness your astonishment. Upon recognizing Red King's voice, Megura's turned mechanically to face him, exclaiming in disbelief, Red King. In a shock, Megura's dropped the egg roll he had been holding. Red King, observing Megura's astonishment, scratched his head and commented, This is indeed the first time I've seen someone so taken aback. By the poolside, Megura's sprinted from a distance, presenting a drink to Red King, Sr. I brought the beverage. Red King gulped down the drink Megura's offered, and, upon finishing, expressed gratitude. Thank you. Uindum, witnessing Megura's unexpected enthusiasm, quipped, I can't believe Megura's would run errands. Megura's retorted, but it's truly wonderful that Red King has become a kaiju girl. Was momentarily taken aback by Miglas's words and addressed him. Could you refrain from calling me senior? However, Miglas had just casually referred to him as. It seemed like a valid point. Seizing upon this, grasped Miglas's shoulder and said, Then just call me. Let us not be so formal. In response to his gesture, Miglas began to wave his hands in a theatrical manner, exclaiming senior, senior. Ignoring Miglas's antics, turned to and inquired, By the way, can all of you transform? Indeed, replied. It's a rare opportunity. Let me witness it. Taken aback by his own suggestion, added here, Yes. I will treat the one who transforms the quickest to a bowl of beef rice. Upon hearing that his senior would reward the fastest transformation with a meal, Miglas swiftly retrieved his phone. Both, and, after a brief exchange of vows, transformed simultaneously. As a flash of white light enveloped them, all three emerged from the brilliance. Observed the trio, and remarked, They all look the same. Just as Miglas was about to retort, pulled him into a nearby beef rice restaurant. Half an hour later, After finishing his beef rice, turned to Miglos and asked, "So, do you have a fondness for giant monster battles?" Miglos eagerly raised his chopsticks and declared, "I absolutely adore them." Noticing Miglos's enthusiasm, proposed, "Would you consider becoming a giant monster fighter?" Upon hearing his words, Miglos felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity arise within him and stammered, "Me? Indeed, you appear quite robust," remarked, who had just been about to take a bite of his meal when spoke. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, slammed his chopsticks onto the table, stood up, and gazed toward the source of the blast, saying, "Here we go again. There have been frequent reports of small-scale arson lately, rumored to be caused by rampaging monster girls." Looked puzzled at mention of rampaging. Continued to elucidate, if monster girls do not transform using a soul device, they risk losing control of their powers, leading to rampages. Well, now that we've finished our meal, if this turmoil continues, it could tarnish the reputation of monster girls. Be cautious on your way back. Farewell. Before departing, placed his hand on Miglos's head and dashed toward the site of the explosion. Miglos, watching his vanishing figure, lamented, "A giant monster fighter. When he asked if I wanted to become one, I couldn't respond immediately. I truly am useless." Approached to offer consolation, saying, "Miglos, this is just the beginning. After all, we have only just become monster girls." In the afternoon, Piggyman pointed to the blackboard displaying the development of monster girls and remarked, "As a monster girl, it is crucial to determine the path one wishes to take and to identify one's life goals. During next week's examination, I would like to hear everyone's plans for the future, so please take some time to contemplate your destinies." Upon hearing Piggyman's words, Miklas stood up and asked, "Wait, what do you mean by examination?" The examination is essentially a measure of everyone's learning outcomes in preparation for becoming formal members of the council, and it will be quite manageable. If you understand the general lectures, there is no need for concern. Furthermore, today I have invited a senior monster girl to serve as your lecturer. At that moment, King Red entered from behind the door, and Piggyman introduced him, saying, "This is King Red." Subsequently, Akira endured what felt like the most arduous morning of his life, engaging in push-ups, sit-ups, sprinting, and high jumps. During a break, Akira collapsed onto the ground, panting, and managed to utter, "I am utterly exhausted." Uindum, also breathless and seated on the floor, looked at Akira and remarked, "It's because you never exercise." At this point, King Red stood up to explain, "One must possess a robust physique to embody the powerful spirit of a monster. Would you agree?" Then, he added, "By the way, King Red, would you like to guess something?" Just then, Mofin pushed open the door and walked in, addressing King Red. As King Red was about to caution Mofin against saying more, Mofin preemptively declared, "King Red, your strength is undeniable, but when it comes to speed, you resemble a mere chick." King Red, provoked by Mofin's words, swung a punch at him, which Mofin deftly blocked with a finger, quickly retorting, "All right, let us not dwell on that for now." Meanwhile, Miklas gazed listlessly at the wall. Uindum, observing Miklas's demeanor, inquired, "Mick, are you feeling all right today?" Ignoring Uindum's question, Miklas approached King Red and asked, "Senior, about what you mentioned earlier." That King Red replied, "I too aspire to become a formidable monster fighter." Observing Miklas's earnestness, King Red continued, "You have truly taken my words to heart. However, I must admit, it was improper of me to bring this up suddenly. The experience of being a great monster fighter is vastly different from the mere observation of it. Seek the opinions of others before solidifying your aspirations. If at that time, you still wish to become a great monster fighter, I would wholeheartedly welcome you." As King Red spoke, he gently patted Miklas on the head. Miklas, buoyed by King Red's words, emerged from his gloom and tearfully addressed him, "Senior." Akira, noticing the expression on Miklas's face, exclaimed, "Mick is actually crying." Miklas, hearing Akira's comment, retorted, "I am not crying. You must be confused. I am merely learning from my senior." Mo Fan gazed at the now cheerful Miklas and smiled before turning to King Reed, saying, "All right, have you finished your business over there? Shall we engage in some training? It has been quite a while, and I find it rather dull." Upon hearing that Mo Fan had, for the first time, proposed a training session, King Reed disregarded the rules and unexpectedly threw a punch at Mo Fan. After deftly evading King Reed's blows, Mo Fan prepared to deliver a strike to Reed's neck. However, Reed seized him with his enormous arm and yanked him down. King Reed intended to slam Mo Fan into the ground, but Mo Fan struck Reed's arm, causing him pain, which compelled Reed to release his grip. Mo Fan seized the opportunity to step back a few paces. Looking at King Reed, he remarked, "Not bad, King Reed. It seems you finally understand the importance of increasing your speed. Otherwise, your attack rate is too sluggish." rendering you merely a meat shield. Chapter 45, Arrival in Osaka. The next day, Pigmon addressed the three young women before him, stating, "I have gathered you all today to discuss the recent spate of fires occurring in the city." Yuan Dom interjected, "There are rumors suggesting that it is the work of a monster girl. This is no mere rumor. It is a fact. An unregistered rampaging monster girl is indeed responsible. Therefore, I must implore all of you, should you encounter this rampaging creature, to unite in saving this confused child." Upon hearing Pigman's words, Miklas inquired, "Has she truly gone berserk?" "Indeed," came the response. "She must have entered a violent mode, correct? Can we truly stop her with just the four of us?" Observing Pigman's reassuring demeanor, Miklas quipped, "The unyielding Pigmon is quite terrifying." A few minutes later, Akira was walking down the street and remarked, "What is this rampaging monster girl? How frightening." Yuindom, concerned by Pigman's mention of a rampaging monster girl, voiced, "Is it possible that we could also go berserk?" Miklas reassured him, saying, "Yuinda, you will absolutely not go berserk, regardless of the form you take. I am a more intimidating one." "Ah, but saying that makes me feel quite uneasy." At that moment, Akira spoke up, "This place seems to be where explosions have been frequently reported lately." Yuindom, frightened by his own words, exclaimed, "Ah, your statement is indeed rather alarming." Just then, an explosion erupted before Yuindom and Akira. Yuindom gazed at the site of the explosion and sighed, "Ah, I knew it." Miklas turned to Akira and Yuindom and said, "Yuinda, Akida." After exchanging glances, they retrieved their phones from their pockets. A flash of white light enveloped them, and from within it emerged Akira and Yuindom, fully transformed. As the smoke cleared in the distance, a purple-haired lowly angrily shouted, "Why is everyone blaming me?" After the purple-haired girl finished speaking, she lifted her head and exhaled flames, swaying her neck to let the fire spread around her. Yuingdam observed the girl in astonishment and remarked, "That must be the infamous rampaging monster girl." Upon hearing Yuingdam's words, the purple-haired girl leaped and aimed a punch down towards Akira's position. Fortunately, both Akira and Yuingdam Miklas dodged just in time. Had they not, enduring such a blow would have been unbearable for anyone. The purple-haired girl then unleashed a torrent of flames towards Miklas, accompanied by flailing limbs. An hour later, Miklas knelt on one knee, gazing at the still vibrant purple-haired girl and said, "Impressive, truly formidable, considering it's 3 against 1. With a soft patter, Akira turned to see the Red King, arms crossed, and Lin Fan, leisurely sipping tea beside him. The Red King remarked to the trio who had been battling for an hour, "You all have done remarkably well. Thanks to your efforts, we have avoided escalating disaster. Now, allow me to take over." The Red King stepped past Akira and stood facing the purple-haired girl, soothingly saying, "No more playing with fire, dear. It's time for little ones to return home." The purple-haired girl retorted, "What? Even you think of me as a child? It's not just my mother. Now you all do too." At that moment, Lin Fan finished his tea, casually discarded the cup into a trash bin, and helped the 3 girls to their feet. Addressing the Red King, "Do you need my assistance? After all, it's usually me who handles the more challenging monster girls. And you, my friend, do appear somewhat diminutive, making one think you are still in elementary school." Unfazed by the Red King, the purple-haired girl swung her fist at Lin Fan. In response, Lin Fan merely snapped his fingers, causing the purple-haired girl to fall asleep midair, gently landing on a shoulder. After handing the purple-haired girl to the Red King, Lin Fan said, "Take this child back and perhaps speak with her parents, offering some guidance. She seems to be under a lot of pressure, which has led to such behavior." Lin Fan then turned to the 3 girls. "In a few weeks, Akira, Yuingdam, Miklas, I will take you for training. You are currently too weak. If you encounter stronger foes in the future, you will only be spectators. So rest for a few weeks, and I will prepare you for training." At that moment, Akira's phone suddenly rang. She retrieved it from her pocket, where it had just been placed, displaying Pigman's avatar. She answered and switched to speaker mode. "Akira, if you have time now, go find Miklas and Yuingdam. There's a task for you," Pigman instructed. "Akida Ziplit? What task is so urgent?" Pigman responded, "It's to assist at an event in Osaka, a special live interview with Gamora. After you find your friends, seek out Lin Fan, and have him take the 3 of you to Osaka." Miklas, upon hearing the delightful news of a trip to Osaka, exclaimed in surprise, "This will be my first visit to Osaka, so let us have Brother Mofan guide us." At that moment, Yuindam recalled that at Nipponbashi, one could acquire the limited edition keychains of the beloved characters for my obsession. With this thought, Yuindam raised both hands in excitement. Miklas, observing Yuindam's gesture, inquired, "By the way, why are you posing victoriously?" "Ah, I was momentarily lost in thought about something else." All right, Mofin, lead the way. Akira, watching his companions, momentarily lost focus. When he glanced at his phone again, he realized that Piggyman had already ended the call. Mofin, smiling wryly at the oblivious duo, placed a finger to his forehead and said to Akira, "You can simply rest your hands on my shoulders." Listening to Mofin, Akira, Uindum, and Miklas complied, placing their hands upon Mofin's shoulders. A refreshing sensation enveloped them, and when they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves standing before a temple in Osaka. As Akira and Miklas searched for Gamora, they suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "Such a small octopus cannot truly be called an octopus. Do you have any objections?" "Indeed, I do." At that moment, Gamora was causing quite a ruckus in front of a takoyaki stall. Mofin rubbed his forehead in exasperation and approached, pressing Gamora's head down gently. He addressed the stall owner, saying, "I apologize for the disturbance." The owner, relieved to see someone intervening, merely turned and walked back into the shop. Once the owner was a safe distance away, Mofin released his grip on Gamora. Immediately, Gamora shouted, "Hey Mofin, would you like to take a look at this takoyaki? Do you have any octopus?" Mofin found Gamora's antics amusing. Yet, reflecting on the scant amount of octopus typically found in takoyaki, he replied with resignation, "What can you do, Gamora? It's already quite fortunate if there's even a bit of octopus in your takoyaki. Other stalls might not include any at all, substituting it with something else. So, please refrain from lamenting. Just look behind you, what do you see?" As Mofin gestured behind Gamora, the latter turned to see Akira, Uindum, and Miklas holding their own takoyaki. However, upon comparing his own with theirs, he fell into contemplation. If one were to compare Akira's takoyaki, it was roughly the size of a freshly made mini Mofin. Why did I suddenly think of Mofin? Mofin observed Gamora, who initially appeared fine, but as time passed, his face grew increasingly flushed, and soon a faint steam began to rise from the top of his head. Not pondering further, Mofin retrieved a takoyaki identical to those held by Akira and the others from the space of his earrings. Fan suddenly recalled that when he first arrived, the system had upgraded the portal earrings to a lower tier, merely enhancing their capacity to store items. Thus, even in the absence of system space, Fan could utilize the earrings for storage. As he handed the takoyaki to Gamora, he noticed her glancing at him with a subtle smile, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Gamora." Before he could finish, Gamora playfully covered his mouth with her hand and pulled him onto a stool, joining Wingdam and the others in enjoying the takoyaki. The vendor who sold the takoyaki was quite irritating. Nevertheless, "Gamora, aren't you supposed to be more responsible?" After taking a bite of the takoyaki, Gamora waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Just call me Gamora." Wingdam, sensing the inappropriateness of the hierarchy, remarked, "I think Gamora is impressive, and you are somewhat our senior, but we should still call you Gamora." No, since we're all monster girls, we should be more familiar with each other." It feels as though I'm a monster girl myself." At this moment, Fan heard Gamora's words and thought, if he were a girl, what would love even mean? Suddenly, he exclaimed. Gamora did not respond to Fan's comment, but addressed the three girls, saying, "Then let's all use our nicknames, Mick, Aki, and Damuzi." Wingdam was surprised to hear the nickname, Damuzi. Gamora explained, "Because it's quite troublesome to call you Oying. Indeed, it has been shortened to Damuzi, Oying." Wingdam, looking at Miklas and Gamora who were smiling at him, retorted, "At this point, please don't use such complicated names to address me." After taking a bite of abalone, Gamora mumbled, "Rampage? Ah, you mean that girl Sandria's who caused a ruckus, right?" Miklas suddenly realized that he had no idea what kind of monster Fan was and inquired, "Hey, Fan, what monster are you?" Fan smiled and replied, "Well, actually, I am not a monster in the traditional sense. I am, in fact, from another world, here on vacation." As he spoke, a tail began to sway behind him. Miklas, astonished to learn that Fan was not from this world, exclaimed, "Huh, Fan, you're not from this world?" "No, I'm not. In about 3 years, I will be traveling to another universe. By the way, let me share a bit about my lineage. I belong to a bloodline known as the Saiyans, or the true dragon bloodline." Upon hearing Fan mention his unique heritage, Wingdam perked up but was quickly bewildered by the unfamiliar terms. However, after a brief moment of confusion, Wingdam composed herself and asked Fan, "So, Fan, could you tell us about the characteristics of your bloodline? The first lineage I wish to discuss can be likened to that of a monkey. However, mine is rather unique. My bloodline has undergone a process of atavism, rendering it immensely powerful, thus allowing me to transform." As Fan spoke, an iridescent yellow aura began to emanate from him, gradually intensifying until it erupted forth. dazzling Akira and his companions to the point of momentarily blinding them. After a brief interval, as the brilliance subsided, Akira and Unidam cautiously opened their eyes, only to behold Mo Fan with golden hair and verdant irises. Yet before long, he reverted to his original form. Suddenly Miklas, Unidam, and Akira were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Mo Fan's pupils transformed into slits, and a tail resembling that of a dragon began to emerge. Just as swiftly, Mo Fan dispelled his transformation and observed the three women gasping for breath on the ground, remarking, "Surely, there is no need for such fervent breaths? This is merely my most elementary transformation. I possess the ability to amplify my Saiyan lineage, which is why I typically engage you with that power, reserving my true dragon bloodline for only the most formidable of challenges." Chapter 46, The First Encounter with Shadows. Miklas, still reeling from the recently experienced pressure, struggled to regain his footing after several minutes of deep breaths. Shortly thereafter, Gamora led Miklas, Akira, and Unidam on excursion through Osaka. After consuming a squid, Gamora casually discarded the remnants into a trash bin, prompting Akira to inquire, "Without the Silver Soul device, one cannot transform into a monster girl, correct?" Gamora turned to Akira and clarified, "Not entirely, for the initial discovery of monster girls occurred without it." Unidam, recalling events from over a decade ago, interjected, "Are you referring to the Mikawa River breach incident?" "Indeed," Gamora affirmed. "Thus, this old device serves merely as a valuable tool for our transformation into monster girls. I believe that with a strong heart, one can avoid succumbing to chaos. By the way, I am hosting a special interview event tomorrow." At that moment, Unidam remembered Piggyman's earlier remarks and, having been momentarily distracted by Mo Fan's overwhelming presence, was now reminded by Gamora's words, stating, "Yes, we are here to assist with that." Gamora pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Before we proceed, let me share a joke." Pointing at Akira, he elicited a surprised response from her as she glanced at Unidam and Miklas, exclaiming, "Me? Yes, for you seem to bear an expression that suggests it does not concern you. Consider this a form of training to cultivate a strong heart," Gamora teased, playfully pouncing on Akira and playfully pinching her cheeks. Mo Fan, observing this interaction, wore a frown as he pulled Gamora away, who continued to wear a mischievous grin. Gamora flailed momentarily, realizing his immobility, and promptly embraced Mo Fan from behind, addressing Akira, who had just risen. "All right, let us take a look around this place first." As laughter and chatter flowed between Gamora and Akira, a creature resembling a mud-like entity slowly emerged from a distant skyscraper, fixating its gaze upon the remaining figures of Gamora and Mo Fan. Sensing the weight of scrutiny, Gamora lifted his gaze toward the spot where the creature had vanished, then turned to Akira, whose expression had grown solemn. "Is that so?" Akira responded, having sensed it as well. With those words, Gamora leapt down from Mo Fan's back, taking a few steps forward to address the three women. "Things are about to get a bit busy. I have other human adversaries, and the shadows are becoming increasingly active." Meanwhile, Unidam opened his phone, only to find a social forum post reading, "Zofong suddenly fractures today. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline?" With a sudden sound, Akira turned to see Unidam looking particularly grim. Hearing Yindam's faint voice, "Zofong has fractured. It's impossible. How could this happen? After all, Zofong is known as a precise machine. For Zofong and Kiso, this was supposed to be their last summer. How could it be? How could it possibly happen?" Miklas, observing Unidam on the verge of collapse, inquired, "What is wrong? Unidam, you seem quite unusual." Noticing Yindam's distress, Mo Fan swiftly teleported behind him and delivered a swift chop, rendering Unidam unconscious. Mo Fan then turned to the bewildered Akira and Miklas, elucidating, "You must have heard what Wu Yundamo said earlier." It struck her deeply. "The software you refer to as soul control merely assists you in better merging with the monster's souls. However, from my perspective, it can also be seen as a vessel for the monster's souls. This is why you possess the powers of these creatures. The essence of monsters is inherently volatile. When one's heart sustains profound injury, the soul of the monster can seize the opportunity to infiltrate and manipulate you. It's akin to that girl we encountered this morning. She was overtaken by the monster's soul due to a lack of familial affection." Upon finishing his explanation, Mo Fan gestured towards his shoulder, signaling to Akira and Miklas. They understood his cue and placed their hands upon his shoulder as he handed Unidam to Miklas, saying, "All right, hold her." With that, Mo Fan pulled Gamora's arm and teleported them to his residence. Akira and Miklas felt the sweltering heat transform into a refreshing coolness, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a room. Fan pointed towards the sofa behind Miklas, who turned to see it and gently laid Yuin Dam upon it. Fan then addressed Gamora. Now, let us converse. I need to rest as I'm quite fatigued. With that, he walked toward the room. A flash of white light illuminated the room, and Gamora had reverted to her original attire, now adorned in a deep blue dress. Upon witnessing Gamora's transformation, Miklas and Akira followed suit, also changing back into their former outfits. Subsequently, the three of them settled around the coffee table, where Gamora inquired of the two ladies, what kind of blow could have driven Oing to such a frenzy? At that moment, Akira recalled the moment Oing's phone had struck the ground, and before the screen went dark, she had glimpsed the title that read, "You Will Fall For Me." You Will Fall For Me? Oh, that's the immensely popular anime among high school girls, especially due to the themes of friendship depicted within. Although the anime and its adaptations don't quite reflect this, fans often embellish the narrative, elevating the emotions and reinterpreting the content, such as delineating roles of dominance and submission, and even producing merchandise. Please, no more. Before Gamora could finish her thought, Oing, having just regained consciousness, bolted from the sofa upon hearing such remarks, rushing to cover Gamora's mouth to silence her. Beep, 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 your dear Piggyman is calling. Akira, puzzled, retrieved her phone and answered the call. At that moment, Piggyman exclaimed, "Everyone, we have a crisis." Shadows have suddenly appeared throughout the city. Although it may be too soon for you three to comprehend, there is another mission at hand, to eliminate the human enemy, the Shadows. We still know little about their origins. At this juncture, Fan's voice echoed from another room. Piggyman, have you forgotten the origin of the name Shadow? Shadows are born from the amalgamation of human negative emotions and their shadows. Far away at the headquarters of Monster Girls, Piggyman, realizing the truth in Fan's words, responded. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? However, this is not the time for such discussions. Right now, Ale Wong and Leda Wong are engaged in combat against numerous shadows in Asakusa. Quickly, Fan, lead the girls there. Gamora called out to Fan from within the room. Fan. In response, a dimensional portal materialized before the four girls, gradually drawing closer. Gamora, having completed her transformation first, leaped into the portal, followed by Akira and Miklas, who exchanged glances before diving in after her. Asakusa. Leda Wong prepared to ambush the shadows lurking behind Ale Wong. Upon shattering one, he observed a large dimensional portal rise nearby, from which emerged Gamora, Miklas, Akira, and Oing. With a crack of his knuckles, Leda surveyed his companions and declared to the shadows, "Now, this is our territory. Your game ends here. Victory begins for us. Everyone charge." After King Red spoke, everyone charged towards the looming shadows before them. With a series of resounding thuds, Gamora leaped atop several shadows, simultaneously channeling the vibrational waves through his feet, causing the shadows he landed on to burst apart. King Red seized the shadows that had been sent airborne, hurling them into the distant pile of shadows, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Upon dispersing the four shadows in front of him, Aileron, eyeing the remnants he had shattered, warned, "Do not force someone like me, who is not accustomed to standing idly, to take action. I speak with sincerity." King Red glanced at the shadows he had once again vanquished, wiping the sweat from his brow, lamenting, "Even so, we cannot eradicate them all." Gamora, retreating from the shadows while concealing his arms, remarked to King Red, "Given the multitude of shadow nests that have emerged here, there must be a source nearby." King Red scratched his head, pondering, "If we do not destroy the nests, we cannot fathom how many more of these creatures will arrive." At that moment, Aileron raised his phone towards Gamora and King Red, declaring, "No, their numbers will not increase any further. Moreover, you see the message from Jeton. The nest has been destroyed. Henceforth, eliminating these should pose no issue." Just then, a colossal shadow dinosaur manifested behind Ajira. As Aileron prepared to assist, a gigantic shadow centipede suddenly emerged before him, blocking his path. Miklas, trembling at the sight of the enormous shadow dinosaur, stammered, "Is this the shadow beast?" The shadow dinosaur lunged to bite Ajira, Miklas, and Yuinda, but fortunately, the three women managed to evade its attack. Miklas swiftly leaped beside the shadow dinosaur's trapped jaw, pounding it with his fists while exclaiming, "Damn you! You fiend! Ora, ora, ora!" In pain, the shadow dinosaur lifted its head from the ground. Meanwhile, Aileron had just severed the head of the shadow centipede and was about to rush to Ajira's aid when the centipede unexpectedly extended its head, blocking Aileron and the others. The shadow dinosaur then stomped towards Miklas and Uinda, who were caught off guard and were struck, crashing heavily against the adjacent wall. Struggling to rise from the wall, Uinda scanned the surroundings, anxiety creeping in as she asked, "Where's Ajira? Where could she be?" Suddenly, Miklas pointed toward the tall building, exclaiming, "Look, Ajira is over there." Gazing down at the shadow dinosaur, Ajira resolutely declared, "I must do this," as Akira was poised to charge directly towards the yellow forehead of the shadow dinosaur. He was abruptly halted by Mo Fan. With a smile directed at the naive Akira, Mo Fan remarked, all right, let us not act impulsively and cause anyone distress. Shall we, Jethan?" At that moment, Jethan appeared beside Akira, scoffing, "Humph, who said I would cry?" Indeed, Bell should stretch his limbs a bit." After Mo Fan finished his words, a purple-black humanoid ant emerged behind the shadow dinosaur, delivering a swift strike to its abdomen with a handblade. The sound of tearing echoed through the air as the purple-black humanoid ant rent the shadow dinosaur's body asunder. Witnessing this, the shadow centipede attempted to flee, only to be forcibly drawn out and subsequently torn apart by the same purple-black humanoid ant. Contemplating the two lifeless bodies accumulating beside Bell, Mo Fan pondered the implications of resurrecting them. With that thought, he stomped the ground and commanded a rise. While it may have sounded juvenile to others in Mo Fan's voice, it resonated with grave solemnity. Once he uttered these words, a purple-black aura emanated from the two corpses, coalescing into the recently dismembered shadow dinosaur and shadow centipede, accompanied by a vast throng of shadowy figures rising from the ground. Observing the two shadow beasts, Mo Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Can you merge? If so, do so and proceed through that grand door. If not, I shall dispel you." The assembly of purple-black shadows seemed to comprehend Mo Fan's words, converging together to form a towering humanoid shadow, slightly taller than the dinosaur. Subsequently, the three shadows advanced towards the black door behind Mo Fan. Turning around, he addressed the three individuals behind him, stating, "It appears you three are about to undergo training, and you too shall not escape either." Mo Fan's gaze landed on the fleeing Gamora and King Red, who, in a state of trepidation, stammered, Mo Fan, I just remember my gas canister at home might be left on. I should go attend to that." "No way," Mo Fan replied. "Surely, we do not need to, right? After all, we three have been diligently engaged in combat." King Red, observing Mo Fan's impassive expression, sighed and resignedly remarked, Mo Fan, do you realize your training could be fatal?" Seeing King Red's demeanor, Mo Fan responded with a hint of exasperation, "Very well. I shall allocate a week of training for your elders." Just as King Red prepared to express his joy, he heard Mo Fan add, "However, it will be a week on my terms." Chapter 47, Mo Fan's Speculation. Half a month later, Piggyman gazed at Akira and Miklas Uindum, seated opposite him, and reminisced about the fierce battle from 2 weeks prior. "You both now bear the unmistakable aura of seasoned veterans," he remarked. Uindum replied, "I still haven't fully acclimated. Could you please muster some confidence?" Piggyman encouraged. With Piggyman's words, confidence began to swell within him. Observing Akira's smile, Piggyman chuckled, "Akira, it seems you have finally embraced laughter." Akira, upon hearing Piggyman's comment, responded, "Is that so?" Joining amidst the chaos of the shadow uprising was indeed quite harrowing. "By the way, there's a meeting with little Jing today, so I'll leave the security detail to you." As Akira pondered the image of Jingukyo, he added, "This will be my first encounter with senior Jingukyo. Is it just me today?" Piggyman reassured him, "Do not worry. Assistance will arrive shortly." A few hours later, from a distance, Akira observed as someone joyfully distributed flyers. Reflecting on Piggyman's earlier words, he couldn't help but mutter, "Such sweet words, yet there is no support." Though nothing has occurred, so perhaps all is well. He recalled his first meeting with Jingukyo, where Jingukyo had expressed delight upon seeing him. "You must be the little Akira? Your eyes seem like the Haven tea fully awakened, yet they possess a certain beauty." As Akira reminisced, Jingukyo turned to a man resembling Gogura and said, "Thank you for your unwavering support." However, the Gogura look-alike lamented, "I am overjoyed, especially since I've been down on my luck lately. My dearest friends have been distant. I hope to share a wonderful evening with you someday." As he spoke, a dark aura enveloped the man, and his demeanor shifted to one of anger. At that moment, a girl from the audience called out to the Gogura look-alike, "Shall I conclude my presence here?" Without hesitation, she leaped into the fray. Accompanied by a flash of white light, landing before the man, she declared, "Here I come. I am the Gaxi alien, here to vanquish you. Jingukyo dashed to Gaxi's side, whispering, honestly, you always arrive so late. Isn't it said that protagonists make their entrance last? Just then, Mo Fan arrived and overheard this exchange, prompting him to recall a phrase often repeated by Zero before Jeed's arrival. The milk tea he had just sipped erupted from his mouth. Gaxi, exasperated, turned to Mo Fan and said, Mo Fan, after training us for half a month, you still behave like this? You almost collided with me, you know. Mo Fan waved his hand apologetically. My apologies. I was just reminded of someone. As he spoke, the Gogura look-alike continued to wail, pushing Mo Fan past his limits. He promptly teleported behind the man and delivered a swift chop to render him unconscious. Mo Fan gazed at the prostrate figure of Jialu, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. However, he soon noticed a wisp of dark energy emanating from Jialu's body and hastily grasped it with his hand. Gotsi, observing the object in Mo Fan's grasp, inquired Mo Fan, what do you intend to do with that mist-like shadow? Wait, what are you planning? Under the menacing gazes of Gotsi and Jingukyo, Mo Fan absorbed the ominous essence without hesitation. The moment he did, his entire being trembled, yet shortly thereafter, he returned to normal. When he reopened his eyes, they glowed a terrifying crimson. Gotsi, with a wary expression, scrutinized Mo Fan and asked, pray tell, are you still Mo Fan or someone else? Mo Fan turned his head, speechless, and replied, Gotsi, do you perceive me as easily controllable? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Gotsi and Jingukyo, Mo Fan discreetly captured the two women. Later, Jin Gu Chao surveyed the chaotic venue, which, despite the absence of commotion, was in disarray, remarking, that was a close call. Akira turned to Jingukyo and said, I apologize for not being of much assistance. Jingukyo reassured him, not at all. You were the first to sense something amiss, which afforded me the time to react. I am grateful you could say that. Gotsi chimed in with encouragement. Indeed, you did splendidly, unlike someone who arrived late and nearly missed everything. What a troublesome habit. Let us not dwell on that. Besides, wasn't Mo Fan also quite tardy? Mo Fan shook his head at Gotsi's words, saying, Gotsi, what do you see behind Jingukyo? Gotsi, puzzled by Mo Fan's query, glanced behind Jingukyo, who also turned to look. Suddenly, a figure clad in dark purple-black armor emerged from behind him. Gotsi sighed upon seeing the armored apparition, choosing not to comment further. Akida, recalling Gotsi's earlier mention of the mist-like shadow, asked, what exactly is that mist-like shadow? Jingukyo explained, the mist-like shadow can invade the hearts of the vulnerable, leading to a state of agitation. It resembles the rampage of a monster girl. There are subtle differences, but both tend to attack once they lose control. After all, the possessed are human, and they cannot unleash their full strength in battle, necessitating a new strategy. Gotsi quietly leaned towards Akira and whispered, this poses a challenge for Jingukyo. After all, he only fights with satisfaction as his guide. Jingukyo, with his golden glowing eyes fixed on Gotsi, replied, what are you murmuring about? Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Gotsi and Akira. Jingukyo, feeling irritable with nowhere to vent his frustrations, began to approach the shadow slowly. Bang! As Jin Gu Chao leapt into the shadows, he crushed his adversary beneath him, creating a gaping fissure in the ground. Mo Fan glanced at Jin Gu Chao and then at Gotsi, exclaiming, oh, Gotsi, how many times must I remind you not to discuss Jin Gu Chao's combat style? Sighing, he added, let us go dine. While escorting Gotsi and Akira for a meal, Mo Fan also mended the massive crack created by Jin Gu Chao's descent. On their way to the dining venue, Mo Fan was startled by the sudden appearance of another shadow. With a swift flurry of punches, he dispatched the two shadows and lost his appetite. After waving goodbye to Gotsi and Akira, he teleported to Gamora's location. That night, Gotsi awoke from his slumber, feeling unwell. After a flash of white light, he transformed into his monstrous form and finally drifted back to sleep. However, beneath his bed emerged a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Gotsi. It was enveloped in a dark aura. We shall refer to her as Black Gotsi. Observing the slumbering Gotsi, she teleported outside. Simultaneously, Mo Fan, cradling Gamora at home, sensed a sinister presence and roused from his dreams. He immediately teleported to the rafters of Gotsi's room. Upon sighting Black Gotsi, she remarked, what brings you here? Can't you squeeze in for a peek? Are you going to stop me? Mo Fan shook his head and replied, I must be away for a while. Just remember not to harm Gamora too severely. As for your affairs with Gotsi, I prefer to remain uninvolved. After all, while the other world as Saiyan managed to defeat you, it cannot be solely blamed on your original self. Before he could finish, Black Gotsi vanished. prompting Mo Fan to sigh. I should never have shown her the video of her defeat by Saiyan from another world. With a resigned shake of his head, he returned home, gazing at the sleeping Gamora and gently rubbing her ears. Still concerned for Gamora's safety, Mo Fan decided to attach sensing shadows to each of the monster girls. Chapter 48. The special training of the group. The following morning, Pigmon sat across from the monster girls, addressing them. What I have shared pertains to the handling of mist-like shadows. How terrifying it is to be possessed by one. Gamora, lounging in a hammock, remarked leisurely. However, if it were to inhabit a human, it wouldn't be such a grave matter, provided one remains vigilant. Akira, eyeing the relaxed Gamora, retorted, isn't that just a careless state of negligence? Nonetheless, the wars we are about to face will likely increase, necessitating special training for everyone. Upon hearing Pigmon's words, Gamora rose from the hammock, stating, after being trained by Mo Fan, us veteran monster girls shouldn't require further training, right? However, Gamora observed as Pigmon silently retrieved his phone, which emitted a sudden flash of white light, transforming Pigmon into his monstrous form. Gamora, adopting a similar tone, then reclined on a hammock to rest. A few hours later, Gamora supported an iron ball with his tail, while his left hand pressed against the ground and his right hand held a fan, which contained a cup of water. Meanwhile, the mighty Arai Wong placed several tons of leverage upon his feet, performing push-ups. Gamora, watching the newly emerged Akira, along with the other 3 women running on the treadmill, consoled himself, remarking, they do appear rather pitiful. Miklas, observing that if they continued to run, they would inevitably collide with the iron spikes aimed at them, exerted himself to run faster. In contrast, Sandrila's, the slowest runner, began to float gracefully as she exclaimed, so tired, so very tired. Pigmon, with an ant-like smile and devoid of any visible veins, gazed at the balloons he had used to threaten others, warning, if you continue to slack off, I shall send you more balloons. Sandrila's, straining to advance, was astonished by the incredible weight of the balloons, exclaiming, these may resemble balloons, but why are they so heavy? Akira turned to see Gatsu, who had just lifted a colossal stone, emanating dark mist from his form. She rushed over to inquire, what is wrong with you? Oh, nothing. I'm fine, he replied. In the distance, Arai Wong, observing Akira's demeanor, glanced at the message from Pigmon on his phone, investigation required, and began to walk away. Red King, who was lifting a bus alongside Gamora, noticed Arai Wong's movement and asked, hey Arai, where are you going? Arai Wong turned and replied, I'm off to investigate something. After their training, within the building, Pigmon watched a video sent by Arai Wong. The misty shadow was merely a byproduct, and it appeared that another entity capable of producing such misty shadows existed. Hearing Arai Wong's words, Pigmon rapidly typed on his keyboard, dispatching today's developments to the phones of Red King and Gamora Jeton. That evening, as Miklas was returning home and turned a corner, he was unexpectedly confronted by Black Gatsu, who appeared from the shadows and delivered a powerful punch to Miklas' abdomen. Fortunately, Miklas swiftly transformed into his monstrous form, absorbing the impact of Black Gatsu's attack. However, just as Miklas was about to question why Gatsu had assaulted him, Black Gatsu unleashed a beam of light, knocking Miklas unconscious. The following morning, upon returning from a visit to Sandrila's home, Miklas overheard Pigmon discussing how he had been attacked by Gatsu the previous night and that he had just awakened from the hospital. Upon hearing this news, Windam and Red King rushed toward the hospital. Miklas sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, ugh, how humiliating. Although I'm fine now, it still hurts a bit. The teacher mentioned that the great monster battle might be postponed. Seeing the disappointed expressions of the 3 women, Miklas quickly added, nonetheless, I'm fortunate that I transformed in time, so my injuries aren't too severe. Truly, I am lucky. King Red observed the revitalized Micras and chuckled, saying, indeed, after recovery, one must not become complacent in their training. Very well, senior. At that moment, Pigmon opened the door to the infirmary. After exchanging glances with Akira and King Red Uendum, the 3 women followed Pigmon. A few minutes later, upon hearing Pigmon recount the events of the previous night, King Red slammed his hand on the coffee table and exclaimed, what? I must confront Gaji immediately for clarification. Seeing King Red preparing to seek out Gaji, Pigmon stood up to restrain him. Before he could speak, Akira rose from the sofa to defend Gaji, stating, it is impossible. Gaji absolutely did not attack Micras last night. Gaji was with me. After finishing her statement, Akira stormed out. Just as Uendum was about to say something, King Red interjected, Let her go. She has lost her composure. Give her some time to calm down. After running for a considerable distance, Akira finally reached the place where she had her first heart-to-heart conversation with Jedon. She sat down, hugging her knees and gazing at the tranquil water surface, pondering, how could Gaji possibly attack Miku? At that moment, Jedon's voice broke the silence. What are you doing here? Turning her head, Akira spotted Jedon but sighed, saying, Jedon, I believe Miku is not lying. However, I was definitely with Gaji yesterday. One cannot be in two places at once. As she spoke, she buried her head in her legs. Jedon, observing her demeanor, offered comfort. It would be better for you to accept the truth, Akira. You have changed. Just as Akira lifted her head, her eyes reddened upon hearing Jedon's voice, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Jedon smiled at her reaction and said, You are beginning to think for yourself in search of answers. The truth may not be as simple as you imagine, but hold steadfast to your beliefs and engage in actions within your capability. At that moment, a delivery truck unexpectedly reappeared at the spot where Akira had first transformed. After a brief moment of exasperation, she leaped into action once more, blocking the truck and lifting it skyward before hurling it into the air. Jedon instantly teleported to the front of the truck to catch it. Subsequently, after exchanging glances, both women burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in another location, within the music club, Sandrila's recalled Piggyman's earlier remark that all Monster Girl concerts had concluded, and she shouted in frustration, This is outrageous. How could this happen? To think that a half concert could be cancelled. However, the one who attacked Micras must be Gaji, right? If we capture Gaji, wouldn't that solve everything? Besides Sandrila's, Loira chimed in. If you have the ability, then go capture him, but Gaji is incredibly strong. At that moment, Uindum finally interjected. Speaking of which, when Mick was attacked, wasn't Gaji with Akira? Surely, that cannot be true. Then who is the assailant of Micras? Due to uncertainty, all activities of the Monster Girls must be halted. Uindam observed the visibly distressed duo and comforted them, saying, Well, let us return and perhaps indulge in some dumplings along the way. A few minutes later, Loila remarked on Sundilaz's sudden change in demeanor. You truly are easy to appease. However, as the group turned a corner, they beheld Gasus confronting his dark counterpart, exclaiming, I wonder when you managed to create a doppelganger. This attack was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? No, all of this is my fault. Upon uttering these words, both Black Gasus and Gasus teleported into the air. Gasus aimed a punch at Black Gasus's face, only for it to be thwarted by an elbow block. Seizing the moment of Gasus's distraction, Black Gasus struck with his right hand, delivering a heavy blow to Gasus's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Black Gasus then charged toward where Gasus had fallen. After blocking one of Black Gasus's punches, Gasus retaliated with a fierce exchange of blows. With a resounding kick, Gasus aimed for Black Gasus, who quickly raised both hands to block the attack. Yet, after deflecting Gasus's strike, Black Gasus noticed three women observing the scuffle from outside the alley. Capitalizing on Black Gasus's momentary lapse, Gasus teleported behind him and unleashed a concentrated light wave. Black Gasus, caught off guard, could not evade in time and took the full brunt of the attack, which only seemed to amplify the dark energy surrounding him, effectively nullifying Gasus's light wave. Taking advantage of Gasus's momentary bewilderment after his attack was repelled, Black Gasus summoned a crystal cross. Gasus, absorbed in his thoughts, failed to notice the crystal cross hurtling towards him and was slammed against the wall behind him. In the aftermath of the impact, Gasus's phone fell from his pocket. Black Gasus picked up the dropped phone, chuckling softly as he placed it in his own pocket, then turned to the three women at the alley's entrance, saying, Shall I deal with you as well? However, just then, Black Gasus was struck by a sudden headache and, in pain, teleported away. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, Mo Fan stood up after absorbing the remnants of the ice dragon before him. He clenched his fist, feeling the dragon's power coursing through him. Gazing up at the azure sky, he smiled, recalling the manual provided by the system, which detailed that the bloodline of the ancestral dragon allows for the absorption of all dragon essence, transforming it into one's own strength. Reflecting on the passage of approximately half a month, Mo Fan concluded, It is time to return. Once I absorb the power of Gitangia, I shall be prepared to venture into the Ultraverse. Perhaps I can bring Gamora along, and with Gasus and the Golden Bridge, that should suffice. I shall see if I can ascertain who Ciro's mother is, or if both women lay claim to that title. As Mo Fan contemplated, he gazed into the clear pool of water, reflecting his visage. In the realm of monsters, Mo Fan had adopted a disguise. At this moment, he truly resembled Widget. After a moment's reflection, he decided to forego the disguise and proceed as he was. With that thought, Fan soared directly into the Monster Daughter universe. Chapter 49, Instant Kill. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Akira was astonished upon hearing Wangdam's report of Gats being attacked. Gats has been assaulted? By whom? He inquired. The perpetrator is. At that moment, Piggyman suddenly summoned Wangdam and Akira to the conference hall. Holding a notebook, Piggyman addressed the gathered monster daughters, stating, "The attack pattern has been tainted by the misty shadow, affecting the Gats aliens." Lei Wang reiterated, "The Gats aliens possess a duplication ability. Thus, there exists both a familiar Gats and a Gats duplicate tainted by the misty shadow." At this juncture, Gamora raised a question. One good, one evil? Indeed, came the reply. Red Wang abruptly stood from the table, questioning, "But the misty shadow can only possess humans, correct? Although there are no precedents, theoretically, if a monster daughter's heart reveals a flaw, she too could be possessed by the mist." Upon hearing Lei Wang's words, Akira recalled Gats's unusual condition from the previous day and inwardly cursed. If only we had discovered it sooner. Lei Wang, noticing Akira's reaction, offered consolation. Yet, it is truly commendable that Gats has not been entirely consumed. She must have subconsciously divided herself at the moment of complete corruption and severed the duplicate along with the shadow. Red Wang expressed confusion. However, it doesn't make sense. She cannot possibly overpower her own duplicate. The duplicate, once possessed by the misty shadow, would become ferocious, its strength surging to 50, thus vastly enhancing its combat prowess compared to the original. At this point, Piggyman chimed in, "Then we must commence our operation, Little Golden." At that moment, Jingukyo, who had been dozing with his head resting on the table, raised his hand and stood, declaring, "The enemy possesses Gats's soul device. Therefore, we shall send out a notification to activate the soul device, enticing her out so we can capture her." Subsequently, Gamora pointed at Akira with 2 fingers, suggesting, "Let us name this battle plan." After a moment of determination, Akira stood from the table, proclaiming, "Operation to rescue Gats, a grand endeavor." In the hospital, Akira gazed at Gats, who lay upon the bed. "Gats, you are far too stubborn," he remarked. "The monster within me never yields, regardless of the battles faced. Perhaps this is why I refuse to admit defeat. However, showing vulnerability does not equate to surrender." Akira suddenly became aware of his own heightened tone and gestures, shyly retracting his hand, unable to look Gats directly in the face. "You are far stronger than I, and is it not right to assist others when in trouble? I once believed that everything must rely on oneself, but sometimes one cannot bear the burden alone." After Ajira finished speaking, he quietly exited the hospital room. Meanwhile, lying on the adjacent bed, Miklas seemed to have made a decision after hearing Ajira's words. He shakily picked up the cane beside his bed and approached Gats, asking, "Your injury should be all right, shouldn't it?" As Miklas spoke, he tossed his phone to Gats, who glanced at the device resting on his body and then at the nonchalant Miklas. With a smile, Gats promptly leaped off the bed and dashed towards the exit of the ward. Outside the hospital, a congregation of monster girls awaited the arrival of Black Gats. From a high vantage point, Gamora inquired with Piggyman via phone, "Little Pigum, will there be any ordinary people showing up here?" The answer was affirmative, for the message had only been sent to Shadow Gats. Gamora pointed towards the nearby figure of Jagula and asked, "Then why is that person here?" Jagula clenched his fist and replied, "I have a premonition that I will encounter Miss Kinkbashi here." Moments later, after Kinkbashi had lured Jagula away, Black Gats materialized directly at the center of the hospital. He surveyed the scene, where his monster girls were poised to pounce on him. Recalling Mofin's warning not to severely injure Gamora, Black Gats reasoned that he was not forbidden from causing him harm altogether. Thus, Black Gats unleashed his full might, crossing his arms and letting out a thunderous roar, which summoned several shadows around him, accompanied by a tempestuous aura of darkness. As the crowd prepared to attack Black Gats, Gats stood atop a nearby building, stating, "Miklas lent me her soul device. Though my body and mind have been battered, I will handle my own affairs." During Gats' declaration, Black Gats coldly observed the entire transformation process. Once Gats landed, he threw a powerful punch at Black Gats' face. Black Gats merely blocked the blow with his right fist and was about to retaliate with a strike to Gats' abdomen when Gats promptly rolled backward to evade. Ajira, watching Gats, inquired, "Are you alright, Gats?" "Don't underestimate me. I am a Gatsian who never surrenders," Gats replied, before leaping into the air. Upon witnessing this, Black Gats prepared to unleash a beam at Gats, but Gats swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a knife-hand strike to Black Gats' neck. However, Black Gats evaded the attack with a quick teleportation. As Gats searched for Black Gats' location, the latter reappeared behind Gats, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Caught off guard, Gats could not evade the assault, and after rolling through the air several times, he managed to stabilize himself by bracing his right hand against the ground. As he landed, Gats activated the launcher atop his head, firing 2 waves of light towards Black Gats. Haigatsi swiftly defended himself with both hands, while Gamora and King Red leaped down from the high-rise. King Red surveyed the surroundings and addressed the approaching shadows, declaring, "Leave those shadows to us. Let us prepare for a grand showdown." Just as Akira was about to join the fray to assist his comrades, Jingukyo intercepted him, saying, "Wait here and guard Gatsi," ready to support her at a moment's notice. King Red delivered a powerful punch, sending several shadows crashing against the wall, their forms shattered by his overwhelming strength. Haigatsi, panting, smiled at Gatsi, who was visibly exhausted. He then clenched his right hand into a claw, gathering a malevolent, purple energy, and instantly teleported above Gatsi, diving swiftly towards him, ready to unleash the Black Tiger Heart extraction. As the strike neared its target, Akira stepped in front of Gatsi and blocked the attack with both hands. Haigatsi immediately teleported behind Akira, seizing his tail and hurling him towards a distant skyscraper. With a resounding crash, Akira slammed against the wall, causing it to splinter, and fell out of the midnight chasm. Before Akira could regain his composure, Haigatsi reappeared before him, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen, followed by a flurry of vicious strikes as Akira lay on the ground. As Gatsi recalled Akira's recent words, Haigatsi lifted Akira and slammed him against the wall. Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of purple energy towards Akira, Gatsi took a deep breath and positioned himself to shield Akira from the impending attack, struggling to fend off the blast while saying, "Akira, I always think of myself. My duty now is to stop the other me." After successfully repelling Haigatsi, Gatsi called out to his allies, "Please, everyone, help me defeat her." Just as Haigatsi reappeared in the center, she was struck by Windam's beams and the sonic waves of Sanderlascanora. As she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Gatsi unleashed a beam towards Haigatsi, exclaiming, "Return to me, my other self." How could this happen? With Haigatsi's fall, the dark aura surrounding her merged with the remnants of the vanquished shadows. From this fusion emerged a shadowy beast, resembling Haigatsi, which landed on the ground. The Demon King shouted its name, Shadow General. With a thunderous roar, the Shadow General summoned a tempest of black lightning across the plaza. As it struck, the Shadow General delivered a powerful punch to Gamora, who was closest, sending him hurtling backwards amidst the crackling electricity. At that moment, Gamora suddenly sensed a familiar and warm aura. Raising his head, he saw the serious expression of Lin Fan. Before Gamora could utter a word, Lin Fan swiftly teleported in front of the Shadow General. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan placed his right palm before the Shadow General and declared, "Big Bang." Instantly, a golden-yellow jet of energy erupted from his hand, enveloping the Shadow General entirely. As the anguished cries of the Shadow General echoed, the golden orb dissipated. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings, noting the injuries of those present, and promptly produced a dozen celestial beans from the space within his earrings. Upon receiving the beans, the crowd unhesitatingly consumed them all. Lin Fan affectionately ruffled Gamora's head and said, "Now that the matter is resolved, let us indulge in some barbecued meat. I shall prepare it for you." Just then, King Ale came over and inquired, "Lin Fan, you must be aware of the possession incident involving Gatsi, correct?" Lin Fan gently placed Gamora on the ground and smiled, replying, "I am indeed aware. Then why did you not inform us? I must ask, who among the true combatants would divulge such matters to you, Akira? Besides, Miklas's ability to transform was due to my intervention. Before I departed, I had ensured that protective shadows were cast upon you. In moments of peril, they would automatically trigger your transformations. Should you doubt this, you may experiment. One person can revert from monster form while another in monster form strikes them, and you shall see if they do not transform immediately." After Lin Fan's words, the group fell into contemplation, particularly Akira and Windam. Akira mused that had it not been for Lin Fan's protective shadow, Miklas might have perished at Gatsi's hands back then. Chapter 50. 6 months later, in recognition of kinship. At this moment, Jaden teleported above Lin Fan, casting a cold glance at him before turning to Akira, who lay on the ground after consuming a celestial being. Lin Fan stroked Gamora's horn, who was nestled in his embrace. Meanwhile, a dark-haired lady, observing from a distance, burst into laughter before turning to enter the black door behind her. 6 months later, In the evening square, the crowd gazed at the icons displayed on the billboard. Someone commented, "It seems to be quite popular lately." In the shadows, 3 girls stood, with the one in the center scoffing. "Humph, to call that handsome is laughable. Do not make me chuckle. The era of the Black Star is about to dawn." The following afternoon, a girl named Pegasa was packing her bag when another girl rushed over, saying, "Class leader, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" "We wish to attend the concert at 5 o'clock. So could you help us with our duties after school tomorrow?" Sure." A few hours later, as Pegasa made his way home, he reflected on the earlier moments, pondering, "I couldn't refuse once again." Were they discussing that? He glanced at the large screen in the square, coinciding with Gamora's announcement. "We await you at the Shinjuku Metropolitan Government Building's observation deck today at 5 p.m. Lost in thought while gazing at the advertisement, Pegasa mused, humans often yearn to escape their present selves, forever dreaming of transformation. Yet what I truly desire is. Meanwhile, from a distance, the 3 women observed the passers-by. Among them was a girl named Rudix, adorned in white attire with a gradient of red in her hair, who surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Is it really here? Fear not, for revelations are ever accurate." After glancing at his phone, Pegasa felt a surge of dark energy emanating from him, accompanied by a rising wind. "What is happening?" he exclaimed. At that moment, in the headquarters, King Ale was scrutinizing a map when he noticed a red glow emanating from it. He inquired of the operator below, "What is going on?" "An unknown reaction has been detected near the southeast exit of Shinjuku Station," came the reply. "Piggyman, Solar Team, please proceed to the site promptly to safeguard the target." Simultaneously, Pegasa clung desperately to the iron railing beside him, attempting to resist being drawn into the black hole he had summoned. A bewildered young girl was inadvertently sucked into the vortex. Observing Pegasa, Blake raised his hand and exclaimed, "I've found him. Get that girl before it's too late." Just as a flying advertisement struck Pegasa, Rudix leaped into the air and nonchalantly declared, "Slime spray." Upon uttering her command, she flung white oleic acid from her hand, dissolving the approaching advertisement that threatened Pegasa. Shortly thereafter, Norba extended his tentacles to ensnare Pegasa, pulling him closer. In Pegasus' fearful gaze, Blake directed his phone at him, and amidst a blinding light, Pegasa regained his composure. Before he could utter a word, Rudix swiftly emerged from a nearby paper bag and bound Pegasa as face. A few minutes later, Akira and Gatsumo Fan arrived at their starting point. As Mofin sensed the malevolent aura surrounding them, he remarked to Gatsu, "No need to search further. Let us return, as we will find nothing here." Before Gatsu could respond, Mofin clasped their hands together and began walking toward headquarters. On their way back, Mofin inquired, "Gatsu, would you like to explore another world?" "Hey, Mofin, are you leaving?" Gatsu replied, "It's not too late. I'm waiting to see if Gamora is departing. If not, I shall go alone. So, are you coming, Gatsu?" "Before I go, I'll check if I can take Gamora and Piggyman with me." At that moment, Akira suddenly asked, "Mofin, why are you suddenly taking so many people with you?" Mo Fan chuckled upon hearing Akira's words and inquired, "Do you and Gotzi have any plans this afternoon?" Both Akira and Gotzi shook their heads in response. Observing this, Mo Fan took out his phone and called Piggyman, stating, "Piggyman, I'm taking Akira and Gotzi out for some fun, so we want TB returning to headquarters tonight." Piggyman was momentarily taken aback by Mo Fan's announcement, and before he could respond, Mo Fan abruptly ended the call. With a flick of his wrist, Mo Fan summoned a black hole, grasping Gotzi and Akira's hands as they stepped into the void. In the Ultra Universe, Zero launched a kick towards Seven, who defended against the attack with both hands. Just as Seven seized Zero's foot, preparing to hurl him to the ground, Mo Fan appeared before them. Upon spotting Zero, Mo Fan remarked, "Zero, weren't you curious about your mother? Well, I brought her along today." "What?" Gotzi was taken aback by Mo Fan's words, while Zero stood in stunned silence, gazing at Mo Fan. However, upon noticing Gotzi beside Mo Fan, he fell into deep contemplation, glancing between his father and Gotzi. After exchanging a knowing look with Akira and Zero, Mo Fan soared into the distance, with Zero following closely behind. Just as Mo Fan began to fade from view, he called out, "Seven, remember to explain the reason." Once Mo Fan completely vanished from Seven and Gotzi's sight, Seven observed Gotzi's flushed face and tightly clenched fists. He explained, "What Mo Fan referred to is likely the monster's soul residing within you. I once encountered a Gotzi from a parallel universe. She initially took on a human form while with me." "All right, enough already." Gotzi interrupted Seven, realizing he was about to elaborate further. However, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "But how did Mo Fan come to know you? Should I address you as Seven?" "I've known Mo Fan for several millennia. dating back to the time of Belial's first invasion of the Land of Light. During that period, Fan was training with my son, Zero, who might very well be considered your son now, Seven revealed. Gotsi, astonished to learn that Fan had known Seven for millennia, blinked in disbelief at the notion of suddenly having a son. Meanwhile, Fan was elucidating to Akira, "You see, I have known Seven for thousands of years, and Zero, in a sense, has shared a bond with the soul within Gotsi. For reasons unknown, the soul of Zero's mother somehow found its way into Gotsi." After finishing his explanation, Fan turned to Zero and said, "By the way, Zero, you wanted to meet someone, right? I could take you there, but it would be wise to adopt a human form. Otherwise, your current appearance might frighten them." Zero glanced at Akira behind Fan and then at Fan himself, asking, "Aren't the monsters from your world all in our shape? In this universe, not theirs, the monsters are almost akin to humans. How does that make you feel?" Chapter 51, Liberation and Dating. After Fan spoke, he casually waved his hand, pushing Akira towards Zero. As Akira pondered why Fan had pushed him away, he noticed a golden-black aura beginning to emanate from Fan. After pushing Akira aside, Fan let out a thunderous roar, "Drink." In that moment, the golden-black energy exploded around him, and his hair gradually transformed into a golden hue. Zero, observing Fan's sudden transformation, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Fan, what are you doing?" "I'm just going to find Belial." "Hey, Fan, if you're going to find someone, how are we supposed to get back?" Upon hearing Akira's words, Fan retrieved 2 buttons from his pocket, tossing them to Akira while saying, "Akira, if you wish to stay here and play for a few days, wait for Gats to return with you. If you intend to go back alone, deliver this button to Gats before you leave. Farewell." With that, Fan instantly teleported to Belial's location. After exchanging glances, Zero asked Akira, "I believe it's Akira, right? Could you assist me in opening a portal? I'd like to visit your side." Remembering Fan's previous suggestion for Piggyman to be with Zero, Akira assumed Zero was eager to meet his future girlfriend. With this thought in mind, Akira pressed the button Fan had given him, and a swirling black vortex materialized before them. After waving goodbye to Akira, Zero flew into the black hole. Within the cosmic prison, Fan arrived at the location where Belial was confined. Upon seeing Fan, 2 unknown Ultramen deeply bowed and said, "Lord Fan, please enter." Fan merely waved his hand and walked inside, while the 2 Ultramen began patrolling beside Belial's cell. Reflecting on the time when Zero had intended to slay Belial, and how he had intervened, Fan recalled having Zero escort Belial to the prison he had constructed. He remembered the shock he felt when he first encountered Belial in the Ultraman universe, astonished to find Belial was female, a fact that had remained unknown to many. A smile crossed his face as he recalled Belial's other form. As he gazed at Belial, seething with anger upon seeing him, he was about to speak when she shouted, "Fan, why have you returned? When I was cast out, you coldly watched me suffer as I fled the Land of Light. When I was possessed by the Rebellion aliens, I sought you out that very day, urging you to come with me." Fan gazed at Belia, his expression a blend of anger and a hint of affection, and sighed, "Alas, Belia, I shall release you." Upon hearing his words, Belia chuckled sarcastically, "Ha ha ha, Fan, how do you expect me to leave? And do you truly believe I would trust you?" Ignoring her retort, Fan retrieved the Dark Lucial capsule and the Ampera alien capsule from his dimensional earrings, tossing them to Belia. He then observed her momentary stupor and instructed, "Absorb these 2 capsules, and then I shall set you free." After a moment of contemplation, Belia suddenly felt her hands regain mobility. Clenching her fists, she picked up the capsules from the ground and, before Fan's eyes, ingested them. Upon swallowing the 2 capsules, she immediately sensed a surge of power, her dark genes rapidly escalating. With a burst of violet-black light, Belia shattered her chains, and Fan fell into deep thought, contemplating the transformation of Belia from a cute girl to a formidable woman. Meanwhile, as Zero arrived in the Monster Daughter universe, he was abruptly greeted by a girl's piercing scream. Piggyman, startled by Zero's sudden appearance in her changing room, recalled Fan's promise from 6 months prior to find her a boyfriend adorned with silver-blue stripes and sporting rabbit-like ears. Zero, witnessing Piggyman revert to her monstrous form at the sight of him, recalled the Piggyman he had trained with under Master Leo. "You must be the Zero Fan spoke of, right?" Piggyman exclaimed, her words enlivening the atmosphere between them. Zero scratched his head, responding, "Yes, indeed. But Piggyman, perhaps you should put on some clothes first?" Feeling the heat rise within her as Sero's gaze lingered on her youthful figure, Piggyman hastily donned her attire. Chapter 52, Absorption. A few minutes later, Sero observed Piggyman, now dressed, his cheeks reddening. Noticing his reaction, Piggyman smiled and playfully seized his right arm. Sero, feeling the softness of her touch, inquired, Piggyman, how did you accept this so quickly? Well, Fan took 6 months to pursue Gamora, and I've heard him mention that your universe has a Piggyman as well. Am I right, Sero? Sero, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. As Sero and Piggyman exited the changing room, they bumped into King Air. The king, observing the young man held captive by Piggyman, sensed an unsettling discomfort in his soul. Furrowing his brow, he noted Piggyman's cheerful demeanor and chose to say nothing, merely passing by Sero to enter the changing room. When Sero was drawn out of the headquarters by Piggyman, he momentarily steadied himself upon witnessing the scene outside. Having lived in the land of light, Sero had never encountered the products of Earth, prompting him to inquire about what he saw. Piggyman patiently elucidated the various items for him. Meanwhile, on another front, Pegasa had just startled from the mat upon hearing Black's plan, when suddenly Nobar summoned his tendrils, threatening Pegasa with a warning not to stand behind him. Lunadix interjected, apologizing for Nobar's bad habit from his time in the Special Forces. Pegasa, trembling at the mention of the Special Forces, thought to himself, could these individuals be dangerous? Yet, upon observing the two with calm expressions, he asked, so, what is the monster girl doing? We are from Black Star, intending to invade Earth. In another realm, within the Ultraverse, Mofin smiled as he watched Belial break free from his chains, remarking, how does it feel to be powerful? Belial clenched his fists, feeling the immense strength within. But upon seeing Mofin's cheerful demeanor, he recalled the frustration of being confined by Sero and, in a fit of rage, punched Mofin in the stomach. Mofin, acknowledging the punch without flinching, understood that Belial was merely seeking to vent the grievances of the years past. He bore the blow and embraced Belial, who attempted to escape his grasp but felt Mofin's strength had significantly increased. She ceased her struggle and allowed Mofin to hold her gently. After affectionately ruffling Belial's hair, Mofin chuckled at her transformed appearance, yet still pouting like a child. Belial, incensed by Mofin's teasing, retaliated with small punches aimed at his chest. Mofin merely smiled, saying nothing, and then teleported with Belial to the monster universe. Before departing, he conjured a purple-black silhouette to substitute for Belial. Mofin, who is that woman beside you? Gamora inquired, having just returned to find Mofin being embraced by a woman. Mofin, noticing Gamora's fiery gaze, turned to see Belial looking at him with a smile, and he swallowed nervously. Just as he prepared to rise, Belial pressed him back down. Mofin awkwardly settled beside her again, while Belial grinned at the increasingly agitated Gamora. Gamora, this is Belial. You could say she is the second one I mentioned to you 6 months ago. As Fan observed, a terrifying aura began to emanate from Gamora's feet after he had finished speaking, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds in the surroundings. At that moment, Gamora's phone rang, and with palpable impatience, he answered the call. However, upon hearing Piggyman's words, he was taken aback. What? Piggyman, are you serious? Quickly, call Fan over. We are currently confronting the evil god Gatangier. Simultaneously, a flash of fire erupted in the distance, prompting Fan to spring from the sofa and exclaim to Belial, I'm on my way. In the blink of an eye, Fan had teleported to the site of the explosion, only to witness Sero being disturbed by multiple tendrils, preventing him from unleashing his light waves. Meanwhile, Gats and the monstrous maidens capable of emitting light waves were causing chaos for Gatangier, who floated in the air. Fan narrowed his eyes, pondering the situation. There should still be several thousand of them left, which should have triggered Gatangier's rampage. With this thought, Fan dashed to Piggyman's side and inquired, Piggyman, what exactly is happening? Fan, I don't know why the evil god Gatangier suddenly appeared in Shinjuku, but he is already in a rampaging state. We need to think of a solution quickly. After contemplating for a moment, Fan replied, just hold me back. That's all it takes. As Piggyman wondered about Fan's reasoning, he saw Fan teleport directly atop Gatangier's head, extending his arms towards it. Instantly, a tremendous gravitational pull surged forth, nearly drawing Sero towards Fan's position. Minutes later, an immense burst of darkness, accompanied by an evil aura, erupted from the now diminished neck of Gatangier. Sero quickly reverted to his original form, standing protectively in front of Piggyman to shield him from Fan's potential rampage. A colossal wave of dark energy erupted from the sky, forming a brilliant beam of light that left Gamora and Belial, who had just arrived, utterly stunned by the spectacle. Belial felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from Mo Fan, leaving even him, who had recently acquired new powers, gasping for breath. After several tense minutes, the light beam receded, and Mo Fan emerged from it, his eyes an ominous crimson. While everyone remained wary of Mo Fan, he suddenly chuckled. What is there for me to fear? Do not forget, my spirit is quite formidable. After uttering these words, Mo Fan closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they had returned to their original black hue, with the malevolent aura dissipating instantaneously. His actions relieved the gathered crowd, and Mo Fan turned to Gamora, asking, Gamora, will you accompany me to another world? Why is Mo Fan suddenly saying such things? Gamora was caught off guard by the unexpected question. Mo Fan scratched his head and replied, I am about to depart. It is impossible for me to remain in one universe for long. Chapter 53, Daily Life. Mo Fan intercepted the attacks from Zero and Belial, delivering a powerful punch to Zero's abdomen, sending him flying. As he prepared to kick Belial, the latter swiftly blocked Mo Fan's strike. In an instant, Mo Fan teleported behind Belial, binding his waist and plummeting towards the ground. The impact created a tremendous splash, scattering seawater everywhere. Gax and King Arai promptly shielded the scattered sea with light waves as Mo Fan launched his assault. Next time, please refrain from such attacks, Belial shouted as he emerged from the water, to which Mo Fan could only shake his head in resignation. He then sat beside Zero, who was reclining on a sun lounger. After sipping some juice from the table, Mo Fan inquired, Zero, what are your plans now? Having sensed the power within Zero earlier, Mo Fan realized that Zero currently possessed only the powers of Paraji and Radiance. It seemed he had endured the period of Dark Zero. Mo Fan had a plan to travel to the galaxy and absorb or replicate the abilities of all Ultra beings and monsters from that realm. Zero glanced at Piggyman playing volleyball with Gamora in the distance, chuckling as he replied, I have nothing to do at the moment. I might as well spend some time with my wife. Zero, it seems you've developed a sense of home now that you have Piggyman. Unlike before, Mo Fan remarked, though he chose not to elaborate further, leaning against the sun lounger and entering his mental space. In the mental realm, Mo Fan observed a newly sprouted grand tree, previously formed only by armor and mass Dragon Balls, now complemented by a dragon-shaped tree. Currently, Mo Fan possessed various forms, including Super Saiyan levels 1 through 5, Crimson levels 1 through 5, Blue levels 1 through 5, Deep Blue levels 1 through 5, Rose Blue levels 1 through 5, Bipolar Intent levels 1 through 5, White God levels 1 through 5, and Demon Form levels 1 through 5. As he sensed the powers of his White God and Demon forms, Mo Fan realized that the White God was not stronger than his Demon form. He attributed this to the influence of Lucifer, which might have caused the White God to be overshadowed. Suddenly, he recalled Kaifila and Kurulu from the Fox Demon world, and the system's previous offer of a temporary immunity multiplier reaching up to 100 billion. In his most formidable state, Mo Fan speculated that he could contend with the Celestials from Marvel. Moreover, if he were to incorporate the ancestral dragon bloodline, he could easily dominate them. Unless he encountered beings of a similar caliber, he could likely escape with minimal effort. Sensing his usual state, Mo Fan estimated his power to be at a level akin to that of the King of Ultras. He clenched his fists, realizing that his strength had finally met the standard of one. In truth, he considered himself the strongest in the universe, particularly against entities like Cthulhu. Engaging in battle with them would likely lead to death. With a scratch of his head, Mo Fan exited the mental space. As Mo Fan opened his eyes, he was startled by the gaze of Gamora, exclaiming, Wow, Gamora, could you please refrain from appearing so suddenly next time? It's quite frightening. Gamora chuckled and replied, Oh dear Mo Fan, who prompted you to fall asleep so unexpectedly? It's nearly time for everyone to enjoy barbecue, and here you are still slumbering. Hurry up and join us for the feast. Mo Fan scratched his head and followed Gamora to the barbecue stand. Just as he was about to take a bite of the skewer in his hand, he suddenly looked up to find Belial and Gamora gazing at him with earnest eyes. Mo Fan's mouth twitched as he stammered, Aren't you two going to eat your own? Please, Mo Fan, you must share your skewer with us, they insisted. Mo Fan glanced at Belial, then at Gamora, and turned to see Zero beaming at him, as if suggesting he should find two girlfriends. Without hesitation, Mo Fan took a couple of bites from the skewer and quickly fed the morsels to Belial and Gamora. Although Belial disapproved of Mo Fan's actions, he still swallowed the morsel with satisfaction. MO Fan smiled and then stood up from the stool, opening a portal behind Zero. Gamora, observing MO Fan's actions, inquired. Hey MO Fan, where are you off to? Why not continue eating? I have some matters to attend to in another universe. Within a realm of the Galaxy universe. Upon MO Fan's arrival, he found himself amidst an expansive void, and standing before him was none other than Galaxy Ultraman. The immense power radiating from Galaxy confirmed to MO Fan that he was indeed face to face with the true essence of Galaxy. Slowly turning, Galaxy addressed MO Fan. Dear traveler, what brings you to our universe? I merely came to replicate a few items and then depart, MO Fan replied. Alas, my corporeal form is nearing its limits. I hope you can illuminate the future. As soon as Galaxy finished speaking, he vanished. MO Fan, taken aback by Galaxy's words, pondered the phrase about illuminating the future. It could not grasp its meaning. Resolving to disregard the perplexing words, he instantly teleported to the principal's office of Falling Star Elementary. Gazing at the myriad of Ultraman and monster figurines, MO Fan waved his hand, gathering all the scattered items from the wooden shelf before him. He absorbed or devoured some of the inconsequential monster figurines, while replicating the skills of the rest. At that moment, he heard a chime, binding him to the ultimate system. Host, do you wish to bind? The voice prompted. MO Fan chuckled and replied, if binding is the case, may I inquire about the utility of this system? Please do not underestimate this system. It is designed to enhance the host's combat prowess. MO Fan was amused upon hearing the voice of the system and promptly seated himself in the position previously occupied by Nokia Air, attentively listening to the words of the lowly system. This system can enhance your combat prowess through consumption or absorption. MO Fan, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he could already absorb and replicate, what need did he have for this system? Once he regained his composure, he inquired, system, how exactly does your method of enhancing combat power work? This system's approach differs from your mere replication and absorption. It allows for a direct enhancement of the original strength of the monsters you aim to absorb, boosting it by threefold. Do you not see the significance of my system? MO Fan, intrigued by the prospect of tripling his strength, pondered for a moment before asking, what is your name, and what do you look like? Must I simply refer to you as system? If you wish to know my name and appearance, then I shall reveal it to you. My dear host, I'm called Subai. Suddenly, a small luminous portal appeared before MO Fan, through which emerged a cat-eared, white-haired lowly. The system, Subai, regarded the dazed MO Fan and adjusted her tablet. Gazing at the lowly before him, MO Fan laughed and then exclaimed, it really is uncanny. Seeing MO Fan suddenly tear up, Subai rushed to him, saying, hey host, please do not cry. With a smile, MO Fan embraced Subai and instantly teleported to the galaxy. Observing the splendor of the cosmos, he lowered his gaze towards Subai, who was now emitting steam, and remarked, can the system blush? Subai, you remind me of my former girlfriend. Before I arrived in this world, my girlfriend back home was also named Subai. It's been ages since I last saw her. Gradually, Subai returned to her usual state, and MO Fan playfully pinched her soft cheeks with a grin before teleporting them into the Monster Girl universe. Chapter 54. A heart-to-heart conversation in writing this novel. I have observed a fluctuating readership over the past 3 months. My initial inspiration for this work stemmed from reading The Invincible Vegeta, after which I realized that very few had ventured into writing about Goku and Vegeta, perhaps due to a lack of interest or other reasons. After a month of contemplation, I resolved to pen this story, as there seemed to be a dearth of works centered on Goku and Vegeta, likely influenced by my frequent consumption of tomato-based narratives, neglecting other genres. Recently, I revisited the Dragon Ball Super series, and upon reaching the Zamasu arc, recalled a scene where Goku, while handing a crushed bean to Little Wu, remarked to Trunks, "You're not afraid of mouth-to-mouth?" Beta was taken aback by Goku's words and questioned, "Haven't you ever experienced that?" "Of course not," Goku replied. "Aren't you married?" What does that have to do with anything?" Some have labeled Goku as a cad. Yet I perceive that he remains oblivious to the very concept of marriage. After all, did he not question the connection between marriage and his actions? It seems evident that Goku lacks a profound understanding of matrimony. Furthermore, Chi-Chi likely believed that once they were wed, Goku would grasp the significance of both marriage and intimacy. There are those who argue that Goku, during the Super Era, became increasingly neglectful of his family, gradually transforming into a Saiyan warrior, while Vegeta evolved into a more earthly figure. Others assert that during this period, Goku embodies the essence of a martial arts master, yet in the Super timeline, his character seems to have faltered. In truth, I feel that even in the earlier period, Goku did not fully exhibit the demeanor of a master. Consider the time he spent away from life. His personality underwent a significant transformation upon his revival, did it not? Some contend that Goku is indifferent to his family. However, I reflect on the periods following the Frieza saga, when the subsequent arcs unfolded primarily on Earth. Each time, the stakes involved either the planet or the universe. This pattern persisted into the Super Era, leaving little opportunity for Goku to attend to domestic matters. Moreover, Vegeta, too, appears to be preoccupied, relying on Bulma's family wealth for sustenance, while Goku initially sought to earn a living for Chi-Chi. Although Goku may not fully grasp familial bonds, it is undeniable that when Dark Goku threatened to harm Chi-Chi and Goten, Goku's fury was palpable. Some argue that Goku treats everyone with equal disregard. Yet I find it challenging to refute this claim. When Goku faced despair at the hands of Beerus, his first thoughts turned to Chi-Chi, did they not? Thus, it is unjust to assert that Goku neglects his family or lacks affection for Chi-Chi. The essence of a Saiyan is to revel in combat. And had it not been for Goku's insistence on organizing the Tournament of Power, Xeno would have obliterated 7 universes. While this may be construed as the manga's effort to shield Goku from undue criticism, it is clear that even in his reckless moments, Goku can swiftly rectify matters when the situation demands it. For instance, during the Cell Saga, when Gohan disregarded Goku's counsel in his eagerness for battle, it was ultimately Goku who teleported Cell away. Even if Goku is not above reproach, it is essential to remember that Akira Toriyama's initial vision was to craft Goku's narrative akin to that of Dragon Ball Super. Chapter 55, Daily Life Part 2. As Mo Fan and Tsubai arrived in the Monster Girl universe, they encountered a group sprawled across the sand in slumber. Nearby, beneath a coconut tree, Akira and Jaden sat, gazing at the luminous moon above. Once Tsubai wriggled free from Mo Fan's embrace, she huffed and declared, "This system no longer wishes to engage with you." With that, she retreated into the confines of the system space. Mo Fan observed her disappearance with a smile, saying nothing, and gradually settled beside Akira. Akira turned to Mo Fan and sighed, I truly hope we can remain carefree like this in the future." Akira, your thoughts are commendable, but do you possess a feasible approach to realize them? Hey, Mo Fan, why do you say that? I was merely contemplating the fact that food requires money, clothing demands funds, and everything necessitates expenditure, does it not? Hence, joy exists only in fleeting moments, and it is essential to cherish the present. Mo Fan turned to glance at Akira, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. Akira felt an inexplicable warmth in her face, while Jedon, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, responded to Mo Fan's words. Indeed, Mo Fan, you are correct, yet why do those affluent children experience distress? Is it not due to their excessive wealth, leaving them aimless and restless? Furthermore, do not the parents of the wealthy tend to indulge their offspring? After all, having acquired wealth with great difficulty, is it not justifiable to reward one's progeny? Jedon found himself at a loss for words, struck by Mo Fan's reasoning. Mo Fan chuckled softly at the unexpected silence his words had evoked in Jedon, rising from the sand to brush off the grains that clung to him. He approached Gamora, who lay sprawled across the beach, fast asleep, and cradled her in his arms before settling both of them onto a sun lounger. Summoning a blanket from his earring space, he draped it over himself and Gamora. As Gamora felt the sudden warmth, she instinctively tightened her embrace around Mo Fan, who smiled and rested his chin atop her head as she drifted sweetly into slumber. The following morning, Gamora groggily awakened, her face nestled against Mo Fan's chest. Startled, she quickly rose from his embrace. Mo Fan, roused by her movement, opened his eyes to find Gamora's face flushed. He playfully pinched her impossibly soft cheek. "Good morning, Mo Fan," she greeted. Just then, Zero, having just emerged from the tender embrace of Piggyman, caught sight of the awkward interaction between Mo Fan and Gamora, hastily lowering his gaze to the sleeping Piggyman in his arms. Mo Fan and Gamora exchanged glances, and Mo Fan noticed her face growing increasingly crimson, until she eventually buried it against his chest. Belial, observing Gamora's bashfulness, remarked, "TFK, with such timidity, how could you vie for Mo Fan? You still have much to learn." As Mo Fan noticed Belial preparing to further tease Gamora, he interjected, "All right, let us converse amicably. No need for discord." With Belial's teasing subsiding, Mo Fan sat up on the sun lounger and suggested, "Zero, how about we visit your place today?" "Hey, Montauk Fen, are you coming to our side?" Zero inquired. Why not? Let us go, Mo Fan replied, conjuring a dimensional portal capable of accommodating 10 people before turning to the monster girls behind him and asking, do you wish to join us? Chapter 56, Daily Life 3. The Land of Light. Mo Fan teleported to the heart of the Land of Light, where Gamora and Miklas, upon witnessing the shimmering beauty of the realm, exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." When Belial arrived in the Land of Light, he immediately sensed numerous gazes filled with fear and anger directed towards him. Merely exuding a fraction of his aura was sufficient to deter those hostile stares. At that moment, the first generation hurriedly flew over from the headquarters of the Ultra Police. As he arrived at the scene, he felt the potent energy radiating from Belial. After casting a glance at Belial, Mofin noted that Belial had retracted the imposing pressure he had just emitted. Upon seeing Mofin, the first generation quickly approached and inquired, "Mofin, may I ask why you summoned Belial?" Mofin surveyed Gamora and Miklas, who were peering around curiously, and turned back to the first generation, asking, "What's the matter? First generation? Is there an issue with my decision to bring Belial forth?" Upon hearing Mofin's words, the first generation sighed and was about to turn away when he suddenly noticed the cold demeanor of Vegito behind Mofin. Mofin, observing the first generation fixating on Vegito, jested, "Oh, first generation, perhaps you should consider finding a girlfriend? Look at Seven. He has already a father." The first generation, clearing his throat in response to Mofin's teasing, replied, "All right, Mofin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As the first generation gradually departed, Mofin turned to Zero and asked, "Zero, would you like me to take you for some training?" Zero, taken aback by Mofin's sudden offer, replied, "Hey Mofin, why are you so eager to train me today? I'm just rather bored." Mofin casually conjured a portal of light and stepped through it, with Zero closely following. Before departing, Mofin turned back to Gamora and Vegito, instructing, "Gamora, Vegito, keep an eye on the others. At the very least, avoid causing any chaos. Here, in the Land of Light, I am nearly the foremost in terms of combat prowess. If anything arises, simply seek out the Ultra Father at the highest point of our realm, and remember to mention my name." After uttering these words, Mofin entered the hyperbolic time chamber. As Zero stepped inside, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming gravitational force that made it difficult for him to breathe. Mofin assessed the gravity within the chamber, noting that the previously established tenfold pressure of Justice's mental light had been altered to ensure that each entry would challenge his maximum threshold of endurance. After gathering his strength, Mofin rose from the ground and turned to Zero, asking, "How are you holding up, Zero?" Zero, struggling to rise from the floor, recalled how Mofin's previous outburst had inspired a similar reaction from him. However, unlike Mofin, Zero transformed into a robust solar form. After bouncing around a bit, Zero addressed Mofin. "Oh, Mofin, are you ready now?" Mofin nodded and assumed a stance, instantly teleporting to Zero's rear. As he prepared to deliver a punch to Zero's neck, Zero swiftly countered, blocking Mofin's strike. Noticing that his attack had been intercepted, Mofin pivoted and unleashed a rapid kick to Zero's waist, causing Zero to relinquish his grip on Mofin. Mo Fan executed a backflip, creating a slight distance between himself and Zero. Zero rubbed his waist, which had been painfully struck by Mo Fan's kick, and remarked, "Mo Fan, please refrain from hitting so hard next time, especially in such a sensitive area." However, Mo Fan paid no heed to Zero's words and swiftly approached him, delivering a punch aimed at Zero's chest. Zero quickly crossed his arms to block the blow. In a separate narrative, Chuanxing found himself unexpectedly transported to an alternate realm, his vitality surging to the point where he struggled to breathe. As he instinctively closed his eyes, upon reopening them, he discovered himself on a vast expanse of verdant grass. The fragrant aroma of the meadow enveloped him as a mechanical voice echoed, "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it?" Still recovering from his recent demise, Chuanxing exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, am I dead? If so, I no longer have to endure that dreadful job or suffer from the frustrations of Mihei's lottery system. Ha ha! Indeed, I should claim this beginner's gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have opened the beginner's gift package and received powerful self-healing, fluency in 10 languages, the elemental eye of earth, and bloodline evolution." As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Chuanxing's veins, causing him to feel unwell and collapse to the ground. Hours later, upon regaining consciousness, he sensed an immense strength within him. He pinched his own face and turned to a nearby stream, eager to observe the changes brought on by the new bloodline he had absorbed. Chuanxing's once tall and robust figure had transformed into a diminutive, white-haired, rosy-cheeked youth, exuding an inexplicable charm that seemed to invite others to adore him, though he himself remained oblivious to this allure. After pouring some water from his canteen to wash his face, he gazed at his oversized clothing, a remnant of his previous stature, and inquired, "System, are you there?" Ding. The system is present to respond to the host. "System, may I inquire if there are suitable garments for me? And what capabilities do you possess?" Ding. Host, clothing has been allocated within the system's space. This system can assist the host in enhancing charm and improving combat prowess. Listening to the system's explanation, Chuanxing rummaged through the system's space to don the prepared attire. He then asked, "So, system, where exactly am I now?" Ding. The host is currently situated on a grassland in Liyue. Rising to his feet, Chuanxing clenched his fists, contemplating the enchanting figures of Kaching, Hu Tao, and Ganyu awaiting his arrival in Teyvat's realm. As he envisioned these delightful moments, he set forth in the direction of Liyue. Yet in a realm where the stars remain unseen, a pair of eyes high above gazes intently at the intricate dance of the celestial bodies. A silver-haired woman reclines upon her bed, mesmerized by the trajectory of the stars, murmuring with fervor, "Ha ha ha, oh stars, you can only be with me. No one else can. Wait for me, stars. I shall soon emerge to meet you." Meanwhile, the young man guarding the silver-haired woman calls out, "Hey, quiet down in there." Sienna. Upon hearing the voice of her warden, Sienna's previous delirium dissipates, replaced by calmness. Chapter 57. A Surge in Power. Millennia later, Mo Fan rises from the ground, observing a breathless Zero, and teasingly remarks, "Oh dear Zero, what has happened to you?" Mo Fan, do not mock. "Your training is quite exhausting," Zero replies, struggling to regain his feet. At that moment, Mo Fan hears the voice of the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have formed a bond with Zero, acquiring threefold power in Zero's ultimate form." Instantly, Mo Fan feels an immense surge of strength within him, enhanced thrice beyond his previous capabilities. He has now nearly attained the full power of all of Zero's forms. Subsequently, he addresses Zero. All right. It has been several millennia since we ventured out." Zero nods in agreement, and Mo Fan carves an opening before them, both stepping through the threshold together. Decades later, Gamora and King Red stroll through the culinary streets of Ban City. As Gamora savors grilled squid, he suddenly freezes, lifting his gaze to a distant eruption of power. Jaden, too, senses something amiss. The source of the explosion reveals itself as Akira, who urges Jaden to accompany him. Ultimately, Jaden, unable to resist Akira's persistent pleas, relents and heads toward the site of the disturbance. In a barren expanse, Mo Fan and Zero have just emerged from the Spirit Time House when they spot Jaden and Akira hurtling toward them. After waving at Jaden, he gradually reduces his speed, landing before Mo Fan to inquire, "Mo Fan, was the recent eruption initiated by you?" Mo Fan nods, but notices Akira, who is poised for combat behind Jaden, causing him to express his confusion. Can someone tell me what Akira intends to do?" Hearing Mo Fan's voice, Akira relaxes from his battle-ready stance. Mo Fan closes his eyes, attuning himself to the energies on Earth, then opens them with a puzzled expression. "Jaden, where is Belial? Why can I not sense her presence? She has ventured to another universe. None know her whereabouts now," Jaden responds. Mo Fan acknowledges this with a nod and waves his hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind. I shall seek out Gamora. Farewell." As Zero observed Mo Fan pursuing his beloved, he realized it was time for him to seek out Pigmon. Following Mo Fan's lead, he waved goodbye to Jaden and Akira before soaring towards the headquarters. Upon Mo Fan's instantaneous arrival at Gamora's location, he was met with a fist poised to strike. Reacting swiftly, Mo Fan raised his palm to block the impending blow. King Red, sensing an unusual force upon impact, was propelled backward, dispersing the smoke. As the haze cleared, he found Mo Fan standing directly before him. Mo Fan glanced back at Gamora, who was hiding behind him, and remarked, "Gamora, please tell me you two are not in training." Gamora could only respond with an awkward smile, attempting to deflect Mo Fan's inquiry. "Oh, ha. No. King Red was merely," Gamora stammered. Observing Gamora's faltering words, Mo Fan chuckled and affectionately ruffled Gamora's hair. In a separate vignette, as the constellation of stars made their way towards Liyue, they suddenly felt an itch along their spine. Turning to look behind them, they found nothing amiss and shrugged it off, pondering, "It should be nothing. I must be the only one crossing over, right?" While walking, an ominous black beast suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket, lunging towards them with claws bared. Quickly summoning the Eye of Geo, The constellation conjured a spear and a wall to block the beast's assault. After repelling the attack, they dashed behind the creature, driving the spear into its neck. As the spear pierced the beast's vital spot, it thrashed violently, attempting to escape the constellation's grasp. Fortunately, with the aid of the system, the constellation found themselves capable of overcoming the frenzied beast, which would have been impossible in previous encounters. After a moment, feeling the beast's strength waning beneath them, the constellation decisively gripped the spear with both hands and swiftly severed the creature's neck. Zhongli looked, a girl in need of assistance. From a distance, the constellation heard a voice that sent a shiver down their spine. Turning around, they saw Zhongli, the Geo Archon, wielding a spear, accompanied by a girl clad in a gradient of blue and white. Rushing to express their gratitude, the constellation clasped their hands and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Archon Zhongli, for your timely rescue. Also, I am male, not female." The girl, upon hearing their words, momentarily froze in her smile, but soon regained composure and inquired, "May I ask your name, young man, and what brings you here?" The constellation, overwhelmed with countless potential responses, struggled to formulate a suitable reply and finally stated, "I am merely wandering through this world, wishing to explore. My name is Qiwenxing." Upon hearing this, the girl grasped Qiwenxing's hand and replied, "Hello, I am Guizhong. If you wish to explore our vicinity, I will be delighted to guide you." At this moment, the sound of the system echoed in the ears of the starry sky. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your affinity with Guizhong has increased by 1, bringing your current affinity to 11. And you have acquired the power of the Eye of the Water God, valued at 110. Guizhong continued to pull Guizhong through the wilderness. Yet upon hearing the system's announcement, Guizhong silently mused, "Is this system trying to play games?" Ding! Responding to the host, Growing impatient, Starry Sky shut off the system and gazed at Guizhong, who was pulling him along. He quietly inhaled the fragrance of the glass lily emanating from Guizhong. When Guizhong turned to face him, he saw Starry Sky gazing at him intently and smiled, asking, "What do you think? Am I good-looking, Starry Sky?" Chapter 58, Arrival in the Parallel Universe. Mo Fan observed the slowly retreating King Red and remarked, "So? Is that so?" The king could only nod awkwardly. Mo Fan rubbed his forehead and turned to Gamora, who was drenched in cold sweat, saying, "Ah, Gamora, I'm about to travel to another universe." Hearing this, Gamora looked up and inquired, "Hey, Mo Fan, why do you want to go to another universe? Why not stay here? It's not that I won't return. I just need to step outside for a bit." Mo Fan gently ruffled Gamora's head, reassuring him, "It's all right, Gamora. I will come back. I haven't been away from the Land of Light for too long, have I?" Mo Fan had initially planned to finish his conversation with Gamora and then embark on his cosmic adventure. However, Gamora insisted on spending a few more days on Earth before his departure. Reluctantly, Mo Fan acquiesced to Gamora's wishes and wandered through Osaka repeatedly. Finally, with a heavy backpack, he stood on a vast meadow. With tears in his eyes, Gamora waved goodbye before turning away into the distance. Mo Fan smiled helplessly, placing his finger on his forehead. And before leaving, he said to Gamora, "I will return, goodbye." With that, Mo Fan instantly teleported into the passageway of the parallel universe. Gamora looked back at the spot where Mo Fan had vanished, muttering, "Humph, Mo Fan, I will hate you for a lifetime." Within the parallel universe tunnel, Mo Fan walked through, observing the names inscribed on the walls, most of which were monsters. He reached a tunnel entrance labeled Ultraman Galaxy Fight. Contemplating his current state, despite possessing 3 times the power of Zero in its complete form and lacking other Ultraman abilities, Mo Fan decided to step into the Ultraman Galaxy Fight. On a distant planet, Ace and Jed crashed heavily against the wall. Jed, half kneeling on the ground, gazed at the 2 dark giants emanating a sinister aura, identical to himself and Ace, and said, "They're incredibly strong. They have absorbed our light energy, amplifying their dark power." In the distance, Dark Jed and Dark X began to unleash their ultimate techniques. The Dark Cross Shockwave and Dark Vanadium Ray from Dark Jed and Dark X surged towards the already gravely injured Jed and X. In a desperate bid, Jed and X summoned their Ultra Barriers, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the 2 formidable attacks. The impact reverberated through the air. After witnessing the fallen forms of Jed and X, Dark Jed and Dark X soared away into the distance. Meanwhile on Earth, Gogeta directed a beam of light towards a distant boulder, recalling the encouraging words of his 2 elder brothers. He thought to himself, "With Huahai and Yonghai abroad for their studies, it is my duty to protect Lingxiang City." At that moment, a portal suddenly opened above Gogeta, from which emerged Zero and an individual strikingly similar to Ultraman. As Gogeta pondered the situation, Zero leaped directly in front of him, commanding, "Come with me." "Hey, isn't that a bit sudden?" "We just met," Gogeta replied. From the site of the explosion, the Ultraman lookalike dispelled the smoke with a wave of his hand, pointing at Gogeta and saying, "Hand her over to me." Zero shielded Gogeta, facing the Ultraman lookalike and declaring, "Ultra Dark Killer." Hiding behind Zero, Gogeta remarked sarcastically, "What kind of attitude is that for our first meeting?" The Ultra Dark Killer raised his hands to his chest, a dark orb slowly forming there as he charged his energy, intoning, "Descend into the infinite abyss of darkness." Zero, witnessing the formidable dark energy wave rushing toward him, quickly shielded Gogeta. Upon being struck, a dark portal materialized before Zero, and both he and Gogeta were drawn into it. At the headquarters of the Cosmic Guard in the Land of Light, Rosso and Blue had just arrived when they instinctively struck their signature poses. However, it wasn't long before they realized their surroundings. Rosso pointed at Blue, exclaiming, "Why, weren't you studying design in Milan?" No. You were conducting research at a university in California, weren't you? By the way, where are we? Why have you transformed?" Blue retorted. "But aren't you different too?" he added. Upon hearing Rosso's words, Blue glanced at himself, noting that he was in the same state as Rosso. From afar, 6 Ultramen approached, with the foremost one addressing them. "Rosso Ultraman, Blue Ultraman, I suspect you are quite bewildered by the sudden turn of events. You are now in the homeland of Ultramen, the Land of Light, and we are members of the Cosmic Guard." Cosmic Guard? In a boundless, dark expanse, Gogeta surveyed the all-consuming darkness surrounding him and questioned, "What is this place?" Zero explained to Gogeta, "It appears we are ensnared in the Dark Assassin's realm he has constructed, and the ominous energy pervading this space is siphoning our vitality. Alas, will we perish if this continues?" Observing Gogeta's anxious demeanor, Zero reassured him, "Do not fret. Someone will surely come to our rescue. Trust in me." For camaraderie is an essential quality of Ultraman. At this juncture, Zero introduced himself, saying, "I am Zero the Ultraman." Gogeta replied, "I am Gogeta. I hope to rely on your support." As he spoke, Gogeta extended his left hand into a fist towards Zero, who mirrored the gesture with his right hand. Gogeta then struck his fist downwards and upwards before concluding with a clap. Suddenly, Zero recalled the actions of the Ultraman assassin and inquired, "By the way, why is he fixated on you? Do you have any inkling?" After a moment of contemplation, Gogeta responded, "I do not know." Meanwhile, in the Land of Light, Taro addressed Rosso and Blue, stating, "I will be direct. Your sister, Gogeta Ultraman, has been abducted." Rosso, taken aback by Taro's revelation, exclaimed, "What did you say?" "Her kidnapping is what we have been pursuing, perpetrated by the dark entity known as the Ultraman Dark Assassin. We have previously defeated him, but he has resurfaced and is now targeting your sister. Consequently, we dispatched Zero Ultraman to protect her, but we have lost all contact with him." Upon hearing Taro mention the inability to reach Zero, Rosso interjected, "Wait a moment. This Ultraman Dark Assassin and Zero Ultraman are entirely new to me. I'm struggling to keep pace." Blue, focusing on the crux of the matter, comforted his brother. "Regardless, if this is true, we must hasten to her aid." Taro turned to Rosso and Blue, who were preparing to confront the Dark Assassin, cautioning, "That fellow is quite formidable. You must not act recklessly." Watching the two youths swiftly ascend into the distance, Taro reflected, "Ah, the vigor of youth cannot be quelled." He then pivoted, directing his Ultraman signature towards the mirror behind him. At that moment, a figure, roughly at Taro's ankle height, emerged from around the corner. Fan looked up at Taro and remarked, "Taro, are you truly at ease allowing them to proceed? Do not forget that their amalgamation still renders them incapable of triumph." Zero chuckled at Fan's words, replying, "If it were anyone else saying this, I might believe it, but Fan, do you truly think I would?" As Fan waved dismissively and turned to depart towards the outside of the Land of Light, he offered a parting remark to Taro. "Taro, remember your choice." Chapter 58. The Appearance of Fan. Meanwhile, on Planet 50, Orb was patrolling, reflecting upon the place where he first gained his powers, musing, "The baptism of life. Indeed, this can also bring serenity to one's heart." At that moment, a rift suddenly opened beside them, and from within emerged Dark Jed and Dark X. Both unleashed waves of dark energy, prompting Orb to swiftly raise the Orb Holy Sword to shield himself from the onslaught. Before Orb could discern the identities of his assailants, Dark Jed and Dark X soared directly before him. Staring at them in disbelief, Orb exclaimed, Elder X and Jed. Before Orb could finish his sentence, Dark Jed lunged forward, striking Orb with a fierce punch, which Orb barely managed to deflect with his sword. Dark X followed suit, launching a kick aimed at Orb's chest, intent on knocking him to the ground. Orb quickly rolled out of harm's way. Sensing the overwhelming dark aura radiating from Dark Jed and Dark X, Orb questioned, What manner of beings are you? With determination, he unleashed a concentrated burst of energy from the Orb Holy Sword towards Dark Jed and Dark X. As Jed evaded the attack, he seized Orb around the waist. Orb retaliated by striking Dark Jed's back with the Holy Sword. Observing Orb in a vulnerable position, Dark X charged forward, ready to deliver a devastating blow, only to be thwarted by Orb's timely defense with the sword. After repelling both foes, a brilliant flash of white light enveloped Orb, transforming him into his radiant form. He grasped Dark Jed's attacking arm, twisting it behind his back, and delivered a powerful punch to Jed's spine. Seizing the moment when Dark Jed was momentarily stunned, Orb kicked him away. In a swift maneuver, Orb leaped and aimed a punch at Dark X, but was suddenly sent flying by a kick from the now-recovered Dark Jed. As Orb regained his footing, he was met with several incoming energy waves and quickly unleashed the Jetosium beam. With a resounding explosion, Orb leaped into the air amidst the flames, transformed into his dazzling form, and declared Galactic X Critical Strike. Dark X, in turn, executed a distinct maneuver, releasing a potent beam of dark energy that surpassed Orb's attack. As Dark Jed attempted to land a kick on Orb, he instinctively raised his arms to block the assault, then countered with a kick imbued with electric energy aimed at Dark X, grabbing Dark Jed's attacking arm. Orb delivered a punch charged with lightning towards Jed's chest, skillfully dodging a surprise attack from Dark X behind him. Just as Orb's kick connected with Dark Jed, Dark X capitalized on the distraction, encircling Orb from behind, with Dark Jed joining in the effort. Realizing he could not break free, Orb transformed into a beam of light, shifting into his Gale form, and unleashed a storm of rapid strikes with the Gale Spear to harass both Dark Jed and Dark X. In response, Dark Jed launched a sonic attack, while Dark X summoned a wave of energy, sending Orb crashing to the ground. As Orb was hurled to the ground, his transformation was abruptly undone. He gazed at the two figures approaching him, astonished that their strength mirrored his own, further amplified by dark powers. Dark X8 and Dark Jed paid no heed to Orb's words, slowly raising their hands to unleash a mysterious beam of light that began to siphon off some of Orb's energy. Suddenly, with a resounding impact, Dark Jed and Dark X8, having just absorbed Orb's energy, were sent flying by an unexpected kick. Lin Fan, observing Orb, who lay dazed on the ground, remarked, All right, get up. I'll tend to your wounds. Struggling to rise, Orb looked at Lin Fan and inquired, Who are you? Unperturbed, Lin Fan effortlessly deflected the light waves emitted by Dark Jed and Dark X8 while explaining, Well, I can be considered a friend of your Light Nation, or rather, what should not be termed as the Light Nation. Just as Orb sighed in relief, he turned to see Dark Jed and Dark X8 charging towards Lin Fan to attack. Before Orb could utter a warning, Lin Fan delivered a punch that scattered the two towering adversaries. With a mechanical turn of his head, Lin Fan smiled at Orb, releasing his hand from the healing process, and said, No need to worry, just ask Taro, and you will grasp the situation. Lin Fan then elaborated on their current predicament. Meanwhile, in another part of the cosmos, Rosso and Blue were searching for their sister. Rosso gazed into the vast expanse of space and pondered, Where shall we begin our search? If we concentrate, we should be able to sense the waves of the rising sun. Rosso, bemused by his brother's familiar rhetoric, retorted, There you go again with that fighting spirit of yours. Just as they conversed, a dark energy beam struck Rosso and Blue, causing them to plummet to the planet below. They landed on a world known as the Water Planet, Lacerda, where a monstrous creature exhaled chilling air towards the indigenous inhabitants. At that moment, a voice rang out, Libet Kick. A silver-clad Ultraman, wielding a small shield on his left arm, confronted the beast. He declared, Galactic Rescue Team, Ultraman Libet mobilized. With that proclamation, Libet delivered a kick to the creature, swiftly turning to strike its chest with a knife-hand blow. After blocking the creature's counterattack with his shield, he advanced to ensnare the beast's onslaught, delivering a blow to its neck. Subsequently, Libet kicked towards the creature's abdomen, launching it into the air before forming his hands into a cross shape and proclaiming, Galactic Shumray. Upon witnessing the monster's defeat, the indigenous people emerged from behind the trees, rejoicing in their newfound victory. Libet knelt before them, stating, There's no need for thanks. Protecting and rescuing the vulnerable is the mission of our galactic rescue team. However, Libet sensed a force behind him. Turning around, he beheld the Ultraman's signature sent by Taro. After reading the signature, Libet remarked, "It seems that significant events are about to unfold." Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Rosso, having just recovered from a fall, Rosso and Blue lifted their heads to see a rather peculiar figure approaching them, transcending time and space, unleashing terror across all parallel worlds. "I am the transcendent demon god, Ataruga." Rosso rose to his feet and addressed Ataruga, saying, "We have urgent matters to attend to. Do not interfere. I was resurrected solely to instill fear upon you." Ataruga retorted, charging towards Rosso and Blue. At that moment, a voice echoed darkness. A series of dark luminescent screens materialized, transforming into cards that locked onto Ataruga. As Ataruga prepared to evade the impending attack, he found himself unable to move. Boom! A swift shadow of darkness surged through Ataruga's form, resulting in an explosive impact. Rosso and Blue, witnessing the aftermath, observed a figure resembling an ordinary human standing behind Ataruga. Fan turned around and said to Blue and Rosso, "Let us proceed to the land of light. Now you understand why Taro forbade your departure. I shall explain what has transpired along the way." On their journey back, Rosso inquired, "Fan, may I ask what that form of yours was?" "You could interpret it as my Kamen Rider form," Fan replied. "And what of that being named Ataruga? Is he dead?" Fan shook his head and said, "No, he still lives. However, it will be a considerable time before he can take action again. If that's the case, I shall head to Jeed. You should remember the way back." Similar events have occurred there as well. Meanwhile, at Jeed's location, Jeed attempted to rise from the ground, but, due to his serious injuries, found himself collapsing once more. Weakly, he uttered, "We must quickly inform everyone of his intentions." From a distance, a solemn voice echoed, "Do you believe you can escape?" Jeed and X raised their heads to see a figure entirely cloaked in darkness, a massive emblem emblazoned upon its chest. The dark giant addressed Jeed and X, stating, "I shall halt your time and guide you to the eternal paradise." At that moment, a radiant Ultraman descended beside the dark giant, immediately restraining its arm. The Ultraman, astonished, gazed at the dark giant and exclaimed, "I never expected you to be resurrected as well." Recognizing the giant before him, X declared, "Galaxia." Hearing X utter the name of the Ultraman, Jeed exclaimed, "So you are Galaxia? It appears that the sins we bore from the Dark Fire War are not so easily severed. Since you are my adversary, I shall not hold back." As Fan observed the battle between the Milky Way and the Dark Giant from a distance, he sighed. "It appears that every galaxy in the universe is merely a fragment of the true Milky Way. That Lugiere seems to mimic your movements quite closely, much like the original. Alas, since the true Milky Way departed, the galaxy under Shao Guang's control has weakened considerably. It should not be so feeble as to be unwatchable." While Fan spoke, he suddenly felt his consciousness being drawn into another realm. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a vast void, facing the embodiment of the Milky Way. With his arms crossed, he gazed at the true Milky Way with keen interest and remarked, "Oh, what brings me here so suddenly? Moreover, wasn't your consciousness on the verge of dissipating?" The true Milky Way turned to Fan and inquired, Fan, would you like to accept all of my power?" Instantly on guard, Fan considered the proposition and replied, "Speak, what are the conditions? I find it hard to believe you would so readily bestow your entire power upon another." The true Milky Way chuckled softly. "I anticipated you would respond this way. Fan, I have been observing your actions over the years and have come to realize that you do not belong to this universe, nor should you be part of this worldview. Am I correct, Wujite?" Fan laughed heartily. "You wish to hasten this process? Indeed, I am not of this worldview. Do not tell me that this is your justification for granting me your entire power." Shaking his head, the true Milky Way turned away and summoned a screen with a casual wave of his hand. Fan was astonished as he beheld the screen, which displayed the fate of all galaxies across the multiverse. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his own narrative, vividly chronicling his journey from Dragon Ball to the present. The true Milky Way and Fan exchanged knowing smiles, with the former stating, "I have observed your motives." With a resigned sigh, Fan acquiesced, "Very well, I accept." After nodding in acknowledgement, the true Milky Way dissipated, and Fan felt an immense surge of power erupting from within him. Chapter 59. Reunion. Taking a deep breath, Fan attempted to quell the restless energy that surged within him after absorbing the true Milky Way's essence, suppressing it to a level of 1. With a flick of his wrist, he opened a rift in the previously boundless darkness before him. Hastily, he utilized time manipulation to retract his attack just before it was unleashed. He calculated that the power of the true Milky Way was comparable to that of Seiya. Meanwhile, on another front, after sending Lugiere flying with a Milky Way fireball, the Milky Way pivoted and wielded the Milky Way light sword to parry Lugiere's incoming punch. Lugiere transformed his fist into a claw, seizing the light sword with one hand while channeling dark energy through the other to strike at the Milky Way's abdomen. The Milky Way swiftly dissipated the energy from the sword and evaded Lugiere's assault. Lugiere taunted, "Is this all you are capable of?" Gazing into the distance at the already tumultuous battlefield of the galaxy and Rukiel, Ix trembled as he rose unsteadily from the ground and remarked, "We can no longer afford a delay. What say you, Jeed? Alas, should we falter here, we would tarnish our illustrious name as Ultra." Subsequently, both Jeed and Ix unleashed their formidable attacks, the tenfold shockwave and the Zana dim light, directly targeting the still-dazed Rukiel. Galaxy swiftly approached Ix and Jeed, stating, "All right, everyone is waiting for us. Galaxy, might I expedite your journey to the Land of Light?" At this moment, Mo Fan, who had just emerged from a spatial summoning by Galaxy, overheard her words. Turning to see Mo Fan floating in the air with a bemused expression, he scratched his head and said, "No need to worry too much, Mo Fan." Mo Fan had conjured a gigantic dimensional wall before him, and, slightly turning his head, noticed the hesitant Jeed and inquired, "Is there something you wish to express, Jeed?" Well, Mo Fan Senpai, why do you bear the aura of my father?" Mo Fan, scratching his head upon hearing this, replied, "Well, I'll tell you later. It's not something you need to know right now." With that, he stepped into the dimensional wall, followed closely by Jeed. Upon returning to the Land of Light, Mo Fan observed Libet reporting to Taro. "The mission has been accomplished. Commander Taro," Libet then requested, "might I ask for another favor? I have already dispatched the Galaxy Rescue Team to locate them. They should have returned by now." Just then, Mo Fan's voice echoed. Taro and Libet turned to see Mo Fan hovering before them. After a brief greeting from Taro, Mo Fan glanced at him before shifting his gaze to the astonished Jeed, who was taken aback by the sight of the Land of Light. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan said, "Jeed, I shall take you to a place where I can elucidate why you sensed Belial's essence on me." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Jeed followed him towards a corner of the Land of Light. Mo Fan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "This is a lengthy tale. Allow me to explain it to you slowly." "Oh, what do you mean, Mo Fan? Shouldn't it be Mo Fan Senpai? Is this truly the case?" Suddenly, Jeed felt a sharp pain in his head and turned to see the defeated Belial, now appearing as a girl, radiating a power far greater than the Belial he was familiar with. Mo Fan addressed Belial, saying, "Oh, what brings you here? Why not seek out Gamora and nurture the bond between you two? At least when you encounter each other upon your return, there will be no quarrels." "Is this the other universe you speak of, my son? It seems rather weak, and do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes, Mo Fan." Mo Fan smiled, and in an instant, a burst of white light enveloped him, causing his stature to heighten significantly. The aura he emanated was far more potent than before. Now, Mo Fan had harnessed the strength of giants, bringing him to a height akin to that of Ultraman. After transforming, he immediately embraced Belial, leaving Galaxy and the others, who had rushed over to investigate the sudden surge of power, momentarily speechless upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 60. The Final Showdown. "Hey, Mo Fan, who is this person?" Galaxy inquired, gazing at Mo Fan as he held Belial. Mo Fan, feeling a bit awkward, released Belial and explained, "This is Belial, but from an alternate universe." Noticing Belial's previous tension, Taro sighed in relief at Mo Fan's words. Suddenly, Mo Fan seemed to recall something. "All right, during the climactic battle, I need to absorb the power of the Dark Killer. No, it should be considered a puppet of his resurrection. What do you need the Ultraman Dark Killer for?" Mo Fan chuckled and replied, "As long as the Dark Killer can replicate others, I am quite interested in that ability. While I can also do so, I am limited to reviving only the deceased. Are you suggesting that Taro and the others should be killed before being revived by me? Wouldn't it be better if I resurrected you after reviving the Dark Killer, facing you anew?" Mo Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Galaxy, who promptly understood his intent and stepped forward. "This matter must be discussed with Taro. Allow me to elaborate on the purpose of the Ultraman Dark Killer." After a moment of contemplation, Galaxy continued, "Our current enemy, the Dark Killer, is a confluence of the resentment from monsters and extraterrestrials once defeated by the Ultraman brothers. At this juncture, Taro added, with the assistance of my brothers, I once vanquished him using the Ultraman bomb. However, the Dark Killer has returned, accompanied by Lucille and Idaruga. Simultaneously, on a planet shrouded in darkness and oppression, within a dark palace. Dark X and Dark Jed manipulated a crimson orb infused with the dark plasma energy of the Ultraman Dark Killer, summoning a figure resembling Orb, yet cloaked in an aura of darkness and brutality. His eyes and chest radiated the same red luminescence as Dark Jed and Dark X, while his previously orb-like coloring had transformed into shades of black and gray. The silver-white accents on his chest had morphed into blue, and his face bore several claw-like blue decorations. The Ultraman Dark Killer surveyed the gradually forming ensemble and declared, our lineup is steadily reaching completion. I shall utilize them to obliterate all Ultramen. Just then Lucille interjected, Humph, do as you wish, but Galaxy is mine to deal with. I shall take victory. At that moment, a bolt of pitch-black lightning struck the immobile dark orb. As Rudiel and Adaluga turned to gaze at the individuals launching the bolts of lightning, their initial arrogance had dissipated. In the distance, a giant emanating an aura of darkness, with piercing crimson eyes, emerged slowly from a portal behind them and spoke. Do not forget our original purpose. The dark avatars of Galaxy Victor, Larasso, and Blue have yet to be created. Upon hearing the Shadow's words, the ultra-dark assassin replied with impatience. I am aware, yet I fail to comprehend why you are so intent on creating these dark avatars. The Shadow responded, it is merely to demonstrate that light and darkness, justice and evil, hold equal value. Let those ultras comprehend this. Moreover, there's a fellow named Mofin who is rumored to possess skills akin to yours. As the Shadow walked leisurely into the prison crafted by the ultra-dark assassin, he observed the two exhausted individuals seated on the ground and remarked, quite a picturesque scene. I assent it. Sero quickly rose to his feet, supporting Gorikyo behind him, and confronted the Shadow with a question. Are you the mastermind behind this? Why have you taken her? The Shadow, unfazed, explained, she possesses immense light. If that light merges with the two brothers, it will yield a mysterious power that could summon Grob Ultraman. Gorikyo feebly uttered so. Your interest in me is due to that. The Shadow let out a cold laugh, affirming, indeed, it is to prevent the troublesome Grob from appearing. Hearing this, Gorikyo fell into self-reproach, lamenting, how could this happen? It is my fault that my brother and Sero are in peril. Sero suddenly noticed that Gorikyo's timer emitted a new burst of energy, and he swiftly steadied the wobbling Gorikyo. The Shadow, observing Gorikyo's frail state, chuckled and turned towards the exit, stating, soon, perhaps by tomorrow, we shall declare war on the Ultras. In a land of light, Mofin addressed the new generation of Ultras. Alas, I shall take you for training. Otherwise, you remain too weak. Larasso and Blue stepped forward, asserting, why are we not rescuing my sister? What are we waiting for? Mofin smiled and replied, do you truly believe you can prevail? Without the addition of Galaxy and Victory, do you think you stand a chance against the adversary? His words rendered the group, who were about to question Mofin further, speechless. At that moment, Galaxy inquired, then Mofin, do you possess a viable solution? Mofin merely snapped his fingers, summoning a portal before him, and said to the new generation, step inside. Time flows differently here. One day outside equates to approximately 1,000 years within. Therefore, hasten and train, and after half a day, we shall embark on our quest. He added, by the way, you will all spar with me in each of your forms. I shall train you thoroughly. As Lin Fan and the new generation of Ultramen stepped into the time room, Taro wore an expression of hesitation, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he turned away, reluctantly making his way toward the galactic rescue team within the Land of Light. Inside the time room, the sound of fists echoed, thud, thud, thud. After blocking an incoming punch, Lin Fan sent Jeed flying with a kick, then swiftly turned to grasp the approaching combat device. Addressing Belial, he exclaimed, you can't be serious. Before he could finish his sentence, several beams of light erupted from a distance as Jeed unleashed his attack, prompting Lin Fan to dodge hastily. Meanwhile, the others, who were sprawled on the ground, catching their breath, observed the seamless coordination between Jeed and Belial. Rising from the ground, Galaxy remarked, I never expected that despite being in a female form, Belial is just as formidable as us male Ultramen. Therefore, we must not bring shame upon our kind. With that, Galaxy charged forward once more, engaging in combat alongside Lin Fan. Thus, after over 600 years, Lin Fan heard the system's notification, ding. Congratulations. Your extraordinary qualities have granted you triple the power of all forms of Galaxy. He felt an immense power surging within him, yet he managed to suppress it to merely 1%. Mo Fan was now capable of compressing the powers of the white god and the evil god, almost achieving a state akin to the dual polarities. Previously, he had resisted the divine powers due to the influence of the evil god, which had prevented him from merging the powers of the white god with the demonic form. Now, Mo Fan had fully integrated the evil god's power into the nutritional framework of the white god, establishing his most potent form as the white demon god, ranging from 5 stages. The stages were as follows: the first stage at 20 trillion times, the second at 40 trillion times, the third at 18 quadrillion times, the fourth at 360 million trillion times, and the fifth at 900 million trillion times. Mo Fan addressed the new generation, saying, "The training is nearly complete. It is time to depart." As soon as Mo Fan and the others exited the time room, they were greeted by the sight of the Dark Killer Ultraman standing prominently on a screen in the center of the Land of Light. The Dark Killer Ultraman proclaimed, "I am a Dark Killer Ultraman. If you wish to save Zero Ultraman and Bridge, come to the planet Tenebris." Chapter 61, The Final Battle. Rob and Blue were deeply troubled by the sight of their sister in distress. Taro recalled the planet mentioned by the Dark Killer Ultraman, stating, "The planet Tenebris is suffused with negative energy, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach." At that moment, X analyzed the situation, noting this is likely a trap. His goal is to siphon your light energy to create dark clones. Mo Fan observed the anxious expressions on Rosso and Blue and urged, "Let us move swiftly. There is no time to waste." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Blue and Rosso hurriedly set off toward Tenebris, but realizing they were unaware of its location, they turned to Galaxy and asked, "Seniors, could you lend us your aid?" Obu chuckled softly, suddenly recalling the events that had transpired on Earth, and remarked, "Fighting for the ones we love is certainly no trouble at all. I would never abandon my comrades." Galaxy, observing the unexpectedly despondent demeanor of his teammates, encouraged, "Come now. Do not be so downcast. After all, there's still Mo Fan, isn't there?" Mo Fan waved his hand dismissively and declared, "I'll handle the Dark Assassin. The rest of you should attend to your own matters. As for me, let us proceed to rescue Zero and Chaoyang." Before departing, Taro addressed the burgeoning generation heading towards the planet Tenebris, saying, "The new generation of Ultramen, we have gained yet another reliable ally." Meanwhile, in a shadowy space emanating a golden darkness, the previously seen silhouette regarded the approaching newcomers with a smirk, observing them intently. Within the Dark Empire, the Dark Ultraman sensed the aura of the newcomers and awaited their arrival, stating, "At last, the Ultramen have come." Upon reaching Tenebris, the new generation encountered 3 Dark Ultramen, Dark Jed, Dark X, and Dark Obu. Obu, facing his dark doppelganger, remarked, "So you've come knocking at my door? How convenient." Galaxy and the others prepared themselves and soared towards their dark counterparts. Obu, X, and Jed descended from the skies, intercepting the dark doppelgangers attempting to take flight. Obu addressed Galaxy, saying, "Leave the flanks to us. You must press on and return safely." Galaxy assured him, of course. As Galaxy, Victory, and the duo of Rosso and Baru arrived in the Dark Empire, they were confronted by the imposing figures of Lucille and Edaluga. Lucille declared to Galaxy, "I shall send you and Victory straight to hell." Galaxy stepped forward, shielding Baru behind him, and replied, "They have specifically sought us out. You should go after Gurikyo, and please take care of Zero as well." Just as Baru and Rosso entered the dark realm created by the Dark Assassin, they were unexpectedly struck by a surprise attack from the lurking Dark Assassin. Evasive of Rosso and Baru's assaults, the Dark Assassin proclaimed, "I will eradicate all Ultramen, including the 2 of you little brats." As the Dark Assassin prepared to unleash a devastating blow upon Baru and Rosso, a loud thud resonated. The Dark Assassin looked down to find Mo Fan had blocked the attack with his fist. Turning to Baru and Rosso, Mo Fan urged, "Get Zero and Gurikyo out of here, otherwise you'll encounter peril in this realm." Before Baru and Rosso could react, Mo Fan forcefully propelled Gurikyo along with the 2 of them out of the dark space. He turned to face the Dark Assassin, stating, "Now, this space contains only the 2 of us." Before the Ultra Dark Killer could react, an overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted from Mo Fan, propelling the Ultra Dark Killer several meters away. As the Ultra Dark Killer barely regained his footing, he beheld Mo Fan's eyes, now a blood-red hue, emanating a terrifying brutaloha. Outside, Orb wielded the Orb's sacred sword to block the Dark Orb's strike with his own Dark Orb sacred sword. He leaped back, sliding the sword adorned with symbols of wind, fire, earth, and water, ultimately channeling the power of the earth. With a decisive thrust, he planted the orb sacred sword into the ground, which then unleashed a surge of earthy lightning towards the dark orb. Unperturbed, the dark orb traced a circle in the sky before unleashing its ultimate move, the dark orb supreme sword strike, aimed at the earth-infused attack from orb. Meanwhile, Jed evaded a light wave unleashed by Dark Jed and retaliated with his own ultimate move, the cross shockwave, directed at Dark Jed. In a hurried response, Dark Jed activated the Ultra Barrier to block the incoming shockwave. As explosions illuminated the battlefield, Dark Jed took advantage of the chaos and soared towards Jed. Simultaneously, the four individuals recently blasted away by Mo Fan had just risen to their feet. Brew and Rosso rushed to assist Greebridge. In the distance, Zero observed Galaxy unleashing a Galaxy lightning strike towards Luciel. Luciel leaped into the air, firing dark light pellets at Galaxy, who executed a backflip to evade all incoming projectiles. Elsewhere, Victory equipped the Kin Gub bridge cannon, flying backward while firing beams at Adaluga. At that moment, an immense force surged from the space created by the ultra-dark killer, prompting everyone present to instinctively shield their eyes with their arms. When Galaxy and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves in the cosmos, only to witness the sudden disappearance of the planet Tenebris. As confusion enveloped Galaxy and the others regarding the planet's abrupt vanishing, Mo Fan appeared, aiding Zero as they ascended. With an expression of bewilderment on the faces of those around, Mo Fan announced, "The planet has been destroyed. It is time to leave. The ultra-dark killer and all he knew are gone, and I have replicated what I needed." This revelation startled Galaxy and Jed, while Victory, X, and others who approached to inquire about Mo Fan's statement were equally taken aback. With a smile, Mo Fan casually waved his hand, opening a massive dimensional rift. He stepped through first, placing Zero on a pillar beside the Land of Light. Extra Chapter 3, Imprisonment. As the stars were still bewildered by the words of Gue Zhong, he added with a smirk, "Stars, judging by your expression, you seem to be unaware, right?" Just as the stars were lost in thought, a sharp pain pierced through their neck, causing them to faint instantly. Gue Zhong gazed down at the unconscious stars in his embrace and sinisterly remarked, "Ah, at last. I have you, stars. The last time I failed to seize your heart. This time I shall capture both your heart and your stomach." He then glanced at Zhongli behind him and reminded, "Rock King, do not forget the vow you made." Zhongli merely cast a fleeting glance at the stars in Gue Zhong's arms before turning away, heading in the direction of a leap. After watching Zhongli walk away, Gue Zhong lowered his gaze to the stars in his arms and chuckled. "Stars, you shall only be with me from now on. I missed my chance before, but now I will thoroughly grasp your fate for a lifetime." With that, he cradled the stars and made his way toward a cave. When the stars regained consciousness, they found themselves bound by mysterious iron chains, with their geo-vision placed against the wall nearby. With every struggle, the chains rattled ominously, and upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind the door, the stars ceased their efforts. The door creaked open, and upon seeing the figure entering, the stars exclaimed in shock, "Why? Gue Zhong, have you bound me here? We are not even acquainted." Gue Zhong ignored the stars' cries, instead caressing their face with a detached demeanor. After a prolonged silence with no response from Gue Zhong, the stars ceased their shouting. Suddenly, Gue Zhong removed his shoes and sat atop the stars, causing them to tense up, fearful of inadvertently harming him. Leaning down, Gue Zhong passionately kissed the stars, drawing blood from their neck before lifting his head to gaze down at them, declaring, "Stars, you can never escape again, huh?" With that, Gue Zhong proceeded to engage in intimate acts with the stars. Chapter 62, Journey to a New Universe. The Land of Light. Mo Fan had just placed Zero on a nearby pillar in the Land of Light when he turned to Savan and asked, "Why do you look at me with such eyes?" At that moment, Savan's eyes glimmered a faint red, but quickly shifted back to a pale yellow. Shaking his head, Savan replied, "It's nothing, just a bit tired. By the way, how did things go on your end?" Resolve, what else could it be? After Mo Fan's words, Savan touched the ice axe atop his head and turned to walk toward the Galactic Guard. Mo Fan felt an eerie sensation creeping up his back and quickly turned his head, only to find an empty expanse. After scratching his head, Mo Fan treated Zero and then teleported to Belia's location. Belia lay languidly on her bed, idly perusing the human encyclopedia gifted by Mo Fan. Upon glancing up, she noticed Mo Fan grinning at her and remarked with a hint of annoyance, "You really ought to return. It's been so long since I last saw you that I wondered what you were up to." Mo Fan simply sat beside Belial, gently caressing her hair, savoring the silkiness of her tresses, and softly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. When are we leaving? I feel as though I've spent enough time in this universe." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Belial set down the book and inquired, "All right then, which universe are we heading to? Will you take me along?" Mo Fan shook his head and replied, "I can go alone. You needn't follow." Belial, unwilling to concede, retorted defiantly, "What do you mean, Mo Fan? If I hadn't secretly followed you this time, who knows which girl you would have been with?" As she spoke, Belial playfully pinned Mo Fan beneath her, her cheeks flushing crimson at the sight of him below her. Mo Fan, with a playful flick of his fingers against her nose, chuckled, "Haha, you're still just like before, aren't you, Belial?" Belial, gazing at the grinning Mo Fan, felt a rush of warmth and impulsively pressed her lips against his. The kiss transformed Mo Fan's earlier playfulness into tenderness as he gently embraced her back. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cosmos, Zophie noticed a meteor plummeting before her and approached it cautiously. However, the moment Zophie touched the meteor, her eyes turned a fiery red. Her body seemed to undergo a transformation, exploding like a beetle as her skin shed away, leaving her resembling Belial. Suddenly, Zophie shook her head and reattached the skin that had fallen to the ground. A mysterious force stitched her skin back together, but jagged, menacing teeth emerged from her mouth. Utilizing her Ultraman powers, Zophie teleported the meteor to an enigmatic location and then soared toward the Land of Light. Just then, Mo Fan and Belial, having concluded their previous encounter, emerged to find the galaxy's inhabitants bidding farewell. Mo Fan took Belial's hand and approached the galaxy, stating, "Ah, farewell, little light. Who knows when we shall meet again?" The galaxy waved her hand and replied, "As long as we face challenges, we shall always be together, right, Mo Fan?" Mo Fan merely smiled, gave the galaxy a light pat on the shoulder, and casually opened a wormhole, leading Belial inside. Before departing, Mo Fan turned to the new generation and said, "This will lead to significant events. Just crush it." He then tossed a series of button-like objects into their hands. A few hours later, while the original generation patrolled near the Land of Light, they spotted Zophie mysteriously approaching from a distance. When the first generation inquired about Zophie, Zophie suddenly turned around and bit down fiercely on the first generation's neck. The first generation, known as the King of Hell, retaliated with a beam of light, sending Zophie flying. However, to his horror, the first generation noticed that although Zophie's chest was devoid of anything, it continued to move. What transpired next was truly terrifying. Zophie's chest gradually transformed into an exposed heart, pulsating vigorously. Meanwhile, Dream and Belial, having heard the explosion, emerged from the Land of Light. Witnessing the first generation's body oozing energy that soon morphed into a human-like blood. Upon seeing Dream and Belial approaching, the first generation urged Dream to flee, exclaiming, quickly, "Zophie is not right." Just as Dream turned to comply, Zophie instantaneously appeared before him, extracting his own ultra heart with a swift motion. Subsequently, Zophie pulled out an unknown substance from the nearby space and dripped a liquid from a vial into Dream's heart. A flash of red light engulfed them, transforming Dream into a zombie version of himself. Thereafter, Zophie commanded Dream and the first generation to fly towards the Land of Light with a mere gesture. Meanwhile, within the time-space tunnel, Mo Fan emerged from the Ultra Galaxy Fight tunnel, suddenly feeling a chill behind him. Upon turning, he saw the tunnel slowly dissipating. With a sigh, he dragged Belial to the entrance marked with Monster Daughter, and promptly threw Belial inside. Mo Fan then teleported into the main time-space tunnel. Contemplating the popular national games or animations, he suddenly thought of the term Genshin. Thus, he teleported to the entrance adorned with the Genshin emblem, pondered for a moment, and then stepped through the door. As Mo Fan entered the world of Genshin, he felt a gaze upon him. Realizing it must be the one known as the Arbiter of Time, he teleported to Sky Island. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, he heard a commanding voice inquire, "What brings the outsider here?" With a smile, Mo Fan replied, "I am merely a traveler traversing time and space. I do not intend to interfere excessively, though some matters may compel my involvement." He then looked at the white-haired lady opposite him and said, "Should I address you as the Arbiter of Time or as Fans?" The white-haired lady chuckled and responded, "Indeed, I am Fans, the traveler from beyond. I am curious. What is your purpose for visiting our world?" Mo Fan shook his head, leaning against a stone pillar, and continued, "You must sense the magnitude of the energy fluctuations I brought with me. My purpose here is to mend the deficiencies." "Oh, It seems that what Ling Mo mentioned earlier about someone coming to rectify the flaws of the world tree indeed refers to you. Mo Fan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Then may I inquire, who exactly is Ling Mo in your discourse? Why do I possess no memory at all? He, on the other hand, is arguably hundreds of times more formidable than you." Upon hearing Fan's analogy, Mo Fan could only respond with exasperation. "Well then, what do you tell me about the world tree? What role does Ling Mo play in its power dynamics?" Fan replied, Ling Mo is significantly more powerful than the world tree itself. Mo Fan was utterly taken aback by Fan's comparison of Ling Mo Chapter 63, Diminished Strength. After irritably scratching his head, Mo Fan turned and strode towards the outskirts of the Sky Island. Fans called out to him as he walked away, "Mo Fan, remember to come by if you need anything. Furthermore, if you wish to restore the world tree, you must remain here for a while. It will take time to recover." As Ling Mo mentioned, Mo Fan waved dismissively and stepped beyond the boundaries of the Sky Island, only to suddenly feel his strength plummet. In a panic, he shouted for Subai, "Subai, why is my power diminished so drastically?" After a long silence, Subai emerged from the system space, stating, "Well, I'm not entirely sure. By the way, let me explain the rules of this world. Here, the strength of ordinary men and women mirrors that of other realms. But those possessing the eye of God experience a significant increase. Women multiply their strength several times, while men double theirs. Then why does my strength, as an outsider, diminish?" Before he could finish, Subai interjected, "Don't be so hasty, host. The key point is that the strength of outsiders varies based on gender. Men experience a reduction in strength upon entering this world, while women see an exponential increase." Mo Fan was left in shock upon hearing the rules expressed by Subai. He glanced down at his companions and quickly shook his head. Despite his diminished power, he still remained quite formidable. At that moment, Mo Fan found himself momentarily stunned by the system's words. Yes, host, there's one more thing. If females engage with one another, their abilities will resemble those of males, although their gender remains unchanged. But fear not, host. If you encounter such a situation, you will receive a distinctive sign." Subai's revelation caused Mo Fan to plummet to the ground, where he leaned against a nearby rock and began to retch. Subai chuckled softly, said nothing further, and promptly returned to the system space to watch a show. After regaining his composure, Mo Fan wiped his lips and stood up, taking a deep breath before closing his eyes. When he reopened them, he was greeted by a series of crimson lights before him. Contemplating the situation, Mo Fan realized that he was likely still in the world of Genshin Impact, approximately 500 years in the past, specifically within Liyue. With this thought in mind, he took flight towards the vibrant source of the red glow. Upon arrival, he beheld a figure cloaked in white, adorned in garments of brown and yellow, with hair cascading down their back. Their chest bore a striking emblem of the Tianyun Peak, and their amber gaze emanated an imposing, steadfast presence, reminiscent of unyielding rock. As Mo Fan reminisced about the stunning beauty before him, he was suddenly reminded of a character named Zhongli from the game Genshin Impact. The exquisite woman, sensing the gaze upon her, turned to face Mo Fan, pointing the blood-stained rock spear in her hand at him, remaining silent. Mo Fan, observing her gesture, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Oh, it's fine. I am merely a traveler from another world. There's no need to aim your weapon at me right away." At that moment, a girl with short gray hair, dressed in blue and white, abruptly appeared beside them, accompanied by a bell. After glancing at the beautiful woman, she turned to Mo Fan and said, "It's all right. It's just Zhongli being herself. Hello, I am Gogeta. May I ask the name of the traveler from another world?" Upon hearing her name, Mo Fan recalled that Gogeta was destined to perish, which prompted him to consider that he had indeed arrived in this world and felt compelled to assist her. While Mo Fan was lost in thought, Zhongli casually dispatched the demon that had just lunged at them. As Mo Fan regained his composure, he remarked, "Oh, I'm Mo Fan. What is the situation you're facing now?" Zhongli replied coolly, "We are currently in the midst of a demon war." After acknowledging her words, Mo Fan intercepted an incoming arrow with ease and said to Gogeta, "Once I handle this situation, you must take me on a tour of this place." Before Gogeta could respond, Mo Fan teleported into the midst of the horde of beasts, gathering energy in his hands before unleashing a powerful explosion that annihilated the demons before him. Assessing his current strength, Mo Fan realized it was akin to his former power as a first-tier Super Saiyan Blue, which was sufficient for now. Looking at the shattered remains of the demons he had just dispatched, he pondered for a moment and then stomped his foot, causing the slain demons to slowly rise from their own corpses. From a distance, Gogeta watched in astonishment and exclaimed, "Mo Fan, do you possess the ability to resurrect the fallen demons?" Mo Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement without addressing her comment, swiftly dispatching another oncoming demon with a single strike. Turning to Zhongli, who was engaged in the slaughter, Mo Fan proposed, "Shall we have a contest to see who can slay more demons? I've noticed that upon arriving in this world, my strength has been diminished, yet yours seems formidable. How about a friendly competition?" Zhongli did not respond to Mo Fan's suggestion, but simply nodded. Amused by her gesture, Mo Fan proceeded to deliver a powerful punch, obliterating the demons before him. Chapter 64, A Brief Respite. As Mo Fan beheld the horde of demons charging toward him, he took a deep breath and bellowed. Instantly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, sending the approaching beasts flying. He then bent down, gradually gathering orbs of pale blue light on his right side. "Kamehameha," he declared. Mo Fan suddenly waved his hand forward, releasing a pale blue light. Zhongli felt the energy of the wave he unleashed, akin to the Kamehameha, and was astonished, for the power emanating from Mo Fan was formidable, even surpassing her own. As Mo Fan gazed at the approaching school of fish, he declared to the demon god below, "It is time to stretch our limbs and stand up." After uttering these words, a dense shadow materialized behind Mo Fan, charging towards the demon god before him. Turning around, Mo Fan noticed the two girls, Zhongli and Gogeta, staring blankly in disbelief. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "Do not be so astonished. You shall witness even greater wonders. By the way, have you been slaughtering on this battlefield without rest?" Gogeta shook her head and replied, "No, it's not as you imagine, Mo Fan. We came out to deal with the demon god here, and once that is accomplished, we shall return." "Oh, and how do you plan to return?" Gogeta glanced at Zhongli, and Mo Fan surmised that she must have transformed into her dragon form to arrive. After glancing at the nearly exterminated demon god, he waved his hand, sending the dark shadow back to its rightful place. Before leaving, he extracted the shadow of the recently slain demon god's corpse to bring along with him. At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed past Zhongli and Mo Fan's ears. Turning around, Mo Fan found a girl standing before him, adorned with two magnificent pairs of white wings and a gem representing the wind element upon her chest. Her arms were wrapped in white sleeves, and her torso was encased in metallic armor, modestly sized like a walnut. To his surprise, he mused that even when Vinny was male, he seemed rather feminine. After calming himself, Mo Fan opened his eyes and addressed the girl. "You must be Barbados, the Anemo Archon. For such a rich presence of wind element could only belong to the Archon or his envoy, Turin. I am flattered that an outsider traveler knows my name. It appears my fame extends beyond my other endeavors," Vinny replied, growing increasingly proud of himself. Mo Fan placed a hand on his forehead, glancing at Zhongli, who could only shake her head in exasperation at her friend's antics. "May I inquire, dear Archon of the Winds, what brings you to our humble abode?" "It is because you are an outsider traveler. The energy fluctuations you emitted reached my vicinity, prompting me to investigate what transpired here." "Oh, well then, it's time for us to take our leave, as I can see that Gogeta and Zhongli have engaged in a fierce battle for quite some time. Let's depart." As Mo Fan spoke, he harnessed an energy to assist Vinny, Gogeta, and Zhongli. Epilogue 4. Ensnared. Why must Gogeta act in such a manner? After enduring a fierce battle, the Celestials and the Ender found themselves in a peculiar state. With the Ender comfortably reclined upon the belly of the Celestials, surrounded by the remnants of milk and rich water elements left in the wake of the conflict. Slowly, the Ender rose from the Celestial's abdomen, observing the startled expression of the Celestial, and with a playful lick of the fingers, chuckled. "He, Celestial, from now on, you shall only accompany me here. How could you have spent time with the flowing clouds when I was the first to arrive? Why did you not choose to be with me?" As the Ender concluded, he grasped the Celestial's shoulders firmly, calling out, "Celestial." The Celestial, coughing, replied, I don't recall past events, and please stop shaking me, or I shall perish." Upon hearing the Celestial's plea, the Ender ceased his movements. Chapter 65. Arrival at Mount Aozong. Atop Mount Aozong, Mo Fan toyed with the elemental powers of rock and wind. Recently, he had secretly replicated all the abilities and permissions of Zhongli and Vinny. Just as Vinny emerged from the cave borrowed from the flowing clouds, he spotted Mo Fan playing with the wind and rock elements and hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Hey, Mo Fan, where did you acquire the wind and rock elements?" I had never sensed your elemental prowess before. Who knew you were a wielder of multiple elements? After retracting the 2 sets of elemental powers, Mo Fan looked up at Vinny and said, you can resolve my abilities. I can absorb and replicate. Suddenly, Vinny embraced Mo Fan's shoulders and began to shake him, exclaiming, really? Can you replicate? Mo Fan, startled by Vinny's sudden enthusiasm, stammered, Vinny, please stop shaking me. I can replicate. Then, Mo Fan, can you replicate wine? Vinny asked, excitement evident in his voice. Mo Fan, observing Vinny's eagerness, quickly grasped Vinny's hands, saying, I can, but please refrain from shaking me. By the way, what wine do you want me to replicate? Impatiently, Vinny retrieved a bottle of wine from behind him and placed it before Mo Fan, saying, if you can replicate, help me replicate this wine. After glancing at Vinny, Mo Fan sighed and with a casual wave, arranged several bottles neatly before Vinny. Wow, Mo Fan, you truly can replicate. Vinny exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the replicated wine. Mo Fan, captivated by Vinny's gaze, wished to bind himself to one spot, replicating wine for Vinny to enjoy daily. Meanwhile, in another realm, a young man draped in a cloak radiating rainbow hues had his hood fall away, revealing a visage that belied his formidable strength. His hair, pristine and pure as fresh snow, contrasted with his eyes, reminiscent of blood rising from the depths of hell. At that moment, a passerby, upon seeing the youth, bowed deeply and said, Welcome, Lord Ling, Mo, may I inquire what brings you to our humble abode? Awaken, it's fine. Just come and take a look today. After releasing the person in front of him, Ling Mo proceeded forward. Upon encountering someone who greeted him, he returned a perfunctory hello. Ling Mo raised his head and, seeing the words System Time-Space Hall emblazoned above the grand doors, stepped towards the center of the hall. As he entered, an announcement echoed through the hall. Please welcome Lord Ling Mo cough. Ling Mo lightly cleared his throat, his voice abruptly ceasing. He glanced at the nearby systems, who remained undisturbed by his cough. At that moment, a petite, lowly system approached him, breathing heavily for a few moments before speaking. Huff, huff, Lord Ling Mo. I have completed what you requested earlier, so may I. Oh, the adapter named Mo Fan is ready? Yes, but there was a minor incident along the way, so I called Subai over. Please explain the general circumstances. Lord Ling Montak, the host who was previously known as Mo Fan. For some unknown reason, after his reincarnation, my physical form suddenly returned to the system hall. Ling Mo regarded the lowly system and pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing, sigh. Which universe is he in now? He is currently in the Genshin universe. Upon hearing that Mo Fan was in that universe, Ling Mo fell into contemplation. It was only when the lowly system gently shook him that he was drawn back from his reverie. Ling Mo tousled his snowy white hair and instantly teleported into the universe. In the universe, Ling Mo gazed at the boundless starry sky, scratching his head as he reflected on how, after numerous reincarnations, his power had become arguably the strongest among all those who traversed worlds with systems. This was due to an ability he gained in his first life, which allowed him to seize the power of those on the verge of defeat. Chapter 66, A Reminiscentale. In the vastness of space, Ling Mo pondered before the Milky Way, recalling how pitiful he once was, sacrificing so much for the woman he loved. In the final moments of his first life, he lay on the ground, frantically struggling as red spots erupted across his body. Facing him was a girl with pink hair and eyes, dressed in Western attire, who looked down at him with a cold smile, while embracing a robust man who had just entered. The pink-haired girl squatted down, tauntingly lifting Ling Mo's chin. Oh dear, Ling Mo, can you guess why you have fallen ill? Could it be because of you? But why would you do this? Tell me. Releasing his chin, she stood up, wrapped her arms around the strong man's, and walked towards the door, glancing back to say, then you have only yourself to blame for lacking both strength and wealth. Ling Mo gazed at the retreating figure of the robust man, his fists clenched tightly, and struck the ground with fervor, contemplating, if I succeed this time, I shall ensure your demise. Yet, as he reflected upon his frail condition, which had deteriorated to a state of near death, despair began to engulf him. Just as hopelessness settled in, a mechanical voice resonated in his ears, declaring, ding, congratulations, host, for binding the most powerful system. The current version is 10. Please gradually upgrade the system in the future. It has been detected that your body is severely poisoned. The system will now unlock a beginner's gift package for you. Initially dismissing the voice as a mere hallucination before death, Ling Mo was jolted back to reality by the sudden appearance of a blue display box that dispelled his doubts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift package, bodily enhancement, restoration, and super recovery. However, due to the system's delay of over a year, the system will grant you two abilities, Devour and Copy. Detailed introductions to these skills will follow. Do you accept the beginner's gift package and the system's offerings? Feeling his vision dim, Ling Mo disregarded the possibility of hallucination and shouted, I accept. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the beginner's gift package and the system's offerings. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power and healing coursing through him, revitalizing him from the brink of death. Clutching his chest and gasping for the precious air, Ling Mo suddenly recalled something and inquired, Is there a price to pay? Such miraculous effects must come with significant costs. Ding! The host will not face substantial repercussions. However, you must travel to 2 worlds for the system. Otherwise, you'll be erased. Ling Mo broke into a cold sweat at the thought of such punishment. Yet he pondered that if he could meet the system's requirements, he might acquire the powers of all the worlds he visited. Are you suggesting that after traversing those 2 worlds, I can freely obtain the powers within them? And perhaps there are additional rewards? Ding! Congratulations, host, for answering correctly. After completing your travels in the 2 worlds, you will gain the approval of the Cycle Master at level 10. Subsequently, you may gradually accomplish all tasks of the Cycle Master to acquire their powers, along with the ability to traverse all timelines and parallel universes. However, the system did not disclose the Cycle Master's penalty. The cycle would randomly activate at all times, and with each iteration, one could gain even greater strength than before. In a distant place, an elderly man with flowing hair sighed as he observed the projection of Ling Mo before him. Beside him, a young girl inquired, Cycle Master, do you truly believe this time will be successful? You have forgotten. This marks your 999th trial as a capable individual. The previous one succumbed to forces exceeding 50, resulting in their demise. The elder glanced at the girl beneath him and sighed. Alas, if this final individual proves inadequate. The elder did not finish his thought, yet the girl comprehended his implication, choosing silence as she gazed at the projection of Ling Mo. Let me elaborate on my conception of Ling Mo. He is a character I have long desired to create, though I initially hesitated, fearing that it might devolve into a mere glitch. As for the section concerning Genshin Impact, I shall refrain from writing it for now, preferring to thoroughly contemplate the narrative. However, regarding the recollection segment, I intend to craft no more than 30 entries. I have yearned to write this from the outset, but for reasons unknown, it has been delayed until now. Hence, I will ensure Ling Mo traverses the Dragon Ball universe. The subsequent realm will be contingent upon your preferences. The narrative of Dragon Ball will be meticulously completed, likely extending over a lengthy span, encompassing both Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Heroes. To summarize the Dragon Ball storyline, it is primarily to facilitate the introduction of the protagonist to Goku. By the latter part of Dragon Ball, Ling Mo will absorb all of Vegeta's powers. Gradually, I will outline the origins of Ling Mo's abilities and all his powers. Thus, it is likely that Ling Mo's scope of strength will be extensive, considering I've already detailed a significant portion of Mo Fan's capabilities. For now, I will compose a side story, as there has been interest in Dragon Ball Heroes. Therefore, I will clarify Ling Mo's primary sources of power, so that when the protagonist engages in battle with Ling Mo, there will be less confusion. Chapter 67, Recollection Segment 2. Returning to Ling Mo, he was leaning against the wall, inhaling the fresh air deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Well then, system, I should choose a world to traverse, for I currently lack the ability to travel through time and space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for answering correctly. There are currently 3 worlds available for exploration. The first is the Dragon Ball world, the second is the Naruto world, and the third is the Dolawa continent. Which world does the host wish to enter? System, please elaborate on the characteristics of these 3 worlds for me. Ling Mo requested. Ding! In response, the first world allows one to reach star-exploding power upon surpassing a combat strength of 1,000. The second world does not permit star-exploding, but it may be achievable later on. The third universe, like the first, can alert others later, but it possesses divine levels, unlike the first universe, which lacks divinity. After hearing the system's descriptions of these 3 universes, Ling Mo promptly dismissed the second universe. He now pondered whether to select the first or the third universe. Although the third universe lacks divinity, the first universe appears promising for further enhancement. Ling Mo then inquired, System, Could you inform me about the combat power systems of the Dragon Ball world and the Dolawa continent? Ding. In response to the host, the combat system of the first universe is primarily based on combat power, while the third universe relies on soul power. However, in terms of upper limits, the first universe exceeds that of the second universe, though the third universe is easier to navigate. After Ling Mo heard the system's explanation, he impatiently pinched his nose. He despised choices above all else, finding them exceedingly troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan spoke up, suggesting they select the first world. Upon making his choice, Ling Mo suddenly felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a mountainous region, beside a sphere resembling a space capsule. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his ears, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have arrived in the Dragon Ball world. As a reward for reaching a new universe, you have attained the power of the Reincarnation Lord at level 5. Ling Mo felt a surge of strength coursing through him, and, overwhelmed, he shouted out, only to realize his voice had become remarkably juvenile. He inquired of the system, "Why has my voice transformed into that of a child?" The system replied, "Ding. To answer the host, this is a negative effect of the Reincarnation Lord. You will henceforth inhabit this youthful form." Ling Mo suppressed his urge to scold the system, recognizing it as the source of his newfound power. Turning his gaze to the sphere, he opened its door and beheld an infant sucking on its thumb, with a tail reminiscent of a monkey trailing behind. Gently poking the baby, he was met with another system notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the abilities of Saiyan Kakarot and the Saiyan bloodline. Characteristics of the Saiyan bloodline. As long as you remain alive, you will grow stronger with each battle, as long as there is breath left upon recovery. Your strength will exceed your previous limits." Upon hearing this, Ling Mo gasped in astonishment. How could one so powerful be abandoned in such a manner? The system provided further clarity, stating this is due to Kakarot's planet, Vegeta, being destroyed by the tyrant Frieza. Kakarot's father, Bardock, sent him to Earth before facing Frieza in a final confrontation, ultimately perishing along with planet Vegeta. After absorbing this information, Ling Mo gazed at Kakarot with newfound admiration and respect. Suddenly, a white-haired elder emerged from the thicket, noticing both Ling Mo and Kakarot. Though Ling Mo feigned unconsciousness as he observed the old man. With a sudden burst of energy, Ling Mo exchanged a powerful punch with the now-grown Kakarot. "Not bad, Goku. It seems you've grown strong. You're nearly at my level from last month." Kakarot was no longer known by that name. He was now called Sun Wukong. In his childhood, Kakarot, upon rescuing Ling Mo, had fallen from a high place, plummeting into a ravine and suffering amnesia. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his lips and remarked, Hey, Ling Mo, you're still stronger than before." Due to Ling Mo's intervention, Sun Wukong has become significantly more powerful than in the original tale. His combat prowess now exceeds 1,000, while Ling Mo has attributed him a strength of 1,200. At this juncture, a young girl emerged from the house behind Sun Wukong, calling out to him, "Wukong, would you like to join me and Ling Mo for dinner?" Ling Mo glanced at the girl and waved his hand, responding, "No need, Chi-Chi. I just wish to have a few words with Wukong before he goes inside." After observing the young maiden before him, he turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Ah, Wukong, living with Chi-Chi is no small feat. If it weren't for her willingness to be with you, your temperament would make it nearly impossible to find someone. Do you understand?" Ling Mo, seeing Wukong's ever-cheerful demeanor, sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had previously discerned Chi-Chi's affections for Wukong and had been actively trying to bring them together. Now that they had finally united, Ling Mo could not help but notice that, despite their relationship, Wukong still harbored a rather superficial understanding of his feelings for Chi-Chi. In truth, one might say that Wukong's comprehension of love was virtually non-existent.